Chapter 281 The Ninth. The temperature in Tokyo in winter is not very low, mostly hovering above 0 degrees. But the damp and cold climate still makes people feel very uncomfortable. A bit like the South. Tokyo at night is full of colorful lights. And many Japanese people have just entered their leisure time after get-off work. Izakaya, pachinko, and even strange custom shops are all doing hot business. It was in such a damp and cold wind that a figure kept jumping quickly between high-rise buildings. Tokyo is really big. Feeling the cold wind blowing on his temples, Wangi looked down at the bustling streets and couldn't help but sigh. Gu Qianqian is really good at running. It feels like she is constantly chasing various urban legends. The locations are all over Tokyo. Hospitals, abandoned houses, schools, artificial lakes, parks, toilets, and most of the ones that can make Gu Qianqian feel sensitive are indeed vengeful spirits. 12 places have been dealt with so far, of which only 4 are useless fools, and 8 are effective employees. It was definitely a great harvest. And Wangi would also visit the shrines he hadn't visited last time. If there was a grass-headed god, he would also take him away. This efficiency was much faster than the last time when someone accompanied him to drive. Now there are only the last 3 places. Give me a surprise. With one foot on the eaves, Wangi flew directly to the lower building at least 100 meters away in front. The lightness and the wind, combined with his strong physique, made it easy to land. Standing on the roof guardrail, looking down at the prosperous world of lights and wine below, Wangi also felt a little alienated. Although it has been so long since I returned to the world, I still feel that I can't fit in. After all, most of the time in the other world, I am accompanied by the dead. Then Wangi looked at a pachinko shop on the street. Sure enough, compared with other shops of the same type that were crowded, this shop's business was not an exaggeration to say that it was deserted. There must be something wrong. Spiritual vision, Wangi whispered softly, with a faint blue light flashing in his eyes. He could see the gloomy atmosphere in the pachinko shop under the night sky, and it was gradually getting stronger. This kind of atmosphere would most likely dissipate during the day. Now that it has just started to get stronger after nightfall, it means that the thing is nearby. Not bad. It's not a wasted trip. Wangi glanced at the alley next to him, then jumped down, untied the twisted cover after landing, began to walk out of the alley and merge into the crowd, and walked towards the pachinko shop in front. Pachinko is a specialty shop in Neon. That is, a pinball shop. Before Neon DB was legalized a few years later, pachinko has always been the core of this marginal business. Neon is now legally not allowed to DB, nor this kind of machine. But these shop owners themselves are trying their best to circumvent it. That kind of metal marbles is considered a precious metal, and the reward is only marbles without any money. But there are 2 other shops next to the shop. One can exchange these marbles for various gifts, and the other will recycle these gifts for money. In the end, the pinball shop will recycle the marbles, thus completing the cycle. The registered companies behind these 3 stores are different, thus circumventing relevant regulations. Almost every pachinko parlor is packed with people. Almost 10% of people in Japan play once a day. It may not cost much at a time, but it is a considerable sum over time. Japan spends 30 times more on pachinko than Las Vegas in a year and twice as much as Japan's automobile export trade. It is conceivable that this proportion is so large and the profits are so lucrative. Many parlors are also affected by violent gangs in Japan and even controlled by them. Wangi came to the door of the store. Through the transparent glass door, he could see that although there were many machines inside, there were only a few people sitting on them. There were also 2 young men with colorful hair standing listlessly beside them, looking a little bit depressed. But after seeing Wangi coming, they took the initiative to greet him. The customer is so handsome, just like the idol in Korea. Well, I am Korea. Wangi smiled casually, which made the younger brother look a little embarrassed. I'm here to help you solve your problem. You have some dirty stuff here, right? This shop is open 24 hours a day, so Wangi can just come here openly to deal with it. The atmosphere of metaphysics in Neon is quite strong anyway, so it's no big deal. Wang Yi's words also made the 2 people look stunned again, and then one of them turned back to call the boss, and the other stayed with Wang Yi. Strange. Will the shrine still arrange South Koreans to exorcise ghosts now? The little red-haired man scratched his head a little weirdly looking at Wang Yi. Wang Yi could also hear the little yellow-haired man who went to call people saying, "Boss, the person you invited has arrived." Hearing this, Wang Yi naturally reacted a little, and it turned out that the boss here had invited people. But it's true, because of the terrain. The probability of encountering dirty things in Neon is indeed higher than in China. Even with the occasional protection of the grass-headed god, the relevant atmosphere among the people is still quite strong. In fact, it can be seen from the number of shrines. In addition to these, there are also many evil sects, which can often be seen in film and television works. Not long after, a suited figure, who looked to be in his 50s, and looked a little haggard, appeared in front of Wang Yi. From the thick dark circles under his eyes, it can be seen that he has not rested well recently. Ah, thank you for coming. Onmyoji. It's a little earlier than the agreed time. I'm really sorry that I couldn't come out to greet you. I'm not the person you are looking for. I came here by myself because I felt the smell here, Wang Yi explained, which made the boss stunned and then hesitant. After all, he has already hired someone. If the professionals who come to deal with it see that there are still people there, will they think that I don't respect him? The shrine he went to was an old shrine, which was said to have a long tradition of Onmyoji. It's okay if it can solve the problem, isn't it? Wang Yi looked at a pinball machine with the strongest smell of dead spirits and walked over to knock on it. Has anyone died in front of this machine? Wang Yi found the machine with the problem directly, and was so sure that the boss immediately believed him a little, and hurried over to say, Yes. Since then, our store seems to be cursed. All the machines seem to have problems, which are completely inconsistent with the probability set by the program. There is no problem with the machine repair. If this goes on, no customers will come. In fact, the situation in the store is like this now, except for a few of them. The people who are still playing on the machine are all people invited by the boss. But it's still useless. The probability of this machine is too weird. This made Wang Yi feel a little speechless. It seems that the boss is more afraid of the store having no business than the dirty things. But it seems to be true. The ability of ordinary vengeful spirits to interfere with the world is quite limited. It's good enough for the other party to constantly affect the beats. Maybe the resentment is also on the machine. Chapter 282 Neon Style. Watching the boss complaining, Wang Yi also found that he didn't seem to care about his nightmares at night. In fact, he has been living here with his younger brother during this period. This made Wang Yi a little dazed. Would you rather live here and have nightmares despite the harassment of the evil spirits? This is the method of which we invited before told us. It says that people who are full of vigor and vitality can drive away the evil spirits when they gather together. But it doesn't work. Alas. Wang Yi looked at these guys with dark eye sockets and skinny bodies. He couldn't connect them with the young and vigorous. But they lived here every day, which was somewhat useful. After all, it is a vengeful spirit. If a person lives here for a long time and is harassed every day, his mental state will deteriorate slowly, which will be risky. But with so many people here, there is really nothing to worry about except poor sleep. It is indeed effective. This is not a very strong guy. But you are not hot-blooded. And even if you really invite people, it is not very useful. The obsession of the vengeful spirit is not to seek revenge on people, but on your machines. Wang Yi's words made the boss look bitter. Ah? What should I do? I would rather his target is us. The other brothers also had sad faces. Good guy. He is really asking for money. I guess he is not willing to pay much. If Wang Yi is not here to recruit employees, I really don't bother to pay. Forget it. Quickly catch him and leave. Since he has come in, and the vengeful spirit is nearby. Even if he hides, Wang Yi can still find it out with some time. But at this moment, Wang Yi paused and suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the door. Something is coming on the street. A lot. At least 20 vengeful spirits. It sent Wang Yi almost shed tears from the corner of his mouth. But soon, he saw a handsome young man dressed in kimono style appear at the door. This young man is quite beautiful, looking like a doll. A little bit out of touch with the world. But you can see a slight Adam's apple. So he is a pretty boy. And he can wear kimono style in such a cold weather. Even if he has thermal underwear. He is considered to have a good physique. Ding dong. The glass sensor door opened automatically. And the pretty boy walked in with the sound of wooden clogs. And said in a cold but pleasant voice, My name is Yulu. From Anich shrine. Is there a need for exorcism here? This time made the boss a little embarrassed. The people he invited also arrived. And 2 of them came at the same time. It's here. Wang Yi spoke for the boss, looking at the young man in front of him with great interest. Completely different from those masters in China. The methods passed down in Japan are so interesting. Although Wang Yi has not seen the yin-yang master's tricks yet, he can see that the string of bells hanging around his waist has at least 20 vengeful spirits. and it is a little different from ordinary vengeful spirits. A bit like the grass-headed gods being blessed by the power of will. In the past, Wang Yi could also see the grass-headed gods in some shrines acting on their own. But he had never seen such a controlled image. There is no restriction of magic. The only special thing is that all the bells are made of silver, which is also attached by the vengeful spirits themselves. If Wang Yi can choose to force the ghosts to work, then the obsession of these ghosts is to exorcise evil spirits. If nothing unexpected happens, probably each of these ghosts used to be an Onmyoji. And these are the ancestors of this Onmyoji. Even if these Onmyojis may have a higher talent ratio of ghosts than ordinary people because of their daily meditation, it is impossible to guarantee that every generation is the same. So who knows how many years these 20 ghosts have accumulated. Moreover, Wang Yi can see that among the more than 20 ghosts, only one still retains his sanity, and the others only have the obsession instinct of exorcism. Maybe the controller can use some guiding methods to activate them to complete the exorcism. More than 20 against 1. And there is also a level of evil spirit like Lin Shurqin. There is really no reason to lose. Good guy. He used his ancestors to exorcise spirits. Can only say that it is worthy of Japan? This method is probably difficult to learn in China. Wang Yi had a bird's eye view. With his knowledge of magic, he saw through all the details of the young Onmyoji at a glance. Then he smiled and said to him, I am also an exorcist. I know the situation here. However, since you took over the business, you will still collect a reward after I solve the problem. In addition, if you are interested, I would like to hire you to ask some questions, since the other party would charge for exorcism. It means that money can move him. And as long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem for Wang Yi. Yulu, who knew that he was going to start preparing after arriving at the location, was also stunned at this time. He did not expect that the handsome guy in front of him was actually a colleague. And he actually said that he did not want money. Strange. He did not want money. What was his purpose? For a while, Yulu could not help but frown. Because he was too beautiful. He was harassed a lot in a place like Neon where perverts were everywhere. But the other party did not look like this. At this time, Wang Yi felt a cold breath flowing. It was the resentful spirit in the dark who noticed that a large group of colleagues suddenly came outside and wanted to run away. If the opponent stays still and hides, such as hiding underground, Wang Yi actually has to spend a little effort to catch him alive. But since he is moving, it is easy to lock his position. Wang Yi jumped up and directly crossed a distance of several meters to land in front of the cashier, stepping on the ground with one foot. A wave of magic power in the invisible light field appeared instantly, and the magic pattern spread rapidly with his feet as the center. The next moment, accompanied by a scream, a ghost with the appearance of a standard gambler was sucked out. The powerful force made the gambler kneel down and beg for mercy as soon as he came out, and kept apologizing and said that he would not dare to do it next time. Well, in fact, many of the ghosts that Wang Yi caught in Neon were like this. And I don't know if it is their habit. Raising his hand to hit the silver jewelry, Wang Yi also completed the capture of this thing. The speed was so clean that others didn't know it was over. Even Yulu, the Onmyoji wearing a kimono, didn't sense anything. He had only learned some ancestral skills, and was not born with the ability to see ghosts and spirits like Gu Qianqian. Although he had also developed some meditation methods, it was normal that he could not directly sense the vengeful spirits at this age. At that time, the masters in China were still half-baked at an old age. There were too few people who could calm down in the impetuous modern world. But at this time, a figure who looked a bit like Yulu and was also very handsome, and wearing an Onmyoji uniform came out of Yulu's bell. He was shocked by the speed and efficiency of Wang Yi in dealing with the vengeful spirits in front of him. The chosen one. I didn't expect that in this era. So many skills can still be preserved. Which school are you from? Why can't I recognize your school? When this spirit came out, the bell on Yulu's waist made a jingling sound. When he saw the ringing bell clearly, he also showed a surprised look on his face. Ancestor? He couldn't see his ancestors, but he could understand something through this bell. This is a fierce spirit that is not inferior to Lin Shurqin's level, and even stronger to a certain extent. He has retained his own will by relying on his willpower. To a certain extent, he can occasionally complete the guidance and teaching of the younger generation through dreams. So it seems normal that it can be passed down to this day. It seems you should know what happened. Wang Yi glanced at Yulu. I have something to say to your ancestors. Boss, the thing has been solved. When you confirm it, just pay him the reward. I believe you still dare not shirk this account. Wang Yi's words made the boss next to him stunned. Just solved. Wang Yi's sudden burst of speed just now scared them. So fast? If there is a ghost, it can also be physically saved. Right? If it can really be solved, it is naturally a good thing. But they also feel a little unreliable and unconfirmable. Let Wang Yi explain briefly. This Yin-Yang master came in with a magic weapon and scared that thing. So I was able to complete the extermination in the first time. Let's go. Brother Yulu. Let's talk together. Originally, he just came to catch this gambler. But after seeing the spirit of the Yin-Yang master, Wang Yi felt much better. The chosen one he mentioned before is probably another name for someone born with Yin-Yang eyes. Although the probability is low, it must have existed in history. It is possible that this guy himself is. For a moment, Wang Yi couldn't help but become kind when he saw this young Yin-Yang master. How can he kidnap his ancestor properly? If it is just a lone spirit, it is actually easy to deal with. Just capture it directly. No country has ghost rights. Right? But now the bell is someone else's property. As a person who pays attention to details, Wang Yi still thinks it is better to change it. Chapter 283 The Decision to Betray the Ancestors. Yura is the heir of the Anichi Shrine. The Anichi Shrine is just a small shrine with its own system. So they live a relatively tight life on weekdays. They can only rely on incense money, ritual fees, and some parking fees to maintain the operation of the shrine. Although the Anichi Shrine is very good at exorcism and is well known in the neighborhood, their level of praying and interpreting fortunes is quite poor. Where can there be so many spirits to exorcise these days? Most of the time, it is just some personal speculation and delusion. And their shrine is quite bad at the business of rhetoric. So although it is very significant, because it occasionally deals with real vengeful spirits, it really has a low sense of existence on weekdays. The evaluation of their shrine nearby is that they are very good at dealing with evil spirits. And other shrines can find them if they can't solve them. But they are usually useless. This makes the name of their shrine itself also carry a bit of vicious color. There is no way. Not all Japanese gods are good gods. With such a title, the daily incense money is small. And Yulu even has to work part-time to distribute flyers, costs and shoot print ads to supplement the family income. His mother has also been tinkering with the software called TT recently to shoot some daily life in the shrine to receive subsidies. However, Yulu seriously suspects that most of the fans of his mother's account are LSPs who come to see her face. Life is difficult, and he can't do anything. Today, he finally received a business of up to 1 million yen. So he rushed here before the agreed time to ensure that he arrived before dark and had enough time. In the end, he was almost intercepted. Fortunately, the man was very reasonable, and said that he would still give him the cost of exorcising the evil spirit. But the strange thing is that the other party attracted the attention of the ancestors. And it seems that he can still see the ancestors? For a while, the title of chosen child also appeared in his mind. After years of practice and tempering of self-will, talented Onmyojis have a chance to gain the ability to see spirits with the Onmyoji eyes after reaching their limits. However, there are too few people who are willing to practice hard now. Yulu found that some large shrines would come to their side to seek external assistance in the exorcism business. And the true genius, who can see spirits by nature, is rare. Even in their Onmyoji family, there have only been 2 Onmyojis since records began. And each of them was a great Onmyoji at the time. If it is such a person, it is normal to be able to complete the extermination quickly. Now he said that he wanted to talk to his ancestors and himself, which made Yulu hesitate for a while, and agreed. The other party is willing to give him a 1 million yen extermination fund, which is a good person. Let's go. Just sit in the park over here. Wang Yi brought Yulu to a park next to him, and then found a bench and sat down. The spirit dressed as Onmyoji was floating behind him all the time. In fact, besides him, there were 20 other ghost spirits in that group of bells. But the minds of those ghost spirits had dissipated, and only the instinct of exorcism remained. But they should be able to be guided by the core ghost spirit, or the controller to a certain extent. Can you see the ancestors? After arriving at the place, Yulu also spoke curiously. There was a pair of bright big eyes under the bangs. It was indeed a bit unfair for a boy to grow like this. But Wang Yi felt that this might be related to his long-term contact with his ancestors. The entanglement between the auras unconsciously became like this, which seemed a bit feminine. Indeed. If you can't see it, I can help you. Wang Yi reached out and tapped Yulu's forehead. Wang Yi was not worried that things in the circle would be spread widely. It can be so calm until now. It can be imagined that many aspects have reached a balance long ago. It's just that Wang Yi's ordinary method shocked Yulu, and his ancestors at the same time. What kind of method is this? Ancestor? It can be like this? Even in my time, this method was only heard in rumors. I only know that people with high spiritual perception can temporarily break through the threshold and advance by relying on countermoves. Yulu's ancestors' words also gave Wang Yi some knowledge. It should be those who are born with high spirits or have honed themselves to a certain level through hard training, but cannot reach the level of being able to see directly. They can be enhanced a little bit through special means, which is not surprising. I come from the Central Plains, so it's not surprising that I have more means. Brother can't see it normally. So what did he rely on to complete the task before? Wang Yi asked the two curiously. After all, the style here is different from that in China. To be honest, it would not surprise Wang Yi if they directly dug the urn from their ancestral grave to cast spells. After hearing Wang Yi's words and seeing Wang Yi's means, Yulu also honestly took out a small amulet-like sachet and took out the yellow plant leaves similar to tobacco from it. We will use special finger incense to confirm. And after lighting it, it can guide to a certain extent, and then ask the ancestors to help exorcise the spirits. Wang Yi took a look and understood the materials and principles. In fact, it is generally similar to that in China. That is, using various animals and plants in nature that have some magic affinity as raw materials, and relying on accumulated experience to process. At this time, the Yin-Yang Master Spirit also spoke. I am Xiaoming, the 14th head of the Daoyi lineage. Every head of our Daoyi lineage will try his best to rely on the magic weapon when he is dying. With the nourishment of willpower, it is easy to exorcise ordinary spirits. However, the incense of our shrine has been getting less and less recently. Last year, the last one besides me also lost his mind. Now I am the only one who is still lingering. On weekdays, I mainly rely on sleeping to resist wear and tear. It must be said that their Daoyi lineage is indeed very good, but it seems reasonable to apply it to the little people. I don't feel it is inconsistent. Ancestor Xiaoming, is it so dangerous? Yulu also showed a worried look on his face at this time. It's nothing. Even if I lose my mind, my will is still there. As long as the driving method and bloodline are not lost, the magic weapon can still be used. It's just not as agile as when I was here. Xiaoming can see it clearly. After all, he has been dead for a long time. Then, do you want to try to complete a deal? Wang Yi smiled when he saw them in trouble. It's good to be in trouble. If you are doing well, it's really hard to change. I would like to hear more details. Xiaoming spoke, and Yulu naturally sat aside and blinked his eyes. From now on, if you work for me, I can improve your magic tools and make them more effective than when you are here. How about it? This, Xiaoming couldn't help but hesitate. To be honest, his obsession is to exorcise spirits, and he is already satisfied with other things. So he is very calm about the fact that he is about to lose his mind. In addition, I can donate a sum of money. A large sum of money. Deal. Yulu spoke for Xiaoming and grabbed Wang Yi's hand. Xiaoming? Chapter 284 which? Yulu bit his fingertips and pressed on the bell. The next moment, more than 20 spirits wearing Onmyoji robes, but with skinny skeletons inside floated out and kept surrounding Yulu. After Wang Yi removed the blessing, Yulu, who had spiritual vision through the magic weapon alone, also had a look of shock in his eyes. This feeling of operating as if it were his arm, and the fact that he could see spirits through the magic weapon, made him deeply understand the convenience of this magic weapon at this time. And Xiaoming, who had a dead fish eye next to him, was also shocked, and then floated over and kept looking at it. Your own mental power level is not enough. This is considered as you cheating to borrow the power of your ancestors. It is normal to gain spiritual vision and control. Wang Yi actually helped to engrave some magic patterns on his bell to increase the intake and nourishment of natural magic, and then use the spirit inside as the basis to complete the coordination with the user. After all, the obsession of 20 resentful spirits is quite rare in the world today. Wang Yi estimated that it would be difficult to find similar things except in Japan. But don't use them for testing when there's nothing to do. And don't activate them all at once. They also need to rest. You're using the power of our ancestors. I see. Thank you, sir. Yulu bowed deeply to Wang Yi. It's amazing. You can do this so casually. Just like a god. Xiaoming couldn't help but mutter to himself at this time, feeling a little overturned. At this time, Wang Yi, who had completed the transaction, was carving with his hands and smiling. To some extent, the slavery mark was completed and directly injected into Xiaoming's body. I am much stronger than your Lord God. As the effect of the mark took effect, Xiaoming also immediately felt the control in the depths of his soul. Looking at Wang Yi, who seemed to be infinitely elevated and extremely noble, many of his views in his heart were directly shattered. Really? Lord God. Lord Quan? Please do us a favor. We will definitely entertain you. Yulu kept bowing to Wang Yi. Seeing this guy's sincere attitude, Wang Yi didn't refuse again. Now there are only 2 places marked by Gu Qianqian, and Daoyi Shrine is a well-deserved powerful faction. Wang Yi also wants to find out if there are any channels and clues. If he can get into their Onmyoji circle, it will naturally be a great help for future actions. The atmosphere in Neon is still quite strong and open. Xiaoming, have you ever encountered any ghost kings that you can't deal with? The stronger the better. Or are there any sealed peerless monsters? While following Yulu, Wang Yi also asked Xiaoming. After all, Xiaoming is born with yin and yang eyes, and he became a great Onmyoji when he was alive. So he must know a lot. Although I have the protection of the power of will, even I have lost a lot of memories that I don't use often. But I still remember the evil things that I can't deal with. At the beginning, as the only great Onmyoji in the country, I presided over the reinforcement of the seal of Yamada no Orochi on Mount Fuji, and also reinforced the killing stone of Suno. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Wang Yi's eyes also lit up. Yamada no Orochi. What a majestic name. There is also the killing stone, which should be the seal of Tamamanomi. They are all legendary mythical creatures. So you should give yourself a little surprise. Your talent should be able to sense them. Right? How strong are they? If Suno compares to the current location, it seems to be near Nasu County, Tochigi Prefecture, Tokyo metropolitan area, and Mount Fuji is only 80 kilometers away from Tokyo, which can be reached quickly. Very strong. I am not an opponent. I can only choose to strengthen the seal. Xiaoming's words undoubtedly reduced Wang Yi's enthusiasm. Comparing you is just not an opponent. Such a weak chicken can become a legendary mythical creature? Wang Yi thought that relying on the wish power accumulated by Neon, this thing could complete the transformation. Now it seems that he thought too much. It is difficult for such an environment with lazy magic to produce extraordinary things. But think about it. If it is really that strong, it would not be able to complete the seal at the beginning. It is probably a rumor. After all, if it is stronger than Xiaoming, it is likely that it can easily interfere with reality. And it is normal to cause a certain amount of panic and destruction. And it seems that it is not surprising that this kind of supernatural thing is spread. And it seems that it is exaggerated every time it is spread. It has become what it is now. It is possible that the Yamada no Orochi itself may have just killed a few people and burned a house. Okay. Take me to those 2 places when the time comes. In this way, Wang Yi also followed Yulu into the subway station. Well, Yulu didn't have a car, so he took the subway here. And now he is going back the same way. He ran here just after dark, probably because he was worried that he would miss the last subway to go back. Now because of Wang Yi, the processing speed is extremely fast, so it is much earlier than he expected. Wang Yi said before that the large sum of money spent on purchasing Xiaoming was proposed by Yulu. 10 million. Wang Yi thought it was US dollars, but he asked for Japanese yen. It just made people speechless. Anichi Shrine is not in any deep mountains or old forests, but on the side of the street. There is only a small hillside where a long staircase can be built. And with the torii, it has a bit of the appearance of a shrine. There is also a small parking lot next to the shrine, which is also an industry of the shrine, and is the main source of their daily expenses. In fact, Anichi Shrine is definitely not poor. Although it is not a core business district, it is still in the Tokyo metropolitan area. It is worth a lot of money to occupy such a large area. However, their Anichi lineage lacks even the rhetoric of deceiving people. They have been holding on to their ancestral business. It is not easy for them to persist now. When taking the subway before, Yulu relied on his outstanding appearance and clothes, and some people asked him to take photos. Yulu also accepts everyone who comes to take photos, but he charges 500 yen for each photo. Not to mention, the business is pretty good. There are businesses in the subway station and the subway. It has been almost 3 or 4 times along the way. Moreover, Wang Yi is a little speechless when he sees Yulu's proficiency in poses and commercial smiles. It feels much more proficient than his exorcism business. It was dark, and 2 strings of light bulbs were hung on both sides of the torii to illuminate the long stairs. Going up the old green stairs, you can still see obvious cracks on some of the stairs, but there are very few fallen leaves and no spider webs on the torii gates. which means they must be cleaned every day. Just when Wang Yi thought of this, he heard the sound of a broom sweeping fallen leaves. It should be in the courtyard at the top. Not long after, the two climbed the stairs and saw a beautiful woman in a shrine maiden's costume sweeping the yard. The soft light of the courtyard shone on the red and white shrine maiden's costume, giving this place a sense of paradise. Away from the hustle and bustle of the street, her appearance is somewhat similar to Yulu, but more charming, with a mature style, and so big that the shrine maiden's costume is a bit tight. Mother, I'm back. Yulu's words made Wang Yi feel a little strange. He couldn't tell that it was his mother at all. It didn't feel wrong to say that she was his sister. Ah, why are you here so soon today? Are there guests coming? After Yuji looked up and saw Yulu and Wang Yi appear, she showed a sweet smile to welcome them. The beauty mole at the corner of her eye made her smile have an indescribable charm. Wang Yi was also well informed. Seeing this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. She was indeed a beautiful woman. Their family has really good genes. Wang Yi smiled and was about to say Lo when the other party took out a laminated small card from his pocket. Praying 500. Interpretation 1000. Meal 3000. Extra meal 500. And blessing from the beautiful witch. 10,000 each time. You can take a photo. A formal photo. This made Wang Yi smile a little stiff. Is there a photo for overnight stay? I would like to try. Chapter 285 Xiaoming's Final Instructions. Mother, this is a distinguished guest. Don't scare him. Yulu came over with a frown on his face and dragged his mother, and put away the small sign. Guests have to pay to be guests. Yuji grumbled righteously. I finally invited him back. He is a great yin-yang master who helped repair our magic tools. He helped us exorcise the spirits before. So it was so fast. Great yin-yang master? So young? Yulu. Don't be fooled. Yuji secretly pulled Yulu away and whispered to him. But there is no doubt that these words fell into Wang Yi's ears. Did he also rob the exorcism fee? Damn. 1 million yen. Yuji seemed to be a little angry and clenched her fist. No. He didn't ask for exorcism fees at all. And he is really a great yin-yang master from Central Plains. The chosen one. After Yuluo said this, Yuji was stunned for a moment. Then she looked up and glanced at Wang Yi, and said with a bit of strangeness, The chosen one? Are you sure? Yuji scratched her chin with her fingertips, with a little doubt on her face. And the fierce look of one hand around made the shrine maiden's costume even tighter. And in order to ask Xiaoming's ancestor to be his assistant, he has transferred 10 million to my card. 10 million. Yuji's bright eyes widened a lot, and her rosy lips opened slightly, looking very surprised. Then she said to Yurua vigilantly, Yurua, you have to make sure if it's true. You are so cute. There are many perverts these days. Of course it's true. He even talked with the ancestor Xiaoming. After improving the magic weapon, we can also see the spirit through the magic weapon. Wang Yi, who heard every word of the whispered discussion over there, felt a sense of being in the wind. Then he turned around and opened his spiritual vision to look around. There was no grass head god in their Anichi shrine. It should be that all the wishes were concentrated on their magic weapons. In the end, Yurua still persuaded Yuji, as if he asked her to look at the bank deposits, and also handed the bell magic weapon to Yuji to activate it. After all the confirmations, Yuji's captivating smile appeared in front of Wang Yi. I'm really sorry. Sir, I was really rude before. After saying that, she bowed slightly, but the angle was not big, so it was only a flash. Without any sincerity. No, Mrs. Yuji is too polite. Wang Yi sniffed the faint mature fragrance at the tip of his nose and waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care. Yuluo had not eaten dinner yet because she was out working at night, and Wang Yi was actually the same. Yuji specially went to the kitchen to cook a table of dishes for them, although there were no precious ingredients. Smoked sori, smoked ham, blanched okra and egg rice. But the taste was surprisingly good, and Wang Yi was very satisfied with the meal. This kind of dish only costs 3,000 yen, and no one comes? Wang Yi was a little curious. It is impossible for a chef to be so restrained with this skill. Not to mention that it is a beautiful woman who cooks personally. The consumption in Neon is actually very high. Although 3,000 yen for a simple meal is not cheap, it is definitely not expensive. The key is that it tastes really good. Our shrine is not well received outside because most of our business is exorcism, and we are not good at praying and resolving fortunes. Yuluo said somewhat embarrassedly. He invited Wang Yi here because he believed in his mother's craftsmanship. But unfortunately, he couldn't make any extra money. No one was willing to try, let alone word of mouth. However, after my mother started playing with that TT, she sold a few group photos. And some people came specially for 10,000 yen, which was really incomprehensible. Master, this actually has something to do with us, Xiaoming explained on the side, and Wang Yi immediately understood what he meant. After all, there are more than 20 vengeful spirits here, and there is one like Xiaoming. In addition, their wish power is not enough, and the vengeful spirits are very strong. So ordinary people will instinctively resist this place. This makes it normal that there are few people. Normal people will not come a second time even if they come once. Fortunately, there is a parking lot below that can charge fees. Otherwise it is really difficult to maintain such a large shrine. It would be great if the guests were satisfied. I'm sorry for the poor hospitality. Yuji also covered her mouth and chuckled. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the teardrop mole gave her a foxy feeling. Xiaoming looked at Wang Yi at this time, and then looked at Yuji, who seemed to be thinking about something. Wang Yi also spoke appropriately at this time. I came here this time, and I have some things to consult. You two already know that I am from outside. I am practicing exorcism recently, so I want to know if your shrine has any contact with other shrines. I can provide exorcism services free of charge. Your shrine can charge exorcism fees at will, and I can also pay 1 million yen for each evil spirit. Wang Yi's words immediately made Yuji and her son's eyes light up. There is such a good thing. How embarrassed. Yuji pondered for a moment, then stood up and said, Please wait a moment. Dear guest. Then she walked to a spirit tablet and bowed, and then took a mobile phone from the side of the photo frame and plugged in the power cord. Wang Yi glanced at the portrait on the spirit tablet, which was a man in his 30s, who looked a little thin. That's my father. He passed away due to overwork 2 years ago. Yulu sighed. My condolences. I'm used to it. My father used to be in charge of the shrine's external relations. After he passed away, my mother and I didn't want to communicate with other shrines, so we didn't care. Now my mother should be looking for some contact methods. After plugging in the power, Wang Yi saw Yuji rummaging around and dialing a number. After saying a few simple words to indicate that this was an Anich shrine, there seemed to be a text message from the other side. It's the TT group of Onmyojis across the country. If there is any news, they will communicate with each other in the big group. Yuji picked up the phone and started to operate it, then showed the friend QR code and said to Wang Yi, Add it. I'll pull you in. Wang Yi was a little confused after seeing it, and then felt a little bit natural. After all, Japan has a very relaxed policy for shrines, and with the blessing of modern technology, they naturally came openly. It's obviously much more convenient to have a group. The TT group is a function of the overseas version. Not to mention, it seems to be quite popular now. Even the shrine and the yin-yang master use this to communicate with each other. After searching for some information in the group, Wang Yi also temporarily stayed at the Daoi shrine at night. This is a tatami-style room. Yuji found him a quilt, and he could easily settle down. And although it looks simple, there is a small hot spring behind the shrine, which is really a feng shui treasure land. Master, I will follow you to leave Daoi soon. I want to remind them of some precautions. I wonder if it is allowed. Wang Yi was soaking in the hot spring comfortably, with a towel covering his head and relaxing all over, when Xiaoming came over to ask for instructions. There is no need to ask me for instructions on such a small matter. I am still very lenient in managing my subordinates. Just don't touch the ban and don't violate my orders. Wang Yi waved his hand casually, and Xiaoming retreated after thanking him. At this time, Yulu was cleaning up the dishes and cleaning, while Yuji took the magic tools and placed them in the offering place to pray quietly here, providing wishes on time. Yuji. Xiaoming is now Wang Yi's summoned creature, but he has been strengthened. His ability to send dreams and have a certain degree of conversation before is naturally even easier now. Yuji was startled by the voice, but she had received Xiaoming's guidance before, so she quickly recognized the aura. She bowed down with some surprise and said respectfully, Ancestor Xiaoming. Well, now I am about to go far away with the master, so I will show you a way in the end. Master? Yuji was also a little stunned. Before, she just said that Ancestor Xiaoming had gone to help, but now he actually called him the master? The master is a god, and if possible, give birth to a god's offspring. Yuji, Chapter 286 The Released Umbrella. Wang Yi swept more than a dozen marked points in Tokyo, and stayed at the Anich shrine temporarily, while waiting for news from other shrines and Onmyoji. The operation of Umbrella Company did not stop for a moment. The new drug Ankangding came out. It was simply killing people. The drug effect was too strong. Many people found that the quality of sleep after taking Ankangding was really good, and they would be full of energy the next day after taking it. And it does not mean that you must sleep for a long time after taking Ankangding. As long as you get up according to the sleep cycle, you can achieve excellent results. In fact, human sleep is a fluctuating type. It will first go from light sleep to deep sleep and then return to light sleep. It takes about 1.5 hours to 2 hours in a cycle. Making sure to wake up during the light sleep period will reduce the headache when getting up suddenly. The instructions for Ankangding also have detailed divisions. As long as you take it at a fixed time and set the alarm clock. Some people who only sleep 5 or 6 hours a day can also ensure that they have full energy for the day. What is even more exaggerated is that some people can achieve this effect after 3 sleep cycles or more than 4 hours of sleep, which is completely different from the previous sleep quality. Ankangding itself is a sleep aid, which is an indirect effect formed by regulating the 5-hydroxytryptamine secreted by the human body itself. It is fundamentally different from the strong anesthetics that directly inhibit the central nervous system. The sleep aiding effect caused can also be forcibly escaped by will, as long as you don't lie down in bed immediately after taking it. Usually, you will doze off when you take it in the morning during the lunch break, and you will doze off when you take it in the afternoon at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. But if you take it directly before going to bed at 11 o'clock in the evening, you can almost fall asleep. For example, the drugs used by criminals to knock out the dizziness usually act directly on the central nervous system and inhibit the activity of the central nervous system, which will enter a coma state instead of a sleep state. And anesthetics that usually take effect quickly can be life-threatening if the dosage is wrong. So now many criminals will choose DP to commit crimes for safety. People are awake, but they will lose memory. In comparison, Ankangding is a typical sleep-aiding drug with excellent effect, and it is impossible to use it for crimes. Coupled with the effect of assisting sleep improvement, this really made people a little excited, setting off the global network. Too many people told about its magic and effect, suppressing all the heat, because the pharmacological toxicity and addiction have been tested in a very exaggerated control group. Many elites and CEOs have started to use this after sufficient safety, even if there is no sleep disorder, who would dislike their good sleep quality. It is almost equivalent to an extra 1 or 2 hours a day. In an instant, the Ankangding that was originally estimated to have enough production was a bit urgent again, and the reserves that were stockpiled when waiting for review in advance were rapidly reduced. It was necessary to open a new factory in China immediately in addition to Hengsan, and quickly increase production capacity to ensure that demand was met. At the same time, this also means that the profits that Ankangding can bring are even higher than expected. But soon the Umbrella official website also issued a notice, and even increased drainage on TT to remind all users of Ankangding must pay attention. If you don't need pain relief, depression treatment and other effects, just to help sleep, take it once at night, and don't take it again during the day, so as not to cover up some warnings from the body. In addition, if you still feel any discomfort after taking Ankangding, please go to the hospital immediately. This drug has an excellent analgesic effect and can easily cover up some problems that need to be observed. And these reminders from Umbrella were immediately picked up by curious netizens and tossed around. After I took it during the day, I can beat 10 people by myself. They don't feel any pain when they hit me, but I punch them twice, and they will cry for their parents. It's so funny. After taking Ankangding, I'm not afraid of zombies. The King of Hell wants me to die at 3 o'clock, but Ankangding can keep me alive until 5 o'clock. Good guy. The door to a new world has been opened. Ankangding is not a banned drug, right? Will those contestants use it? Ankangding has no invigorating effect, and cannot increase strength and burst, but fighting players may really use it. But to be honest, everyone should pay attention to what Umbrella reminds you. Don't be misled. Don't say it. It's just that taking it at night can't mislead you at all. I had appendicitis at night, and didn't pay attention. When I woke up the next morning after the drug effect subsided, I felt like dying. It's a bit long-winded. Is there anyone who knows what's going on? Didn't the laboratory at Johnson & Johnson say last time that the hydrolysis product is a nutrient? So when the drug loses its effect, it loses its effect very quickly, and it won't take time for you to feel it. That means that there is a problem. It will be more obvious in the morning. It seems to be true. But everyone should still pay attention. Umbrella is right. You must pay attention to abdominal pain. In fact, Appendix is also very troublesome when you encounter emergency treatment. The golden treatment period is 24 to 72 hours. In addition, the most important thing is to worry about pancreatic problems. In fact, enkangding is not bad. It is not the mechanism of action of anesthetics to inhibit nerve reactions. It is just that the human body self-regulates to suppress pain. If it is a local anesthetic, you won't feel anything when cutting the flesh directly, but enkangding will still hurt when you are hit. But the pain will be reduced rapidly. And it works well for colds. One pill will work and make you feel better. Stupid. That just suppresses the state of colds. It still depends on you to recover. We don't actually have medicine to cure colds now. There are not many diseases that humans have truly conquered now. There is no doubt that colds have not been conquered by humans. At present, all human cold medicines are nothing more than 4 categories. The first category is anti-allergic. The second category is to suppress nasal mucosal congestion and relieve symptoms. The third category is to clear heat and reduce inflammation. And the fourth category is to inhibit virus replication. The main purpose is to let people rest well, and let the body's own immune system solve the problem. Many compound cold medicines are just a mixture of these 4 effects. Just take it anyway. And almost every type of cold medicine has a high toxicity, especially inhibiting the replication of viruses, because it usually acts directly on some biological enzymes and proteins. It is also harmful to the human body and has many side effects. Therefore, antiviral drugs are generally not easily prescribed for some mild symptoms. The side effects of the drugs are greater than the damage of the virus. And now the effect of enkangding on cold symptoms is really a bit like the hormone drugs in the clinic before. Many people say that small clinics produce miracle doctors who cure diseases with medicines. In fact, small clinics dare to use medicines. Mixing multiple hormone drugs can make you jump for a while when bitten by zombies. But the side effects of hormone drugs are here. It is very likely that the damage to the body caused by that injection exceeds the cold itself. Enkangding is almost a perfect substitute to some extent, and the effect may even be stronger. Even the pain of trigeminal neuralgia and gout can be temporarily suppressed, allowing patients to have a good rest and sleep, improve their physical fitness, enhance resistance, and comfort, taking advantage of the popularity of enkangding and the outbreak of greater potential. Umbrella also went to Prussia to purchase a large number of industrial machine tools and some precision instrument machine tools. This sudden move actually scared many people, because some machine tools are already a bit sensitive. Especially Umbrella has a good relationship with the East. They must consider where these machine tools go. To put it bluntly, these machine tools themselves are enough for military use. Then Umbrella typed out the purchase application instructions. We want to develop new products for Purdue Pharmaceuticals and make artificial organs, artificial hearts, semi-artificial hearts, and artificial kidneys. Umbrella even issued several papers on related structures and applied for some patents related to the structures, and also signaled to Purdue Pharmaceuticals shareholders. The profit of this thing is also very high. Cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases cause the most deaths in the world every year. Among cardiovascular diseases, many people suffer from myocardial infarction caused by myocardial ischemia. Otherwise, the paper on myocardial cells would not have caused such a sensation. There are actually artificial hearts now. But artificial hearts still have various problems and great limitations. Although the new paper from Umbrella has not been tested on humans, the simulation and restoration data of heart function have been verified by supercomputing. Now, our company is importing some new machine tools and preparing to further optimize the design. And the location is also in Mexico. After seeing the future money prospects, the stakeholders on the Purdue Pharmaceuticals side were immediately enlightened. If the heart problem can really be solved, if the heart can really be perfectly replaced, then the potential will be beyond imagination. Besides, not all rich people have good hearts. They also work together to help Umbrella obtain these industrial equipment. Can't they see Umbrella's idea? Do they need so much just for artificial hearts? In fact, it is still obvious that Umbrella must have some other plans. But so what? Our interests must be prioritized first. As for the risks, we all shoulder them together. Anyway, the equipment is also in Mexico, which belongs to the big beautiful back garden. So it doesn't matter. Even at this time, there are many capitals that didn't get the soup from enkangding before. And now they are jealous and jump out and say that this artificial heart should just open a new company. Otherwise your Purdue Pharmaceuticals is too complicated. This has led to some mutual criticism among some capitals. Artificial organs are also medical devices. And Purdue Pharmaceuticals can also be involved. So why not open a new one? At most, under the specifications of Purdue Pharmaceuticals, a holding subsidiary will be established. Huh? The heavy transport plane broke through the clouds and landed at the Moching airport. Chung Shui looked at the landing big-belly transport plane and couldn't help but adjust the beret on her head. You dare to sell anything? Huh? For the safety of these machine tools, she will lead the team to escort each batch. Precision machine tools need to be transported by air, because they are relatively more stable. The sea environment may have problems when encountering strong winds and waves, just like lithography machines also need to be transported by air. However, some stupid and large machine tools can be completely transported by sea. This batch, Umbrella's purchase is quite a lot. Umbrella, with its super money-making ability, certainly will not hesitate to spend money. Temporary work? No. We want finished products, and we will spend money to make them for you. Do you want a premium? If 1 times is not enough, double it. If 2 times is not enough, triple it. There will always be a time when you will let go. Money has to be spent. Only then it is valuable. This time, they even took advantage of the profits of Ankangding and the prospect of subsequent artificial organs, and used the purchasing qualifications obtained through value exchange. Naturally, they wanted to seize the opportunity to eat a large wave in one go, and empty all the inventory that could be emptied. And whether it was the seller of the machine tool or the parties who made this transaction successful, no one knew what kind of giant beast they would release. Chapter 287 Sacrifice. Boss, you are awesome. You have brought glory to the country. Awesome. But this witch lady is also awesome. A juicer. My god. I feel like she is even more powerful than the first wife. I recorded a lot of shots. So much. Wang Yi was lying on the tatami in sage mode, listening to the chattering of Lin Shurqin, and his expression was a little subtle. It was just an encounter in the hot spring, and some strange things happened inexplicably. And Wang Yi also vaguely determined the reason why Yuji's husband died young. Ordinary people really die, and they are different from Lushioka, and they have a completely different flavor. But boss, I suspect she did it on purpose, probably wanting to borrow something. Wang Yi could of course sense Lin Shurqin's words, and he would get it every time cough. The purpose was actually quite clear, but Wang Yi himself was a legend, and it was already a species gap, and the probability was very small. If he really got it, he would actually be quite happy, and he never did any protection after returning. However, for now, the probability is that she will have to wait until she slowly absorbs her gift to improve her physique, and then use the big numbers to make up for the probability. Snap. Wang Yi slapped her, and Yuji woke up. It's almost dawn. Wang Yi's words made Yuji, who seemed a little lazy, immediately stunned, and then quickly dressed up and said in a low voice, I'm really sorry that I can't let you enjoy it. What do you have to apologize for? I want to eat something light in the morning, so I'll have wheat porridge and soy milk. Hi. Yuji finally tied the belt around her waist, tightened it again, bowed respectfully, and then left the room. In fact, Yuji suddenly used this attitude. Wang Yi probably understood that it might be Xiaoming's hint that she should hug her thighs. But he was also quite happy, and Xiaoming's private arrangement was not bad. With such thick thighs, it doesn't matter if people hug them. The industrial machine tools are almost in place now, but there are still a lot of spies nearby. I arranged for Li Yao to handle some of them, and leave some to send back the information we want to convey. Well, that group of people is too sensitive. Let's calm them down first. Wang Yi often goes into the mage tower to tinker. There are quite a few things on the drawings now, and there are also Lin Shurqin's supercomputers to complete and expand them. It can be said that when these industrial machine tools are in hand, no one can say what you want to do. That is to say, although we are purchasing vigorously now, the number is still a little small. Neon side can't be let go at that time. Also, although there is a gap in the most precise part in China, the heavy guys with large production and large tonnage are something that even the most beautiful can't make. It just complements perfectly. The news I'm going to put back is about artificial organs and electric vehicle related industries. No problem. We have batteries in our hands. And we have also acquired automobile manufacturers before. They have nothing to say about our own motor technology. Wang Yi is quite satisfied with Lin Shurqin's arrangement. The automotive industry needs to increase production, so it is normal to have more machine tools. Right? We want to build our own production lines and manufacture our own machine tools. This is the benefit of true artificial intelligence. In addition to Xiaoming and Yuriko, who was on the lookout, Wang Yi had mailed out the 9 new employees in the past few days, which was equivalent to doubling the core team. Although they still couldn't get rid of the embarrassing situation of working 24 hours a day, it was still very effective in stabilizing the company. With Lin Shurqin's cooperation, Wang Yi was almost able to become a hands-off boss. Lin Shurqin saw that with Qian Yayan, there would be no big problem for World Company. After all, World Company's business was relatively single compared to Umbrella, and most of them were light assets in the internet. To put it bluntly, the computer room was well configured, and most people had no problem working online, except for the computer room maintenance personnel. Wang Yi casually used a simple cleaning spell to clean the water stains on the tatami, then stood up and stretched, opened the wooden sliding door, and saw the rising sun from the torii. Although the Anichi shrine was a bit gloomy for ordinary people, and there were few pilgrims, it was precisely because of the protection of their ancestors' magic tools that there was no need to worry about thieves and other troubles. This can also make the shrine look harmonious and natural. Mr. Quan, good morning. Yulu has also gotten up, opened the door from the next door, and greeted Wang Yi. Looking at Yuluo's smiling face, Wang Yi's expression was a little subtle. Is this a cheap son? TSK. But he is good looking, so I don't mind. I will take care of him if I have the chance. This child has to go out to take photos to supplement the family income. Pitiful. Good morning. Wang Yi nodded. This kid is silly. He didn't find anything wrong these days. But he often said, Madam, you don't want Yuluo to hear it. Right? Wu at night. Breakfast is ready. Yuji's soft voice came from the restaurant, and the two of them walked over and sat on one side of the tatami, and then retracted their feet into the quilt under the table. Although there was sunshine, the weather was still quite cold. Then, while Yuro was happily eating breakfast, Wang Yi and Yuji also greeted each other with their feet. But they looked fine on the table. Tomorrow is the annual festival for the Killing Stone, the purpose of which is to strengthen the seal of the Killing Stone. There will be many people present at that time. Our Anichi shrine has not participated in it for a long time. If Mr. Quan wants to go, we can accompany you once. Of course, you can also meet other people. Wang Yi responded casually while enjoying the soft rubbing under the table. I hope that the Onmyoji in Japan can bring some surprises and good news. It is not impossible to use this identity to get familiar faces and the identity of a great Onmyoji, so that it will be convenient to visit other shrines one by one in the future. More than 80,000 shrines are definitely not something that can be done in a short period of time. Anyway, we can come in batches when we have time. Tochigi Prefecture is part of the Tokyo metropolitan area and the largest county in Kanto, Japan. The inland environment here has cultivated land that is quite rare in Japan. When riding on the road, you can see the new seedlings on both sides through the window, which is full of vitality. The Killing Stone is on a mountain in Nasu town, Tochigi Prefecture, and is even a local attraction. This was originally formed by the intervention of the Icy Shrine, in order to spread this legend more widely as a tourist attraction. More wishes are needed to help suppress it. At the same time, a corresponding ceremony is held here at this time every year, and many Yin-Yang masters gather together to strengthen the seal. Chapter 288 Killing Stone. The bus Wang Yi and his friends were riding on also had many passengers who came here specially, many of whom were dressed as cosplayers, and some were specially cosplayers of Fox Demons and Tamaminomi. So Yuji's Miko costume and Yulu's kimono were not special, but their mother and son's looks were still outstanding on the bus. After getting off the bus, someone asked them to take a photo. 1,000 yen for a photo. Yulu started to swell after receiving Wang Yi's 10 million yuan in funding, and the fee was doubled. But there were still people who came to take photos. It seemed that there were quite a few people who needed it. In the end, Yuji knocked on his head. Let's go. Get down to business. Oh! Yulua put away a few small bills and followed Yuji and Wang Yi towards the mountain. In fact, there are many small stalls nearby, selling octopus balls, takoyaki, oden, tempura, and many other snacks. This time of year is considered the peak tourist season here. Looking up the stairs, you can see the crowd surging, and many tourists come here because of its reputation. And the scenery nearby is also very good. There are many flower beds below, and many people are taking pictures nearby. However, looking down, at the top, there is probably an area specially separated by a group of people, and there are 100 or 200 figures wearing kimonos gathered there. There is also a row of shrine maidens wearing the same clothes as Yuji. In the front are 5 figures wearing tall black hats, and long-sleeved yin and yang clothes. Which is a big scene. Yuji walked over there with Wang Yi and Yulu. Mrs. Yuji? Yulu. I didn't expect you to come here this year. A surprised voice came. But it was a middle-aged man wearing yin and yang robes and a tall black hat on his head. As for being able to recognize the mother and son, it is normal. You will probably never forget it after seeing it once. And Wang Yi can clearly see that the guy's eyes staring at Yuji are a little abnormal. Well, actually, when Wang Yi was staring at her, he was a little abnormal. As for the seductive temperament, Yuji really nailed it. And she was born with a charming bone. But then Wang Yi was a little speechless to find that the way this guy looked at Yuro seemed a little abnormal. Sure enough, there are many perverts in Japan. And this is not a very strange thing. Mr. Jizeo, this time we brought a distinguished guest to participate in this ceremony. Yuji's tone was light, neither arrogant nor humble, and at the same time highlighted Wang Yi's identity. Distinguished guest? The man called Jizeo also frowned and looked at Wang Yi at this time. Looking at the handsome face that Wang Yi is using now, he couldn't help but snort it in his heart. But before he could figure out what to say, Yuji's next words immediately changed his face, and put on a warm smile. Mr. Quan is the chosen one. A great Onmyoji. If the person in charge of any other shrine said this, Jizeo, the representative from IC Jingu, would probably sneer. With the development of the times, fewer and fewer people are willing to devote themselves to hard training. Nowadays, even in a shrine as large as IC Jingu, it is difficult to find a truly great Onmyoji. It is only because of the status of IC Jingu that their high priest automatically possesses the identity of a great Onmyoji. But the person who said this is from the Daoi Shrine, so the credibility is extremely high. Although the Daoi Shrine is not very popular and even has some resistance, it is actually very famous in the Japanese circle. It can solve some difficult problems, and is considered one of the shrines with the best heritage and the strongest exorcism ability. In the past, Yu Jishin was too lazy to participate. But this time he brought people here specially. I am afraid that it is very likely to be true. Zisua didn't want to gamble on that small probability. So the attitude on his face changed instantly. And even some of the little thoughts in his heart were completely suppressed. Everything he has now comes from his status and even power. So he knows what is a trade-off. Go and have a look. My heritage may be somewhat different from yours. Wang Yi didn't care about the other party's change of attitude. Being able to know the fun could also reduce some trouble. When he came to this mountain, Wang Yi knew he came to the right place. Because he could really feel that the gathered wish power was entangled with a cold breath. Wang Yi is not sure whether the sealed Tamamanomi here is a fox demon. But it is definitely a spirit after death. And it is indeed stronger than Xiaoming. Or stronger than other employees under Wang Yi's command. Theoretically, if this kind of thing is released after breaking the seal, it is quite normal to quickly cause the death of more than a dozen people. Of course, it is limited to this. Shinichi came out and killed people indiscriminately. And he had to recuperate for a while. More than a dozen people at a time are almost the limit. We originally planned to rely on the essence and blood of 100 Onmyoji to complete the reinforcement of the seal at noon, when Amaniterasu's power is at its peak. Does Master Quan have more advice? Jisaka knew how big the gap between him and the other party would be if the other party was really a great Onmyoji. It can be said that their seal has almost become a ritual. There is no serious great Onmyoji presiding over it. And it is like this every year. The method passed down from ancestors is of course effective. But it is a stupid method with average effect. Although it's a stupid way, it's feasible. Let me take a look first. Hasn't it been a long time since anyone has properly sealed it? I think this thing will be out in about 6 or 7 years. Wang Yi looked down the stairs. In front of the whispering Yin-Yang masters, there was a wooden sign with the words Killing Stone written on it. Then a circle of Shimenawa ropes with paper pendants connected the area behind. And a very smooth large stone could be seen. There were also Shimenawa ropes and paper pendants hanging on the stone. But the main seal itself was still this stone and the gathered willpower. However, although this stone has the ability to seal due to its silver content and the willpower, it also blocks the sunlight from consuming the spirit body as a whole. And because of the gathering of a large amount of willpower, Wang Yi could feel that the sealed thing still had consciousness. This is good news. He didn't want to spend half a day rescuing a fool. What? Will it be out of trouble in a few years? Please teach me. Master Quan. Zizwa was now in a state of panic because of the news Wang Yi had brought to him. If it was just an ordinary dirty thing, he would usually just set it on fire. Or even blow it up. Or even bomb it. Come on at 10 o'clock noon. And all the evil spirits and ghosts will be saved. But the existence of this killing stone has not been solved until now. Which means that the things inside are not so easy to deal with. After all, the terrain of Neon is indeed very special. The sun can suppress and kill. But because it has become a climate, this evil thing is enough to hide in the sun for a short period of time. If this kind of thing is really released, then, well, in fact, it's not a big deal. It's just that it will be very troublesome. And there is a high probability that people will die inexplicably. But in fact, not many people will die. Now if there is a great yin and yang master on the scene, then it should be no problem to strengthen the seal for a few more years. Almost every time a great yin and yang master appears, he will do this. It's not a big problem. It has been sealed for so many years. I am sure it will be solved once and for all. Wang Yi must break the seal to rescue people. But in front of so many yin and yang masters, of course he still has to pretend. Chapter 289 Reputation. Master Jizeo. This is. The representatives of other shrines were also a little surprised when they saw Jizeo leading Wang Yi and his group over. At first, they were not surprised when Jizeo came over. After all, every generation of Anich shrine is full of handsome men and beautiful women. And they have real talents. But now this young man who is dressed in ordinary clothes and looks a bit like a South Korean star. What virtue can make Jizeo? The representative said by IC Jingu. Personally bring him here? The potential influence of IC Jingu in Japan can be said to be extremely strong. Not in the field of metaphysics, but in the real influence on the secular world. This is the great Onmyoji Master John from Central Plains. Jizeo briefly explained Wang Yi's origins. Unlike South Korea, Japan has never denied that it has been influenced by the Central Plains culture, and even has the ambition to replace it. In their field, masters from Central Plains are still quite prestigious. If it were an ordinary master, it would be a courtesy. But since he was called a great Onmyoji, it would be completely different. It is unknown whether there is one in Japan now. Even if there is one, he may be living in seclusion in the mountains. The great Onmyoji is just a title. It is actually very simple to judge. One is the chosen one who has mastered various techniques, and the other is the one who has achieved the level of looking directly at the spirit without external force through hard practice. This means that the mental power exceeds the threshold, and it is much easier to activate some summarized experience and skills. Of course, the most famous ones are those who are both chosen ones and work hard. But they are also called great Onmyoji, but usually leave some names. For example, Xiaoming has his own name. And Wang Yi is so young and is called this. Then there is only the possibility of chosen one, which has attracted a whisper. Many people have envy and jealousy in their eyes. This is a real genius, a child of destiny. This kind of existence can easily gain a pivotal position in all dynasties. Japan is a place that pays great attention to bloodline, and believes that it is noble by birth. There is no doubt that the chosen ones are born noble, and they have reached the end of others since they were born. This is really enviable. There are some people present who have some skills, and many of them will practice hard and hone their will. But they have practiced hard for so many years, but are not as good as others. So naturally there will be people with unbalanced mentality. Many people began to whisper, "You are so young. Even if you are the chosen ones, you are not familiar with some skills. Don't mess it up. Yes, it will be troublesome if the demon fox escapes. There is no such person as Lord Qingming now. See what Lord Jizeo says? We just cooperate." Then another much older but energetic yin-yang master also stood up and said in a deep voice, "Since Mr. Quan is here, the host this time will be handed over to you." Wang Yi can see that the old man's mental concentration is indeed the highest on the scene. If he is placed in another world, he must have the qualifications of a mage. Maybe he is not as talented as Gu Qianqian, but he is willing to work hard. In this kind of world, one can concentrate on hard training and hone his will. Changing to another place can really lead to different achievements. Compared to the whispers that Wang Yi could easily hear, the old man was very calm and didn't care much about hosting such things. After all, he was able to practice hard with all his heart. And in terms of his mind and mentality, he was closer to a master, at least much more detached than those Wang Yi had seen. There must be many such people in China, but most of them live in seclusion in places like Zhongnan Mountain and will not easily get involved in the secular world. Only in this way can they improve their mind. Those in the world are half-baked with more secular ideas. No need for any hosting. You should be able to temporarily open your spiritual vision by applying the cow's tears. Then, you can witness it, so as not to think that I am messing around. The old man was slightly stunned when he heard this, hesitated for a moment but nodded, and took out a porcelain bottle from his long sleeves. There was a potion he prepared in it, which could temporarily let him see the spirit body. And he was also the host of this ceremony, and also one of the highest-ranking Onmyoji in Japan. He came from Tokyo Grand Shrine, and can be said to be of the same lineage as IC Shrine. Sir, are you going to start now? I can only open my spiritual vision for half an hour at most, the old man asked in a deep voice. Wang Yi had already learned something from Xiaoming, and he could probably judge the reason for this limitation. If the time of forced concentration to obtain spiritual vision is too long, it will cause the burden on the eyes to increase, and then be discovered by the body's immune system, and eventually cause the eyeball to melt. Well, let's start. It won't take much time. After getting the affirmation, the old man did not hesitate, and directly applied the prepared viscous paste on the eyelids. After closing his eyes for a moment, and opening them again, he couldn't help but take a step back when he looked at Wang Yi, because Xiaoming was floating beside Wang Yi at this time. It was Xiaoming's Yin-Yang master's costume that made him feel relieved, but he still said in disbelief, "The spirit can actually move freely under the scorching sun? How is this possible?" Although the other people present could not see it, since they were selected, their basic knowledge was still very solid. After hearing this, they couldn't help but sway, causing a private whisper. What does Mr. Miyazaki mean? Mr. Miyazaki saw a spirit? How is that possible? Under the power of Amaterasu, it is impossible for a spirit to move freely. Even if the demon fox escapes, it has to avoid the scorching sun. This is impossible. Wang Yi was speechless looking at this group of inexperienced guys, and Xiaoming looked at the old man and nodded. Youngsters of the Great Shrine, when I was in charge of reinforcing the seal, it should have been your ancestors who cooperated. I remember that the head of the shrine at that time was also surnamed Miyazaki. The old man, who had temporarily raised the threshold to hear the voice, was shocked at this time, and then bowed. It turned out to be Lord Xiaoming. I am really rude for not recognizing you. As he finished speaking, he quickly turned around and said to others, Lord Xiaoming is the great Onmyoji who presided over the reinforcing seal last time. He came from the Anich shrine, and is now on the side. Why don't you greet him quickly? The class system in Japan is quite strict, and the same is true for bloodline and inheritance. When they heard that the big shots at that time were also there, they immediately bowed in a black mass. It even attracted many tourists outside to take photos. However, there were guards around to stop them, so no one disrupted the ceremony. At this distance, they couldn't hear the voices inside, but could only see the group of people bowing to a young man. Wow, they are quite impressive. Wang Yi raised his eyebrows when he saw the attitude of the group of people, and then stepped over the Shimenawa and came to the side of the killing stone. He could vaguely see the thick black spirit breath in the stone forming a fox face. It must have been assimilated by the will, and it is still a human. Although it was a fox face, Wang Yi could still determine from a close distance that the essence of the spirit was still human, but the long-suppressed will entangled with it, and completed the assimilation. As he finished speaking, Wang Yi raised his hand and pressed it on the killing stone. He didn't shatter the killing stone, but he forcibly shook out the spirit sealed inside. For a moment, the old man's eyes were filled with dark clouds, and a strong aura of terror emanated from the killing stone. He was so frightened that he kept retreating and muttering to himself. Escaped. Escaped. Although other people couldn't see it, they were all insiders after all. Many of them had practiced hard, and were more sensitive than ordinary people. They could feel a burst of coldness. Can it be like this in broad daylight? What the hell is this? After knowing that this thing was out of trouble, the whole Yin-Yang team could feel the coolness in broad daylight. I knew that we couldn't let this young man mess around. It's over. What should I do? What should I do? The demon fox escaped. We are all sinners. Let's run while it's daytime. Otherwise it will be troublesome. The invisible black mist that came out quickly formed a huge fox face, staring at Xiaoming and Wang Yi. Xiaoming, if it weren't for your reinforcement, I would have escaped long ago. You bastard. The sharp voice seemed to ring in the ears of everyone nearby, allowing the Yin-Yang masters to understand the escape of the evil creature more intuitively. But the next moment, Wang Yi slowly took out a silver bagua, raised his hand, and engraved a few magic patterns on the bagua. A terrifying suction force instantly captured the black smoke that had transformed, and dragged it violently inside. What is this? Stop! Who are you? Who are you? Damn you! I curse you! However, before the voice was finished, All the breath had been absorbed. Originally, many of the panicked young masters were ready to run away. But now after hearing these movements, no matter what Miyazaki said, they probably understood what happened. What? Finished? What's going on? Seal reinforcement? I can't see what the other party did at all. Miyazaki also adjusted his hat that had tilted in panic, and then walked over carefully and asked Wang Yi respectfully, Mr. Quan, is it over? At this time, his attitude was obviously more humble. Although he was much older, he acted like a junior. Well, it's over. I'll stay by your side to suppress and refine it. It can be solved once and for all. From now on, the ceremony here can be held as a normal festival. Wang Yi's words made the old man very happy, and he turned around to announce the good news. At the same time, Jisaku, the representative of IC Shrine, also ran over with a smile on his face, like a blooming chrysanthemum. The remaining disaster was solved once and for all by Mr. Quan, which is really a great merit. I have reported to the High Priest. We will hold the most grand celebration to thank Mr. Quan, and we will also show our sincerity. Being able to brush up this kind of reputation in Neon on another level can also facilitate some subsequent actions, so Wang Yi would not reject it. Chapter 290 Filling the Foundation. Neon's hospitality is really unoriginal. Or the foundation is not enough. Wang Yi, the sage, stepped over the messy witch costumes on the ground, came to the window of the hotel, and looked down at the night view outside. He knew what these guys were up to. Of course. But it didn't matter. Yuji followed him, without missing a drop. There was no possibility of leaving any loopholes. This celebration made Wang Yi famous in the Neon Circle, especially after Wang Yi showed that he was not interested in money. His reputation was even higher. And at this time, Lin Shurqin contacted him, which made Wang Yi roll his eyes. And when she just opened her mouth, he said first, how much did you record this time? I mean there is something going on with your eco. Lin Shurqin's words made Wang Yi feel a little confused. Damn. Business. Yuriko. Wang Yi asked her to keep an eye on the serial killer. The guy was seriously injured by Wang Yi's fall, but the abnormality of his vitality was completely captured. In addition, Lin Shurqin discovered that Neon had obtained virus samples from special channels last time, so she also wanted to follow him to see if she could get any clues. Originally, he thought that the murderer was still in the hospital at this time, and the limelight had not yet passed, so it should not be so fast. But he did not expect that the other party's reaction was much faster than he imagined. That person's vitality is indeed abnormal. Even the doctor who treated him was very surprised. The recovery speed is very fast. With the treatment and nutritional supplements in the hospital, he has now woken up and can communicate normally. However, he is not out of danger yet, so the agent has not conducted relevant inquiries on him and is still receiving treatment. Lin Shurqin also explained the details to Wang Yi. In fact, Wang Yi can also use the radio mode to communicate with Yuriko at a distance. But it is obviously not as fast as Lin Shurqin, who uses the chip mode. Wang Yi temporarily gave Yuriko a psychic communication chip. As long as she finds the right opportunity to connect to the internet, she can easily connect with Lin Shurqin and complete the report. At this time, the murderer who was receiving treatment in the hospital had a brief contact with the nurse when the nurse changed the dressing. At the same time, the murderer's attending doctor died in a car accident. The change from the murderer's current recovery to his discharge from the hospital is far less exaggerated than the change from near death to the present. So after the former attending doctor shut up forever, as long as the previous data and information are processed again, no one will know the situation. It has great power. I don't know if it is that organization. Neon was originally a beautiful colony, and it is not surprising that Neon's chaebols also joined in. It cannot be ruled out. But even if it is, it should not be the same as the Sackler family. That nurse should be just an external staff. Yes, although it is only a code word communication, the nurse conveys very little information. It is probably to let the murderer stay calm and wait patiently. There should be a follow-up. Hearing this, Wang Yi also pondered for a moment. The attending doctor died directly, which is enough to show their decisiveness and ruthlessness. There are nurses who can get to the position of changing dressings. In fact, it is quite convenient to let the murderer die unknowingly when he is seriously injured. They didn't do it this way, most likely because they thought the murderer was useful. If they were not wrong, the murderer was most likely one of the few successful experimental subjects, and they still had research value. Keep watching. Is the SHLI one coming soon? It's on the plane, and it was brought by Junichiro. Well, then arranged for him to go to the negotiations between Panasonic and Toshiba, and the purchase of machine tools. Wang Yi said that he did it here because of the shortage of manpower, but some new goods were sent back, so it would not be a big problem to temporarily free up Junichiro. Besides, he brought the body for Yuriko and Xiaoming, so Nyan had 3 more people. As for Tamaminomi, it has now become a summoned creature. To some extent, Tamaminomi is already a level higher than Xiaoming and Lin Shichin, and because of her demon fox transformation due to the power of will, ordinary human bodies cannot fully exert her abilities. But let's do it this way for the time being. Wang Yi plans to study her carefully before determining her purpose. It is likely that a fox with excellent physique will be needed to be a convenient host. It is better to strengthen and transform the fox so that it will not be a waste. At that time, maybe the fox can use some simple magic by itself, and the ability to activate it will be stronger. If there is a chance, you can help yourself recruit employees. This can be said to be a problem that can change the essence. It is estimated that the snake on Mount Fuji is similar. Even if it was a human before, it is estimated that it has been distorted by the power of will. When Junichiro brought the 2 host bodies, Hideaki and Yuriko were following the murderer at the same time, which was considered a high-end configuration. I have recorded the video. Did the boss ask this before? Do you want to see it? Go away. For about half a month, Wang Yi received the highest standard of reception. It must be said that in terms of pleasing people, Japan is not inferior to South Korea. By the way, Wang Yi also got a card for doing things at the IC shrine. Yuji said that this is an identity certificate, which can be useful even if you go to some large secular companies. If Wang Yi had not been uninterested, it would have been no problem to meet their emperors. Especially Wang Yi's behavior of not asking for money, which showed his demeanor as a master. Well, Japan is a place where even monks don't need to abstain from sex. Some things will not affect the image, but they are sought after because of their powerful abilities. At the same time, Junichiro's negotiations with Japan on behalf of Umbrella were also going smoothly. The order of not being close to women is popular, which is the evaluation of Junichiro by the representatives of Japan. Not only the Panasonic battery industry. Japan has almost successfully packaged all the battery industries and handed them over to Umbrella. There are few requirements, as long as they are manufactured locally, and it is much more practical than South Korea, and the price is sold at a discount. In fact, this is also what Panasonic and these companies can handle clearly. Although it is rumored that Mexico and Pakistan are building Leahy electrode factories, and they will sell the electrode materials at that time. If they continue to hold on, there is still a chance of survival. But the electrode factory also belongs to Umbrella. How can you beat others? By then, you will undoubtedly just earn some hard-earned money from processing, and the waiting period will undoubtedly be a pure loss, which is unnecessary. Since this field has completely fallen, it is better to cut off the arm. In addition, Toshiba's wafer fab acquisition is almost the same. Toshiba was the leader in the wafer fab field, but now it is Umeba after being taught a lesson by Depieliong. It is no secret that Umbrella acquired Connie's lithography machine production technology and a full set of equipment, and it can also be learned from the equipment shipped back from 4 stars. So it must be entering this field. However, whether it is the things sold by 4 stars or Connie's lithography machine, they are all second-tier technologies, in addition to the time required for running in. In the eyes of outsiders, Umbrella should be a defensive investment, mainly focusing on the manufacture of mid and low-end chips. Perhaps as the process becomes familiar, it will move forward, but it should not be completed in the short term. After all, in their view, every step of the process is stuck here. Just like heavy industry, it cannot be accomplished overnight, and it takes time. An Umbrella can be said to be a standout in terms of lenses, and perhaps there will be some improvements of its own. Connie has embraced the thigh, and now the arrogance is really walking sideways. Toshiba's current goal is the same. We will sell the wafer fab, but we hope to keep it in the local area. After integrating a batch of companies in China, Wang Yi also needs to spread and share risks. Leaving one company in Japan can also stop some disputes, indicating that we are not inclined to the east when building factories, but just do whatever is cost-effective. A standard capital face. After the needs of these 2 places are met, the request to transport a batch of precision machine tools will not be abrupt. Although we still try our best to keep them in Japan, we are rejected. The first 2 agreed, and I want to leave this 3rd one. Do you still want to stop me? So overall, Junichiro's purpose of coming here has been completed, and Umbrella is filling its own foundation step by step. Chapter 291 Takeaway Online Car Hailing. Mr. Kwan? Mother! You are back. Suddenly, a sum of money for renovation came. I wonder what's going on. Yulu was sweeping fallen leaves in the courtyard when she saw Wang Yi and Yuji coming up the stairs. She showed a happy smile on her face and quickly walked over. Mr. Kwan didn't charge money. They may feel bad, so they allocated some related subsidies to us. Yuji said okay to explain. When Wang Yi was invited to visit before, only Yuji accompanied him, and Yulu was sent back to look after the house. Now this kid is still happy, being received with high standards for so long. In addition to making Yuji completely change into his own shape, Wang Yi also took the opportunity to complete the sweep of all shrines in Tokyo, leaving no one behind. Hundreds of grass-headed gods were caught. It can be said that at least in Tokyo, there is nothing important for Wang Yi anymore, and he can only wait for new urban legends to appear. Now that the grass-headed gods in the shrine have been annihilated, the chances and probabilities of the appearance of the urban legend can also be increased. This is indeed a treasure land. An umbrella is doing business in Neon, which is also in line with the trend. While eating the food cooked by Yuji, Wang Yi's mind also appeared some shrines in other counties in the Tokyo metropolitan area. The situation in China is still normal. If there is anything, Lin Shurqing can contact and handle it. He can deal with the problem of purchasing with peace of mind. Just go back during the Spring Festival. The vertical store. The World Company. Xianyayan is busy all the time. Recently, the world map has been fully improved. Even the mountain city can complete the precise navigation of the world map completely crushes all the products of friendly companies. In addition, the Spring Festival is approaching, and she feels a little headache in the atmosphere of let's talk about it after the new year. At this time, she was looking at the documents, tilting her head and holding the phone, and said to Wang Yi on the other end of the phone in a coquettish manner, "We are a company. Star World is also going to hold a New Year event. I have also contacted TT for joint advertising for this Spring Festival Gala. Of course, there are a lot of things to do. You have to compensate me well after you finish the experiment. Don't worry. I have developed a lot of new postures, and I guarantee you will be satisfied." Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? You are doing experiments and developing new postures. You are really not serious. Be careful, or I will complain to the eldest wife, Qianyayan said angrily. I have recorded some videos. Do you want to see them? Pissed. By the way, the relevant preparations for food delivery and online car hailing have been completed. All cities that share electric vehicles have begun to deploy points, and the first batch of personnel has been recruited. We are ready to officially start the Lantern Festival. We will start warm-up and merchant recruitment activities before the new year. Believe in your ability. However, all full-time riders and drivers pay Social Security according to the labor contract. This cost is much higher than that of competitors. The competitive pressure may be a bit high. Why not refer to their labor dispatch? Part-time workers are labor dispatch, and full-time workers are dedicated to working for us. We can't not give them protection. Right? Anyway, the company is not short of this money, so we should look at the long term. Okay. Anyway, you don't feel bad. We have no competitors. After Qianyayan hung up the phone, a smile appeared on her face. In fact, this is quite good. She is materialistic, but she also has her own worries. She is worried that she will be abandoned when she is old and weak. After all, she has no official status. But Wang Yi does not abandon even his employees. The takeaway riders all buy social insurance. This sense of security is really full. TSK. I don't know which little goblin is practicing technology there. There must be more than one. Otherwise I will die. After muttering for a while, she buried her head and began to plan the following process. Although the development team is very capable and has done everything, the execution and command are up to her. It is not so simple to fully roll out takeaway and online car hailing, especially when the cost is much higher than that of the opponent. Buy social insurance? Lin Xiang of Kangaroo Takeaway was also a little confused when he heard the report. The map of World Company has now been completed and perfected, and its powerful functionality is completely based on all other maps. It can be said that it is only a matter of time before World Company enters the field of takeaway and online car hailing. With TT's traffic and the distribution of shared electric vehicles, this is definitely a strong competitor. Even though Kangaroo has a first-mover advantage and has already seized the market in advance, it can still feel tremendous pressure. Let alone him. Even Ollie, who supports him behind the scenes, is having a headache. You should know that Ali's e-commerce expansion speed has slowed down for the first time. The pressure brought by the world company is enough to make people feel breathless. But now I hear that the other party said that they will buy social security for full-time food delivery riders and special car drivers. Which is really a bit confusing. Are you kidding me? Do you know how much more money you will spend? Isn't labor dispatch good? It is indeed a cooperative relationship. They run orders and get commissions directly. Even if full-time food delivery riders are only a part of it. The extra cost is enough to make Lin Xiang look sideways. And riders are really a high-risk profession. Even if you buy work-related injury insurance, you will still have to bleed if something really happens after becoming a labor relationship. This is a landmine that may explode at any time. It's really a problem. If you don't learn from the excellent examples I have here, you really think you are starting a company for charity. But then Lin Xiang thought of the fact that half of the profits of Starry Sky World were used to support leukemia patients. And he couldn't help but fall silent for a while. They are really doing charity. And it's a real effect. Completely different from those who hype and promote for the sake of personality. Even Lin Xiang, who doesn't play games, knows how popular Starry Sky World is. The income from this alone is more than what he has raised now. Indeed, there is no comparison. Please, don't be so arrogant. Okay. Lin Xiang scratched his head with a headache. What he was most worried about was that the world would start to implement subsidy policies to fight a price war with him. In terms of capital reserves, the two sides are not at the same level at all. They are willing to buy even social security. How much money will they have to fight a price war? I dare not think about it at all. Soon, the news that the world company will enter the field of food delivery and online car hailing was officially announced. In fact, when the world company recruited full-time riders, this news had already been dug out. After all, the world company's reputation is here, and every move will be watched. Even without publicity, it will bring its own heat. The official announcement now is a kind of advanced warm-up. And at the same time, it increases the merchant's early settlement. Nowadays, many merchants actually use TT for publicity. So the convenience of merchants settling in is far superior to Kangaroo. However, it soon became known that although the merchants of World Company will have initial rewards for settling in, it seems that the subsidy is far inferior to Kangaroo as a competitor. When World Company began to recruit riders, many merchants were actually secretly happy, wanting to see the price war between the two companies. The more fierce the fight, the greater their benefits will naturally be. But now that I have seen the official announcement of World Company and some of the benefits when settling in, it is completely incomparable with Kangaroo. Are you kidding me? Is World Company short of money? Yes. It's too stingy. Look at how generous Kangaroo is. It's a latecomer. And it's reluctant to spend money. How can it compete? Vote with your feet. Chapter 292 Debate. All internet industries burn money in the early stage. And this is almost a consensus. Only after the traffic is built up by burning money can we find ways to realize and make profits. The internet is a place with a strong Matthew effect. The top players are almost winners, and the rest can only eat scraps or sink the market. In fact, a very important factor is that it is difficult to identify the internet industry as dumping. So this barbaric and violent means can be adopted. Why does any country and any market have measures against dumping? Fines at every turn? That is because with a large amount of capital, other competitors can be easily defeated by dumping. Keep making competitors lose money and go bankrupt. After completing the monopoly, whether to acquire or dominate the market at that time, it is up to you. And the lost funds can be returned with interest. The early concessions are just to get more. For goods in the physical industry, dumping is easy to quantify, and there are various rules and regulations. But on the internet side, there is no suitable identification method, and we can only watch the top players defeat all opponents with their financial advantages, and then start to harvest ugly things. Because of this, except for the world that relies on unreplicable technology, burning money is a necessary experience for some emerging industries on the internet in the early stage. So almost all of them choose crazy financing in the early stage. Many things may happen in this financing process, such as the founder's equity dilution and being kicked out, etc. However, Lin Xiang, the founder of Kangaroo Takeaway, is very capable. He is not born strong, but his father is a cement tycoon with a lot of money, and he has the capital to try and fail. After the previous 9 failed entrepreneurial ventures, he relied on the accumulated experience to achieve the initial success today. He successfully tied up the chariot of Ari and started the mode of burning money and spreading. How to operate. How to unfold. How to burn money. He took every step very clearly. There is no saving in buying volume on Yaoxin and TT. In fact, Lin Xiang was inclined to cooperate with Penguin at the beginning, and wanted to cooperate with World Company after World Company came out. But the Penguin was scared by the warning. So he just laid down and ate melons on the side. And the World Company was completely eating alone. So he had no choice but to choose Ali, who had taken a fancy to him the first time, and reluctantly fell into Ali's arms. After the World Company had revealed its intention to enter the food delivery industry, he never stopped paying attention to it, and any developments had to be reported to him as soon as possible. But now, he suddenly found that the World Company was a little confused. First, in terms of operating costs, it gave a special rider labor contract without any hesitation, willing to buy Social Security. This blow directly made his scalp explode. He thought that the World Company wanted to use its power to suppress others and rely on the advantage of money to kill him mindlessly. People in the internet industry can know how rich the World Company is as long as they do a little calculation. It is impossible to compare with burning money. I thought that the World Company was about to give a heavy blow in subsidies and directly crush kangaroo food delivery with money. But their entry activity subsidies surprised Lin Xiang. Strange. Just this much? Admittedly, because of the TT, it is completely fine for merchants to apply for one, by the way. But if they have to make a choice, they will definitely prefer kangaroo takeaway. No other reason. Just spend money. Although there are subsidies for riders, they are actually not as strong as ours. Lin Xiang is really a little confused. Kangaroo relies on subsidies to make the income of riders during the money-burning period exceed the income in the world. It can be maintained in the short term. I really don't know what your operation is like. They dare to sign labor contracts, but they are reluctant to spend money on these aspects. Haha. Labor contracts are a time bomb in the long run. It is troublesome to dismiss them, and there are various insurance costs. Lin Xiang is now burning money crazily. But when the market is close to saturation and it is difficult to expand, the burning behavior will inevitably stop, and then enter the revenue model of eating both ends. By then, the money burned now can be earned back in multiples. And at that time, those riders will not be a burden either. Anyway, if they can do something, they will stay. And if they can't, they will get out. On the other hand, if the rider is injured while delivering food and asks for leave, even if the insurance is paid, he still has to accept the other party's leave. And he still has to pay the basic salary. In the long run, this model is definitely more profitable. Even if he wants, he can use subsidies to let merchants lower the prices of their own food delivery, and immediately let consumers vote with their feet. However, after thinking about this idea, Lin Xiang put it away. To be honest, he dare not. It's not just the status of the World Company, but also the pressure of the other party holding funds. He wants to avoid a price war with the other party. So now it is enough to rely on subsidies to merchants and riders. Enough to stabilize his base. On the other side, Mumu Taxi also breathed a sigh of relief. Muwan has a wealthy family and is the daughter of the boss of the Mu Group, the world's largest personal PC assembly factory. Mumu Taxi also has great ambitions and is destined to ring the bell on Nasdaq. However, no matter how big her background is, and no matter whether she has clung to Ari's thigh, she is under great pressure when facing the World Company with an indestructible golden body. Even her father may have to go around. After all, he is just doing scientific research, and he is too soft-hearted. Muwan breathed a sigh of relief, but her face was full of sarcasm. She admitted that such people are geniuses and have good brains, but they put all their minds on academics and research, and naturally have no more energy to put on other things. People's energy is limited. At the beginning, her father used a little trick to successfully squeeze out the technical competitors from the group and monopolize the power. This has always been admired by her. And today, she has to rely on means and various advantages to suppress another person. Some people are just stupid. As long as they don't develop high-tech and don't touch their interests, they can earn OEM money steadily. But they just don't know how high the sky is and touch their bottom line. This guy may also have his own romantic ideas. It's really boring. He can't even find his master and waste his talent in vain. Let's not talk about the ideas of Kangaroo Takeaway and Mumu Taxi. Two competing products. Various merchants and takeaway riders have also started to complain. World Company is too stingy. Not generous at all. I am a kangaroo rider. Originally, I was very happy to see World Company also enter this industry. especially seeing that their full-time riders can also buy Social Security. I was even more excited. I wanted to change jobs. But our station master took the subsidy and calculated it with us. The income of TT takeaway riders is not as high as ours. Although the unit price is similar, the subsidy is too small. It is really dirty to use these subsidies that originally belonged to us to pay Social Security. But the reputation is good. I am also a kangaroo rider. I have been running for a while. The income is really good. I work hard and earn a lot of money every month. I have made over 10,000 yuan. Is it true? Can you make so much money by delivering food? Of course. Just work hard. Kangaroo delivery has high subsidies and rewards. I would rather choose not to have Social Security and get more money. Stupid. In addition to the part you have to pay for Social Security, the company will also make up for it. It's different. But the money you get is really not that much. Isn't it? Forget it. You will know when you encounter problems. Hey, listen to a piece of advice. At present, most merchants are complaining about the world company. If you don't fight together, there is no profit at all. But on the rider's side, both sides have come and gone. The riders on the world company side feel safe and stable, while the riders on the kangaroo delivery side feel that they get more money and better. As an internet practitioner, I really want to remind the delivery guy that the internet industry will burn money in the early stage, but it will not burn money forever. In the end, it will be profitable. And you have to take a long-term view. An unknown internet practitioner who added AV on Weibo made this comment. As a result, it caused a lot of ridicule and criticism. Did you collect money? How much did you collect? Let's make money together. Introduce the channel. Laugh. The money in hand is the most real. I don't care whether it burns money or not. Kangaroo Takeaway is willing to spend money. And World Company doesn't know what to do with so much money. Shut up. You can say Kangaroo Takeaway is willing to spend money, but you can't attack World Company. Stupid. Do you know how many patients World Company supports every year? Generally, it is normal for a top-level large enterprise to be attacked, whether it is Penguin, Ollie, or anything else. But World Company is different. Its reputation is really good. Even if it is such a war of words, it will definitely not be implicated. And there will be tap water to help resist. The identity of the verified Weibo user was also revealed. He is a middle-level manager of Penguin, who is responsible for investment. He is really a professional. I am just saying it. Whether you are willing to believe it or not, it has nothing to do with our company. I just want to remind you that businessmen need to make money and have a long-term vision, at least as an industry insider. Seeing that the world actually uses labor contracts, most of us can only have one word: submission. This is the pressure that only industry insiders understand. The World Company is indeed a world company. But not long after, another high-ranking V in Penguin circled him. Are you looking to change jobs? Then the small V quickly deleted the post and ran away, only sending a well-behaved emoji. He was just expressing his feelings. But now that his job is involved, of course, he will make the decision with his feet. Originally, Penguin did not get involved in this matter. And now it is indeed the right thing to do to eat melons. However, after the small disturbance caused by him, a lawyer blogger immediately posted a related explanation video on TT. I can understand what the friend who deleted the post before said. Only labor relations can be eligible for arbitration. Chapter 293 Responsibility. Stupid. What kind of relationship and qualifications are useless? Getting $2 more is the most practical. On the busy sidewalk, a kangaroo delivery guy riding a motorcycle couldn't help but curl his lips after looking at some information on his mobile phone. He admitted that the benefits of TT delivery are very good, and even full-time riders have a basic salary and social security. The unit price of running orders is similar to that of kangaroo. In terms of regular income, the social security deducted from the self-paid part is still about the same. But the World Company is stingy and doesn't give subsidies. Kangaroo is so fragrant, and working hard to earn more than 10,000 yuan a month is definitely not a dream. He didn't even dare to think about it before. After 2 years of hard work, you can save up a down payment to marry a wife. I don't know when Umbrella's electric vehicles will be available for sale. It's a pity that the shared electric vehicles are a bit slow. After wiping his nose in the cold weather, the rider couldn't help but sigh when looking at his motorcycle. Although the fuel consumption of motorcycles is not comparable to that of cars, it is also an expense. But the fast speed can allow him to run more orders. Ding dong ding dong. You have a new takeaway order. Please check it. As the pleasant sound sounded, It also meant that the peak dining period had arrived, and each reminder was worth a sum of money. For a moment, the young man was full of motivation. And then he turned the throttle and rushed out quickly, rushing towards the destination. Bang. Originally, he wanted to rely on the motorcycle to easily rush a red light. But because of the high speed, he couldn't control the car and hit the side of a bus heavily. And the whole person fell out. The takeaway was also scattered all over the ground. Fortunately, he was wearing a helmet. Although he was hit hard, his head was not seriously injured, but his legs were directly pressed by the motorcycle. But fortunately, it didn't hurt. Looking back at his L-shaped legs, the takeaway boy couldn't help but look a little confused on his face. What's going on? Why is it out of control? Because there was no pain. He wanted to help his legs back. But the bus driver who got off the bus soon stopped him. Are you crazy? What if the bone punctures the artery? Do you want to die? This roar made the delivery boy a little confused. He didn't feel any pain. Not because he had used Ankangding, but because he triggered a protection mechanism similar to the working principle of Ankangding. It was because the injury was too severe, and the central nervous system blocked the pain, so as not to panic because of the pain and have a counter effect. This effect is even more significant than the pain-relieving effect of Ankangding. The ambulance and traffic police arrived soon and quickly sent him to the hospital. At this time, the pain began to slowly emerge, making the delivery boy pale. Comminuted fracture. Surgery is required, and it is a more troublesome surgery. Notify the family. You are mainly responsible. The compulsory traffic insurance will pay all, and the remaining part will be borne by the bus insurance 30%, and the rest will be borne by you. For the surgery fee, you need to pay an additional $13,000, and then ask the family to come and sign. The continuous news made the delivery boy on the bed look a little pale, and he didn't expect it to be like this. In fact, he himself had some idea that it was the traffic police who determined that the bus was responsible for the accident. Otherwise, there would be nothing wrong in convicting him of full responsibility. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have rushed like this. It was really unlucky. 13,000. Although he had been working hard as a delivery man for a while, his savings were just over 10,000. Now it was all gone. He was so distressed that he could hardly breathe. But this must be treated, and he would definitely not be able to work when he recovers. It is said that a broken bone takes 100 days to heal. At least 3 months. What would he do during this period? He could only go back to the countryside and let his parents take care of him. For a moment, he was very depressed. Then he forced a smile and asked the nurse, "Beauty, how long does it usually take for me to recover like this? I am in good health, so it should be faster. Right? It doesn't really take 100 days. Right? 100 days? The nurse was also a little surprised when she heard what he said. Who said it will take 100 days to recover? Your case is quite serious. 100 days may be enough for you to do some rehabilitation exercises. It will take half a year to fully recover. And your injury may not be fully recovered. Be prepared. The nurse has seen many injured people. Although she is not a doctor, she can make a rough judgment. She doesn't want the other party to have too high expectations and be disappointed. The other party's injury is not just bone recovery. There is no doubt that the nurse's words are another bad news, which makes the takeaway boy a little breathless. 1 year. And it may not be fully recovered? Is it directly disabled? What should I do? At this time, his mobile phone vibrated again. He picked it up and found that the orders he was delivering and the new orders he received were overtime and were complained. Not only would he be deducted money, but he would also have to compensate for the meal expenses. For a moment, a cold chill enveloped his whole body. After rolling his throat, he quickly dialed the customer service number and explained his problem. That was the rider's own fault. I'm really sorry that I can't revoke the penalty. Does the rider have anything else to ask? The formatted customer service answer made him feel a huge malice. For a moment, the 2 replies he saw before appeared in his mind. I can understand what the friend who deleted the post before said. Only labor relations can have the qualification of arbitration. This made the delivery guy a little absent-minded. Some things really don't feel anything until you encounter them. It felt like the sky fell after you encountered them. This made him self-mockingly shoot a self-filmed and self-narrated video, and then posted the customer service reply information on the TT platform. Something told him that this should be of some use. Originally, many delivery guys on both sides of the internet were still arguing with each other. But overall, the world system was at a disadvantage. After all, TT Takeaway will not be officially launched until the Lantern Festival. And now only special riders are recruited. And the number is much less than that of Kangaroo Takeaway. At present, Kangaroo Takeaway is indeed the leader in the takeaway industry. But at this time, the topic of delivery guy broke his bones on the way to deliver food, and was deducted money quickly became a hot search. Both Weibo and TT immediately dominated the list. After all, the entry of global companies into food delivery and online car hailing is a hot topic now. And this matter can be said to be the focus of discussion. When the whole thing was fully dug out, it immediately caused an uproar, because it was the delivery guy's own fault. There is no way to wash it off. But even so, Kangaroo Takeaway's indifferent attitude still made everyone feel cold. Other delivery guys even empathized with him. That's right. It was the guy who drove too fast. And he himself received the punishment he deserved and suffered such a serious injury. But no matter how fast he drove, he was still serving Kangaroo Takeaway. If it weren't for the time of the dispatch, who would be willing to run a red light and deduct money? This is too cold. It's like driving your own private car to run business for the company during working hours. And the boss kept urging you there, causing a car accident due to driving too fast. And all the losses were borne by the driver himself. The sudden public opinion here really caught Lin Xiang of Kangaroo Takeaway off guard. Damn! Is this arranged by your world company? But then he put away his mind of judging others by himself. As if it was really unlikely. Because similar things have happened before. The risk of delivery boys is indeed very high. For them, time is money. So it is normal to rush. And now Kangaroo Takeaway is also discussing the issue of insurance. It is not that they care about the life and death of the delivery boys, but they care about the safety of their own company. It is initially determined to charge the delivery boys 3 yuan a day as insurance fees to deal with some accidents. This is to protect you. You can't let the company pay. Right. Originally, this matter was still under discussion, and we wanted to see the data and proportion to see if it is cost effective. But now that this hot search has just happened, Kangaroo Takeaway has immediately issued a statement. We have seen this news. Although this matter is the responsibility of the delivery boy, in the spirit of humanitarianism, our company has decided to exempt the boy from the fine, and is also willing to give a humanitarian 5,000 yuan consolation money. The first paragraph is pure blame. In fact, it is not that Kangaroo Takeaway has no money. Even if it has no money, it is a drizzle to cover the medical expenses. The subsequent loss of work and follow-up treatment are also very easy. But they can't open this loophole. Because once this hole is opened, the future compensation will be a huge amount for the risk factor of the delivery boy. This time it was just a fracture. If you encounter those who cost hundreds of thousands or millions of yuan for treatment, it will have a great impact. So Kangaroo Takeaway firmly stepped on the bottom line and said it was just a humanitarian condolence. Then it launched an insurance plan. From now on, Kangaroo Takeaway will be upgraded. From now on, every time the rider runs an order, we will charge 3 yuan for insurance to solve the rider's worries. In fact, it is said to solve the rider's worries. But the scope of insurance itself is only the company's responsibility scope, not for the rider. It is equivalent to the rider paying money to buy insurance for the company. However, most of the onlookers and the riders themselves are not aware of this. Instead, Wang Yi, who had just returned to China to accompany Lu Xiuke and others for the Spring Festival, sent a message after seeing it. Kangaroo Takeaway is also a company with social responsibility. It was obviously praised and commended. But Lin Xiang couldn't help but feel numb. Damn. This is flattery. Social responsibility. What the hell? My company just wants to make money. Why should I bear this obligation? I make money because of my ability. Although deep down in his heart, he had to admit that he needed to rely on the market and policies here, and the consumers here to get started and achieve this kind of success. But this is what I deserve. Chapter 294 Biochemical Incident. I is awesome. He is so cold-blooded. On a bench in the park, Lu Xiuke was holding a cup of hot coffee, drinking it in small sips while waving her fists. It is indeed a very good response. It depends on how Kangaroo Takeaway responds. Xian Yayan was also paying attention to this matter. Wang Yi is naturally popular, and this matter is so popular. This is the first dynamic of Wang Yi after so long of experimenting. Of course, he can roast Kangaroo on the fire. Sense of responsibility. This is a very general topic. Different objects have different degrees of adaptation. The domestic enterprises will deliberately protect their own local enterprises, Mainly because there are too many examples in the past. Even if they are slow to react, they can know the harm. Damal shock therapy, the sudden decline of South America, and the chaos in the Middle East are all bloody examples. Pakistan, known as the world's granary, ranks second in the world in grain exports, second only to Pyongyang. But more than half of the population in the country is food insecure. This is why they believed in the big beautiful lies and were killed by Gaga. Under this protective policy, Kangaroo Takeaway has taken off, so it must fulfill its due obligations and responsibilities. Wang Yi's world company is just a catfish that stirs up the dead pond. He doesn't have any extra burden. He just does what he should do according to the rules. That's all. No, we must not compromise. This will have too long an impact and too great. Continue to increase subsidies. Let them forget all this. And then, promote insurance as quickly as possible. And we will also bear half of it. This is the temporary response made by Kangaroo after Wang Yi put it on the fire. Let them learn TT Takeaway in one step. This is definitely impossible. So they can only compromise on insurance. Originally, the takeaway riders helped each other. But now it is equivalent to Kangaroo also helping to cover part of the bottom. At this time, World Company also made an official announcement again. World ordered a batch of special battery vehicles for takeaway riders from Umbrella, because the speed has reached the motor vehicle standard. The license plate has been completed according to different regulations in various places, and the riders must also obtain the corresponding certificates. In addition, the World Company also issued an OK announcement. The riders under our company are prohibited from running red lights and other violations of traffic rules. All motorcycles are for special use. We will check the violation records in real time and warn, freeze, and clear the violators. The World Company's announcement at this time also immediately caused a response. After all, the injured brother was the main responsible for the violation. Kangaroo Takeaway actually knows this. But they can't care, because violations can greatly increase their efficiency. Even their dispatch time will be very stuck, which is to force the brother to become a delivery machine. And there is no chance to breathe during peak hours. Many violations are actually forced out by the tight delivery time. In fact, obeying traffic rules is just an obligation, a must. But after the World Company issued the announcement, it received unanimous praise and praise. At the same time, many people left messages. Are Umbrella's electric cars finally going to be sold? What the hell? They're all bought by World Corporation. Damn. I really want a car with this kind of battery life. We don't even have a shared electric car here. When will it come? In fact, Umbrella has already sold batteries to others. Other electric cars should be available soon. It's not that simple. The demand for batteries is still in short supply. They must first meet the needs of high-profit electronic products, such as mobile phones. It is estimated that it will be difficult for them to come out immediately except for their own products. However, it seems that the battery factories in South Korea and Japan are also being renovated. So it should be soon. For this electric car, I decided to become a World, the company's rider. Shock! The battery car pulled people. But it was really tempting. Kangaroo Takeaway, this is a foul. Here it comes. The blow from World Company. Which reminds me of the struggling baby shark now. Technology is indeed the primary productive force. Although it is Umbrella's technology. Master Yi's ability and status are here. And Kangaroo's loss is not unfair. It hasn't been officially launched yet. Why did Kangaroo lose? The gap in the pattern is too big in comparison. I feel that I have already lost before it is launched. It's Valentine's Day again in the new year. This year's Valentine's Day is before the new year. And the taste of the end of the year is everywhere. Wang Yi took Lu Xiuke and Qian Yayan to the cinema to watch Lu Xiuke's big heroine drama. It has to be said that after the teachings of many teachers, and Lu Xiuke's hard work, she has made extremely obvious progress in her acting skills. Even this kind of big heroine drama can be fully controlled. Among the new generation of female stars, she can already rank at the forefront in terms of acting skills. Wow! It's really surprising. Great progress. Starry Sky 2 has also been approved. Yes, I've been fighting for it. Lu Xiuke was very proud of the praise. At this moment, Lin Shirqing's voice came through the headset. Boss, the Yemeni rebels have captured the capital. Wang Yi was also stunned when he heard this voice, and then pressed the headset to vibrate and replied. What does it have to do with us? The dog owner wants to hire our people to participate in their actions. Umbrella's special operations capabilities have been fully demonstrated, and it has not shown any obvious position. The dog owner has money, so it is normal for him to pay to hire. But Umbrella's strongest point at present is special operations. To be honest, it is definitely not cost-effective to enter those frontal battlefield meat grinders. They are not inviting us to fight on the front, but they want us to go to the rear to investigate the clues of using biological and chemical weapons, find evidence, and then expose them, so as to introduce the intervention of the United Nations. When Wang Yi heard about biological and chemical weapons, he immediately thought of the virus born in Africa and the virus that mutated at Seoul University. Thinking about the location of Yemen again, it seems that it is not so strange. Are they fearless and more unscrupulous? Because public opinion has been suppressed many times and no panic has been caused. It seems that some guys are even more indifferent. There are already such zombies rampant in Africa, and it is natural that there are variants again. Right? In fact, after the Seoul incident, the 5 good people began to deal with this matter in Africa, and they controlled it quite well. After all, this kind of zombie virus outbreak is too easy to recognize. The original zombies in Africa are not as mutated as those in Seoul University, and the infected bodies are not as good as ordinary people. It is extremely easy to deal with them with hot weapons. At least easier than anti-terrorism. But I didn't expect that Yemen was also infected with this thing. Originally, Wang Yi was going to continue to stay in Neon after the holiday, slowly deal with the grass-head god there, and also wanted to go to Mount Fuji. Now, it might be better to go to Yemen in person. Chapter 295 Resistance. War clouds are gathering in Yemen. But in China, the new year is here. The Spring Festival is always the busiest time, and the atmosphere is festive everywhere. The world has never stopped fighting, but we live in a peaceful country. However, the Spring Festival is not traditionally celebrated at home. Wang Yi took Lu Xiuke and Qian Yayan to Cheongzhou to spend the Spring Festival in the warm climate there. The world company's related links and advertisements also appeared at the Spring Festival Gala. The official announcement of TT Takeaway and TT Online car hailing was brought to the public. Moreover, the world company's own donations to leukemia patients were solemnly announced by the host at the gala. And even cured patients came to the stage to express their gratitude. This can almost be regarded as an unprecedented treatment. But it is undeniable that the world company's own funding behavior can also be regarded as unprecedented. Together with the technology of Umbrella Company, a terminal disease has been truly eradicated. A terminal disease that affects millions of people. This is the real god of medicine. Looking at the thanks at the party, Wang Yi, who was leaning on the sofa watching the show, couldn't help but reveal a trace of self-mockery. When did a necromancer like himself get such praise? It's really ironic. I just made up for the premium part of the nutrient solution in another way. And I was too lazy to make money from patients. To put it bluntly, this is only half of the net profit of Starry Sky World. I still get more. But I just follow my own values. That's all. However, some things that Wang Yi took for granted and should be done are so prominent in the eyes of the public in this world. When some things become a habit, breaking the habit will become prominent. After we thank the World Company for its kindness, please enjoy the skit Social Security next. Good guy. After the soft and hard advertisements in the front, they actually made another trick now. And the content inside seems a bit like a temporary adaptation, which is about the artistic adaptation of the takeaway boy who encountered a car accident some time ago. Shintang and Molly restored the whole process vividly. I didn't spend any money on this. It should be a temporary adjustment made by the party. But it's well shot. Qian Yayan also watched with great interest. In fact, from the company's perspective at the beginning, she also felt that Wang Yi's move put too much pressure on human resource costs. Although full-time writers are only a part, it is still a considerable burden. Moreover, the labor relationship also represents a kind of responsibility. A responsibility that as the other party works longer and longer, even if he is dismissed, he must pay a large sum of money. But after seeing the praise messages on the internet and watching this skit, Qian Yayan also reacted a little. Employees have dedicated their best years to the company. And it seems that the company is also responsible for the employees. Which is natural. This is an obligation. Not a pity or reward. Oh. You don't wait for the new business to go online before going back. It feels like you are going to marry the laboratory. Qian Yayan complained in a low voice when she saw Wang Yi leaving. Haha. Just think of me as marrying the laboratory. Wang Yi smiled casually. Resist rest. Your health is important. Lu Shirka beside him also reminded him. I will. You should also work hard. Call me if you have anything. Watching Wang Yi leave for Umbrella's laboratory on a private plane from the window, Lu Xiuka also turned back to comfort Qianyan and said with a smile. I is a great scientist first, then a boss. What he does now is more meaningful. Isn't it? I know. In fact, I would be very distressed if he has too much free time. Qianyan stuck out her tongue and rolled her eyes. Lu Xiuka seemed to resonate with what he said, and nodded in agreement. That's right. I feel like I'm about to die. Then she looked at Qianyan with a bit of doubt and said, but it's strange. Why do you become like that every time you do it? How should I know? I also want to ask you why you are so strong. Am I strong? But I seem to be much stronger than you. Hee hee. The two of them whispered and chatted while leaving the airport. Boom. The hideous figure of the bone dragon broke through the sea and soared into the air. The engraved twisted magic pattern made the bone dragon gradually enter a transparent state, and then flew to the shore at high speed. The dragon claw grabbed the beach, and the magic diamond crystal full of energy about 15 meters long was caught by the bone dragon's claws, and then automatically completed docking with its empty abdomen, and entered the abdomen wrapped by the bone dragon's ribs like magnetic levitation, and then faded and disappeared under the twisted barrier. Only the violent flow of air proved that there was an invisible giant sweeping here before. When flying over a cliff by the sea, the figure under the same twisted protection jumped up and landed on the back of the bone dragon. Damn. I have a private plane, but I still have to bear this broken thing. It's really unlucky. Wang Yi landed on the back of the bone dragon, and after controlling the bone dragon to soar into the sky and break through the clouds, he was also cursing. Now Yemen is in chaos, and some nearby routes have problems. Umbrella has accepted the employment mission of the dog owner, and can reach the dog owner normally, but it is too troublesome for Wang Yi to transfer and turn around. It was originally a smuggling away, so why not just go with the big guy? The 15-meter magic diamond crystal filled with a magic tower was directly installed on the bone dragon, which was also used as his own mobile magic pool in disguise. Wang Yi himself originally had a portable space, and the portable space now always has a full magic diamond crystal. But after all, Wang Yi's space is only half a cubic meter. Now the bone dragon is carrying a full energy diamond crystal of more than 300 tons, which is enough for Wang Yi to make some big moves. Otherwise, Wang Yi went out to sea to catch whales and made bone dragons. Is it to rely on their teeth to protect the future sea city? As a mage, you must learn to use the smallest cost to leverage the greatest power. Well, riding a bone dragon above the clouds is really not a comfortable thing. The experience is much worse than that of an airplane, since the applied distortion barrier can achieve near-optical invisibility. Radar reflection, infrared sensing, and so on can actually be ignored. The essence of visible light is electromagnetic waves. Just electromagnetic waves of a specific frequency. If the advanced phased array radar is directly irradiated, there will probably be a little reaction, probably similar to a pigeon. After all, the image of the bone dragon is not an invisible reflective shape, and the distortion is not completely solved, so there will still be some. It's just that the remaining point is much smaller than the radar reflection of the stealth fighter. However, the bone dragon passed over the clouds at high speed, leaving a scratch on the sea of clouds below. Well, this is probably the mark left by the bone dragon. Poor aerodynamic ability, all relying on great strength to fly. And if you contact Lin Shurqin now, there is a possibility of being detected. Although Lin Shurqin is very capable, the satellite belongs to someone else. So Wang Yi's best way is to find a civil airliner to follow. Before coming up, Lin Shurqin had completed the communication with Wang Yi in advance. If you look carefully, you should be able to find the flight to Dubai. This is also Umbrella's chartered plane, a Boeing 787, with 200 Umbrella elites and Cheng Shui, the ace instructor, with the constant influence of the weakened version of the Dihua technique. The first batch of trainees has been training for more than a year and a half. They train wholeheartedly and will not slack off if they are paid. This allows them, who are already retired special forces, to crush the previous individual capabilities. Unfortunately, safe strengthening potions have not yet been developed. For the time being, they can only make some perfectly matched nutritious meals. These are also one of the products developed by many biological laboratories. They are not external hormones, but they can improve training efficiency, relying on equipment, command, artificial intelligence assistants and powerful instructors. The combat effectiveness is definitely the best in the world. The purpose of this time is to find a way to enter the rear and find evidence of their use of biological weapons. Because of the lessons learned last time, Umbrella's action this time is to prepare to start live broadcasting directly when the opportunity is right. Satellite live broadcast, It has completed the connection with some TV stations in Pyongyang, Europe, and Dogdahu in advance. In fact, there was some resistance from Pyongyang and the European TV station. But because the broken window on the dog owner's side must be able to complete the live broadcast, they finally succeeded in persuading them to okay. There is no doubt that the virus will be exposed this time, and it will definitely cause a certain degree of panic. But in fact, this problem has been difficult to suppress recently. So it is good to expose it. It just happens to be a disguised way to do some popular science, so that everyone knows that the problem is not so serious. Communication satellites also have channels, and with the technical advantages used by Umbrella, with complete equipment, there is no problem with satellite live broadcast. Of course, compared to the network coverage area where any mobile phone can broadcast live, satellite live broadcast still has very high requirements for equipment, and the signal is not very good. Found it. In front, a fat plane that is much larger than the Bone Dragon is flying over the sea of clouds. And Wang Yi also controls the Bone Dragon to hang behind the plane and follow it from a distance. The employees are on the plane, which is warm and comfortable, with food and hot coffee, while they have to blow the cold wind outside, which is really ironic. Wang Yi originally thought that the journey would be smooth sailing and there would be no accidents. However, when the passenger plane flew over the Strait of Hormuz, two unmarked F-14 Tomcat fighters approached quickly from the flank. The fighter planes broke through the airway of the sea of clouds at high speed, leaving two obvious scratches in the air. Chapter 296 Chicken Feet. F-14 Tomcat Fighter. The main fighter of Pyongyang in the 1970s and 1980s. However, it has long been retired in Pyongyang, and the only country with active fighters is Persia nearby. Persia is also the only country besides Pyongyang that has F-14 Tomcat fighters. In addition to the current location and Persia's backing for Saihu, the first thought must be that Persia wants to do something secretly. However, Wang Yi, who was standing on the back of the Bone Dragon at this time, couldn't help but frown. Something is not right. Since Umbrella dared to come so carelessly, it is because the risk is theoretically small. Persia did support Saihu's rebellion in Yemen because of factional relations. But Persia is not crazy. Attacking civil aviation will make their already embarrassing situation even worse. At this time, the Speaker of Persia is hospitalized due to illness, and is in an extremely delicate period. And the temporary Speaker is actually in a relatively neutral position. And the nuclear agreement will soon be negotiated. At this time, Persia will be crazy to arrange fighter jets to intercept civil aviation. However, just as Wang Yi was thinking, two F-14s quickly approached the 787, sandwiched the 787 at the head and tail, and made some aerial movements, signaling the aircraft to follow them. Although the F-14 Tomcat is an obsolete fighter, its combat effectiveness is quite strong, and its radar is extremely advanced. It is even called an airborne early warning, and its independent combat capability is extremely outstanding. However, after seeing the maneuvers made by the two F-14s, Wang Yi still completed his determination in his heart. This is indeed not a Persian fighter, because Persia only has the old F-14A, and the subsequent improved version equipped with the F-110 turbofan engine is not. Obviously, the maneuverability performance of these two F-14s is not something that the TF-30 engine can achieve. And Persia has the ability to improve and upgrade to an aircraft engine with this level of thrust? This is obviously impossible. Not to mention Persia. Even the Rabbit took 30 years to intermittently master the SPY 200 and two Malawang Quachas technology of the same generation as the TF-30. The F-110 turbofan engine is a classic aircraft engine with performance exceeding that of the turbofan 10. If the aircraft engine can really break through so easily, it will not be called the crown jewel of the aviation industry. The case has been solved. This is a beautiful plane. Taking out the F-14 from the warehouse, patching it up, and smearing the logo. This is definitely not something that can be done immediately in the short term. It can be said that this is something that Pyongyang has been planning for a long time. He must be so frustrated that he wants to put some shit on Persia. If it is really Pyongyang, then their actions of pretending to ask for the 787 to make an emergency landing are actually fake actions. The purpose is probably to let the crew on the passenger plane send out what they encountered, and prove that Persia used the F-14 Tomcat to force them to land. When the communication is completed and the evidence is collected, shooting down will be the only option. After all, it is impossible for this fake Ligui to really bring civil aviation to the Persian airport. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. Is Umbrella strong alone? Strong. Is Special Operations strong? Strong. They also have advanced biotechnology, and are really not easy to mess with. But as long as they find the right opportunity, they can kill them with one blow, directly burying more than 200 elites. And at the same time put the blame on Persia. If Umbrella really makes trouble in Persia for revenge, it will probably attract secret ridicule. As for who arranged it behind the scenes, it doesn't really matter who instigated it, because there are too many people with this motive. And Umbrella has gained too much profit now. It's normal for those old capitals and military-industrial complexes to dislike it. Anyway, it's just a matter of putting the blame on Persia. What will happen when the time comes? Isn't it their media who can say it casually? You see, the crew's call for help came. It was Persia's F-14 Tomcat. And the airport they requested an emergency landing was also Persia. It was done by the evil country of Persia. The Great Beauty shot down a Persian civil aviation back then. And this is their revenge. But it's normal for such an outdated aircraft to have an accident. Wang Yi looked at the two F-14s starting to pull away after the flight began to turn. And a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face. Then he raised his hand. And a three-dimensional magic circle expanded from small to large. And then covered the entire 787. Distortion. Misleading. AIM-54. An air-to-air missile with the title of Phoenix. Is the most powerful part of F-14. However, it has been in disrepair for a long time. Has not been maintained. And the fighter pilots have not practiced. So it is normal to miss the target. Oh! The fire control radar. They turned on the fire control radar. The captain looked at the reminder. And a look of despair appeared on his face. Constantly sending out all the information he could send. Then he watched a missile rush forward along the belly of the aircraft, and directly hit the F-14 in front. It is worthy of the title of Phoenix, which directly turned the F-14 in front into a fireball. And the pilot did not have time to parachute out. The captain was confused. What the H.L.? The F-14 pilot behind was also confused. Right? What happened? But the big guy in front just disappeared from his fire control radar. And he couldn't understand it at all. Didn't they say that it must be fine after maintenance? Bullshit. Those bastards lied. Even the fire control radar can have problems. But just as he kept adjusting the radar and turned on the power, he found a strange prompt on the radar. But before he could react, a sudden turbulence made his plane unstable. Even if he was a top pilot, he could only keep cursing and constantly readjusting the balance of the plane. What happened? How could there be such turbulence in such a place? His flying experience made him feel very confused. But when he was about to control the balance, another turbulence suddenly appeared. Then there were waves after waves, each stronger than the other, which eventually led to the complete loss of control of the plane and even stalled. Then with a bang, the plane's engine began to stall with thick smoke. This time it really stalled. Damn it! You bitches! If I can get back alive, I will blow your heads off with my gun. The 787 pilot in the sky was also a little confused at this time, looking at the other plane that was emitting thick smoke and plunged into the sea of clouds, falling towards the bottom. What? Bombing their own people to commit suicide? Then, the crisis was resolved. Crazy. Persia actually attacked civil aviation. Persian F-14 launched air-to-air missiles at civil aviation. 2 Persian F-14s crashed, suspected to be in disrepair. First-hand information. Mobile phone video from the perspective of civil airliners. As this flight arrived, the news spread, naturally causing a wave of criticism from the global media. The spokesperson of Pyongyang also came out to issue a severe condemnation and protest, saying that the plane was Pyongyang Civil Aviation Company, and Persia's actions were provocative and must be explained. At the same time, the video footage shot on the civil aviation also began to spread on the internet. Persia was also confused here. They paid attention to the arrival of Umbrella and were on guard. But as Wang Yi thought before, they didn't have too much energy to pay attention to this security company now. After all, even if the special warfare capabilities of 200 people were strong, they could not play much role in the front battlefield, let alone using such a brutal and barbaric method. The video of the F-14 has been released. Since it is not him, it must be Pyongyang. So Persia is also trying hard to distance itself from the matter, and at the same time stated that Pyongyang also has an F-14. This is their self-torture. However, at this time, Wang Yi, who has also landed, notified Lin Shurqin to post a simple formula and calculation process on the internet. The material he took was the footage of the F-14 Tomcat passing quickly by Cheng Shui at the window. Knowing the speed of the Boeing 787, And knowing that the F-14 was running parallel to the civil aviation at the beginning, the sudden burst of acceleration, the estimated distance, and the time of leaving the line of sight can be used to calculate the approximate acceleration of the aircraft, combined with the weight of the F-14 and the calculation of aerodynamics. The approximate thrust can be calculated. Well, it is the thrust that the TF-30 cannot reach. Then the rabid official media immediately followed suit here, seeking to purchase the same engine in the video at a high price. Chapter 297. Western media are very strong. So strong that it is terrifying. In fact, many news that seem stupid are deliberately made by them. In many cases, even the truth is no longer important. Even if it is absolutely black, they can forcibly pull it back. After Wang threw out the calculation formula, the media that found something wrong still took the Pyongyang out of here, pushed the Middle Eastern little brother out. Oh, the little brother has strong skills. Although he doesn't have an F-14. It's not a big problem to modify it like this. Or maybe it was a miscalculation. The distance outside the window was miscalculated. The speed was recorded incorrectly. And so on. Anyway, all kinds of possibilities came up, which immediately muddied the water. There are also a large number of water armies, and 250, who prepare their own dog food on the internet, who are constantly washing the ground. Some spiritual Pyongyang from all over the world are constantly making excuses. The beacon of civilization would not do such a thing. It must have been done by the evil Persian. Even if it was done by the civilized side, there must be a good reason. Otherwise, why not attack others? Fortunately, the technology is in the hands of the civilized side. Even if it was done by the lighthouse, what can it do? But someone immediately responded with a reply that made them speechless. Fortunately, the crash was in the hands of civilization. It's so funny. The fighter plane was beaten 2-0 by the Boeing 787. I think the Pyongyang can't afford to lose this, and is trying to deny it. 787 may become the strongest civil aviation. Someone has already successfully walked the line and tweeted it. Hurry up. But although there was a war of words on the internet, it actually didn't cause any impact after all. The Pyongyang's media stirred up the water, and the Navy led 250 to clean up the ground, making it a mess. It didn't cause any impact. The murderers suffered the consequences. Just pretend nothing happened. After the Pyongyang symbolically increased the sanctions on Persia, the incident was over. Because no one can really control the Pyongyang. It was so thrilling this time. Yeah. But the instructor was still calm, and could still shoot a video at that time. Don't you even look at who it is. But this time it's probably the Pyongyang. Damn it. The source of all evil. The company has too much profit. We must find a way to solve this problem. But is it possible that they are worried about what we will find out? A group of people started to divide into teams while discussing here. Equipment and other things have been airlifted in advance, since the dog owner invited them to come. It is still very simple to enter, and their route to Yemen will also be supported accordingly. They are not required to participate in the war head-on, but they must investigate the follow-up evidence. At this time, Chung Shui also started some connections with a contact person wearing a white cloth. Are you hiding something from us? Chung Shui said in a flat tone. What do you mean? Good boy. The answers are all very reasonable. There must be more than one thing hidden from them. But if they say it directly, it means that there is room for negotiation. We want the virus information you know now. That's exactly what I'm going to hand over to you. The man wearing a white cloth directly pushed out a tablet. Chung Shui looked at it without hesitation. The tablet was full of pictures, many of which were recorded by mobile phones, and some were from high-altitude drone perspectives. All of them were videos of zombies. Although they were all ordinary versions, the outbreak was abnormal. Ordinary viruses don't have such strong infectious ability. This is Taz. This unknown virus seems to have broken out in many places here overnight. It was because many people were infected at the same time that caused this change. And because the original army here left to participate in the war. There were only a few people who maintained law and order. And there was no way to control it. To be honest, it might not be done by Saihu and his men. They had no such motive. This time they gave authorization together for our investigation. The representative of the dog owner was also very single. In fact, the relationship between the dog owner and the Pyongyang is just like this. There are common interests and contradictions. In fact, the dog owner is just a drinking buddy of the Pyongyang. So they have always had some plans of their own. So what do you mean? Expose it, and tell the world about the situation here. In fact, the dog owner is obviously only seeking self-protection now. Being able to do such a thing without any worries in this city with a population of hundreds of thousands. Is it possible that it could break out here at any time? Now they don't want to solve the problem of whether to be armed or not. If you support Persia, then support it. Now they just want to put this unclear attack on the table. Okay. We will take the task. There are still a group of survivors at Taz TV station. If possible, please rescue them. They may have first-hand information. Try your best. Chung Shui couldn't help rubbing her forehead at this time. It was really a troublesome matter. Do we have the authorization to go in? Of course. Both sides have authorization and can act at any time. Above Taz, Wang Yi was already hovering here, observing the scene in the city from above. Chaos. Very chaotic. There are also many weapons circulating in Taz, and gunshots can be heard from time to time in the city. In this chaos, it is hard to say whether more people died at the muzzle of gunfire or at the mouths of zombies. At present, it seems that Tez has multiple outbreaks, which are definitely human-guided factors. From above, you can often see the scenes of zombies killing and preying. Some people completely regard this place as a testing ground. At present, Chung Shui is leading the team, and the overall situation is enough. Wang Yi is here to be responsible for the bottom line, to see if he can find a laboratory. The bone dragon is invisible and hovering in the air, and Wang Yi has no intention of turning into a savior to save people. Just watch quietly. People like me have never done such a thing. But someone forced to do this with a virus, which is really ironic. Taz is a city on a plateau at an altitude of 1,400 meters. And the city looks like a mountain city with a sense of hierarchy, separated into pieces. And Taz also has an international airport, departing directly from Godahu and escorted by Godahu's fighter jets. Several civilian airliners carrying 200 special forces of Umbrella and a lot of equipment arrived at Taz International Airport. Taz International Airport has obviously been cleaned up. The runway has been vacated, and there are some obvious temporary installations such as barbed wire around the airport. From the plane, you can see that there are snipers lurking on the control tower of the airport, and there should be some armed personnel inside. But even so, some staggering figures can still be seen on the runway. After hearing the movement of the plane, they continue to chase the plane and approach. Do you need help to clean it up? There was a question from the control tower. This is the Camel Royal Special Forces of the dog owner. It is precisely because they arrived here in advance that they are so clear about the situation here. However, because of the chaos in the city, they can only guard the airport and complete simple defenses for the time being. It is indeed a bit difficult for them to cross the city to save people. It's just that they have arrived here and have not chosen to use live broadcast to send out their voices, which is enough to show Camel's caution. They want to speak out and let the outside world pay attention, but they don't want to speak out themselves. So they think of Umbrella. Chung Shui was also clear about this. As the plane landed on the runway without any worries, the zombies that came after hearing the sound had gathered into a small group. Chung Shui opened the cabin door, then picked up the M4A1 and started firing. Every shot hit the head, and after a burst of bullets, all the remaining infected bodies on the runway were cleared. Cool. Worthy of Umbrella. The voice came from the radio. Just this one move, when landing, was enough to make them understand that the strength of Umbrella's special warfare capabilities was not exaggerated. The live broadcast equipment is assembled. Starting from now. Chung Shui turned back and said to the cabin. And immediately several members responsible for the live broadcast began to carry the equipment out. After all, it was to complete the satellite live broadcast, and the equipment was still a bit heavy. Chapter 298. There are really zombies. Our company has been authorized to investigate the biochemical incidents in Taz. To ensure the fairness of the investigation, we will broadcast the entire process live on CBS and Eurosport. TT will also broadcast it simultaneously. Li Yao made a very official statement on behalf of Umbrella. This immediately attracted considerable attention, especially when Li Yao also exposed the information that the people on the previously attacked civil airliner were all employees of our company. The heat instantly exploded. Many people have various speculations about the previously attacked civil airliner, but there is no doubt that the people on the civil airliner were the investigation team of our company, who were going to investigate the biochemical incident. We will not comment on this specific situation because there is no evidence. But we, Umbrella, are not used to being slaughtered. Let us wait and see. Li Yao's statement is already very clear. Those who will attack them are related to biochemical attacks. Anyway, no matter whether it is a substitution of concepts or a strange equation. After his preconceived explanation, At least most netizens who are unwilling to think will still believe this sentence. Yes, it must be that Umbrella was investigating the biochemical virus incident, which caused the attack. I just don't know who the attacker is. There is nothing wrong with that. At the same time, many people have come up with various conspiracy theories. This is true for netizens at home and abroad. Biochemical attack? It's really crazy. I didn't expect this to happen. No wonder we need to investigate. It turned out that Umbrella was attacked. Umbrella's special operations are too good. With more than 200 elite soldiers, the loss is really unimaginable. Umbrella has made too much money. So many people are jealous. So it's hard to judge the opponent. I used to think it was Persia. After all, they support Saihu. But now it seems. That's right. Umbrella's special operations are impeccable. But they are sneaking into the rear in such a blatant live broadcast? Aren't they afraid of being caught? Didn't you see the authorization Umbrella itself got? Now both sides in Yemen have agreed to their actions. Wow. They all agreed. This is a big melon. It was in this kind of discussion that the live broadcasting TV station immediately switched to the live broadcast of Umbrella. There is a significant difference between satellite live broadcast and live broadcast under ordinary network coverage. Although Taiz is the third largest city in Yemen, its basic communication situation is still quite backward, especially now that chaos has broken out in the city. Most places have no water and power, and can only be broadcast live via satellite. Shot by camera equipment, transcoded on the spot, and sent to satellite, then transmitted back to the TV station. And then Umbrella used TT's network to connect with the radio station to obtain synchronous broadcast. The picture starts with the cabin of a civil airliner, and it can be clearly felt that the plane has not completely stopped and is moving at high speed on the surface. The cabin is full of fully armed figures wearing ceramic bulletproof vests and pig head masks. Combined with this small cabin, there is a sense of urgency and solemnity in an instant. At this time, the hatch had been opened, and a figure wearing a pig head mask that covered his entire head was leaning against the hatch and constantly firing at the M4A1 in his hand. It can be said that the effect was maximized at the beginning. The tense atmosphere appeared on the spot. At this time, an Umbrella host who was responsible for this live broadcast event also appeared in front of the camera fully armed with a pig head mask, and gave a simple explanation to the camera. We have successfully arrived at Taiz International Airport under the escort of the Dog Big Family's fighter plane. Now the instructor is cleaning the runway. As for what is being cleaned, everyone can see it after going down. It can be said that when we learned the news, we decided to take the live broadcast as soon as possible to tell everyone the truth that was concealed. This is also our helpless move. Because if we don't do this, it is very likely that the hat will be put on our company. The explanation was a bit confusing to the audience who were watching the live broadcast. On platforms such as TT and domestic small broken stations where barges can be left, many people left messages to ask, why is Umbrella being accused? It's not a zombie, right? Heck, it's really possible. In fact, I feel that those zombie ads I've seen recently are not normal. There's nothing wrong with zombies appearing in biochemical investigations. LOL. Wake up. There are no real zombies in the world. They are just movies and games. After the virus enters the human body, it needs to enter the cells to be effective. Even if there is a zombie virus, it can't be transmitted at all. When the commentary here and the outside shooting were going on, many people started a heated simultaneous discussion. But in fact, even if there are really zombies, most of them are in a teasing tone. What era is it? How can there be zombies in the world? At this time, Cheng Shui, who was wearing a pig head mask in the picture, also looked back at the direction of the camera and began to wave. The runway has been cleared. Ready to go out. There are people from the Camel Royal Special Forces guarding the airport now. But this is our retreat. And the Lambuta team and the KSI team will stay at the airport to assist in defense. Received. At this time, the camera's picture was also moving forward. And then he looked out of the cabin door and saw blood and corpses all over the ground. However, there is a synchronous intelligent mosaic method in China, which has completed the corresponding shielding. I only know that it should be something disgusting. But foreign netizens were instantly shocked. Shit! I thought it was an armed militant. Why are they ordinary people? Many of them are still wearing ground staff clothes? Why is there so much blood? Why do I feel that there are blood everywhere on the runway? There weren't many shots at the beginning? Did you see blood marks from fingers grabbing the ground before? And traces of being dragged away? Hack. So scary. Could it be that they are really zombies? It is obvious that there were these infected bodies on the airport runway before. It can be said that the picture was originally very bad. Bloody handprints can be seen on the doors leading to the inside of the airport, on the runway, on the car doors, and many other places. There are traces of dragging and some bloody shoe prints everywhere on the ground, coupled with a pile of censored corpses behind. Even in broad daylight, there was an inexplicable feeling of horror. At this time, the pighead mask, who was responsible for the commentary, said to the camera, "Now there should be some viewers who make corresponding guesses based on the name of our company. Unfortunately, your guesses are almost right." As he spoke, the camera crew went to the location of the bodies that were shot over there under the escort of a special protection team, and took some shots and close-ups. Although each body died from a headshot, some traces can be seen through the body. At this time, Chung Shui also came over and said, "My action recorder is clearer. Put it in front of the camera and take a look." Then the camera played the playback screen when Chung Shui killed those infected bodies. The bloodstained chase, the zombie-like howling, and the gathered sense of panic immediately gave all the audience a fatal blow in an instant. Even many TV hosts, who started the commentary in the broadcast, and some network live broadcast commentary anchors were numb at this time. Damn! Is it really a zombie? Are you kidding me? For a while, a panic spread, and some people immediately left the live broadcast and went out to buy food and medicine. Many people on the Pyongyang side also started to stock up guns temporarily, mainly because of the influence of film and television dramas. The horror of zombies is full. Many rational people can understand that this virus is not so scary. But there is no doubt that irrational people are definitely in the majority. So even those who don't want to hoard supplies have to be forced to follow the trend because of other people's rush to buy, so as not to have nothing to buy. Even many zero-yuan purchases are being staged. And many black brothers, who have been educated, happily shouted loudly that the end of the world has come. And they started the carnival mode crazily. This is actually the reason why all parties reached a consensus on concealment after the Seoul incident. Many times, panic is much more serious than the impact of the crisis itself. If Umbrella only looked for European and American TV stations, it is very likely that temporary interruptions would be normal. However, Umbrella also found a big dog who wanted to make his voice heard. It was obvious that he was determined to expose it. In addition, the impact this time was indeed more serious and could not be suppressed. Therefore, accepting the exposure was also a helpless choice. In fact, for many capitals, a one-time advanced consumption is not unacceptable, because the follow-up will slowly let people understand that this thing is just like that. Of course, there is no way to promote zero-yuan purchases. Anyway, the loss will be at most to the middle class. Chapter 299 Attack. Really zombies? How is it possible? How could this happen? It's over. It's the end of the world. Go out and buy something. I'm a survival expert. I have a special zombie survival course here. You can buy it. It can be said that the things that Umbrella suddenly exposed positively caused a huge response. But at this time, Umbrella TT's official broadcast also added relevant commentary. You don't have to worry too much. If it's really dangerous, we can't arrange for team members to die in vain. These words can really calm people down. Indeed, Umbrella's people acted quite calmly. They cleared all the zombies on the runway with 2 clicks. From the recorder, it was just a volley. 1 shot per zombie. And these zombies didn't run fast. And their movements were stiff. In fact, everyone should have some impression that when our culture medium came out, there was a loss incident. The commentary continued to help everyone recall slowly. Many people also remembered this incident. I remember that it seems that this is the reason why Umbrella started selling their culture medium. I am a biology major. I can only say that Umbrella's culture medium is simply a myth. Maybe this virus is really cultivated with culture medium. I am not talking about Umbrella. But others have used their technology. Is it really Umbrella? After helping to restore the memory, the commentator continued to talk slowly. At the beginning, we tracked down the thieves of the culture medium and found that they went to Somalia. So we also sent an action team to track them. It was during this tracking that we lost 2.5 teams. But we also got some video evidence and information. But when we exposed it, the internet was already full of related game CGs. As soon as this was said, it immediately caused an uproar. It turned out that this kind of thing had appeared a year ago, and the online public opinion was so strong, it was actually suppressed. So we have been looking for opportunities to pass this information on. Even the Ebola virus that has been raging in Africa last year has been mixed with many zombie virus infections. In fact, this virus has always been named, called K-virus. This statement shocked people, but also made them feel a little relieved. There has been no news for so long, and it seems that it is just like that. Many people immediately thought of the incident at Seoul University and asked about it. Yes, in fact, Seoul University is the outbreak of the K-virus, and it is a variant of the K-virus. The threat is much stronger than the original strain, but overall the threat is controllable. This can actually be regarded as a variant of the rabies virus, but it can directly pass through the blood-brain barrier and quickly enter the central nervous system through blood circulation to complete the hijacking action. And the attack speed is relatively fast. At present, all countries have related research, and it can be determined that if it is a small dose of virus infection, such as being scratched, or the wound is exposed to pollution, then the virus will enter a latent state as the blood circulates, and will first complete self-hiding and replication, and will only hijack when the number reaches a certain level. Once the virus hijacks the central nervous system, it will begin to issue various instructions to the whole body. We know that the brain is the core of the human body, and even immune cells must be approved to enter. But the hijacked central nervous system will directly control the immune cells to self-destruct, thereby preserving themselves. However, in fact, the slow reaction speed of the infected body of ordinary strains is not as good as that of ordinary people after overcoming fear. For professionals like us, the threat is far less than that of armed enemies. Umbrella's biotechnology is here, and it is quite normal to have a deep understanding of the virus. And it is obvious that this explanation is also to suppress panic. Fear comes from the unknown. After a deep dissection of this zombie virus, we can tell everyone that this thing is just like this. That's it? Nothing more than that. Hey, I was scared to death just now. I just went downstairs to buy 200 kilograms of rice. I am so tired. Dizzy. Accompanied by this explanation, the 20 teams of Umbrella gathered at the airport runway. The S.T.A.R.S combat team, from Alpha to Upsilon, are ready to go. The unified visual impact of ceramic armor and pig head helmets brings a sense of solemnity to the whole team. Among them, the Lambuda team and the Keisai team stayed at the airport to defend the rear with the Camel Royal Special Forces, while the other teams were in Chung. Shui led them into the city. At this time, the camera followed Chung Shui's action team to the airport. At this time, the interior of the airport waiting hall looked quite messy, with tables and chairs tilted here and there, bloodstains everywhere, and a strong smell of disinfectant in the air. It was in this blood-stained and messy waiting hall that Chung Shui met the head of the Camel Royal Special Forces. As expected of Umbrella, a well-known top action expert in the industry, the cleaning of the runway before was really eye-opening. No, your equipment is better than ours. Chung Shui shook hands with the other party. How can it be better than yours? But it is true that it is more expensive than yours. It's a pity that you don't have your own military factory. Otherwise, I would want to purchase a batch. The person in charge of the camel said nonchalantly that their equipment was indeed bought with money, and their comprehensive combat capability was indeed only suitable for guarding the airport. This live broadcast, using the simultaneous translation software, can also let others understand the conversation between the two sides. It's so funny. They have never lost in equipment, and never won in a fight. In fact, in the first regional war, they almost destroyed the little axe, but believed in the big beautiful evil, stopped to okay mediation, and then took advantage of this time to frantically arm the little axe, leading to the subsequent defeat. I don't know what they were thinking about not pursuing the victory. Maybe they believe that the West is really mediating, while netizens were expressing their emotions. The connection here had been completed. And then Chung Shui told the camera about the current expected mission of Umbrella. This initial mission has actually been completed, showing everyone the existence of these things. Don't panic, but don't underestimate them. It would be best to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. The second step is that the outbreak was too sudden. We want to find out what caused the large-scale spread. See if there are underground laboratories nearby, and see if we can find some clues. At the same time, we will go to the TV station to rescue a group of trapped people and see the information they have. All the information will be made public. At this point, no party is willing to stop. We can only let Umbrella continue. Otherwise, what? Confess without fighting? At least in the matter of investigating the truth. Even the 5 great good people must admit and support it, whether they are willing or not in their hearts. They must be able to do it on the surface, even if they are as strong as De Pyongyang. They dare not wear such a hat easily. This time our equipment is similar to the last operation in northern Myanmar, but we focus on increasing the amount of ammunition and food. Because this time, the infected body is not a threat as long as the number of ammunition is sufficient. Chung Shui also pointed to the tactical backpack she was carrying. In addition, a mechanical dog beside each person also carried a large backpack behind the gun. In addition, drones have also taken off to complete reconnaissance and communication connection coverage to ensure that the entire city is within the communication range. Don't worry too much about their endurance. They are enough for short-term combat. After all, they are our batteries. When the umbrella team connected with the camel team, removed the barbed wire at the airport gate and began to march. This set of gorgeous equipment and weapons immediately brought a full sense of security to the live broadcast screen. It seems that zombies are just like this. When the team began to disperse, the remaining 18 teams were divided into 3 directions, and each was equipped with a live broadcast team. For the first time, the screen also showed living zombies. Not long after leaving the airport, dozens of zombies were seen at the corner of a street. It seemed that they heard the sound here and began to stagger towards this side. The gunshot rang out, and the bullet spiraled out of the barrel and cut through the air, piercing the head of the infected body with a precise trajectory. It was just a small wound when entering, but a bowl-sized hole appeared instantly after coming out. Plasma spurted. The top of the head was directly lifted. After hitting the body, the bullet rolled, tore, and shattered in the body, causing terrible casualties in an instant. The blood on the ground formed into lines of blood, and then gathered. Even if the zombies were not shot in the head, they would quickly lose their combat effectiveness after being torn several wounds by the assault rifle. Guns specially created for killing are not about whether to hit the vital points or not, but any place hit is a vital point. This is the hot weapon in today's world. All carbon-based creatures are as fragile as white paper in front of such weapons, and they are vulnerable. Groups of zombies were killed as soon as they showed their heads, and they had no ability to resist at all. The central nervous system has been hijacked. They are already dead. Remember not to have mercy on them. The Virgin Mary. Please go forward and persuade them. We will cover the tickets. Chapter 300 Chaotic City. Isa is only 19 years old this year, and he has not received much education. He usually does odd jobs, but he is different from other people in Taz, who spend more than half of their income every day to buy cod grass to chew and numb themselves. Isa saves all his money except for the money he needs for daily life, and finds a way to exchange it for US dollars. He dreams of having his own small shop, and is working hard for this goal. While other people of the same age use their money to buy the leaves of the evil plant, and chew them constantly, falling to the side in a drunken stupor. Isa tries to take care of more work, and his savings have officially exceeded 1,000 US dollars with his efforts. As his savings continue to increase, and as he gets closer to the goal, Isa's motivation is getting stronger and stronger. It's almost there. It's almost there. As long as he has 3,000 US dollars, he can start his own plan. However, at this time, he suddenly heard that the Saiho armed forces had launched an attack, which made him full of worries. Isa is also a believer, but only a shallow believer. Compared with faith, he cares more about himself, his family, and his life. He doesn't want war. However, Taz is the 3rd largest city, and it won't affect here for the time being. He can only work harder and consider his future retreat. He has a deposit, so he can take his mother and sister away from here when the critical moment comes. While working, he also pays attention to the war outside, which has become something he needs to pay attention to every day. But unfortunately, the specific situation is not something he can find out. All kinds of gossip are flying all over the sky, and he has no way to judge what is true from them. It was not until most of the military and police in Taz left to support that he realized that the battlefield might be getting more and more intense. And with the departure of the armed forces, some unrest and violence began to occur in Taz. It felt that people's hostility was getting heavier, and gunshots could be heard from time to time. Then he even lost his job, so he could only wait for news with his mother and sister at home with the food he prepared in advance. Every day he would look around to see what happened, until one day he learned from his neighbor that there were crazy people in the city, biting anyone they saw, and the gunshots on the street were becoming more and more frequent. It was not until he saw a woman with a bloody face pounce on a man and bite him crazily from the window that he realized that the threat posed by the crazy people in the city might be more serious than the battlefield outside. This Taz can't stay any longer. Picking up the homemade spear for self-defense, carrying a machete, carrying the remaining food on his back, and rolling up his savings and hiding them in the most secure place on his body. Isa took his mother and sister out and prepared to go to Aden. Isa's mother is a traditional Yemeni Arab woman. Because her family is poor, she took care of all the housework. She is also very strong. She also followed Isa with a rolling pin. Although her sister is only 12 years old, she also carried a small bag on her back and followed by scissors. After they came out, they found that many neighbors had the same idea. So they all decided to go on the road together. When we got to the street, the number of crazy people was increasing. Crazy people themselves were not scary. And they were not very fast. But the key was that Isa found that the man who was bitten by himself seemed to have gone crazy and started to attack others. Devils. These are all devils. Don't let them bite you. The voices of the neighbors brought panic. And panic brought panic. Then the people who gathered quickly dispersed. And they only knew to run under the pursuit of the crazy people behind them. After getting rid of one group, you will encounter a new group. As if they are everywhere in the city. You can encounter them in any direction. And they will appear no matter which direction you go. After avoiding one group after another, I don't know when it will end. After the tired mother hit a crazy man's head with a rolling pin, she was finally bitten by the one next to her. You guys go quickly. Isa. Take care of your sister. I'll stop them. The bitten mother showed a miserable smile on her face. And then kept hitting the head of the crazy man who bit her with a rolling pin. And took the initiative to stop the crazy man coming from behind. Using her not so large body to stop the crazy man behind like crazy. Even though he was thrown to the ground, he still reached out and grabbed the ankle of one. He kept struggling and tripped one crazy person after another. Isa wanted to turn back. But he knew that going back now would only be a waste of his life and would disappoint his mother's expectations. So he could only pull his sister, who was at a loss, and rush forward with tears. It is impossible that there are crazy people everywhere. There will always be a place. There will always be. The sound of gunfire came from the front. He didn't know what was over there. And he didn't know whether the other party would kill innocent people. But this was the only place to go at this time. He pulled his sister around the corner of the street. And all he saw were corpses on the ground. And the gun-wielding figures in front of him wearing ceramic combat uniforms and pighead masks. As soon as the two appeared, someone raised his gun. And the boy kept waving the spear in his hand and kept shouting, "We are people. We are people." However, the group of fully armed gunmen had no intention of putting down the muzzle of the gun. After a moment, the muzzle of the gun sprayed out a stream of fire. Da-da-da. The sound was harsh, as if it had slowed down and appeared in Isa's ears. He could only helplessly hold his sister and turn around with his back facing the direction of the shooting, feeling the bullets passing by. The god of death kept waving his sickle beside him. But soon he found that he was not shot. After opening his eyes, he saw the dense madman chasing him in front of him falling down like wheat being cut. The bullets penetrated the body and brought up a large handful of blood plasma, which splashed all over the ground. The sound of bullets piercing flesh and blood was so creepy. One madman after another fell down, unable to break through the fire blockade. Modern weapons pressed all the chasing madmen to the ground like a meat grinder. It didn't cause any waves. The boy looked at this scene and was also confused. The madman who had been chasing them was as fragile as a baby in front of this group of people. In the live camera footage, one could also see the volleys of fire from Umbrella, which bypassed the surviving brother and sister and swept away the zombies behind them. The visual impact and shock suddenly made people feel that compared with these zombies, Umbrella's people were much more terrifying. The gunshot stopped, and there was no more infected bodies that could move. They were piled up in the corner, which looked extremely tragic. Check the wounds on the two of them, and then let them join the survivor team. Zheng Shui waved her hand casually, and two members came forward quickly. The inspection was not meticulous. Just observe the clothes. Check the hands and feet and other places that are easy to be bitten. And if there is no problem, signal them to go to the survivor team of 20 to 30 people next to them. These were collected along the way. At this time, the camera crew in the team also began to film the survivors. And the commentator explained that our main purpose is to investigate. But we can also gather the survivors we meet on the way. They will all be witnesses. Of course, some people may wonder if we are afraid that there are unreported infected people among them. At this point, the commentator paused, and then the black pig head mask helmet came towards the camera, staring at the audience on the camera and said, "It doesn't matter if they conceal the truth. To put it bluntly, how can these things bite through our protective clothing and gloves? It's just scary if it was at the beginning. Some people might still question it. But the speed of clearing the scene before, and the completely crushing destructive power, undoubtedly show that this group of gun-wielding figures wearing pig head masks, ceramic bulletproof vests, and anti-cutting gloves are fully armed. 100 times more terrifying than zombies. Chapter 301 Slap in the Face. Zombies? That's it? Nothing more. I feel like I can kill them with a stick. Forget it. At least give me a gun. Is there a possibility that Umbrella is too awesome? Of course Umbrella is awesome. But I don't think I'm bad either. I think it's time to open up guns. I think the threat of guns is much greater than that of zombies. Only more than 100 people were shot and killed in a day in Pyongyang. The number of injured was not counted. If it's not a major incident, it won't be reported in the news. What do you think we will do now? It's not that exaggerated. There are no more than 100 people in a day. I'm underestimating it. This is the data they released themselves. If unregistered gang fights are included, it's estimated that it won't be a problem to double it. Because of Umbrella's thunderous cleaning and actions, the audience gradually overcame their fear. Looking at it, it seems that's it. And they dared to take in the survivors at will, which shows that their ability to infect is indeed limited. Fear comes from the unknown. Now that the zombies are clearly displayed, although there are riots, $0 purchases, and panic buying, but after getting used to it, you will find that it is nothing special. Tae's Hospital, the second action team composed of 6 stars teams, has also arrived at the largest hospital in the city. Compared with other places, there are many infected bodies lying in the open space outside this hospital, and it can be seen at a glance that they are gunshot wounds. The air is full of bloody smell. Flies gather and buzz, which is very disgusting. This made the leader Kess raise his hand. It is a gunshot wound. There should be armed personnel in the hospital. Everyone pay attention. The camera crew following this group also began to explain. Compared to those unarmed and stupid infected bodies, humans with guns are much more threatening to us. Even if we have equipment and combat effectiveness, we will be embarrassed if we are suddenly attacked. People will die if they are killed. This has nothing to do with strength. Then he introduced Kess. This is the commander of our group's action team. Alpha Team Leader Kess. He led the team to chase the stolen culture medium. He had encountered biological and chemical attacks before. He was a survivor of the last attack and has rich experience. At this time, Kess also arranged 3 mechanical dogs and quickly entered the main entrance of the hospital. At the same time, he shouted to the inside with a loudspeaker under the cover outside. We are the Umbrella Security Action Team coming to support. We have obtained the action authorization. Please do not attack the members in the house. Otherwise, we will counterattack. First courtesy and then force. This is also a reminder. The excellent equipment and the mechanical dogs that entered the hospital directly also made some militants lurking in the hospital feel pressured. Later, some people also said that they would not attack. They stayed here just to protect themselves. But even so, Kess still carefully adopted the team mode to disperse, ensuring that they would not be covered by firepower, and gradually entered the hospital. The inside of the hospital looked very messy, with corpses everywhere, and those armed personnel should be tagged as civilian armed forces, using a variety of equipment. All kinds of old AK and AK imitations. The clothes on their bodies were all kinds of things. And they didn't even have a bulletproof vest. They looked like a mob. They were obviously in awe of the fully armed Umbrella team. However, when Cox came in, he frowned after seeing the division of labor and position of this group of people. Who is your commander? At this time, 2 figures with obviously different styles, wearing suits and sunglasses, came out from behind the corner and took out their ID cards as they walked out. CIA? Are you Umbrella Security? According to relevant laws, you have been recruited by us now. Please cooperate with our actions. The 2 people had a strong aura, and they looked quite stable holding their ID cards. Bang. A shot. The bullet passed by the hair of the person who spoke, and directly broke his glasses. Cox, who took off the pig head mask and bit the cigar, kept turning the lighter on the cigar, and apologized insincerely. Sorry. It went off accidentally. What did you say just now? The CIA agent whose bullet almost brushed his temple also felt his feet shaking a little at this time. They were speechless for a while. Another agent stepped forward and said, "We want to ask you for a favor. This involves our confidential mission. It is considered as our CIA hiring Umbrella Security." Confidential mission? Koss finally lit the cigar, put away the lighter, took a deep breath and exhaled the smoke. Tell me. You can't just send us away with a casual word. Right? The two CIA agents looked at each other. And then the agent with sunglasses at the back spoke. We have been tracking some recent infection incidents, and have found this hospital. These people are also our temporary employees. We have discovered the truth of this infection, which is extremely important to the Federation. So we hire you to complete the mission together, and capture the target. Oh! Capture the target? Extremely important? What? The Federation wants to use this method of transmission? What is this for? Koss grinned. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You Umbrella should also know the rules. The one whose glasses were knocked off at the beginning was now pale. What a shame! A CIA agent, was made so embarrassed by a group of people from a security company. After hearing this, Kess's smile became even bigger. And then, he motioned the filming crew behind him to come forward. Did you record everything just now? Kess asked with a smile, biting a cigar. It's clear as day. Stop it! What are you doing? Delete it? The two agents were shocked and angry at this time. They never expected that they would directly carry out the camera, while covering their faces with their hands. They waved their hands repeatedly. Oh! I forgot to say that this is a satellite live broadcast. It's a pity that I can't meet your requirements, Kess said with regret. Will this offend people? It will definitely offend people. Before, Umbrella's plane was intercepted by F-14. It's not sure who is behind this, but the party behind the action must be the Pyongyang. In this case, trying to help cover it up? How is this possible? After hearing that it was a live broadcast, the two CIA agents were all livid and stared at Kess fiercely. In the many live broadcast rooms that were broadcasting and rebroadcasting at the same time, a large number of viewers also widened their eyes. What's going on? The CIA is also investigating here? And they obviously started the investigation much earlier than Umbrella. And they have much more information. It is even possible that they came here to track the source of infection. And even know what is going on? They didn't even announce it. Nor did they warn in advance. This is a crime. Even someone from the CIA immediately contacted Umbrella and asked them to notify the people in front to be careful. However, Umbrella's reply was also helpless. They are all a group of arrogant soldiers and generals. They can't obey the orders of the king when they are away. There is nothing they can do. At first, their plane was attacked. And now they are very angry. Please bear with them. There is no doubt that Umbrella's actions will offend the CIA. But the problem is that even if Umbrella actively pleases and cooperates, it may not make the CIA not hostile to them. In terms of position, Umbrella and those old capitals are not in the same pot. Directly using F-14 to do this. You still want us to talk nicely? Just show off your underwear and come straight to me. You will offend me and settle accounts with me later. But we will fight back when the enemy comes and cover up when the water comes. Umbrella has developed steadily until now. And compromise and fighting have always been there. Chapter 302 Source of Infection. Two CIA agents were not aware of the live broadcast, which led to some leaked information, which instantly exploded the entire network. The Pyongyang knew about it, and it was obvious that she knew much more clues. She even traced the source of infection. She also took some employees to the hospital. The crowd was excited at this time. What is the Pyongyang hiding? What is she afraid of? Anyway, under the casual rhythm of Kess, there is a sense that the ship pod is about to be put on. It was not put directly, giving enough room for imagination. But this makes people more suspicious. You too. You are live now. Don't hide any information. We are authorized to come directly. I am afraid you two do not have relevant authorization. Kess slid his phone, revealing the relevant information of the authorization. We have relevant authorization under domestic law. The two CIA agents were expressionless. The Pyongyang has always been like this. Domestic law is superior to international law and long-arm jurisdiction. But there is no doubt that their arrival here is not recognized by the two parties currently fighting in Yemen. Okay. It doesn't matter. But just when Kess said this, a hurried voice suddenly came from the radio channel. Captain Kess. Something is wrong with this hospital. So fast. There are strange infected bodies. The voice appeared with the sound of gunfire. And the radio and their current position could hear it. It was the action team entering the hospital from the southwest. This made Kess's expression condensed. And then he asked about the situation while arranging the two nearest teams to support. He had experienced the incident in Somalia and knew that there were indeed some special existences among the infected bodies, which were much more difficult to deal with than normal individuals. But this time, there were special preparations and heavy firepower, so they could fight against it. But even so, He still dragged a CIA agent away from the camera and directly pulled out of the live broadcast screen. I'm asking you one more question now. What are you hiding? What is here? What are you tracking? I can't guarantee that my gun won't go off. The agent who was still in the picture wanted to save people, but saw other members who were staring at him. Then the CIA agent with the gun pointed at his chin spoke up. We don't know the specific situation either. We are tracking a special infected person. He seems to be able to control some special infected bodies. Those infected bodies move very quickly and react amazingly. Your teammates should have encountered an attack controlled by him. Control the infected body? Kess was also shocked. And then thought of the big guys he met at the beginning. They seemed to have a certain control ability. But if it was that group of people, the CIA wouldn't investigate them. Right? What's going on? Missed individuals? He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. And at this time, he also heard the rapid movement from upstairs. Soon, a humanoid figure appeared at the staircase. But there was no epidermis on his body. Tendons were exposed. And he looked as strong as a bullfrog. The thick claws directly scratched the wall, allowing it to move freely on the wall like a gecko. With an amazing speed, the sticky translucent liquid left a trail on the wall as it crawled. Without any hesitation, the Alpha team left here opened fire quickly. But the thing was very fast. Although it was hurt by a few bullets occasionally, it kept using the cover here to avoid the subsequent pursuit. And just as it attracted firepower, for such monsters rushed in from the window, the staircase, and the door at the same time. Although the Alpha team that stayed in place reacted very quickly and cooperated with the mechanical dog to repel it. But there were still several local armed personnel who were injured. The huge claws could tear the skin and flesh with one claw, and could easily knock people several meters away. The tongue in the mouth could penetrate the human body in an instant. Several local armed personnel were injured and cried for their parents. One of them even relied on its frog-like tongue to penetrate the protective clothing of an Alpha team member and penetrate his arm. Damn it! After Koss and his teammates repelled these monsters, he looked at the group of ordinary armed personnel and two CIA agents who were almost like waste. And his face was livid. The case was solved. This is why the infection here in Taz suddenly broke out. And it was the reason for the outbreak of multiple points throughout the city. This strange infected body is spreading. It is indeed man-made. Although compared with the biochemical giants that were equipped with heavy armor and could ignore the attacks of light weapons, the defense of this thing is obviously much worse. And the assault rifle firepower coverage can easily repel it. But the flexibility and speed of this thing are much higher than that of the giant. In this indoor environment, the threat is huge. This time, there are guns with grenades and RPGs. Even if they encounter the last time, there is a solution. Instead, new things have appeared. Everyone come and gather. Try not to be in a small area. Pay attention to the window. This thing is extremely fast. And the cooperation is tacit. Someone is indeed controlling it. Koss quickly gave the order to gather. And then looked at the teammate with an injured arm. Although he was only pierced through the arm, he knew the infection ability of this thing. The injured team member also knew it. Feeling the tingling and dizziness in his head, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Captain, kill these sons of bitches. He took out a pistol and put it in his mouth and pulled the trigger, seeing the living teammates suddenly die in front of him. This was more touching than the sweep along the way. Not to mention the members of Umbrella. Even the audience in the live broadcast room were the same at this time. At this time, the injured armed personnel began to show various symptoms while shouting desperately, "Don't kill me." It was a real display of the infected mutation scene in front of everyone. If the amount of virus is too much at one time, a rapid hijacking phenomenon will occur. A creaking sound came from the throat. The begging and wailing gradually disappeared, and the cart began to stiffen, and the lens showed abnormal twisting movements. Bang bang. Alpha Squad didn't need to do anything. The other armed personnel completed the cleanup work directly. And there was still fear on their faces. The netizens who were watching the live broadcast at this time also showed panic again. What are those things? Liquors? The brain is not exposed. But it is definitely something similar. So fast. Didn't the CIA say it before? It might be something like this that spread. Otherwise it would not be so fast throughout the city. Damn it. It was actually man-made. Are you crazy? Hey. I've been watching Umbrella sweeping across the country. And it's really sad that there are so many casualties here. It's the Warriors. It's all those two CIA idiots. If they had informed us of the information earlier, this wouldn't have happened. What if this thing suddenly came into the city and spread? Poison King. Damn it. I still have to buy some supplies first. Let's go together. At this time, the other teams that came in also came to the hall one after another, looking a little embarrassed. And obviously they were attacked. However, there was no loss of personnel. Probably because the number of monsters attacking was not large. Their combat skills are still there. This time, this group of monsters suddenly played a tactical coordination and caught them off guard. Without advanced intelligence, they fell into such a fate. Through this phenomenon, Kes could also determine that the number of such things should not be large. Other teams only encountered sporadic harassment of 1 or 2. And the main thing was that they faced targeted blocking. If they did not react quickly and let them rush into the crowd, the consequences would be disastrous. After temporarily stabilizing the situation, Kes looked at the 2 CIA agents with a fierce look on his face. At this time, the 2 men also understood the seriousness of the matter and quickly spoke up. We don't know who the other party is. This is exactly what we want to investigate. But we can be sure that he can control the spread of this thing. The clues we have now may be a survivor of a small tribe destroyed in the war. It should be for the purpose of revenge. But how he became like this is unknown. The initial judgment is that someone sold or gave this thing to him. Perhaps waiting for some experimental feedback. The gun was pointed directly outside the camera screen. And it could be pulled out and fired at any time. At this time, the 2 CIA agents also hesitated to tell what they already knew. Please, it's just a job. They are already risking their lives. But if you can avoid death, don't die. There is no way. We didn't know they were broadcasting live before. Now we are actually trying to restore the image of our CIA. I believe that the boss will understand our difficulties. Right. Chapter 303 Bait. Ahem. A cloaked figure stood on the top floor of the hospital and kept coughing. At this time, 7 or 8 monsters were wandering around him. But they seemed to be protecting him. The figure who coughed up a pool of blood from time to time paused for a moment. And now he looked up at the figure in front of him, with a faint sense of fear in his eyes. Since he gave up his human identity for revenge, his perception has been greatly improved. And he can even control this mutant individual. They can spread the virus wantonly. And cities like Taz have also fallen within a few days. The impact resistance of modern human buildings is far beyond imagination. Cities cast in reinforced concrete cannot be destroyed by ordinary firepower coverage. Even targeted blasting needs to be planned for the load-bearing body. The destructive power of ordinary artillery and bombing on a modern city is far less than most people imagine. Street fighting is a battle that will still appear even in this era. However, relying on his own mutation of giving up his human body and relying on these children, he destroyed a city within a few days. This destructive power is comparable to that of nuclear weapons, and even more terrifying than nuclear weapons in terms of concealment and defense. With this ability, he can completely complete revenge, avenge his tribe, and make the murderers pay with blood. However, he never expected that he would encounter such a monster in his attack this time. The wild beast-like breath made his hair stand on end. And for some reason, looking at the empty sky behind this humanoid monster, he always felt that there was some huge monster staring at him. The children next to him could not bring him any sense of security. Monster, panting and retreating continuously. Laka's face was full of horror. It's really rude to be called that by a monster. Wangi looked at the guy in front of him with indifference. That Kes is simply poisonous. Just like the plague god. But it's not bad to be able to pull this thing out. Just a glance, Wangi knew what happened. To some extent, the guy in front of him was also infected. His body was greatly damaged, and his lifespan was not much. He was also infected with the K virus. But his performance was somewhat different from that of others. The virus only partially hijacked his central nervous cells to complete the transformation. And it was still mainly based on his own will. And the direction of the mutation was different. This led to his ability to control some mutant individuals through pheromones and mental will. This change was obviously caused by human factors. And he was willing to accept the transformation and cooperate to complete the experiment. This is a semi-finished product. As for whether he escaped in the end or for some other reason, it is hard to say. And there are all possibilities. Walking towards the other party step by step, Wang Yi's expression did not change at all. Where did you receive the transformation? Will you let me go if I tell you? Obviously not. You killed one of my subordinates. I can pay with my life. But please give me some time. Raka is not afraid of death. When he accepted the transformation, he knew that he was dead. He was just afraid that the revenge had not been completed. He wants these people to pay with blood. What does your hatred have to do with me? Wang Yi sneered. A tragic avenger? But in the end, he could only vent his anger on a group of ordinary people. Taz's armed forces had already left, but he was still acting recklessly here. It was really ridiculous. You don't know what happened to me at all. Yes, I'm not interested in knowing either. That's just your business. Suddenly, 7 or 8 mutant-infected bodies rushed towards Wang Yi at the same time, but with a faint blue light flashing in Wang Yi's eyes. In an instant, the air around seemed to have turned into a sharp cutting blade, and all the mutants were cut into pieces by invisible silk threads at the same time, and blood splattered all over the ground. The blood that splashed towards Wang Yi was also completely blocked by the invisible barrier, and he was not stained at all. This change, that was completely beyond understanding, made Laka's face full of shock and despair. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to cooperate with your experiments. And I am willing to tell you everything I know. Just give me some time. It doesn't take much effort to make you a specimen. I can slowly study your problem. If you don't tell me the secret you know, I will know it sooner or later. Wang Yi didn't care about what the other party said at all, and slowly walked to the front. However, if you tell me what you know, I may be able to make you feel better. Or maybe, I will be merciful, and let you live for a while. The strong sense of oppression brought by the carelessness finally made Laka, who was already nervous, completely collapse. He knelt on the ground and told all his stories. He was originally the heir of a small tribe, but because their tribe discovered a diamond mine, it was known by a warlord next to it. So the entire tribe was slaughtered, leaving only him and a few survivors. At this time, a group of people found him and said that they could give him the power of revenge. But he must have the will to persevere. This brought him hope, and he agreed to this group of people. The entire transformation experiment process was extremely painful and long, and he didn't know the exact time. In the end, he and the rest of his tribesmen completed the transformation, and only he remained conscious. But the overall experiment seemed to be successful. Then, he found an opportunity to escape from the laboratory with the cooperation of the infected body. You mean, there were CIA people in that laboratory? Wang Yi raised his eyebrows. This is very important news. Although the Pyongyang had complicated relationships, he was really surprised that the CIA personally joined in. Yes. In fact, I remember the smell of the 2 investigators below. I haven't met them, but I know that they were watching my experiment on the other side of the wall at that time. After all, he was no longer a human being. Laka's words still let Wang Yi know why he caught the traces of the CIA. In fact, this is a tainted witness. Although Umbrella has always been keeping a sense of proportion, it is actually a matter of time before a conflict breaks out. The interests involved are too great. Now, they are just constantly testing and looking for ways and methods. You have successfully delayed your life. Now I give you a chance and test to show your ability. If you succeed, you can delay your life for a while again. Wang Yi looked at the other party and chuckled. CIA agents. After revealing their identities, it would be inappropriate for their own people to interrogate them in front of the live broadcast. Understood. Kes adjusted his headphones and glanced at the 2 CIA guys, without showing any strange color on his face. Gentlemen, because your concealment killed one of our comrades, you are not welcome here. Please take your employees away, Kes said coldly to the 2 CIA agents. And all of this was recorded by the live broadcast. When have CIA people ever suffered such grievances? However, the situation is stronger than people. At this time, except for the determination to investigate Umbrella thoroughly after returning, they have no other choice. Even in many live broadcast rooms, many water friends said barrages. I've never seen the CIA so weak. As expected, the fist is the truth, but Umbrella has offended them by doing this. Wouldn't it be okay if they didn't do this? Think about what happened to them before. It's really refreshing to watch. The world has suffered from the CIA for a long time. In fact, the CIA has a very bad reputation, both inside and outside the United States. Many people applaud the treatment of Umbrella. And Umbrella also has a good reason this time. The CIA's concealment caused their losses. In addition to the previous attack on the passenger plane, no one can say they are wrong. After all, Umbrella has always shown the characteristics of revenge. And this kind of character setting makes people accustomed to this kind of scene. As the CIA people left, the remaining mutants also left the 2 agents and some armed personnel they hired far away and quickly went away. And Wang Yi entered the distortion again and jumped onto the bone dragon and quickly rushed in one direction. I hope that this move will not be so fast. Chapter 304 Dragon Roar. Umbrella. Who gave them the courage Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you are good at action? What era is this? Do you really think you still rely on guns? The CIA agent with a scratch on his face, with the scattered soldiers behind him, walked quickly on the streets of Taz, shooting and killing some infected bodies from time to time. Stop talking. Leave here safely first. Who would have thought they would broadcast live? We will definitely be punished if we say this. His partner said quickly while observing the surroundings vigilantly. They only hired this group of local armed forces, whose combat effectiveness is not as good as that of Umbrella. If there are too many infected bodies, there will be a big risk. This mission has failed. So let's leave here first and talk about these things. Humph. I just can't stand their arrogance. As long as we want, we can directly use drones to eliminate them. They have no ability to resist at all. Stop talking. Looking at the teammates who were still cursing next to him, the CIA agent with sunglasses still intact couldn't help but sigh. However, they rarely acted so aggrieved. They had heard from their colleagues in Mexico that Umbrella was very law-abiding and would often provide convenience when they needed their cooperation. But who would have thought that it would be so difficult to talk to them after they were provoked? But at this moment, he saw a scarlet figure flashing past the building next to him, which made him show a trace of fear, and then raised his hand to stop the team. Wait! Those monsters are chasing us. Be careful. They came to the hospital to chase the target, so they naturally knew how difficult that kind of thing was. But with guns in hand, they could be prepared in advance, as long as they were careful. They had so many guns. As long as they didn't reveal any flaws, it would be okay. But at this moment, suddenly a terrifying gust of wind fell from the sky, and their team seemed to be squeezed by some huge monster in an instant. And they were killed and injured in an instant. Suddenly, blood spurted out on the spot, as if they were crushed by something, and several people were directly ejected like cannonballs. They were even hit with a bloody mist. The armed team of dozens of people was scattered in an instant, under the splashing plasma and blood mist. The two CIA agents vaguely saw the invisible outline under the blood mist mark in front of them. Ferocious and huge. It vaguely resembles a Western dragon. What is this? What is this thing? They know the individuals in the laboratory. There is no such thing at all. Damn it! What did they hide from us? But soon they were gone. Invisible and traceless infrasound waves came out from the invisible bone dragon's mouth. In an instant, the two lost consciousness and fainted. The principle of infrasound weapons is actually quite simple. That is, the frequency of the sound wave resonates with an important organ of the human body. Currently, the most dangerous frequency recognized is 7 Hz. Different organs have corresponding frequencies. The subsequent killing depends on the specific amplitude. That is, the energy carried by the sound wave itself. For Wani, just making these two guys faint is a very simple operation. Then the bone dragon spread its wings again, and handed the scene over to the mutant infected body controlled by Laka. It's not to kill, but to make it easier for Laka to record some interrogation content, and then accidentally let the Umbrella investigation team find it. In fact, with the nature of the CIA, Wang Yi felt that there might be the shadow of this group of troublemakers behind the destruction of Laka's tribe. In order to make extra money, the CIA has done a lot of unscrupulous things, and since they have intervened in this, they must naturally be prepared to be chopped off. Although the reputation of Pyongyang is already infamous, its ability to stand firm mainly depends on its strength. But this level of hat is enough to give them a headache for a while. When Raka began to interrogate and record, Wang Yi continued to rush towards the location of the laboratory he provided at a high speed. The laboratory is located in Yemen, not far from Taiz. So this is the first city to be attacked. From the fact that the CIA people will track here, it can be seen that the laboratory may not have given up here yet. In addition to the fact that the things inside are not as easy to carry as last time. Perhaps in their opinion, they can deal with the escaped infected body, which is not as serious as the last time it was directly exposed. Even after the outbreak of infection in Taiz, it is quite normal to take a look at the results and test the power. For this group of people, since the infection has already occurred, it is of course waste utilization. Want them to have sympathy? How is it possible? Taiz is built on a plateau at an altitude of 1,400 meters. And there are many mountains nearby. At this time, at the entrance of a cave on a mountain peak, there are 2 figures in chemical protective suits fiddling with telescopes, observing the situation in Taiz from a distance. While watching and recording, one of them complained, "The people from Umbrella are really nosy. Our drone was investigating well inside, but they just butted in. For now, we still focus on hiding. Although the experimental subject escaped this time, his destruction also shows the success of this experiment. In fact, if we really want to use migratory birds at a low cost, we can use many methods with this culture medium. The uncertainty of migratory birds is too great. How can it be compared with our masterpiece? We can easily determine the scale of the outbreak, and it will not spread out of control. We only target the targets we want to target. That's right. We can't let ourselves get caught. After all, the uncontrollable nature of mutations is also troublesome. The people of the Sackler family have really come up with some amazing things. If they hadn't been foolishly pursuing the illusory immortality, they would obviously be able to increase their voice by this. Immortality, after all, is what everyone dreams of. If there is a chance, I also want to try it. Huh? What's wrong? Hearing the doubts of his companions, the figure in the chemical protective suit, who was observing the chaos from a distance, asked in confusion. Just now it seemed like the air in the camera was distorted, as if something passed by. It's the change in temperature. No, it just looks a bit weird. Huh? I appeared too. What the hell? Gradually, the two realized that this was not their illusion, but something was passing by. It was just that the distance was too far at the beginning, so the reaction was not obvious. Now it occupies the field of view of the two people's observation telescopes at the same time. What is it? The two people involuntarily let go of the telescopes and looked up at the same time. At this time, a strong wind has appeared, and a sudden and unpredictable evil wind has suddenly rolled up nearby. Raising your hands to cover your eyes and looking up, you can vaguely see an invisible huge outline slowly floating above the cave entrance and gradually descending. The dust raised by the strong wind outlines the outline of a giant dragon like a powder. This is... Ding. Two blue flames like lanterns appear, like eyes dotted on the head of the invisible giant dragon. Then you can see the giant dragon with a faint outline gradually emerging under the dust. It seems to take a deep breath, and the dragon's head tilts back, then suddenly stretches its head and opens its mouth to make a low dragon roar. Roar! Each organ in the human body has a different frequency, and resonance can be formed as long as it matches this frequency. Some of these frequencies are already within the range that the human ear can capture. When the 100 Hz sound wave is large enough, you can start to experience dizziness and red and swollen skin, followed by vertigo, anxiety, extreme fatigue, and tight throat. At 43 to 73 Hz, vision is extremely impaired. Comprehension ability is reduced to 77% of normal. Sense of direction is lost. Muscle coordination and body balance are greatly reduced. When the infrasound frequency is 8 to 12 Hz, it is the same as the alpha rhythm of the human brain. And when it acts on the human body, it can have a serious impact on the human psychology and consciousness. In mild cases, people feel uncomfortable, their attention is reduced, and they are emotionally uneasy, leading to dizziness and nausea. In severe cases, people become mentally confused, crazy, shocked, fainted, and lose their thinking ability. When the frequency is 4 to 18 Hz, it is the same as the inherent frequency of the internal organs of the human body. In mild cases, they have muscle spasms, whole body tremors, and difficulty breathing. In severe cases, blood vessels rupture, internal organs are damaged, and even die quickly. The most deadly frequency is 7 Hz. A very small intensity will greatly affect the human body. The nervous system is disturbed, brain activity is blocked, reason is unclear, and self-discipline disappears. Wang can kill enemies with magic, but there is no doubt that in this lazy magic environment of the modern era, if he wants to use the least energy to pry the greatest damage, he must delve into some strange things. There is no doubt that the killing power of the bone dragon with infrasonic multiband dragon roar is one of the options with excellent cost performance. Sound attack magic, a combination of magic and physics. Now all he needs to do is to make the dragon roar pattern of the corresponding frequency, and rely on the input of magic to enhance the power, so that the energy carried by the dragon roar is stronger and the amplitude is larger. At the same time, it spreads farther and attenuates less. Frequency is the need for resonance with human organs, and the size of the sound is described by decibels that are positively correlated with the amplitude. Every 10 decibels doubles the energy. It can reach a maximum of 194 decibels under standard atmospheric pressure. Because the amplitude reaches the limit, the low pressure part has formed a vacuum. And if it is higher, it is a pure shock wave. And the most thrifty killing power produced by the bone dragon is the extreme dragon roar that is mixed with multiple frequencies and adjusted according to different atmospheric pressures. As the bone dragon's head opened its mouth under the backdrop of dust, terrifying sound waves appeared. The next moment, the two observing figures in protective suits instantly turned into mud inside the suits. The protective suits were not damaged much except that they were blown away by the huge airflow and stuck to the wall. The terrifying sound waves were guided by the hole and blasted into the interior without stopping. What sound? Ugh. Some of the audible sound frequencies made the experimenters, who were closest to the hole and fiddling with the instruments, vomit suddenly when they heard the sound. Paw. The eyeballs exploded and died quickly. The infrasound waves have a low frequency, so they can travel a long distance. In addition, they lock energy with magic power. Even if many places have excellent sound insulation effects and sound-absorbing materials, still makes the entire experimental base suffer a severe impact. People who are relatively close are actually fine, and they died instantly. Many of the guys inside, who were unable to reach the fatal level immediately due to various obstacles, fell to the ground and wailed. Various screams were heard continuously, and various miserable sounds of struggle and help kept appearing, and then continued to gradually decrease under the subsequent dragon roar until they disappeared. For a moment, the entire laboratory fell into silence, with only the sound of the machine still running. Chapter 305 Cruel Reality. According to the clues, we came to the laboratory. It was totally unbelievable. It turned out that the laboratory was so close to Taz. No wonder Taz was the first to be attacked. KS led his team and finally found the entrance to the cave based on the clues collected along the way. While constantly calling the other two teams, they also began to take action and broadcast live. Halfway through, Kess's team encountered the person who could secretly control the mutant-infected body, and a fierce exchange of fire occurred to repel the other party. He also rescued the two dying CIA agents who were being tortured. As a result, after injecting some battlefield drugs and waking up the two, their first reaction was to destroy the video. I didn't think there was anything wrong at first, so I immediately turned out the video of the interrogation and opened the box in front of the live broadcast. What a result! These two CIA agents were actually insiders of the experiment and even went to the laboratory. Moreover, they knew the identity of the experimental subject, and even planned and guided the extermination of the tribe of the experimental subject, just to find some individuals with deep hatred to voluntarily participate in the experiment. It seems that in the eyes of the CIA, as long as the goal can be achieved, it doesn't matter if such a small tribe is exterminated. This naturally caused an uproar on the entire network. And the big beautiful CIA also jumped out at the first time to explain that the two people were secretly instigated by someone, and it was their personal behavior. And on the spot, they issued a wanted order for the two people, and they wanted to bring them back for trial to prove their innocence. However, these words will not affect Umbrella's actions in Taz, because there are some clues about the relevant laboratories in the video. After the two lost the protection of the CIA, Kess also learned the specific location of the laboratory from them, and led the team directly there. That's why we arrived in front of the base like this. It's strange. There's no movement. Last time, we actually went to search the laboratory after the follow-up support arrived. But when we arrived again, the laboratory was empty. Those people in the dark were very alert. In theory, they wouldn't make such a mistake. At this time, they also saw the first two people who were soft at the entrance of the cave. There are some fragments here, which should be observation equipment. From this position, we can observe the situation in Taz very well. Kerr squatted down and picked up some telescope fragments, turned back and signaled the camera to shoot in the direction of Taz, and then came to the vicinity of the two chemical protective suits. I don't know what kind of attack it suffered. The outer clothes are not bulletproof, but there is not much damage, and it doesn't look like a huge impact. As they spoke, the group walked into the cave. At the beginning, they considered that satellite broadcasting might encounter such a situation, so they placed the signal antenna at the entrance of the cave, and then put down the signal relay equipment at a fixed distance along the way to ensure constant connectivity. Walking into the cave, after turning the corner, you will find that the original natural cave environment has changed. The ground and walls are obviously covered with a layer of metal plates, creating a sci-fi effect. There is a half-open door here, with no intention of closing it. After looking at the thickness of the door, Kess continued, this is about the same thickness as the protective door of a bank vault. The fact that it is not closed can only mean that there was a sudden attack here. So sudden that they did not react at all. This kind of door must be electronically controlled. Not that someone really needs to be there to close it. While speaking, He kept on alert and turned on the light on his gun to enter in batches with tactical movements. After entering, they were also very surprised by the scene in front of them. Many people, but they all seemed to be dead. Their eyeballs burst. Blood spit out of their mouths. And even their internal organs were broken into pieces. Their deaths were quite miserable. And the deeper they went inside, the more signs of struggle they could see. The instrument is not damaged at all. It looks a bit like an infrasonic weapon. However, such a weapon with great limitations is rarely seen in actual combat. If the direction is not controlled well, it will kill both the enemy and the enemy. The attack distance is generally not far. In fact, it is not as good as traditional weapons. Keck said seriously. After all, the weapon has not become mainstream, which means that it has various defects and limitations. It is only convenient to use in a very few specific environments. However, this is just what Keck said casually. In fact, someone has secretly put the blame on Umbrella. Because only they can do this. It is very likely that Umbrella has developed an infrasonic weapon with super practicality. This is undoubtedly another blessing for Umbrella. It will make people more fearful. But at the same time, they will also consider some usage methods again. Umbrella's strongest point is special operations. With their biological level, it is almost possible to see the bottom card of the bottom of the box. It will never force Umbrella into a desperate situation easily. But if the biochemical tactic is really used, the 5 good men may not tolerate the extremely threatening Umbrella. It is definitely a means that will be used only when both sides perish. Or it can almost be seen as a means that will not appear unless Umbrella is forced into a desperate situation. If it only relies on special operations. In fact, the threat is limited as can be seen from the previous F-14's reckless attack. What's the matter? Do you want to confront the army head-on? The appearance of some special combat drones, armed helicopters, etc. is already a dimensionality reduction attack. But now this highly practical subsonic weapon appears on the scene, which is enough to sound the alarm. Subsonic weapons are extremely secretive. Just look at the miserable situation in the laboratory in front of you. Who can guarantee that their home will not be suddenly attacked by such an attack? It is another threat that can be perfectly coordinated with Umbrella's special operations. And unlike the biochemical trump card that cannot be easily taken out, this thing can be used synchronously with special operations. Yes, the Umbrella team seems to be pretending to be decent. I don't want to admit it. But many things don't need evidence. If you think you have it, you have it. In fact, the most effective infrasonic weapons is really in conjunction with Umbrella's model, which is really a headache for a while. Discovering the laboratory should be considered to have met the employer's needs. We want to see what is hidden here. There are many monitoring devices here. Let's see what happened first. A group of people came to the monitoring room. Because the deaths were very sudden, the monitoring room did not appear to be closed and was still operating on its own. After a while of tinkering with the electronic support personnel in the team, some monitoring playbacks were quickly found. Unfortunately, there were no pictures of the deaths of these people here. It seemed that all the monitoring was destroyed immediately when the attack occurred. And it was completely unknown how it happened. This point further strengthened the determination of some analysts who were secretly observing. That's right. This is what you Umbrella did. Don't pretend. You have seen through it. However, after Umbrella did this, there was no evidence that they had such inhumane weapons. The threat was expressed, but there was no handle left. It is not ruled out that they created some special experimental individuals in the experiment, which eventually led to rampage and loss of control. Let's take a look at the previous information. This is a laboratory, and there must be a lot of experimental records. If you keep flipping forward, you can see the cruelty of this laboratory. It is a human experiment without any mercy. From the appearance, the experimental subjects are likely to be Yemenis who are locally sourced. This bloody and cruel scene immediately caused an uproar around the world. There are such places? How many are there? Are there any nearby? Oh my God! Will someone suddenly take me away one day? Is this the place where human trafficking flows? It's unbelievable that this is the 21st century. See how advanced those instruments are? It must be the 21st century. There shouldn't be many companies that can produce these instruments. Look for them according to the serial number. Yes, we must investigate thoroughly. The tragedy in Tez was all caused by human factors. This shock is really unacceptable. This is a city with hundreds of thousands of people. These are all living people. Even though the distance is very far, and it is difficult to empathize. This number and the previous experimental situation are enough to arouse empathy. What if it happens to me? We will wait here for the investigation team sent by the General Assembly to come. Someone should have notified us of these live broadcasts. Right? The company should remember to ask for compensation for us. It is not compulsory to stand guard. Kess looked at the experimental pictures, and his face looked very solemn. Then, we went forward and found the video of Laka's escape. It is obvious that an experimental subject, who can control the mutant-infected body, escaped from here. Found it. This should be the culprit. Let's take a look. Number 079. Laka. Survivor of the XXX tribe. Determined. Excellent experimental material. Candidate for Queen Bee. The live broadcast of the information was revealed on the spot. And when looking for relevant experimental data, we also saw the figures of the two CIA agents before. They were observing coldly outside the window and communicating with the researchers next to them. Lock the picture, turn on the sound, and know what they are talking about at the same time. It can break out the infection at a fixed point, and the infection can be ensured to be controllable. This is really a perfect weapon. The cheapest cost can achieve this effect. You are indeed more practical. We are very satisfied. During the exchange, some inhumane topics such as the bird migratory plan emerged one after another, and the use of this kind of experimental subjects was also praised. As for who is the person who is satisfied behind the scenes? Anyway, the CIA continued to issue a statement again, saying that this was their betrayer, and they didn't know what organization he had joined. And so, De Pyongyang's higher-level spokespersons also began to downplay the matter, thinking that it might be a conspiracy of the Big Bear, or a conspiracy of Persia, or some terrorist organization. Anyway, they were completely clean. In fact, most people have a scale in their hearts about what the specific situation is. It's just that after De Pyongyang's formal clarification and explanation, no one dared to put this hat on their heads, because everyone knows that the world is still about fists. At least De Pyongyang will clarify now. If they don't clarify and just admit it, who can do anything to them? The PRISM incident that Snow broke out some time ago. De Pyongyang's allied speaker was wiretapped. So what if it was revealed? What can it do? Even the person being wiretapped only dared to protest and condemn it without any pain. Even though he is a big bear, he only dares to take him in temporarily, just as a card in his hand. Do you really want to make a fuss about this? Sorry. It's useless. Because no one can punish De Pyongyang. This is the most helpless reality now. They have long-arm jurisdiction in their domestic law, and they are making trouble everywhere. But they are silent. Today they bomb here. Tomorrow they rob here. And a bag of washing powder can complete the war of annihilation of the country. They openly send troops to steal oil, but they still do their own thing. On the other hand, if other forces do something that De Pyongyang is hostile to, it will be magnified countless times and criticized. Completely different treatment. Afghanistan slaughtered civilians and took people for practice. But it can be easily whitewashed by shooting some American movies. It is an open secret that they conduct biological and chemical experiments in private. There are related laboratories in so many places around the world, and they are the only vote against the biological and chemical weapons thorough investigation mechanism, coupled with the straightforward face of not caring about the PRISM incident. No party is willing to be an enemy of the only superpower on the blue planet. If De Pyongyang is really left with no way out, the outcome may be much worse than now. Even if there is no way out, we have to build one for him, since an explanation has been given. Let's just believe it. So although it was directly exposed and brought to the table this time, it was destined to be left unresolved after the CIA and the spokesperson of De Pyongyang denied it. It is also destined that even if an investigation team really comes later, it will be attributed to the CIA's internal traitor. No one will dwell on this matter endlessly. Oh, the only injured person is a backward country in war, and there are only a few 100,000 casualties. There will be no so-called justice partners, and there will be no so-called trial. Chapter 306 Lantern Festival. Haha. It's quick this time. And it's done? Xianyayan said happily, while cooking glutinous rice balls in the kitchen. Quick. I guess so. I just completed a stage, and will go back after the festival. Wang Yi leaned on the sofa, looked up at the ceiling, and felt a little emotional in his heart. Although he has been delaying and avoiding it as much as possible, he is now almost in opposition to De Pyongyang as a whole. This is not a problem that can be solved by having a few friends who make money together. However, Wang Yi did not regret Umbrella's choice before. Umbrella's interests are now here, and it is not possible to avoid conflicts just by wanting to avoid them. They haven't hit you yet, but the interests are not enough. Does Xiong wants to be an enemy of De Pyongyang? Don't want to. He applied to join the North Atlantic organization many times, but was rejected. They just played, teased, and slowly bled. Xiong Legong was even ridiculed and mocked in person. Who wants to be an enemy of De Pyongyang? Of course not. But some problems cannot be avoided. They just take a fancy to your praised family background and expect to make up for their own internal gaps by bleeding here. South Pavilion. Collision. Aircraft carrier crossing. Ship seizure. GPS shutdown. All kinds of behaviors that are just slapping you in the face are approaching step by step. It's just that the previous strength gap is here. No matter how uncomfortable it is, you have to bite your teeth and swallow it. With the establishment of various major projects in the 1990s, after gradually having modern equipment, direct military provocations have become less and less. What's the use of just wanting peace? Peace survives when it is sought through struggle, and peace dies when it is sought through compromise. The F-14 attack fully illustrates the problem. Maybe that time was intended to target Persia, but it is undeniable that strong hostility has been revealed. Since the action has begun, it must be returned. Although Wang Yi is not very sentimental, he can watch the people of Taz die in this incident expressionlessly. But it does not mean that he does not have his own opinions and views of right and wrong. So Rekka still died. But he was captured by Wang Yi again after becoming a vengeful spirit. TT Takeaway and TT Online car hailing are officially launched today. And the feedback we have received is pretty good. After Chen Yayan served the glutinous rice balls on the table, she also talked about the recent situation. World Map directly introduced the connection with Red Queen, and its powerful functions completely crushed its peers. The street view was originally very comprehensive, and after the takeaway driver started to deliver takeaways, some photos of corridors and apartment buildings would also appear. After delivering takeaways, you can take a photo of a place you have never been to before and get a little reward next time. Even if there are other takeaway drivers delivering orders here, you don't have to worry about not being able to find them. Takeaway is a job that requires practice, and experienced takeaway drivers deliver food very quickly, and the world map speeds up this process. It has obvious advantages in delivery efficiency. There is also an online car hailing app, and some detailed prompts for parking will also appear. Although the online car hailing side does not provide corresponding special cars, the takeaway driver can choose to rent the battery car provided by the World Company. It is a battery car purchased from Umbrella without speed limit, which has been transformed into a motor vehicle range. You can choose to buy or rent the battery bike. If you buy it, you just need to pay the factory price. But to prevent reselling, you are not allowed to transfer it within 1 year. However, most delivery men will choose to rent, because as long as the battery bike does not have additional impact wear and tear, as long as a certain number of orders are run every day, the rental fee can be waived. If a full-time deliveryman can meet the rent-free requirements for a month in a row, he will directly obtain the long-term use rights of the battery bike, and he can obtain ownership after meeting the standards in 1 year. Although part-time riders do not sign labor contracts, the World Company will also purchase relevant safety insurance after running every day. Although there are fewer subsidies in the money-burning stage than Kangaroo Takeaway, at least the care for physical and mental health is quite in place. The corresponding complaint mechanism and punishment mechanism are also very complete, and the relevant terms are handed over to artificial intelligence for review and judgment. And there are corresponding requirements. First of all, takeaway delivery will have relevant requirements for takeaway brothers, especially full-time brothers, and there is an employee handbook, not to mention violations of traffic rules. There will be no tolerance. There will also be corresponding response mechanisms for customers with bad attitudes, meal damage, etc. In terms of orders, with the intervention of artificial intelligence, it can definitely ensure scientific and reasonable, and will not be too mechanical like a kangaroo, which is like a life-threatening situation. If there are not enough people during peak hours, orders will be dispatched, but the delivery time will be automatically adjusted to give the riders enough time to deal with it. In fact, for takeaway riders, they can get money for every successful delivery. They will work hard without being urged. There is no need to squeeze their time and force them to violate traffic rules like a death warrant. Of course, there will be automatic adjustments by artificial intelligence when dispatching and receiving orders. The takeaway guy cannot just take detours to receive orders nearby for his own money-making efficiency and deliver a piece at a time, which will affect the time. In terms of ensuring the balance of interests between the two parties, the big data judgment of artificial intelligence is absolutely overwhelming. It can help you calculate the optimal solution by itself and meet the needs of users and riders at the same time. While there are corresponding requirements for takeaway guys, The world will also have corresponding protection measures for takeaway guys. After all, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Occasionally, you will encounter some weird customers with weird requirements. This aspect is undoubtedly supported. In fact, whether it is a rider or a user, there will definitely be bad apples because of the number of people. This is unavoidable. And what TT Takeaway needs to do is to pick out both kinds of bad apples. If a user commits the same mistake multiple times, the account will be directly frozen and the service will no longer be provided. If a rider commits the same mistake multiple times, the full-time rider will be dismissed and the part-time rider will also terminate the cooperation relationship and will not be given another chance. Opportunities will be given when mistakes are made before. And if it is an accident, it will be completely forgiven. But if it is repeated, it must be a problem of personal attitude and character. World Company will not stand on the side of its own takeaway brother. But at the same time, if you are wronged, World Company will also be the strongest backing. And there will be a special legal team to assist. Coordinates. Mountain City. This is a city full of various architectural wonders. If you choose navigation to travel in the city, it will definitely make people doubt life. I can't tell the difference between the first floor and the top floor. Sometimes, the distance to climb the stairs to enter the building may take several kilometers. A completely three-dimensional city. It can be said that map navigation, food delivery, and online car hailing are all easy to hit a wall in this city. Needless to say, map navigation has become artificial intelligence. Although the food delivery guy and the online car hailing driver are all locals. The locals would not have known the whole city before. After all, it is too complicated. It takes a lot of time to get familiar with it. However, the world map has adapted to this city by force through taking pictures and connecting to the artificial intelligence algorithm of the Red Queen. This has led to the food delivery guys and online car hailing drivers of Kangaroo Food Delivery and Moo Taxi, who have already settled in this city, to prepare 2 mobile phones at the same time, one for food delivery apps, and one for opening the World Map app. Otherwise, if you really follow the ordinary navigation all the time, flying cars may happen. In comparison, TT Food Delivery and TT Online Car Hailing are too simple to deploy here. It's so simple that it's almost the same as other cities. The reminder of the food delivery guy can even tell you where to park, with the operation of flattening northern Myanmar for batteries. Generally speaking, the safety factor of using TT Takeaway battery vehicles is still very high. Chapter 307 Comparison. There is a traffic light ahead. It is expected that we can catch up with the second green light in 42 seconds. You can slow down. The prompt sound came from the mobile phone of TT's takeaway brother. The takeaway brother, who was about to speed up when he saw the green light in front of him, also consciously slowed down. Sure enough, the green light began to flash and change almost the next moment. Even if he had accelerated to a speed of 100 yards, he would not have been able to catch up in time. However, the brother who stopped in the original place was not worried at all. As long as he followed the prompts of the app, there would be no timeout. Even if there was a problem with the customer's meal occasionally, and there was extra waiting time, the app would correct it automatically. As long as it becomes a machine that follows the prompts without thinking, it will be okay. Just do what the prompts say. Hello? Hello. This is TT Takeaway. The Fuchi Fipian rice bowl you ordered has arrived. Please leave it at the front desk. I will come down to get it later. Hearing the voice on the phone, the brother couldn't help laughing. He used to deliver kangaroo food, and then he switched to TT. In the past, when Kangaroo delivered food, many customers wanted to feed him. But recently, because of the live broadcast of Umbrella, many customers suddenly became very nervous. Some people even asked them directly if they had seen any traces of zombies when they were running outside. But the task became much easier for some reason. Okay, I'll leave it at the front desk. By the way, do you have an abnormal body temperature? Are you bleeding anywhere? No. Can you buy me 2 bags of rice? I'll give you an extra 20 yuan. After checking that there were no other orders, and he was not in a hurry, the delivery boy agreed to this request. In fact, this is not the first time he has done this. Recently, there are a lot of customers buying rice, salt, noodles and medicine. In the first few days, even the supermarkets were out of stock, and he was so scared that he bought some to store. But soon, he found that the production of this kind of thing is really high. It was replenished in 2 or 3 days, and it was doubled. Apart from the chaos in the first few days, this strange request now makes people feel a little affected. But zombies. I didn't expect that this kind of thing would really appear. The investigation team over there has not been any news since it took over Umbrella. I don't know what happened. After TT food delivery and online car hailing started to go online, the comparison of the two styles of the world system and the ARI system has never stopped. Although it is different from the complete crushing of live broadcast and short video with traffic compression technology, food delivery still relies mainly on riders. There is not much difference in user experience when they are willing to spend money. But there is already a very obvious contrast between the delivery men of both sides. It's not about the treatment and social security. Now because of the subsidy of kangaroo food delivery, the riders don't have much resentment. It's just that the money paid for social security is paid as a subsidy. After the 3 yuan insurance per day appears, safety is guaranteed. It's mainly the experience of the delivery men of both sides. Kangaroo also used big data and various algorithms. But its purpose was only to squeeze the deliveryman's time. It also specially organized some competitions and offered considerable bonuses. But the speed racing event has forced the deliverymen to the bottom line, and they began to exploit them by dispatching orders. Now that there is internal insurance, it seems that kangaroo's deliverymen are encouraged to violate regulations in delivering food. The phenomenon of deducting money for overtime and someone whipping them from behind makes kangaroo's deliverymen feel miserable. The income is actually quite high, far exceeding the average income. But this completely uncomfortable sense of oppression does not seem like a relatively free profession at all. Although the forced dispatch during peak hours can be circumvented and deterred by means such as going offline, the time for food delivery to make money is mainly concentrated in peak hours. What can you earn by going offline at this time? It's better to just quit. The forced dispatch at this time is actually no different from forcing. It seems that if you don't want to do it, don't do it. On the other hand, TT takeaway. Because the algorithm of artificial intelligence is so excellent. The optimal route and optimal solution save a lot of time. And waiting for 2 more traffic lights on the road is actually not a big deal. How long does a traffic light take? Other aspects are completely saved. For TT takeaway, sometimes you can't accept orders that exceed the limit. The intelligent algorithm determines that you cannot complete the order by meeting the conditions of traffic regulations, and the order will be directly failed. Many riders who used to work for Kangaroo Takeaway and then switched to TT Takeaway really gave a one-sided evaluation. The world map is too smart, and the Red Queen is too smart. I feel like I am an emotionless machine that obeys orders. I just need to follow the Red Queen's prompts. That's right. But there are some side effects. It's too comfortable, and makes me dazed when riding a bike. I actually thought Kangaroo was good before, but because of the constant urging like life, I was a little nervous. So I switched to TT. Now it's really good. Hey, to be honest, Kangaroo Takeaway really feels like we are raised as zombies. There's really nothing to say about this. Zombies? This joke is not allowed. But now it's real. It's really a bit magical. Things from games and movies have entered reality. In fact, I'm still a little confused now. This year's New Year is really exciting. I don't know if the investigation team has found any information. Although many people now say that this thing is not a big threat, it is still very dangerous if it is a man-made accident like the one in Yemen. Aren't you talking about takeout? Why did it become zombies again? Recently, I feel that many topics have inexplicably become zombie topics. Even the entertainment industry says that the group of young handsome men have zombie faces. What else can't be changed? Everything can be zombie. Although some people are slowly starting to go off topic. Overall, it doesn't have much impact in China. At least in terms of stability. The people in China still have full confidence. A shooting incident can become national news even if no one is killed. Compared with the Pyongyang, who is shot and killed more than 100 people every day. It is completely different. Different habits. Before, there were a few people who spread zombie rumors online and said that zombies had entered the city. They were all caught and punished severely. Now they are obviously much more obedient. At least much better than the aftermath of the news panic that is still happening abroad. Now I heard that even the toilet paper of the Pyongyang was snatched away. Strange. Why did they snatch the toilet paper? Don't talk about them. We deliverymen have been frequently commissioned to deliver various daily necessities recently. And toilet paper is also snatched away. Me too. There was also one who asked me to buy rice. But he gave me 20 yuan more. So I helped him carry it up. Do your TT riders have time to help others buy rice? Of course. As long as there are no orders. We can stop at any time. Even full-time riders have enough rest time every day to do these things. It's really incomparable. But the world system has always treated its employees very well. Faced with these words from the TT delivery riders, the kangaroo delivery riders really had no one to refute. Because this is the fact. Yes, the income is a little more. And the urging is still effective. But a person makes money for a better life. Who would be willing to pay an extra 100 or 200 yuan a month in exchange for a urging ghost to keep urging them? Talking about income without considering the workload is hooliganism. This made many kangaroo riders yearn for TT. Those who were not in urgent need of money were thinking about changing jobs. If it weren't for the fact that TT's full-time delivery service would have various assessments and requirements, it would not be so easy to join the company. And there would definitely be many who defected on the spot. This voice also forced Kangaroo Takeaway to make certain adjustments and concessions, and launched an incentive plan. Those who are willing to participate in the incentive plan will still follow the previous calculation. And then the subsidy will be given more. And those who are unwilling to participate in the incentive plan will have more time. But even so, as some netizens said before, to some extent Kangaroo Takeaway has actually lost. Chapter 308 Platform Progress. In the Daoi Shrine, a snow-white Samoyed kept killing something in the void, occasionally opening its mouth to make strange syllables, and occasionally gesturing with its claws up and down. After working for a long time, it lay on the ground panting with its tongue sticking out, looking listless, and in front of it was a silver ornament. Wang Yi looked at the grass-headed god that was used for the experiment in front of him, and was barely caught. After being sealed in the silver ornament, he nodded in approval. Not bad. You can work now. Practice makes perfect. After catching all the grass-headed gods in Japan, I will find a way to make you a better body. Wang Yi's words made the Samoyed roll his eyes, like a husky. And then he spoke in human language. Master, please let me go. I can repay you in other ways. Not to mention, the voice is still very charming. Worthy of being a guy who has become a fox spirit under the subtle influence of the willpower. Tamamanomi's own strength completely crushes the grass-headed god. But if it is just to kill the grass-headed god, any of Wang Yi's enhanced vengeful spirit employees can do it. And Wang Yi does not want to kill. This comparison is actually the difference between the control of pinching an ant to death and knocking it unconscious. That is, Tamamanomi's level can barely do this. Even Xiaoming, the yin-yang master, is mainly exorcist. In this case, Wang Yi must maximize the value of Tamamanomi. Maybe the fox's return of gratitude will also have some alternative ripples. But Wang Yi is not a sex-hungry ghost. And the choice in front of the main business is still very clear. After catching the grass-headed god, there is plenty of time for you to repay the favor. I will help you find a helper. Do you know about Yamada no Orochi? Xiaoming already has a possession. And Wang Yi arranged to follow the serial killer with Yuriko. I haven't found out. But it should be similar. The great Onmyoji who sealed me often mentioned the guy at the same time. That's good. I'll go find helpers for you. You catch the grass-headed god here. The dog license has been obtained. Be careful, and keep the image of a pet dog in front of people. I will let Xiao Yuzi walk you on time. Wang Yi patted the dog's head, and gave some instructions. Xiao Yuzi, that is, Yulu, is well-behaved and can be regarded as a half-son in terms of relationship. It is no problem to hand over Tamamanomi to him. Anyway, I will take this Samoyed dog to travel around all the shrines in Japan. Even for this, Yulu applied for a TT account and prepared to make some extra money. Wang Yi did not correct this habit that he had developed over a long period of time. In fact, it is quite interesting. There are many restrictions on dog breeding in Japan. Abandonment may even lead to arrest. So Yulu's cooperation with Tamamanomi is also a very important action. As for some movements when capturing the grass-headed god, there is no need to worry too much. After all, this Samoyed was an excellent host that Wang Yi had spent a lot of time to find. With Tamamanomi's ability and some silver pendants he gave her, there was no need to worry about being captured by others. After the Yemen incident, the problems between Umbrella and the Pyongyang began to emerge, and some things had to be accelerated. Gallic Atlantic Shipyard, the largest existing shipyard in Europe, is also one of the few top shipyards that can build LNG transport ships. Today, the global shipbuilding capacity is mainly concentrated in the East Asian Iron Triangle. But as a European veteran shipbuilder, its own technology cannot be ignored. It's just that compared with the prices in East Asia, it's expensive here and not competitive enough. Relying on some local orders, life is not bad. Umbrella also has customized corresponding offshore platforms here. In addition to the orders from Umbrella that have been taken now, many renovation orders from the Norwegian ship Kingsware Shipyard are also under construction here. The Norwegian ship King is worth tens of billions of US dollars and is one of the top ones in global shipping. The resources and connections in his hands are also strong enough. When Umbrella approached the Gulf Atlantic shipyard, they insisted that the capacity was insufficient and added a sum of money. But when the Norwegian ship King needed to be modified, they were still able to take it steadily, which was enough to show that they still had sufficient capacity. In fact, this is also their traditional skill. For capital, many times, the reduction of some commodity production can increase profits. Even after artificially destroying some products, the price can be more stabilized. It's easier and you can make more money. So why not do it? The hard labor is naturally left to the mud legs. The noble Gauls will not do such a thing of selling labor. The beautiful intelligence department. Have you found almost all the drawings? Although there are still some missing from the Eastern powers. Umbrella seems to want to build a sea city. Unbelievable. What kind of handicraft is this? The Gaul engineers looked at some drawings of offshore platforms with amazement on their faces. In fact, the construction technology of offshore platforms is now quite mature. The offshore floating drilling platform of the ocean can drill and mine in the sea area with a depth of more than 3,000 meters. The platform relies on the anchoring system to ensure that it can remain stable and hardly move at sea in typhoons. It can be said that the basic technology tree for the construction of such a sea city can be pointed out in theory. But what is the meaning? The extremely poor mobility. The complete target at sea. The cost, time and energy consumed are huge. But there is no suitable use. No one is willing to do this kind of loss-making business. But it is undeniable that it is feasible to piece together the various drawings provided by Umbrella. The structures above the platform can be inlaid and coordinated with each other. If some floating docks are combined and some mechanical equipment are transported, it may even be possible to build and dock ships with so many tonnages combined to complete the scale of the sea city. And then some soilless planting. It is really possible to achieve self-sufficiency with a high probability. But without resources, minerals, and corresponding industrial and logistics chains. Are you doing this kind of lonely city for tourism? I can't see where the benefits are. Marine integrated military platform? Don't be funny. This super poor mobility is completely a target. Obviously, it is capable of building cargo ships of hundreds of thousands of tons. But the aircraft carrier only chooses this tonnage, which is to ensure that the aircraft carrier still has superb mobility. If you really want to build a shipyard or something, there are actually a lot of vacancies along the coast, which is much simpler than this. But then again, there has never been a force like Umbrella that has both spare money and ability. Those who are capable don't need it. And those who are incapable can't build it. It is precisely because of the layers of evaluation that the construction process of Umbrella's orders has been very smooth. And some ships of the Norwegian ship King are much faster than those newly built because they only need to be modified. In addition to the Gulf Atlantic shipyard, almost all the old shipyards in Europe have received this modification order business. With the simultaneous start of construction, the progress is quite gratifying. Some oil drilling platforms have been fully transformed, with a lot of mechanical arms and things that should be connecting devices installed. From the original purpose of oil drilling, it has become a strange engineering purpose. But the appearance is surprisingly pleasing. This batch of Norwegian Shipping King's products is almost finished. Let's urge him to pay the balance. Well, in fact, I am also looking forward to being able to assemble something after Umbrella's products are made. This is definitely a miracle in human industry. Although it is useless, it is estimated that it cannot be moved after being assembled. With the completion of the modification business here, many platforms and cargo ships under the Norwegian Shipping King have met the relevant requirements. After the Shipping King counted the bills, he found that not only did he make up for all the losses before, but he also made a small profit. This naturally made him feel very satisfied. Umbrella's cash flow is amazing. There are too many profit points at present. It's simply printing money. I feel that they will agree to a higher price. The Norwegian Shipping King leaned on the sofa and began to think again. He has good connections in the shipyards in Europe and can know the price of Umbrella's customized ships. In order to make them work overtime, they are directly overpriced, so that they can work in ships 24 hours a day. It goes without saying how high the labor costs in Europe are. But Umbrella just keeps throwing money down, forcing the Gulf Atlantic shipyard to bow its head. In comparison, it is really not a problem to ask for a higher price for this ready-made modified ship. Yes, Umbrella's previous actions in Yemen offended Pyongyang. Now I am afraid that they are a little anxious to get all their goods out first. Otherwise they may be sanctioned by Pyongyang. Hearing the words of his staff, the Norwegian shipping king's eyes lit up. Yes. Can we delay until the sanctions come? And then legitimately raise the price before the sanctions come? The Pyongyang usually has a starting time for sanctions, and he thinks he can delay it completely. But the modification is about to be completed, and they are urging the final payment. I am afraid that the liquid funds in the account cannot be delayed. Hearing this, the Norwegian shipping king couldn't help but sigh with regret. What a pity. Then just give a little bit of consideration and raise the price by 10%, which should be very stable. And also let them pay the final payment. Chapter 309, The Price of Greed. Boss, the Norwegian shipping king has been dealt with. When Wang Yijing took Yuji to Mount Fuji to ski, Lin Shurqin also heard the sound of the Norwegian shipping king closing the net. It was smoother than expected. The staff was so easy to deal with it. He secretly transferred the Norwegian shipping king's property and had a tryst with the shipping king's lover. He had no choice but to agree. Lin Shurqin answered with a smile, as if it was not a big deal. The meat of the Norwegian shipping king needs to be eaten, and those things are what Umbrella needs. But Umbrella's own reputation cannot be affected because of this. To put it bluntly, the value is not enough. Anyway, we Umbrella are famous for spending money all over the world, and we are used to spending lavishly. No one will suspect that we are defaulting on our debts. Right? Okay. Just follow the original plan. If the shipyards keep pushing, I guess someone on the Pyongyang side can't hold back any longer. Indeed, many congressmen have started to meet each other. This time, it's not just one or two forces. So we can't use the same methods as before. Or maybe they are waiting for us to use this method. Lin Shurqin's monitoring ability is impeccable. No matter how careful, how hidden, or how much it is on the internet. As long as they are still public figures, they will leave some clues and clues. Umbrella in Yemen can be said to have embarrassed the Pyongyang. It didn't happen immediately because it had to clean up the Yemeni side. The investigation team has always been weird. In fact, the manufacturers of those equipment can be investigated, and it is clear who they were sold to with the numbers. Some people must be handed over to explain. And now it depends on how much they have to pay. So the revenge against Umbrella here is still in the works. Besides, Umbrella has exposed you before, and you are targeting Umbrella now. This isn't it self-incrimination? So we are actually waiting for Umbrella's action. Waiting for Umbrella to use the means of real business war. Yes, Umbrella has a trump card. And the trump card is extremely threatening. But the reason why the trump card is a trump card is that it will not be easily taken out unless it is forced to do so. Coincidentally, the Pyongyang or Western capital likes to constantly test the bottom line of others, and will make some actions from time to time to discuss them. See the reaction and make corresponding evaluations. Now what you want to do against Umbrella will not be an exception. It will not force you to a desperate situation at once. But it is inevitable to slowly erode and test you in small steps. People may fight each other directly if they disagree. But there are usually many signs between forces. Let them see. We are well prepared. We will fight back when the enemy comes. Bringing Yuji to the Fuji ski resort. They also changed into ski suits and put on goggles. It is true that we came here to catch the Yamata no Archi. But since we are here, we will naturally have some fun. The scenery here is pretty good. Anyway, Yura and Tamamanomi are there at Kasado Gami's place. Mr. Hansen, it is a pity. The cost here has risen sharply recently, and we are a little overwhelmed. In addition, we have received some hints from the federal authorities. If we complete the agreement with you, we will also have a headache. The Norwegian shipping king personally met with a representative from Umbrella. Well, what suggestions and opinions do you have? Hansen is one of the new employees. He was originally a professor in Japan, with some implanted skills and knowledge. He can handle the situation in front of him with ease. We still attach great importance to cooperation with you. So if the price is willing to increase by 20%, we will still actively implement the agreement and overcome difficulties. The Norwegian shipping king lowered his voice and pointed out that according to some clauses in the contract, he has the right to make these requests. This is not my intention. It's just that you have offended too many people. The people we offended? Are you talking about the CIA involved in the previous biochemical incident? They have clarified it. I think they will not deal with us. It's you, the shipping king, who is overthinking, Hansen said steadily. Hearing this, the Norwegian shipping king smiled and said, in fact, we can all understand what this means. Right? From the perspective of the Norwegian shipping king, Umbrella is now in a state of panic because it has offended the Pyongyang. In addition, Umbrella is rich and will definitely not want to cause any more trouble. You must know that the order they placed at the Gull Atlantic shipyard was a 60% deposit in advance. And the cost is extremely high in the case of expedited construction. In comparison, the overall price of the ship they renovated here is only 2/3 of the price of a new ship even after the renovation. Adding 20% on this basis is still much cheaper than what they temporarily set. No matter which aspect, the other party will inevitably compromise and agree. How strong Pyongyang's ability is can only be known by the forces that have faced it. As the makers of the global trade order, they are both players and referees. It can be said that there is no solution for a single enterprise to face it. So what if special operations are strong? So what if the technology is high? There are always things you can't do. There are always shortcomings. And there are always shortcomings. And Pyongyang can use your shortcomings to check and balance you. The Norwegian shipping king knew that he was adding insult to injury. But even if you knew, what could you do? When everyone pushes down the wall that was pushed down has no ability to retaliate against the people who pushed it. When you are targeted, there are many people who are adding insult to injury. You are definitely not the most ruthless one, nor the one who gets the most benefits. You don't have time to care about me. Actually, I know the pricing of your company's new platform. In fact, even if I ask for a 50% increase in price, your company will probably agree. But I didn't. I only want 20%. The Norwegian shipping king still maintained his superficial demeanor, as if he had already made concessions. Hansen nodded after hearing this. That's right. Then okay. The contract is cancelled, and we don't want the deposit. After saying that, he stood up directly, leaving the smiling Norwegian shipping king a little unresponsive. What? What did you just say? He was awakened from his dream only after Hansen had pushed the door and left. This is a routine. Right? He was deliberately pretending to leave. Right? You will come back soon. Right? Among the assets you intercepted before, the ships were also handed over for modification. And the deposit was also paid in advance. According to the contract. I can take it all. You lose more. All the money is gone. The Norwegian shipping king panicked until a subordinate came running over to remind him that the representative had left by car. No way. Seriously? What's the point? Although he has all the goods in his hands now, it seems that the loss is not big. He even sees many ships that Umbrella used for modification. But after these things were modified according to Umbrella's drawings, no other party could use them, unless they spent money to modify them again. But the Norwegian shipping king himself paid a lot of the original modification fee, which exhausted his working capital, and even borrowed money from the bank. Now he doesn't have the money for this modification. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of panic in his heart. Quick! Stop him, and say there is still room for negotiation. We can make concessions. The next moment, his secretary's important communication phone rang, and then received notifications from some ports. Umbrella withdrew the authorization of the shareholder representative. He had previously been robbed of the port shares in his property by Umbrella. Originally, Umbrella gave him the authorization to represent him in order to show its sincerity, so that his position would not be damaged. But now that all the shares have been taken back, his right to speak has been instantly affected. Boss, Umbrella has issued an official announcement. What? When the Norwegian shipping king saw the official announcement from Umbrella, he was so unstable that his body began to shake. The announcement was very simple, which was to clearly state the causes and consequences of the cooperation with him, and attach the contract. Finally, there was a video recording of this negotiation. It even included his evaluation of Pyongyang. Yes, you can sue them without permission. But Umbrella is obviously not afraid of being sued in this way. For a while, the Norwegian shipping king was like falling into an ice cave. After the official announcement, it was to show everyone that he was not good enough on his side. Capital is best at flattering the high and trampling the low. At this time, he couldn't borrow money even if he wanted to, and the bank would withdraw the loan immediately. In addition, those shipyards that have not paid the final payment for the modification will also come to collect debts from me first. A good game of chess turned into a dead game in an instant. Chapter 310 Brewing. Temporary price increase? Just like that. The shipping king? Is this the face of capital? Do you think you have Umbrella under control? Umbrella is so tough. They won't compromise even if it means losing money. Isn't this their style? They live in peace when they follow the rules. But the CIA will retaliate when they don't follow the rules. Haha. The Norwegian shipping king directly sold out the CIA. I wonder what the CIA's expression is now. Hee hee. The joint investigation team is still investigating. But Pyongyang has already threatened Umbrella, confessing without being asked. I wonder if they will issue a statement saying that they did not hint at the Norwegian shipping king. After Umbrella's 3 axes were chopped out in succession, the Norwegian shipping king was bleeding on the spot. The whole network is on the side of Umbrella. The domestic Daewoo Shipbuilding and South Korea's Daewoo Shipbuilding also directly issued some order prices for Umbrella, which are absolutely the top in the industry. They are willing to pay a premium for speed. And in order to relieve the shipyard's worries, the deposit is unprecedentedly 60%. It is a complete performance of being rich and powerful. The reason why Daewoo Shipbuilding and Daewoo Shipbuilding suddenly stood on the side of Umbrella is that after the reputation of the Norwegian ship king collapsed, they found that the orders in their hands instantly became hot potatoes. Going back to Contextual's shipyard, they immediately found out that the matter was strange. And the deeper they went, the more they felt something was wrong. Great. So you, the Norwegian ship king, want to cheat us? Along with the revelations of the 2 major shipyards, they also learned from Umbrella and exposed some disgusting measures taken by the Norwegian ship king against them. Good guy. You are such a Norwegian ship king. Placing orders to draw all the working capital of the shipyard and even borrowing. And then wanting to cancel the order and drag them down to share the corpse after bankruptcy. This is really too much. Compared with the 60% deposit given by Umbrella for building new ships. The 10% of the Norwegian ship king is too obvious. What a person who seeks fame and reputation. He has a vicious intention. If it weren't for Umbrella to let him go bankrupt, it would be a real loss when the 2 factories built it. Yes, the market for this kind of thing is so big, and it may not be sold at that time. Is this Norway? It's really dirty. And Umbrella returned the favor. After the 2 major shipyards jumped out to accuse the Norwegian ship king, it also issued a statement. If you already have semi-finished products, then modify them according to our drawings. We can solve the problem. Or you can pay enough deposit in advance according to the previous agreement. Umbrella's words naturally made Daewoo Heavy Industries and Daewoo Shipbuilding ecstatic. After all, even if the deposit had been increased to 20% because of Wang Yi's reminder, it would still be a loss if no one took over. Now that Umbrella is willing to take over, they can eat up all the deposits and make a profit. This is definitely a timely help. This is Umbrella's style of doing things. In fact, even if Umbrella didn't say this, when their cash flow was insufficient, they would definitely sell it at half the price. Now that they have announced it in advance, they are really good people. At the same time, many people on the internet explained how decent and sophisticated Umbrella's actions were. And they really received unanimous praise. The difference is huge. At this time, the Norwegian shipping king also gave in and issued a notice that he would not raise the price and would fulfill the contract according to the original price. But Umbrella ignored it directly and ignored you at all. This is consistent with Umbrella's usual style. You can't stop me just because you want to. With the withdrawal of the bank's capital, and with the collection of the final payment of the modification fee by the European shipyard, the Norwegian shipping king went bankrupt at an incredible speed. And then many parties applied for asset freezing and prepared to liquidate and auction to repay debts. This is capital. Even if you know that the Norwegian shipping king has a chance to make a comeback as long as he has a sum of money, no one will give him this opportunity at this time. It's not worth offending Umbrella for a lame shipping king. You know, because in the previous video, the Norwegian shipping king hinted that he was instructed by the federal authorities, which brought a lot of passivity to Pyongyang. It is really as netizens said. The official spokesperson of Pyongyang explained that there was no instruction at all. It was all the Norwegian shipping king's nonsense. The prosecution process has begun. But it is obvious that even if it is indeed the Norwegian shipping king's nonsense to find a backing for himself in order to benefit, it is still a dirty water that cannot be wiped off from Pyongyang. There is no evidence. But it is precisely because of this that it will attract endless imagination. It can be said that to a certain extent, it has disrupted some of Pyongyang's preparations for Umbrella. If it is really targeted quickly, then it will be shit. Otherwise, it is completely convenient for Pyongyang to use the excuse of zombie virus immunoglobulin to force Umbrella. After all, the right to speak is in their hands. But even so, for Pyongyang, it's just a matter of waiting. After all, people's memory is much worse than you think. Keep monitoring. Don't take it lightly. In fact, Pyongyang doesn't care much about her face. It's okay to find the right opportunity to detonate in advance and let us control the rhythm. Wang Yi just finished launching in a remote area of Mount Fuji ski resort with Yu Ji in his arms. And at this time, he also told Lin Shurqin, okay. I know. Boss. Were you doing something bad just now? There's no surveillance nearby. And it's been a long time. Wang Yi was speechless after hearing this. I asked you to keep an eye on Pyongyang. Not on yourself, he. Boss. Keep having fun. I'm going to work. According to the representatives of the House of Representatives, it is likely that they will start with chip sanctions. As Red Queen's external docking business increases, the demand for chips for the servers and supercomputers built is also very large. Plus the chips sold for mobile phones. They should want to block us appropriately first. When will the upgrade be completed as promised by the boss? It's almost done. I can complete the connection after I perfect the matching algorithm. It doesn't matter if some things are exposed appropriately. Wang Yi responded casually. As Red Queen handles more and more external business. Although the ability to collect information has increased dramatically, the demand for computing power is also increasing. Even supercomputers have their limits. So Wang Yi has been perfecting the upgrade in his spare time recently. A real upgrade? Because it is only for personal use and does not need mass production. He can create real black technology by himself to upgrade. Then Lin Shurqin entered silent mode. Umbrella's core field is currently recognized as biology. However, the material of the culture medium is in a certain big country in the east. And Purdue Pharma has many other interested parties, which is not a very convenient target for sanctions. In contrast, the sanctions on chips are simple and effective. Moreover, Umbrella's mobile phone business accounts for a small proportion. It is best to force Umbrella to give up this market directly and collect various patent fees with peace of mind. Wait until the sanctions take effect. And then arrange some technology companies to purchase the license of Red Queen technology. Anyway, the money continues to be earned by you. But you must spit something out? This is not only a knock to maintain the face of Pyongyang, but also a dispute over interests. Pyongyang often uses their market dominance to do these things. But this time the impact is too great. So initially choose to controllable sanctions to do things. If you still haven't bowed your head, it may continue to attack TT. After all, although TT gave up 90% of the profits, the controlling party is still an Umbrella. And no matter what, TT plays an extremely important role in public opinion. For example, in this live broadcast, if Umbrella had not controlled the TT channel, Pyongyang could easily silence Umbrella. There are too many such examples. So even if TT gave up 90% of the profits, it would still be a thorn in the eyes of many people. It can be said that you only have these few sets over and over again. Sometimes you are too lazy to change the script and just copy it. But I have to say that most of the time it is really useful. After Wang Yi muttered in his heart for a while, he suddenly felt an indescribable touch again. He looked down and saw Yuji carefully completing the cleaning work. It must be said that to some extent, Neon can apply for World Heritage in terms of serving people. Chapter 311 Initiative. The Norwegian shipping king went bankrupt because his words offended even Pyongyang. It can be said that he was attacked from all sides and no one could save him. Next, of course, there was a feast of dividing up the high-quality assets after bankruptcy. And all parties showed their talents. After all, he really had a lot of good things to get such a title. However, no one competed with Umbrella for the various platforms and ships that had been modified in the shipyard and were being detained. Because only Umbrella can use this stuff. Buy it and resell it to the other party? If the other party doesn't want it directly, then it will be rotten in their hands? So Umbrella got the hulls that it originally wanted at the auction reserve price. However, because these modified platforms are concentrated in the European region, it will take some time to tow them back to East Asia to reunite with other platforms. The maneuverability of many platforms requires tugboats. Not only are they slow, but many of them are not convenient to go through the canal. So they need to take a detour around the Cape of Good Hope. However, the newly built platform has not yet been built. After all, even if you work overtime for extra money, it takes time to build such a big thing. It took 3 years for Daewoo Shipbuilding to build the million-ton pioneering Spirit. However, because Umbrella is willing to spend money, it operates 24 hours a day. So if you count it, even if the 3 million-ton platforms are built, it will take about a year. After all, Umbrella placed orders for many factories, and almost all the docks started construction at the same time. At the same time, Purdue Pharma's 2 new virus-specific immunoglobulins have also been approved. The first one is a specific immunoglobulin for hepatitis C. There are nearly 200 million hepatitis C patients worldwide, And there is a specific drug for hepatitis C virus, which is Havani produced by Gilead. A course of treatment lasts 12 weeks. And the total cost is nearly $100,000. So the annual sales of Havani rank second among all drugs in the world, as high as $9 billion. In other words, as long as 100,000 people out of 200 million patients use this drug every year, this terrifying sales volume can be achieved. At the beginning, someone compared it with Umbrella's hepatitis B special medicine, which made many people understand Umbrella's conscience. Coincidentally, Gilead is also one of the industries of the Sackler family. It can be said that just one move instantly broke the backbone of this company. In an instant, the hepatitis C special medicine that could make nearly $10 billion a year was directly crushed. Since Umbrella's new drug is placed in Purdue Pharmaceuticals, the original purpose is to make money and compete. So the price is almost the same as the original hepatitis C special medicine. It can be said that it replaces the other party's market with a more targeted effect. After all, traditional antiviral drugs themselves have significant side effects on the body, and the treatment time is too long, which is far less effective than the immunoglobulin that has been verified on hepatitis B. After this price was exposed, it immediately made the country understand how merciful the price of Umbrella's hepatitis B special medicine was before. Raising the price 10 times, or even 100 times can easily increase their sales. Moreover, by reducing the output, we can also leave more sources of transmission, making it a long-term process. For example, now, almost all hepatitis B patients have been cured in one go, which has led to the near suspension of production of hepatitis B-specific immunoglobulin. Although it did make a profit due to the number of patients, the profit is far less long-term than Gilead's hepatitis C-specific drug model, now that the original price of the drug has been truly revealed. This kind of comparison and the difference between the same products still make everyone feel deeply shocked. No wonder the domestic support for Umbrella is so strong. This is a true friend. I give up. I remember there were people who criticized Umbrella before. How did they criticize it? What right did they criticize it? Yes, this is a conscientious company. Conscience? They can sell hepatitis B drugs for a few hundred yuan, which means that the cost is lower and there is profit. Now hepatitis C drugs are directly tens of thousands of $. This is a conscience that has been eaten by dogs. Stupid thing. There are already the same special effect drugs on the market with so much price, and their efficacy is better. Can't they sell them at the same price? Why don't I see you criticize Gilead? How can they be the same? Gilead is a listed civilized country company. They have invested so much in research and development. Of course they need high prices to make up for the initial R&D expenses. Otherwise who would research new drugs? Then what? Umbrella's doesn't count? Umbrella obviously uses old technology and previous experience. So of course, there is no need for additional R&D expenses, since it could sell for a few hundred yuan before. It can certainly sell now. It's ridiculous. Old technology. Can you please distinguish the difference between hepatitis B and hepatitis C first? Hepatitis B is a DNA virus, which can be easily protected by vaccines. And hepatitis C is an RNA virus that is prone to mutation. That's right. They think their own medicines of tens of yuan are too expensive. And they say that imported medicines of thousands or tens of thousands of yuan are what people deserve. Double standards. After all, more people have been helped by Umbrella, especially after comparing the drug prices this time. They can know how rare it was before. So overall, there are more positive reviews. After all, the price of the hepatitis B drug is here. Wow. Umbrella has really made a lot of concessions for our market, no matter what their purpose and intention are. It is undeniable that the previous hepatitis B specific immunoglobulin solved the pain of many patients. In fact, this is the theoretical price of the new drug. Not to mention that the effect is so good. Yes, the effect of the hepatitis B specific drug has been reflected. And the reputation is here. It can be cured quickly in one go. Who would use antiviral drugs for such a long time, which have side effects on the body? Yeah. I'm looking forward to what Umbrella's second drug is. Yes. And it's still working. It's not a cure for the zombie virus. Is it? Umbrella's technology is really possible. Hack. It's Ebola. Shock. The one who got the fatal virus? I heard that even zombies were killed by Ebola. Awesome. Is it possible that if Umbrella is given time, the immunoglobulin for the zombie virus can also be developed? If the hepatitis C virus announced by Umbrella was purely for money, then the immunoglobulin for Ebola has really attracted considerable attention. Unlike the stable situation in China, the chaos in Pyongyang is getting worse and worse. Rumors of zombies entering the city often cause riots. Orders for various shelters have increased significantly. Arms dealers have also entered a carnival moment. It is hard to understand their current situation. In particular, some videos of Pyongyang really show people biting people, gnawing faces, and so on. But the final result was that it was all caused by taking too much. Anyway, there are really many operations. But it is so chaotic. But through some news and videos on TT, as well as some observations under simultaneous translation, it seems that this does not have a big impact on the Pyongyang. The inflation caused was easily calmed down by raising interest rates. And they still keep pointing fingers at the outside world on a daily basis, as if the operation has no effect at all. This situation has actually seen many people sigh and admire. The upper and lower classes can already be considered reproductively isolated. Yeah, I have a classmate who studied abroad there. And he said that as long as you don't go to places you shouldn't go, you won't feel anything at all. I have a friend who travels the same way. And he feels that studying abroad and traveling there are completely isolated from normal life. It's really a dream. It's a beautiful dream. And there are still many people who want to go there. It's understandable to pursue a better life, as long as they don't turn around and attack us. If they don't attack us, how can they show the correctness of their choice, and how can they show their superiority? You think too much. In fact, truly capable and high-quality talents rarely attack, and they will actively raise funds when difficulties and disasters occur. But those who have worked hard through various channels and finally become the bottom, what else can they do if they don't show their superiority in front of us? Compared with dishwashers? But you see, Umbrella has published some papers on the K-virus. Hack. We still have to rely on Umbrella to control zombies. Umbrella has published some research papers on the K-virus, and has given some virus characteristics in great detail. However, after the paper was published, it caused a certain degree of panic. I regret to tell you that because the K-virus acts on the central nervous system and hijacks the nerves, even specific immunoglobulins have almost no effect on patients with the K-virus. Attacking the virus will directly lead to the death of the infected body. Umbrella's biotechnology is here, and it has its own armed forces. So when it applied to find a way to fight this virus in Africa, it was authorized by the United Nations. Even Pyongyang would not object. But Umbrella's conclusion, which is currently the world's first biotechnology company, made many people feel a little disappointed. After all, it is really too difficult for this virus to hijack nerve cells directly through the blood-brain barrier. The high degree of differentiation and non-regeneration of central nervous cells have too many restrictions, and damage is irreversible. However, we have found a few people who were scratched by zombies. In the incubation period, when the number of viruses entering the body is small, specific immunoglobulins can kill them. But there is a certain probability that they will cause irreversible damage to the brain. Because there is too little data, we cannot make a conclusion. The preliminary judgment is that there is a probability. In addition, the injection of immunoglobulins in advance may have a certain protective effect before the metabolism is completed. But no experiments have been conducted. At least, there is some useful information. Then the media immediately began to kidnap and demand Umbrella to release the corresponding technology to deal with the K-virus. In fact, this trend has been blowing since the zombie virus was exposed, and it has a tendency to intensify. You don't have to think about it to know that someone is fanning the flames. And there is definitely more than one party. The reason why it is blowing slowly and fermenting naturally is that no one wants to be a target. Anyway, it is impossible for Umbrella to cover the sky with one hand when the natural public opinion is brought up. Originally, if it weren't for the dirty water thrown by the shipping king on the beautiful authorities, they might have directly found an excuse to sanction. Now that Umbrella has said this matter itself, it will naturally not let go of the opportunity easily. This is brought up by you, not by us. Umbrella threw out the paper at this time. In fact, it is also actively guiding. Umbrella also made a public response to this statement. In fact, so many companies have purchased our culture medium, so they should have produced a lot of corresponding immunoglobulins themselves. It's just that they haven't announced it because of mass production issues. There are other institutions studying the K-virus. They should also know that this virus is different from traditional viruses. It is active. The production and cultivation of immunoglobulins are extremely difficult. Even we can't do mass production. Viruses are not actually classified as organisms. They only have a protein SH/L and internal genetic material. They can't absorb nutrients from the outside world by themselves. and can only be completed through parasitism. But the K virus is not like this. This is a special virus with a simple structure and activity. It can be said to be unique at present. However, it was not easy for Umbrella to jump out and leak a flaw. Pyongyang also took the opportunity and directly said to the spokesperson, "No matter what, the culture medium has risen to the level of global security. So it must be made public. Umbrella has affected global security. For this reason, the Federation may take some powerful measures to sanction." Chapter 312 Public Opinion. Pyongyang may target Umbrella, although it is only the spokesperson who has released the rumor. If Umbrella is a listed company, the stock price will collapse instantly. No matter how strong Umbrella's technology is or how outstanding it is. A lot of pessimism has emerged after Pyongyang released the rumor. Pyongyang wields the big stick with its own refereeing advantage. And many forces have been hit, and may even be hit to the point of collapse. The reason is that Pyongyang does not rely solely on its own size, but has almost global resources to target. It's just that the operation of the sanctions mechanism usually takes time, and it is not like an individual who can make a decision casually. Some people may wonder why Maple Leaf, Kangaroo, and Britain, these diehards, will follow. But why the EU has been cheated so much and still follows. And Neon and South Korea are willing to be dogs. In fact, under the current distribution model of Pyongyang, they are also the beneficiary group. And they are the ones who follow to drink soup. Even if they are bullied, they will find that it is more beneficial to follow after weighing the pros and cons. Under the current distribution model, the biggest profit-making party in many foundries is actually the West rather than the boss. And those other small countries that provide resources have no choice. Well, some people have resisted. Iraq and Libya are representatives of resistance. And the bloody examples are here. At this time, when the spokesperson of the great beautiful authorities began to spread such words, it can be said that a trend is formed in the global public opinion. A trend of looking down on Umbrella. This has nothing to do with Umbrella's top technology level. No matter how strong Umbrella's technology is, there will be shortcomings. There is no way that one company can take care of all the links in the entire industrial chain. In fact, many professional analysts are predicting Umbrella's next move. Normally, Umbrella should be able to solve the current situation by making the production process of the culture medium public. Anyway, it can be protected and stopped to a certain extent by collecting patent fees and other means. After all existing trade systems are completed under the Western framework. They are unlikely to abolish this system directly. At least not before all the patent profits of a certain Eastern power exceed their own. It can be said that after the leader of Pyongyang started to warn, the internet began to be in chaos. Because the horror brought by zombies is here. It is okay in China. But the fear of zombies in the West is far beyond expectations. $0 purchases and shootings can be said to have risen sharply. So there are many people who support Pyongyang's actions. For ordinary people, they are not professionals. Only a very small number of people will read the full text of the paper report issued by Umbrella. And even fewer can understand the meaning. Most people need others to interpret them. In the West, the media is responsible for interpreting and feeding them. Just like the controlled nuclear fusion ignition device at the beginning. The title party directly led the rhythm. But the actual content is completely inconsistent. This time is actually the same. Just bullying those who don't understand. Just following the rhythm. Umbrella controls the special culture medium and limits the production of zombie virus immunoglobulins. It was originally possible to mass-produce special medicine for zombie virus. Since you can't do it yourself, you should release the technology. Umbrella admits that their culture medium has a certain effect on zombie virus. Umbrella admits its own shortcomings. It can be said that there are conflicts between various titles and even information. But the effect is unexpectedly good. Because there are so many people. There is always one that can be applied. There are even many on TT. This is testing Umbrella's bottom line. Once Umbrella uses TT's control advantage to control comments, delete videos or limit traffic, it can turn the tables. After all, online media such as a certain special and a certain book are still there. And traditional media are even more one-sided. For these capitals, controlling comments is much more serious than in China. To what extent? Because of different internal positions. The spokesperson of the Big Beautiful News forwarded a media report and even did not make special comments, but was directly banned by a certain special. Maybe some people will proudly say that they are not afraid of authority. But the problem is that they just forwarded a message. And it is not a rumor or fake news. It is even far less outrageous than those self-media in China that can't help asking. But they are still banned. The reason is not that they are not afraid of power, but that a certain person supports the other side. That's all. Pure action. The reason why many things can be exposed is that they are problems found after the foreign horse acquisition. With such a media that has grown on its head to lead the rhythm, there are naturally very few who can speak for Umbrella. And Umbrella did not make any special response. Anyway, if it is pure rumor on TT, it will be deleted directly, and the procedure will be directly followed to prosecute. But if it is just suspected, possible, can't help asking, in other words, it will be left there casually. The rhythm is up to you. And it doesn't matter. Umbrella must hand over the culture medium technology. I suspect that zombies were created by Umbrella. Look at such an evil name. That's right. We must impose sanctions. Supporting the federal sanctions must pay a price. I suspect that there is a zombie virus in Ankangding. This is their conspiracy. Boycott all Umbrella products. Umbrella's mobile phone radiation can spread the virus. And then let us buy their medicine. We must boycott. I caught a cold after using Umbrella's glasses, and I was scared and dared not use them. On the Western Internet, there was almost a one-sided anti-Umbrella behavior at this time. In addition to the overall rhythm explosion, it was also because Umbrella did damage to many stakeholders. Anyway, it was just a matter of pushing the wall when everyone pushed it down. On the other hand, people in China feel very sympathetic towards Umbrella's situation. No way. It feels like they are using the power of the country to target a company. Is this possible? What's the difference between this and robbery? It's actually quite normal. This is the nature of the big bosses. Alstom even arrested people directly back then. Wow. What a greedy guy. I guess they didn't arrest Umbrella's people directly because they were afraid they would get angry. Special operations threats are just average. Mainly because Umbrella is really into biology. Anyway, no matter what, I support Umbrella. As a former hepatitis B patient, I support it unconditionally. I also regained my sleep feeling with Ankangding. And I also choose Umbrella. However, under the beautiful remote animal husbandry technique, there are still people who stand on their side. A big V named Su Silong directly criticized. A bunch of idiots. There must be a reason for the sanctions. They covered up the technology and caused the spread of the zombie virus. This is a civilized sanction. Our country should also cooperate and follow up. This person is also a university professor and a well-known economic expert. This statement also attracted a lot of forwarding. And even Fong Chuan liked it. Fortunately, the sanctions are in the hands of civilization. Umbrella is anti-human. So selfish. Hidden technology. Why? The special medicine for hepatitis C has revealed its true nature. The special medicine for hepatitis B was sold at a low price before in order to get more. But after all, this time, the Pyongyang's eating was too ugly. And there were those funny anti-intellectual remarks. So overall there were more people supporting it. Excuse me, Professor Su. Have you watched the relevant commentary on Home Around the World? This has nothing to do with Umbrella. Just looking for an excuse. At this time, you still have your heart set on the Pyongyang? I am really convinced. It is very simple to get a tourist visa. Just stay there. If you are not eligible to apply for a visa, please go online. It just so happens that Professor Su Silong's fighting power is still very strong. Faced with these words, he responded with okay one by one. I'm a professor. A well-known expert. Do you want me to watch an internet celebrity's commentary? Why? Then he responded to the person who mocked him and said directly and firmly. You reminded me. I was originally applying for a green card. Now it seems that it's not wrong to go there with a tourist visa first. I have a house in the city. Do you have one? I'm a university professor. What are you? I'm a well-known expert. Can you compare with me? I can fly to the beacon of civilization soon. Are you envious and jealous? After this full sense of superiority overflowed the screen. A message from an agent named Job Hunting into Pyongyang soon appeared below. Dear Professor Su, I have some connections in this area. You can contact me. Chapter 3:13 New Products. Amid the chaos in global public opinion, Umbrella, as the focus, did not respond at all. Anyway, I will continue to sell culture medium. If you want it, just spend money to buy it. Publish the process? What a joke. In fact, to a certain extent, since this news was published by Umbrella on its own initiative, it is natural to know that there is a high probability that the Pyongyang will take the opportunity to make a fuss. Before The words of the shipping king were still there. And de Pyongyang was a little hesitant to do it immediately. Umbrella took the initiative to hand over the handle. Of course, it would not be polite. However, this was originally in Lin Shurqin's big data probability, which was equivalent to triggering sanctions in advance and maintaining a certain degree of control. Otherwise, if it is held back for too long and a big one comes, it will not be so easy for Umbrella to deal with it at present. De Pyongyang sanctions are very powerful. So powerful that if a comprehensive ban is imposed now, Umbrella will also feel extremely headache. But their sanctions operation takes time step by step. After repelling a wave, there will be enough buffer period to buy some time. And in order to induce de Pyongyang to act hastily, when the 2 new immunoglobulin drugs were just released here, Umbrella immediately started to officially announce the launch of new products, completely ignoring the warnings of de Pyongyang's spokesperson and the rhythm of public opinion. And now holding a new product launch conference. This is almost a slap in the face. Well done. They originally planned to use chips. And now with the new products, they must have gone with the flow. Wang Yi was taking Yuji into a cave in Mount Fuji at this time, where the Yamada no Orochi was sealed. Hee. It's better to dredge than to block. If we can impose sanctions at the rhythm we control, we will win. We will do a full set of tricks at that time. Lin Shurqin also didn't care much at this time. With her data collection and data analysis capabilities, it was not difficult to predict the next move. The boss has entered the cave. The signal is not very good, and we can't see you. You can do whatever you want. But remember to promise to help me upgrade after saying that. Lin Shurqin also disconnected the link. And Wang Yi had already come to a cave surrounded by a row of ropes with hanging paper. Mount Fuji is a dormant volcano with an altitude of more than 3,000 meters. Except for the ski resorts in the central part, climbing Mount Fuji is generally only open in July and August. The main reason is safety. It is still March, which can be said to be the coldest time. The climate at the top of Mount Fuji is also very bad, with wind and snow. But it is obviously not a problem for Wang Yi. And he easily brought Yuji here. My lord, the legend of the Yamada no Orochi is much more ferocious than Tamaminomi. There won't be any problem. Yuji stood beside Wang Yi, wearing a full set of climbing equipment, goggles on her face, and a hat. But even this down jacket couldn't cover her hot figure, which was indeed a bit foul. She was also breathing out white air while speaking, and her voice was soft and charming. Yuji was a witch herself, and she had always maintained her meditation practice. Although her efficiency was not as good as what Wang Yi taught Gu Qianqian, her mental strength was still beyond that of ordinary people. In addition, her ability to squeeze juice was extremely strong, and not a single drop was wasted during this period. At this time, she had already broken through the threshold bottleneck and could also passively open her spiritual vision. She could feel the cold air here, which was more terrifying than the wind and snow outside. Of course, it's not a big problem. Wang Yi smiled casually. But the next moment the atmosphere in the cave became even more gloomy. An invisible voice began to echo. Ha ha ha. It's not a big problem? Arrogant little devil. Along with the appearance of the voice, a huge snake head composed of black smoke could be vaguely seen in the spiritual vision, appearing among the many stalactites. The hanging paper on the even note rope kept floating, and it seemed that it could break at any time. I said that Tamaminomi was about to escape. The environment here must be easier. If I hadn't come this time, I would probably be able to break free this year. Wang Yi smiled at Yuji next to him. Everything depends on the master. Please forgive my incompetence. Yuji looked at the Yamada no Orochi and felt a little frightened. But Wang Yi raised her smooth chin the next moment and said, You are not incompetent. Then he didn't even look at the Yamada no Orochi, and he sucked it into the silver jewelry in his hand before he even asked. There were many people watching Tamaminomi back then, so we just gave him some respect. There are only 2 of us here, so there is no need. It's just a stronger fish. Why is he so arrogant all of a sudden? But he looks pretty strong. About the same as Tamaminomi. And he still has his mind, which is equivalent to doubling the efficiency of catching the grass-headed god. I just don't know if it's easy to get a snake-raising license in Japan. If not, he can only be entangled with Zio-Yuzi. While Wang Yi was browsing the Japanese pet store to choose the body of the Yamada no Orochi, Umbrella calmly started its own new product promotion in the storm of public opinion. Black and red are also red. In this whirlpool of public opinion, Umbrella's every move was magnified. The new product promotion at this time can be said to have received the highest attention in the world. Nothing else. Before the live broadcast on the official website was started, there were already a lot of barrages under the Black Channel. Most of them wanted Umbrella to give an explanation, or called for the release of culture medium control for the sake of humans. There are also people who said they would contribute to the fight against zombies. Of course, because Umbrella's products have never disappointed people. There are also comments expecting new products. Look at this dark picture. I can't tell what it is. It should be some kind of electronic product. The atmosphere is similar to the last Red Queen press conference. A new mobile phone? So soon? It doesn't look like it. PC? Or tablet? Tablet. After all, Umbrella's technology is here. With a little modification, they can produce a very outstanding tablet. Fruit has already released Umbrella's integrated tablet first, and they are behind again. But they also use Umbrella's technology, and they have to pay for it. Sure enough, Umbrella just sits back and collects patent fees. So why doesn't the culture medium be released? The culture medium belongs to all mankind. It was in this kind of discussion that Umbrella's press conference was held as scheduled. Unlike the previous press conferences where real people came to the scene to explain. This time, the three-dimensional projection of Red Queen was directly explaining. It can be said that the atmosphere was fully raised at the beginning. Is it a new function of Red Queen? I can't tell. It should be a product. Red Queen, a tireless worker, has now taken on the commentary task. But Red Queen is really smart. Now I can't live without my smart assistant on my phone. I heard that Xiaomi and Fruit both intend to build a smart ecosystem by linking Red Queen with mobile phones. But I think it is more likely that Umbrella will do this on its own. Maybe this time it will be. With many discussions, Red Queen also got straight to the point. This product can be regarded as my derivative auxiliary product. It was the Red Queen mobile phone before. And now it is the Red Queen bracelet. As soon as the voice fell, the originally pitch-black concept map was immediately completed. And a bracelet full of science fiction appeared. There is no screen. It is a fully integrated bracelet. But as soon as it came out, it directly made the senior executives of the Fruit Company collectively hit the wall. What the HL? The first generation of their Fruit Watch is also coming out. And they also used Umbrella's packaging technology on the watch. The press conference is ready to start next month. And they have already started to prepare stocks. And you come up with this? Are you kidding me? Wait. Although it is integrated, does it not have a screen? It seems so. Isn't it a watch? The senior executives who watched the press conference together also discussed with each other at this time. This is the face of Umbrella. A press conference allows the senior executives of friendly companies to watch the live broadcast in person at the first time, instead of waiting for their subordinates to extract the content and report after watching it. Chapter 314 Future Technology. Bracelet? So pretty. What's it for? I thought it was an electronic watch that can interact with a mobile phone. Apple seems to be working on this. But it doesn't have a screen. It seems that it's not. It has a strong sense of science fiction. Wait. First, explain the culture medium. Instead of researching weapons to fight against zombie viruses, you research these. If Umbrella doesn't do it, it will hand over the technology to those who do. Are you crazy? Watch the press conference carefully. And then you can rush in during the question and answer session. That's right. Wait for the question and answer session. And then, as Red Queen began to demonstrate the functions of the bracelet, all the comments were instantly cleared. Only on the hand of Red Queen's projection did the bracelet appear. And the bracelet directly constructed a three-dimensional screen in the air in the form of three-dimensional projection. The functions of the bracelet are very simple. They are mainly screen projection, blood pressure, blood oxygen, time, camera, and other basic functions. But the bracelet can be deeply integrated with smartphones, tablets, and even personal computers. Because of the size of the bracelet itself, the hardware mainly serves the screen projection function, link function, and battery, and is an auxiliary tool. The most important thing is to complete deep interaction and connection with mobile smart devices. Then Red Queen projected a Red Queen mobile phone in her hand, with the mobile phone as the basis. The three-dimensional screen on the bracelet directly became the interface content of the mobile phone. The bracelet has audio functions and gravity sensing, so you can set some habitual wake-up actions yourself, because it can be deeply linked with the mobile phone. My computing power can also be applied to the bracelet. As Red Queen spoke, she began to operate various operations on the three-dimensional screen projected by the bracelet. The finger directly tapped on the three-dimensional screen, and could still directly and immediately play the corresponding effect of mobile phone control. That kind of silky feeling, that kind of future high-tech feeling, directly shocked everyone's eyes. I thought that Umbrella would come up with something new. But I didn't expect it to be so cool. Yes, the bracelet has simple functions and seems to have no enhancements. But with the help of the mobile terminal, the dreamlike feeling is really irresistible. Umbrella's three-dimensional projection capability appeared at the Red Queen press conference very early. And it was even a big scene at the World Cup. And Umbrella's lens technology has always been recognized as the strongest. Connie has done a lot of tricks with Umbrella's thighs. But at that time, everyone thought that Umbrella was going for a big scene like a movie. And it was still in the testing stage at that time. But I didn't expect Umbrella to be completely the opposite. Going for miniaturization. Yes, the three-dimensional projection technology is available. The battery capacity problem has been solved. And it has the blessing of the Red Queen algorithm. It can be directly linked to the mobile terminal perfectly. This seems to be no problem at all. After all, the chip computing power of the smartphone itself is already very strong. In fact, the White Queen chip is also installed in the bracelet. But the chip in the bracelet is specialized for image processing. That is, all computing power is almost used to build three-dimensional projection. And the displayed content is moved to the mobile phone without thinking. When the time comes, when the mobile phone is in your pocket, you can directly complete the operation through the bracelet. The mobile phone is just a pendant that serves as the computing power of the bracelet. The coordination is perfect. Is it true? Red Queen is using concept drawings now. And the finished product is on display. Yes, the finished product should be displayed with real people. Right? However, these voices were just made. And they shut up the next moment. Because the dim stage where only Red Queen was present suddenly had lights. There were several bracelets fixed around Red Queen. And the whole Red Queen was actually imaged by the bracelets. This made all the voices quiet down. It's so dreamy. Obviously, there is not much innovation. The main technology is the imaging function that Umbrella has demonstrated before, which is just integrated with each other. There is no increase in computing power. No breakthrough in technology. But it has achieved an extremely shocking effect. Now let's enter the question session. Red Queen began to enter the question session, and will be selected from some highly praised comments on the internet. First, she chose a question about the product. Three-dimensional imaging technology. Umbrella has proven its power in many places. But how is the effect under strong light? What about interference? It's about the same as a mobile phone screen. After Red Queen finished speaking, she directly released the comparison picture. For example, in the hot sun at noon, the projection will be very dim when you are outside. Very similar to the mobile phone screen. In fact, the mobile phone screen itself cannot be seen clearly under strong light. But except for these few cases, it can adjust the brightness by itself. And the effect is excellent. This means that the bracelet projection can be used in places where mobile phones can be used. The fruit side understood it directly. And the fruit watch that had not yet been released was stillborn. Fortunately, the first batch was not large. And the loss was not unbearable. What to do? The old way. No other way. Buy it. Besides, since Umbrella is so disrespectful to the authorities, I'm afraid the sanctions will be brought forward. According to the information we learned before, it should be in the chip field. I remember that they bought a production line for lithography machines and some wafer fab equipment. This will force them to do it themselves. They bought second-rate technology from Connie. And the equipment from 4 Stars was also obsolete. And Toshiba was almost the same. The low-end and mid-end chips may really have the ability to be mass-produced. But how can high-end chips be? Fruit's chips are all designed by themselves. Of course, they know how difficult it is from design to mass production. But in fact, the EDA technology we use now is optimized by Umbrella. Will they break it? It is highly unlikely. Because that would be an excuse to suppress their artificial intelligence services. And without their support, at most, they would return to the original track. There is no need to be afraid of everyone doing this. It's not like they can't move without them. After discussing this, the senior management of Fruit almost reached some consensus. Anyway, we are not a wafer fab. And you Umbrella will not bear a grudge against us. Then we have to be prepared. If Umbrella can't resist us, we will buy their technology and their authorization. Well, actually the cooperation is not bad. Every time we pay taxes to them, they also make a lot of money. Yes, it depends on when it starts. As for the idea of the fruit side, in fact, many related industries are preparing. Anyway, we are going with the flow, and the main force is still the great authorities. For their company, they will definitely speak for Umbrella at the beginning of the sanctions. But in the end, they are forced to do so. You can't blame us for not trying our best. Right. However, in the on-site question and answer session, in addition to the answers to a few questions about related performance, the remaining highly praised comments are all about culture medium and zombie virus. Even with such a shocking product, it still can't be suppressed. There have even begun to appear informations of barrages on the screen. Umbrella didn't care at all and directly chose a related question. We have seen many people brushing our culture medium and the research on the K virus. Although it has nothing to do with this press conference, let's make some statements on this. Umbrella's direct positive response was unexpected by many parties. I thought it would always avoid talking about it. We were the first to discover the virus and make it public. We were the first to start researching treatments. We were the first to announce the results. We were the first to find the laboratory and the source of the spread, compared to the investigation team over there who haven't found anything yet, and the CIA authorities who have personally entered to cover. I don't think we need to make any explanations. I didn't respond at first. Just to save your face. You asked for it. The direct confrontation without any hesitation stunned many onlookers. This way of intensifying the conflict was really unexpected. In fact, if possible, no one wants to provoke Pyongyang, including rabbits and bears. But the problem is that as long as the benefits reach a certain level, Pyongyang will take the initiative to provoke you. Even if you completely give up yourself, keep catering to it, and become the shape of Pyongyang, you can only survive for a short time, and the rest will only get worse. Chapter 315 Sanctions. Hard fight. After Pyongyang leaked the news that it would impose sanctions, there were companies that did not beg for mercy and directly fought hard. This was not only unbelievable for Pyongyang, but also those who knew the situation felt incomprehensible. What you said, Umbrella, is actually correct. But you can't say it like that. Pyongyang was going to hit you. And now you are doing this, which makes the originally possible sanctions inevitable. And Umbrella was at the center of the public opinion whirlpool from the beginning. So such an official statement was also very hurtful to Pyongyang. Even a little angry. Within almost an hour, the spokesperson issued a righteous condemnation of Umbrella, saying that Umbrella was an irresponsible company and had taken decisive measures. Almost right after, Pyongyang's Ministry of Commerce issued a notice that had been prepared long ago, considering that Umbrella's medicines are very important for saving lives and healing the wounded, and considering that Umbrella's batteries are also very important. The sanctions are placed on chips. Companies that use Pyongyang's technology are not allowed to provide high-end chips for Umbrella. Even if Pyongyang's technology is only 1% of it, it won't work. This is actually Pyongyang's normal face. Obviously, I still need to use your technology, your patents, and even your products. But I can still start sanctions without hesitation. Anyway, I only sanction this, and the others are irrelevant. At this time, it is still difficult to impose reverse sanctions on the sanctioned companies. For example, I will not allow you to use my patents. If you really do this, Pyongyang will definitely kick you out of the global supply chain. However, because of Umbrella's frontal confrontation at the press conference before, it has increased some passers-by's popularity to a certain extent. Many people in the West still like this image. Not to mention that Umbrella's new products are really good. It's over. Can I buy the Red Queen bracelet? The sanctions haven't taken effect yet. We should be able to work overtime to produce a batch of goods before they take effect. Right? The Red Queen bracelet is really great. It's amazing. Fruit has officially announced that it wants to actively seek cooperation with Umbrella. It may launch a fruit version of the bracelet. Wait. Yes. The world will continue to turn without anyone. And naturally there will be other products to replace it. But it feels a bit funny now. Why does Fruit seem to have become Umbrella's OEM factory? And the core technology has become Umbrella's. The chips and systems are all developed by Fruit. Come on. The chips rely on Umbrella's EDA software upgrade design. And there is only an iOS system. But it's a pity that once Umbrella's high-end chips are cut off, the follow-up will inevitably be weak. This press conference may be the swan song of Umbrella's electronic products. Various voices appeared, and the situation of Umbrella was not optimistic. Various voices also appeared in China. How could Pyongyang be like this? Of course it can be like this. I've said it before. But I didn't expect Umbrella to be so tough. Hee hee. Overestimating one's own capabilities. Trying to hit a rock with an egg. What gave him the courage to fight against the beacon of civilization? At this time, Su Silong, a Big V professor who owns a house in the capital, also sent out a screenshot of his own property for sale. Everyone. The house has been sold. The visa has been signed. and I will go to the civilized countries soon. Don't be jealous. Although this is money you will never make in your lifetime. The house price in the capital is needless to say. A professor's life savings plus the money from selling the house is definitely a considerable income. A large number of messages echoed the Weibo. Come back soon. I'm so envious. Embrace civilization. The village has distributed gold bars. Come back soon. Can you take me with you? This kind of flattering reply also made Professor Su Silong's heart swell to the extreme, and his sense of superiority burst. Dear netizens, when I get there, I will no longer use Weibo, but use a certain one instead. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Wait for my good news, and then live broadcast the civilized world. In addition, Umbrella Company overestimates its own capabilities, and should indeed be sanctioned. Before leaving, remind you to keep pace with civilization and boycott Umbrella's products. For a long time, many people who want to be promoted have only talked about it. Now that a practical person has come here, and a professor with a very good status in China, netizens still feel a little uncomfortable, because this Big V was the vanguard of the anti-umbrella movement last time. The heat is still quite high after the sanctions against Umbrella were introduced. Even Xuechuan replied with okay. Congratulations, Professor Su. I will be leaving soon. Then we will create brilliance together in Pyongyang. Although Wang Yi's popularity suppressed Xuechuan for a while, this guy didn't dare to trouble Wang Yi after being suppressed for a long time. But he was more aggressive in finding other people. Recently, there have been signs of being banned. After noticing that the atmosphere was not right, he was ready to run away. However, unlike Su Silong who went there directly to blackmail, Xuechuan, who already had connections there, had the advantage of his status, which was much more convenient. 2 big verses in a row, and big verses with considerable social status, did this, and the domineering way of Pyongyang sanctioning Umbrella still brought a lot of shock to many netizens. The status of a professor can be said to be higher than 80% or even 90% of ordinary people. Xuechuan also has a high social status, and can be said to be an elite. There are even people who have always yearned for it. Seeing that such a big V went there without hesitation, they immediately made up their minds to go there. Those who can get a visa will get one, and then go on the illegal route. Those who have a criminal record or other bad information that prevents them from getting a visa also start to consider some crooked ways, thinking that since they have to take a chance and already have a record, some people are now borrowing and even taking out loans, taking whatever wool they can get, and then choosing to go the route. The so-called route is actually a wild way to go to Pyongyang if the visa is not approved, and then find a way to go to a place in South America that can pass, and then go all the way north to Pyongyang illegally. The general order is Ecuador, Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica, Honduras, Guatemala, Mexico, and finally Pyongyang. On the way, you have to hike in the Death Canyon and the tropical rainforest, and you have to face the terrible public security in South America and Mexico, and a series of problems such as robbery that may occur along the way. Well, normal people can probably calm down by listening to this journey, but some unclear-headed guys, under the boasting of the intermediary and the planning of some beautiful blueprints for the future, really chose this path with their families. The reason for bringing the family with them is that children are a good umbrella of protection. Now that someone of Su Silong's status and position has made this choice, naturally there are many followers. Coupled with the recent hot promotion, the intermediaries laugh for a while. For them, success is a profit. As for how much they can make in the future, it depends on their personal luck and family background. As for the life and death of the past people, it's none of their business. They just earn the intermediary fee, not the parents. If there is money, they can continue to help. If there is no money, I don't care about you. Ha! A stranger wants to make you rich and live a fairy life with you. Who do you think you are? And Umbrella's innovative technologies are also here. It is the fastest growing company. But it is this kind of top company that imposes sanctions if it says it will impose sanctions. And it will not give chips if it says it will not give chips. This feeling also made many people truly experience the tyranny and powerlessness of Pyongyang for the first time. In fact, there are often some military-related enterprises in China that are sanctioned, but because they are far away from ordinary people. And there was at least a fig leaf in the past. This is related to military industry, so there is not much feeling. In the past, there were indeed not many companies in China that were qualified to be sanctioned, and they were not qualified to challenge. But this time, Umbrella's experience made many people feel a sense of grief. Yes, Umbrella is also a foreign company, But its attitude towards China has always been very good. And its hepatitis B drugs have saved countless people. But now it is such a company that can strangle the neck. What if it falls on its own company in the future? Killing the chicken to scare the monkey? Chilling effect? Let everyone dare not disobey. This may be the original purpose of Betrayal. For a time, the entire network atmosphere and the overall momentum were relatively weak. At this time, Umbrella also issued an announcement again, directly turning out the information about the previous acquisition of Connie's lithography technology and production equipment, as well as the acquisition of 4-Star and Toshiba's wafer equipment. We have actually made some precautionary preparations. Even if we are sanctioned, we will find a way to make it ourselves. But we respect freedom of trade and do not want to be subjected to such rude sanctions and groundless accusations. Umbrella's acquisition was not small at the beginning, and people in the industry are actually aware of it. But because of this, they know the gap between what Umbrella acquired and the most advanced. This period of time is just enough to debug and assemble, and complete the initial mass production. It's good enough to barely mass produce low-end and mid-end chips. And don't even think about high-end ones. But because of Umbrella's own interests and many bundled interests, after Umbrella was sanctioned, there were unexpectedly many companies that came out to help speak. Fruit, 4-Star, LG, Panasonic, Toshiba, and even many other pharmaceutical factories. Still, all the interest groups tied to Purdue Pharma are speaking for Umbrella. After the fruit competitors started to speak, many people were confused and didn't know what was going on. It looks like they are going to confront the Ministry of Commerce. But only people in the industry know that this is just talk to give Umbrella a good impression. After all, Umbrella has a lot of weaknesses, and they don't want Umbrella to fight to the death, which will not benefit them at all. This can be regarded as a way out. Chapter 316. Something is wrong with you. Look, even the fruit company is speaking for Umbrella. The sanctions haven't come into effect yet, so there's probably still a chance. And Umbrella is actually well prepared. It's Umbrella after all. Yeah. It's a bit strange that the technology of companies, like Connie, that they acquired before never showed up. Now it seems that they are very good at predicting things. Great. Umbrella. After seeing some company statements online, some people in China were also very happy. But soon, as the #1 fan of Umbrella, C. Highway Jia posted a TT video and said rationally, "Don't be misled by these usual faces in the West." In fact, they hope that Umbrella will be sanctioned, because in this way, they can divide Umbrella's market and have the opportunity to buy Umbrella's patents or authorizations. You should know that Umbrella is extremely powerful in artificial intelligence services and batteries. In fact, they need to rely on Umbrella. So they speak like this. After hearing the explanation of C. Highway Jia, many people were so angry that they said directly, then Umbrella simply won't sell them batteries and won't play with them. And didn't Umbrella say that they can make them themselves? What are you afraid of? That's right. I believe in Umbrella's technology. It will definitely beat its peers. However, it was not C. Highway Jia who refuted these voices, but many spirits and beautiful people. Laughing. Dare you? It's actually an honor to be sanctioned. We dare not accept it either. Fortunately, the sanctions are in the hands of civilization. They say to create it? Do you think Umbrella is a god? Then C. Highway Jia ignored these spirits and responded directly to the netizens who raised questions before. I know what everyone means. But unfortunately, things are not that simple. The relationship between forces is not as simple as between people. Don't look at the Pyongyang shouting to sanction Umbrella now. But the two sides will cooperate when they should, because of Umbrella's biotechnology and batteries. The Pyongyang is very pragmatic. Otherwise, why is it sanctioning chips? It's because other fields are useful to him. As for chip manufacturing, hey, there are many things involved. To be honest, even if I recognize Umbrella's technology, Connie's lithography machine and the wafer factory equipment acquired by Umbrella are actually second tier. Umbrella may be able to make some improvements with the advantage of the lens, but with the complexity of the chip, it can barely complete the mass production of mid-range chips in this period of time, although C. Highway Jia is Umbrella's #1 fan. He is relatively rational. He even explained the chip manufacturing process in detail, and also made some comparisons with domestic ones. Such a complex thing, just running in such a short time, can complete the mass production of mid-range chips, which means that Umbrella's technology is awesome. And some popular science video hosts, including Boston Xiaopeng, also open their mouths to explain the sanctions at this time. It is called sanctions, But this is just a regulation of the Ministry of Commerce. In fact, it is relatively simple to abolish it. Now it is a kind of pressure on Umbrella to force them to compromise and become the desired shape. Did you see the explanation of the buffer period? And the terms also say that if Pyongyang wants to continue selling high-end chips, it can apply for a report. In fact, it leaves all kinds of room and ways. It looks fierce. But their original intention is to force Umbrella to compromise. I estimate that the first step is that Umbrella will immediately increase the purchase of chips for demand, and place a large number of orders with various wafer factories before the sanctions come. At this time, no one will grab Umbrella's orders and sell face so that they can meet in the future almost along with the words home in the world. The media has already revealed that the production capacity of major wafer factories is fully open to manufacture chips for Umbrella. And some chips required for supercomputers and servers are also on the market in large quantities. And the number is larger than that of the previous year. But because it is before the sanctions take effect, all parties are relatively cooperative. In other words, Umbrella will not have problems with shipments in the short term, but it will be obviously restricted in the long term. Is it true that Umbrella itself can't manufacture the chip? Yeah. I was very excited to see you at first. In the end, they still had to buy it. At this time, Su Silong, who had already sold his house and arrived into Pyongyang, made another sarcastic remark on Weibo. He said he could make it if he could? What do you think a chip is? Ridiculous. He was just cheering himself up before. Isn't it time to increase purchases? Aren't you already into Pyongyang? Why don't you play a certain special agent? I will switch to a certain special agent as soon as I apply for a green card. Can I operate on both sides now? I am so free into Pyongyang. Then someone dug out Su Silong's special agent account. And sure enough, he had already registered and applied. It was full of flattering words. The air of freedom. The fragrance of civilization. And so on. With some pictures. It was speechless. The most important thing was that someone with a sharp eye found that this guy had his wallet stolen just after arriving into Pyongyang. But although his wallet was stolen, he actually posted a long comment to express his happiness. I lost money, but I didn't lose my good mood. There's no need to be angry. The thief may be in urgent need of money, and may need money to change his fate or the fate of his child. As for me, try a sincere smile, a kind blessing, and change the good mood of the day right now. The wallet was stolen, and he still smiled happily, which was directly shocking. Haha. I knew you little pink wolves would find fault. Only I can feel the free atmosphere here. Su Silong sneered without caring. But you didn't act like this when you lost your wallet in China. You almost cursed. But you didn't even call the police abroad? Wake up. Anything under $950 is considered a small amount there. And there is no punishment. Shut up. Can the theft at home and abroad be the same? There is a world of difference. Now I have found an agent to apply for a green card. After I get the green card, I won't see you anymore. At this time, someone started to pour cold water on him and said, Green card agent? Professor Su. Don't be fooled. Haha. I know you are jealous. Sure enough, the comments in China are terrible. Let's go. Don't miss me. The discussion about Umbrella was originally shifted because of this guy who jumped out at the beginning. But overall, because of the explanation of home in the world, everyone knows the fate of Umbrella now. While Umbrella is actively purchasing, it is also preparing for the shipment of the Red Queen bracelet step by step. At the same time, the official statement has been protesting against the sanctions, and many applications have been submitted to the Ministry of Commerce of Pyongyang. At the same time, a lot of legal procedures and lobbying work have been carried out, but there has been no effect. Various rejections. Every time Umbrella does this, it will be on the hot search, allowing everyone to see Umbrella's embarrassment and Pyongyang's authority. This is meaningless no matter how strong the special warfare capabilities are. It's a commercial sanction. Can you bear it? A light punch forced Umbrella, which was in its heyday, to be embarrassed. There are constant boasts about Pyongyang in China, even more than abroad. It didn't stop until the sanctions came into effect. However, Umbrella has been holding on, and has not given in. It seems that it is ready to delay time with the current inventory until the lobbying is passed. But this is a meaningless struggle in the eyes of everyone. Although it is a bit unexpected that Umbrella is not willing to give in, it has not attracted much attention, because the company has too many profit points. And now it has prepared a lot of inventory in advance, so it can resist for a long time. This does not affect the hot sales of the Red Queen bracelet. This is a completely cross-era product that has completely changed people's use habits of smartphones. Some companies have even begun to make special apps, and even games through this three-dimensional projection. The impact of the Yemen zombie incident has gradually decreased. Because the West, which was in chaos due to the impact of the zombie virus news, has also recovered a lot of vitality at this time. At least the attention has begun to shift more to other places. Umbrella's new bracelet has also become one of the focuses of the shift to some extent. This once again proves that habits and memories are limited. When you get used to it, the Yemen zombies seem to be just that. Although Umbrella was sanctioned, it did not affect the onlookers' purchase and use of this epic-making bracelet. Ma Dong was doing a live fitness show, talking about some interesting stories of the crew while doing fitness exercises with fans. At this time, the courier arrived, which made him happy and said, "Dear family members, the courier has arrived. It is very likely that it is Umbrella's Red Queen bracelet. I became popular with Umbrella's A1 lens, so I have to test their new products anyway." Ma Dong definitely placed the order as soon as possible. So although many people also bought it, it didn't arrive so quickly. Then we saw Ma Dong go out and sign for the courier, and he took the box directly to the camera to open it on the spot. The packaging is very delicate and small, much smaller than the mobile phone box. And the thing is also very simple. Wow! What is this? Wireless charging base? This is awesome! Ma Dong looked at the charging base. His face was full of surprise. The bracelet can be charged by suction when placed on it. This is a brand new technology. Just opening the box immediately filled the barrage with 666. I thought it was all at the press conference. But Umbrella didn't even bother to mention this innovation at the press conference. This is the confidence of the technology. If it were another company, this wireless charging technology alone would be enough to hold a separate press conference. But they didn't bother to mention it. When can mobile phones also use this? How fast is the charging speed? Ma Dong carefully looked through the instructions, and then said to the camera, "In addition to wireless charging, there is also a hidden traditional charging port. When you are outside, you can use a power bank or something. However, Umbrella's battery capacity is here, and there is generally no power crisis. The battery can be used for 2 days, and it is enough for normal use for a week." Then Ma Dong also opened the wrapping paper, revealing the streamlined bracelet, and put it in front of the screen for a close-up. At the same time, he said, "Not only does it look good, this material feels softer than the mobile phone. Which reminds me of the lens I tested at the beginning. The instructions also said that it has high breathability and can protect the skin. It is okay to wear it for a long time. Let me try." As he finished speaking, he took the bracelet back from the camera and then buckled it on his hand. As the bracelet automatically adjusted and shrank, it fit perfectly with Ma Dong's wrist. It's amazing. The touch is really good, and the automatic locking force is just right. There is no discomfort at all, Ma Dong said, while taking out a watch and said, "This is a small gift from me when I was filming undercover. But I am not very used to wearing a watch, because it feels awkward. But Umbrella's bracelet does not have it. It is worthy of being a contact lens company. The comfort of skin touch is really perfect." Ma Dong's feelings are also the thoughts of the fans who are watching. Because in addition to the powerful projection function of the bracelet itself, those micro-innovations and details have inherited Umbrella's delicacy as always. All aspects can be considered quite perfectly and appropriately. And these were not even explained at the press conference. Then, Ma Dong demonstrated the connection with the mobile phone. And the mobile phone was directly thrown into his pocket, and began to use the bracelet to control it directly. The pop-up 3D projection also has that kind of silky feeling, which really makes all kinds of bunker 666 and wow filled with bullet screens. It's completely real, not a concept map. And you don't have to worry about unlocking difficulties or reaction problems. This can be determined by the face recognition on the bracelet. Sometimes you don't even need to unlock with fingerprints. Everyone knows that the Red Queen is considerate. It's quite fun to use, and it's not easy to touch by mistake. Ma Dong posed in front of his face a few times, and used fingerprint sliding to unlock. There were no problems in all aspects. It can be said that based on the current performance, this smart bracelet can completely change everyone's usage habits, and even living habits. If I have to choose between changing to a new generation of flagship phones and bracelets, I will not hesitate to use the bracelet. And the mobile phone can wait. The concept of this bracelet is completely different. I won't say much. It's amazing. After that, Ma Dong also gave the screen a thumbs up. and then continued to exercise with the bracelet to test some of the usage of the bracelet during exercise. There are many live broadcasts of unboxing similar to Mahjong, both at home and abroad. There is no doubt that even the most picky customers are full of praise. Some fruit fans are also convinced at this time, just hoping that Umbrella can authorize this technology to let fruit also produce its own. Under this bombardment of almost the entire network's popularity, the sales of the bracelet are completely beyond expectations, and the stock is cleared in an instant. Umbrella has to rush to prepare stocks. Batch after batch of increases. At this time, many manufacturers such as 4 Stars and Fruit are waiting for the day when Umbrella's inventory runs out. At the same time, they are also actively lobbying, persuading Umbrella to follow to Pyongyang, while wanting to acquire some patents or purchase some authorizations. However, this time, Umbrella has no intention of providing authorization, just playing Tai Chi back and forth. It seems that you helped to lift the sanctions. Then I will provide paid authorization. It has been grinding. There are also various problems if you want to bypass Umbrella's authorization and force it directly, because the craftsmanship and technology are Umbrella's own, and it takes a lot of time to bypass and crack it. Although Umbrella's culture medium is still being sold normally, if you find Carl Zeiss or Connie to work together to break through, you may have a chance to crack it if you spend time. But it is obvious that the time it takes is definitely quite long, which is far less convenient than getting Umbrella's authorization directly. But it is obviously impossible to help Umbrella remove the authorization now. They can only wait until Umbrella chips are insufficient. In order to reduce losses, you can always sell the finished products of the 3D imaging accessories that have not been sanctioned to the outside world. Right? Are the unsanctioned ones also stopped production and rotten in the warehouse? While Umbrella is selling bracelets hot, it protests to the Pyongyang from time to time, and cooperates with Fruit to speak out, making it colorful. Then, Fruit and 4 Star, which have been keeping a close eye on Umbrella, are a little confused to find that Umbrella's products have always been so popular. Even if a lot of orders were placed crazily before, it would not be possible to sell so many. Right? The main reason is that the Red Queen bracelet is too popular, and it is almost comparable to the concept when Fruit 4 came out. That kind of technology, once you use it in the real world, you can't stop using it. If you have it and others don't, it's so cool to use it. A projection suddenly popped up on the road, and you pretended to interact with the smart assistant for a few words, which was very cool. Because of this, the sales of the bracelet even exceeded Umbrella's own surprise. It is much larger than the shipment volume during the smartphone explosion period, because many people actually have smartphones, and replacement is not so urgent. But the Red Queen bracelet is a brand new market. As a result, how did you get so many chips? I took it apart and saw that the complex three-dimensional imaging also uses the chips of the White Queen 20 nanometers process. Do you have so much inventory? Are you kidding me? Why don't we know that the production capacity of those wafer factories is so high? It's not enough even if you use the inventory of your previous mobile phones. The number of chips is relatively easy to count because only these can be made. Now it seems that many have appeared out of thin air. This can be said to have made the parties, who have been waiting for the collapse of Umbrella Tower, to have a lot of black question marks on their faces. Chapter 317: The Road to Becoming a God. Tokyo. In the mountain below the Anichi Shrine. At this time, Wang Yi was also working on the 4th Mage Tower. Because silver can now be used openly, the progress of the Mage Tower has undoubtedly improved a lot, and is much more convenient. In addition, a lot of magic rhombuses that can be used to replace charging have also been built. The Mage Towers in Shudian and Cheongjo have used more than 1,000 tons of silver and successfully completed resonance. In addition, the Mage Towers in Emo country have been gradually improved by the tool people using local materials. It's just that the distance is too far and resonance cannot be formed. Now this one in Tokyo. Wang Yi is using it as a springboard and node facing the Pacific Ocean, connecting Shudian and Cheongjo internally, and radiating the Pacific Ocean outward. In the future, when the maritime city reaches the middle of the Pacific Ocean, as long as the materials used in the city are strong enough, it is likely that it will be able to complete the linkage with Tokyo and Emo country at the same time. So this place is also very important. Although Wang Yi has been staying at the Daoi Shrine since he came to Tokyo, he has not let Yuji and her son know about the construction of the Mage Tower below. So the progress is relatively slow. Boss, we can't hide it anymore. The sales of bracelets are too good. The number has far exceeded the number of chips we ordered. After Wang Yi activated the 2nd floor of the Daoi Shrine Mage Tower, Lin Shichin also made some reports and reminders. It's almost done. If you can't hide it, then don't hide it. The DUV lithography machine itself is nothing big. Wang Yi looked at the second floor of the Mage Tower, which was polished more handy, with satisfaction. The experience learned before was used here, so that this Mage Tower can be called a second-generation Mage Tower that is more in line with the world in front of us. When this one is completed, the one in the future Sea City will also be more skilled and more perfect. Since the boss doesn't mind, I'm almost done with the official announcement. Okay. If someone wants to buy our lithography machine, we can sell some, no matter who it is. Understood. After Wang Yi sent Lin Shurqin away, he took out a small box that looked like a desktop host from the Mage Tower in front of him. Mathematics is indeed the foundation of everything. Wang Yi looked at the silver box that he had forcibly built with magic power, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In a sense, this is the most advanced quantum computer in the world today, with about 300 quantum bits. The key is that the accuracy can be seen as infinitely close to 100%. But unfortunately, quantum computers themselves sound very profound and powerful. But in fact, quantum computing is currently extremely limited. First of all, let's talk about what quantum computers are. In fact, everyone now knows that traditional computers use traditional classical bits in binary, which are composed of countless zeros and ones, and look like mathematical problems. But in fact, to achieve this, it must be based on current physical rules. The physical means of achieving this in traditional computers are transistors and high and low electrical frequencies. High represents 1 and low represents 0. They are controlled by transistors, and a huge number of them are used to form complex logic circuits, thus forming chips. However, as the chip process becomes smaller and smaller, it begins to enter the microscopic field, and is bound by the rules of the microscopic field. As the process gets closer and closer to the atomic level, the tunneling effect will begin to appear. Simply put, the transistor originally determined that it needed to intercept electrons, but because of the tunneling effect, it failed to play the expected effect, which would directly lead to errors in the logic circuit and calculation errors. So when the chip process reaches a certain limit, it begins to need to use various means such as multi-layer structure to complete this circumvention. The process of traditional chips cannot be infinitely reduced, even if the lithography machine is powerful. In this case, supercomputers have begun to follow the old path of the earliest computers before, relying on the continuous increase in volume and the number of chips to complete the formation of larger-scale logic circuits and continuously increase computing power. Quantum computers, on the other hand, use another physical rule to complete the expression of 0 and 1. And it also uses the superposition state of quantum itself to form another algorithm. That is, the classical bit composed of traditional 0 and 1 is converted into a quantum bit of 0 and 1 superposition, using the basic rule of collapse of the particle itself after being observed. Because the algorithm has also changed, the fields that quantum computers and traditional computers are good at are completely different, because they are in a quantum superposition state, when it is similar to seeking the optimal solution. Each additional quantum bit of the quantum computer can make the computing power increase exponentially, which is equivalent to 2 to the nth power. The current estimated number of atoms in the observable universe is 2 to the 300th power. However, because it will collapse and appear a result after observation, the current limitations of quantum computers are temporarily only convenient for seeking the optimal solution and synchronous expression. For example, the pharmaceutical industry relies on the analysis of protein structure to find the optimal molecular drug sequence. For example, in materials science, it is easier to get the optimal ratio by adding quantum computing in a lucky way. For example, the optimal sequence of DNA. In addition to the limitations of algorithms, the most important thing about quantum computers today is the process of physical application. One of the current mainstream quantum computer infrastructures uses physical rules that rely on the presence or absence of electronic oscillation excitation in the circuit as the 0 and 1 of quantum bits. And the information observation in the quantum field of electronic oscillation excitation is too easily affected by the outside world, resulting in errors in the observation results. In order to eliminate interference and improve accuracy as much as possible, superconducting circuits are used. That is to say, most of the quantum computers built nowadays have a large volume. They look like freezers to build superconducting circuits to ensure that the accuracy and number of quantum bits are increased as much as possible, and to reduce external interference as much as possible. And names like optical quantum computers are also differences in the expression of quantum bits. from the change of electrons to the change of photons. For example, the future domestic quantum computer Jiozhong in the parallel world uses photons for physical expression. Compared with electronic expression, there are pros and cons. Except for the low temperature close to absolute zero required in the exploration stage, the requirements for other processes will be lower. Umbrella relies on the advantages of optical lenses. In theory, if it is developed with normal technology, it is actually potential to go in the direction of photons. However, it is obvious that if Wang Yi uses his own hands, the outer layer of silver electrons still have a unique advantage. At present, relying on normal means, human intervention, observation and even influence on the microscopic world still have many limitations. Even if superconducting technology is used, it has only begun to barely form the foundation for the birth of quantum computers. Of course, in addition to these two mainstreams, there are other computers that are not very accurate and use other physical methods to express quantum bits, such as quantum tunneling. This method has relatively low process requirements, which greatly increases the number of quantum bits. There are thousands of quantum bits of this type, but the accuracy is quite low and almost useless. What Wang Yi did was to use magic to solidify the silver atoms through the research and improvement of magic numbers during this period. The number of protons in silver is 47, and the outer electron structure is 2, 8, 18, 18, 1. Wang Yi used the outermost electron change of the silver atom as a quantum bit after magic solidification. This quantum computer, which looks the same size as the host chassis, mainly completes anti-interference and high precision, and is used to observe and calculate the corresponding 300 silver atoms. The perfect combination of real magic and modern technology. The supercomputer Tianhe-2, which won the championship in November last year, has a computing capacity of 3.39*10^16 times per second. If it is used to compare with quantum computers to find the optimal solution, and the calculation is started in an exhaustive manner, the computing power is only equivalent to the computing power of 45 quantum bits. 55 quantum bits are 1,000 times the strongest supercomputer. 65 quantum bits are 1,000,000 times. And 75 are 1,000,000,000 times. Although quantum computing has limitations. But it is not that quantum computers cannot be linked with supercomputers. The new algorithms and complementarity formed by the strengths of both parties are enough to take a terrifying step forward. Wang Yi has not yet found the best way to use this computing power, but it does not prevent him from initially completing the upgrade of Lin Shurqin's carrier. Previously, Hongluo was constantly expanding its hardware because it had carried out more and more docking businesses. If this thing can be linked, then the problem is almost solved. However, each transistor of an ordinary computer is a classical bit. An ordinary chip has billions to tens of billions of transistors. So in most other fields, it is still difficult for current quantum computers to replace them. Wang Yi relied on his own magic side to cheat. And now he has only knocked out a quantum computer with 300 quantum bits. Of course, with his improvement in magic numbers, his skills, and the improvement of tools that can be used on the technology side, the subsequent enhancement speed will definitely exceed the speed of traditional technology improvement. After all, magic is too convenient and unreasonable, and it can easily do many delicate operations that are difficult to do. If Wang Yi increases the number of quantum bits to the number of transistors on a traditional chip, then there is no need to talk about advantages or disadvantages. It is probably not a problem to directly predict the future and deduce the future direction of the entire universe through the movement observation of a particle. Truly achieve omniscience of information. And this is also the direction of Wang Yi's goal and the achievement he pursues. It doesn't mean that he is going to build such a quantum computer. If it was really created, even if Wang Yi had magic power and a slavery contract, he would not be able to guarantee sufficient control. When a quantum computer reaches a certain level, it will inevitably begin to impose artificial restrictions. Wang Yi's goal is to prepare himself to be quantum computing based on himself. The number of cells in an ordinary human body is about 40 to 60 trillion. In addition to the cells being stronger and tougher, Wang Yi's Great Knight physique also has about 200 trillion cells, which is about the same level as the transistors integrated in ordinary supercomputers. Therefore, Wang Yi's goal is to first use the powerful optimal solution computing power of quantum computers to cooperate with the 28 top biological laboratories under his command to complete the optimization of DNA sorting, and then select what he needs, and slowly transform himself with his own external overclocking. At that time, each of his cells will monitor and control a silver atom, become a quantum bit, and finally summarize it to the central nervous system and soul to complete the information exchange. When that time comes, it is uncertain whether omnipotence can be achieved, but omniscience is probably out of the question. For the infinite future, it is not impossible to choose the only that you want to observe and collapse. By then, even the gods and outer gods rumored in the other world at the beginning will be nothing more than his firewood. Well, of course, even the creation of quantum computers now barely relies on the cooperation of current technology and silver magic to bind the big brick with 300 quantum bits in front of me, and even uses the silver-copper alloy room temperature superconducting black technology under my own magic control. There is still a distance beyond imagination from the small goal I set. But even so, the DUV lithography machine and 20 nanometers chip manufacturing process currently mastered by Umbrella are just Mrs. Nyo, who casually displayed it to the outside world. Chapter 3 14 nanometers. Why is there more? Several senior executives of Fruit called the data analyst and asked with some dissatisfaction. This guy has been saying that it will be soon and will collapse soon. But now, he has replenished another batch of goods. At present, all the orders placed by everyone have been met by Umbrella's Red Queen bracelet. The number of shipments far exceeds their mobile phones. It has to be said that although the bracelet itself lacks many functions, the effect after being paired with a smartphone is really too cool. And few people can resist this charm. To a certain extent, it has directly changed the habit of using mobile phones. It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. Even if Umbrella's chips are used up. There can't be so many. How many can be manufactured in this time? We also got the data of those wafer factories through channels. The analyst also felt a little collapsed at this time. Every time he said that Umbrella's goods could not hold up to the next batch, he would be slapped in the face by the full warehouse. And because the sales of the Red Queen bracelet were too popular, it was so popular that there was a run on the logistics. As if every day was the double 11 in the East. So the number of slaps in the face each time will be much higher. This is not only the Fruit Company. The Ministry of Commerce of Pyongyang has also ordered major wafer factories to submit relevant data to confirm that no one is secretly helping Umbrella to produce. This time, Umbrella's Red Queen bracelets were all manufactured and assembled by the factories they acquired when their batteries first came out. The locations are all in the East, and it is difficult for us to conduct in-depth investigations. As far as the current situation is concerned, it can only be that their own wafer factories have been able to mass-produce 20 nanometers chips. And the output is amazing. At this time, the analyst could only helplessly say the most unlikely and somewhat incomprehensible answer, when all impossibilities are ruled out. The remaining impossible is also the only answer. It has reached this process so quickly. Umbrella is really terrible. This sigh is not only on the Fruit side, but other large manufacturers such as 4 Stars are also paying attention. 4 Stars still sold wafer elimination equipment to Umbrella, and they certainly know what they are selling. And of course, they know the gap from the 20 nanometers process. As a result, you just broke through like this? Although the first echelon has mastered the 14 nanometers process and has started mass production of new chips, Umbrella has caught up to 20 nanometers in such a short time. This speed really makes them almost explode on the spot. ASML, the lithography machine giant, is also very concerned about this matter. Carl Zeiss used Umbrella's special technology to speed up the progress of the EV lithography machine in their laboratory. They know that Umbrella's lens level is the best in the world. But it's just a lens. You can't cheat. Can you find a way to get one of their lithography machines? It's not like this to seek death. Even the military of Damiai directly attacked with fighter jets. Which is not funny at all. But just when ASML felt the pressure, Umbrella officially announced that the lithography machine had made a breakthrough and could complete the latest 20 nanometers chip mass production. Now it undertakes chip foundry and is willing to sell lithography machines. Let's be frank. We made our own chips. So what? In fact, the terrifying shipment volume of Umbrella bracelets and the money-making ability that makes global capital jealous have already made everyone vaguely know this news. Now the official announcement is just a matter of course. But this slap in the face is too painful. Many media have been sneering at Umbrella's protests. In the end, they really made it themselves. Aren't you lying? Oh, protests are protests. And manufacturing is manufacturing? The Ministry of Commerce and the group of spirits who had previously badmouthed Umbrella are now swollen in the face. In fact, it's okay abroad. They are more concerned about the Red Queen bracelet. 5 out of 10 hot spots are related to the Red Queen bracelet, or the impact and application of this holographic technology on other aspects. But in China, The corpse whipping activity has started again. Those who pretended to be dead were dug out one by one. Come out and take a walk. TSK TSK. To be honest, we didn't believe it ourselves. I didn't expect that Sahawajia, the thick-browed and big-eyed guy, was also wrong. Sahawajia also took the initiative to post a video and said with an embarrassed face, "Sorry. I underestimated Umbrella's ability again. Now even if they officially announce that they have broken through the 14nm technology, I still believe it." At Susilong. Professor. Why are you silent now? Do you really only hang out on Twitter? Uh-huh. I'm laughing to death. Don't circle it. This guy is in a mess now. He was cheated by the agent. Uh-huh. I don't know how much money he lost. Now he is cursing on a certain website. Picture. The picture is exactly the picture of Susilong cursing on a certain website. He was madly cursing a guy who was studying in Pyongyang, saying that he was deceived by him. The ex-person in Pyongyang really lowered the bottom line of civilization and dragged his feet. He brought all those tricks. He actually lied. You don't deserve to be in Pyongyang at all. Then some insiders began to expose the news. That agent was a complete money swindler. After cheating a large sum of money, he only told him a way to apply for an asylum card. But Susilong was originally a professor, and he came here on a tourist visa. So he was completely ineligible. Not only was he rejected without adequate preparation, but he was also directly marked as okay. And it would be much more difficult to obtain it in this way in the future. Even the difficulty of other methods has increased. This naturally made Susilong furious, which was more uncomfortable than him being cheated of a large sum of money. Wait. I'm going to find the best lawyer to kill you. Looking at Susilong's curse, it is estimated that he has no energy to pay attention to the umbrella issue now. And at this time, major mobile phone manufacturers and chip manufacturers have also begun to officially announce their new products. The new 14nm process architecture chip and the new flagship phone. Now that the three major EDA manufacturers have bought Umbrella's technology, the design capabilities of major chip manufacturers have been greatly enhanced, coupled with the process breakthrough of the wafer factory. A batch of chips with better performance will appear immediately. To some extent, the speed of improvement even exceeds Moore's law. The gap between 20nm and 14nm is not small. This time, a group of top wafer fabs that were originally in the first echelon failed to keep up. Umbrella has worked very hard, and it is estimated that there is hope that it will catch up with the first echelon next year. Awesome. They made it themselves when they were stuck. I'm convinced. This speed is really terrifying. And it's really tough. I think we can also buy their equipment and technology. They will definitely sell it after being sanctioned. Right? Humph. Isn't it because they can't catch up with the first echelon? It's already the 14nm era now. The gap is quite large. Umbrella's mobile phone is no longer considered a high-end phone. If they hadn't been so stubborn about the bracelet technology, Apple would definitely be able to release a bracelet with better performance. However, at the same time as the major manufacturers announced it one after another, Umbrella's lithography machine was also sold to the outside world. First of all, Rabbit was hoarding it like crazy, and Umbrella was now sanctioned by Pyongyang. This technology was blocked by you and kicked out of the group. So naturally you can sell it to whoever you want. Even Big Bear and Persia are trying to contact Umbrella. On the other hand, Umbrella also accepts orders from other wafer factories and ASML. Even if they are just bought back as samples, they still agree to sell it. Soon after, Umbrella followed other manufacturers and officially announced Umbrella's new generation of chips and flagship phones. Process: 14nm. The 14nm process is so difficult. We just broke through it. Chapter 319 Perfection. How is it possible? The major wafer factories were in disbelief. ASML also felt incredible. No one doubted that Umbrella designed a 14nm chip. The EDA that everyone uses now is optimized by them. But the mass production of 20nm before was already exaggerated enough. And now 14nm has come out? 3 years ago, there was a 20nm level process. It has only officially broken through 14nm now. It is not just okay to make it, but there are also a series of problems such as yield rate to ensure that there will be no loss, and to ensure profitability. The technology to be conquered and the difficulties to be overcome are only clear to the wafer factories that have come all the way. And it seems that mass production has begun and stocking has begun. How can it be so fast? The output of 20nm before was exaggerated. Why is it so possible? As Umbrella's DUV lithography machines gradually arrived, All parties began to discover the reasons. In fact, they were a little confused when they saw that it was still a dry lithography machine. I thought Umbrella had also broken through the immersion lithography method to catch up. But it turned out that they had not yet used the immersion technology. They just relied on the powerful lens to catch up. The wavelength of the light source and various parameters are all here. And they can easily calculate that the ultimate accuracy of this lithography machine cannot reach the level of ASML. It is also difficult to reach the 7 nanometers limit with multiple exposures. But it feels that the yield rate of this lithography machine is very high. We just put it together and tried it casually. It didn't take long to debug, but the yield rate is not worse than the normal production line. TSMC's engineer was amazed. Yes, in terms of cost performance, it is better than ASML's current lithography machine. And the yield rate may always remain ahead. Although ASML's lithography machine can be higher, it is not at this level now. The same thing happened in various places of the test. The limit is a little bit lower, but it is more stable. With high yield rate, high efficiency, and high production capacity. This is why Umbrella met the supply. The delivery efficiency is more than double that of ASML's DUA lithography machine. This is also the reason why they can produce 20 nanometers chips while preparing for 14 nanometers. It can even be foreseen that even if they reach 10 nanometers in the future, it will still not be difficult for them. It is likely that Umbrella's own wafer fab may be able to reach this process faster. This is simply unbelievable. The gap was eliminated in an instant, and they were forced to enter the first echelon. How long has it been since the acquisition of lithography machine technology and wafer fabs? It has reached this level? Can we only say that it is worthy of Umbrella? For a time, the sanctions imposed by the Ministry of Commerce of Damiai were simply sanctioned in vain. This slap in the face is not to be missed. But at this time, the spokesperson of Damiai still had the face to warn Umbrella to keep a distance from the East, and not to sell them too advanced things. This kind of words caused an uproar. Brother, they are being sanctioned by you. Mexico. Umbrella Data Processing Center. It is also a supercomputing and cloud processing center. Wang Yi, who had changed his identity and flew here in person, also inserted the box in his hand into the supercomputer. At this time, the corresponding magic array nodes of the magic tower under the operation center were also activated one by one, completing the coverage of this place. This is the only way that Wang Yi can think of to combine quantum computers and supercomputers at present, which is highly dependent on the magic environment. Beep beep beep. A row of lights flashed. And the next moment, the supercomputer was running at full power. Boss! You finally thought of upgrading me. I love you so much. Lin Shurqin's excited voice came over. Although quantum computing itself has its own limitations and defects, it completely frees up the computing power of supercomputers in finding the optimal solution. Although the effect of combining with each other cannot achieve perfect inlay and complementarity due to algorithm reasons. But there is no doubt that Lin Shurqin's ability has been greatly improved. The connection and coverage of the external functions of the Red Queen are no longer a problem in an instant, because this processing method is one of the advantages of quantum computing. The drone can hang more accessories. How about the production line? After Lin Shurqin completed the upgrade, her multi-process processing ability has made a qualitative leap. The production line is okay, and the simulation test has passed, but it has only produced a small batch. We will start full-scale production after the completion of the Sea City. Now we mainly manufacture industrial machine tools ourselves. Well, in addition, give priority to completing the DNA measurement. After adding quantum computing, this is your strong point. But after this thing comes out, the people in the experimental group will begin to be restricted. It is not appropriate to expose the ability of quantum computing for the time being. I understand. All major laboratories have special guards, and the weakened version of Dihua has been synchronized. There should be no big problem. Gathering outstanding talents of mankind to complete the collision of sparks of thinking is one of Wang Yi's goals. Even if the functional sequencing of human DNA has the strong blessing of quantum computing, it must be coordinated and dispatched by elite experts in these related professions. Endless combinations, endless possibilities, can form endless changes. Among them, we must find the best solution that suits Wang Yi best. Well, just pay a little attention. And the main thing is to comfort them and let them work hard. And there is no upper limit on their treatment. No problem. With the assistance of quantum computing, the progress can be greatly improved. Don't be too anxious. I have time. I have to find the best. Wang Yi smiled. This is a long-term job. And the subsequent quantum computing of his own is also the same. To meet his own needs. He must work slowly and carefully. But some of the enhanced nutritional meals for employees can be synchronized. On the way to achieving one's goals, there will always be some byproducts. And these byproducts are used to complete a certain degree of low side effect enhancement of the subordinates, which should also be carried out simultaneously. Some directional interventions in human evolution by humans. Understood? Now that the upgrade is completed, all the details can be perfectly controlled when splicing in the Sea City. Well, you just pay attention. And when it is completed, the main body will be moved to the sea, and I will go back first. In theory, this quantum computer is like the ultra-large capacity battery that Wang Yi knocked out with his bare hands. And it is truly in the category of black technology. After various machine tools were modified and taken over by Lin Shichin, she was able to maximize the effectiveness of these machine tools. Use machine tools to make machine tools. And start updating and iterating. By then, the purchase batch can still stay in MO country, while the Sea City can move to a new generation of more advanced machine tools. This is the Real Foundation. This bracelet is amazing. Gu Qianqian can't put it down for the Red Queen bracelet. This dreamy sense of technology really made her roll on the bed excitedly. Is it so amazing? Yuriko tilted her head and looked at the bracelet on her hand, not knowing what was so good about it. Her body was also created by Cheng Shui. She was tall, slender, and had a delicate and sweet appearance. But her expression seemed a little cold. After she spoke, Gu Qianqian, who was rolling next to her, suddenly stiffened. Then he stood up and stared at Yuriko's head and chest with a subtle look, and curled his lips. Ah. Yes. Yes. You have everything. You definitely don't care about these little things. You don't like it? Yuriko looked down, then said calmly, then I'll cut it off. Don't. You're crazy. Gu Qianqian quickly raised her hand to stop Yuriko. After getting along for so long, she also knew Yuriko's character, and she really would do what she said. The teacher finally found you a body, so don't mess around. Oh, I won't cut it off. By the way, what's the situation with the murderer? Has he been discharged from the hospital? Gu Qianqian asked Yuriko curiously. Well, he has been imprisoned, but it's still in the investigation stage. At the speed of Japan, it may take a long time. Yuriko's tone was flat, and she didn't seem to care about the guy who killed her at all. Japan also has the death penalty, which will be executed, but the time is hard to say. The investigation will also be quite slow. Yuriko was following the murderer when she was a spirit. Now that she has a possession body and Xiaoming is here, the surveillance work is handed over to Xiaoming. Xiaoming is a little stronger than Lin Shichin. The key is that he has some basic skills. After Wang Yi strengthened him, he can control the Shikigami to monitor. As for the source of Shikigami, it is naturally the grass-headed gods captured in those shrines. Now that Tamamanomi and Yamada no Orochi are sweeping temples day and night, the number of grass-headed gods is increasing before all the shrines in Japan are drained. Moreover, Japan's environment is here, plus the population base. After a wave of harvest, it is estimated that new grass-headed gods will continue to appear after a while. In other words, only Tamamanomi and Yamada no Orochi can capture grass-headed gods. Even Xiaoming can only control the tamed ones. Otherwise, the grass-headed gods can be freed directly. At this time, the serial killer, whose popularity has been rapidly reduced by the news of zombies and Red Queen's bracelets, also met his lawyer in the Japanese prison. I was sent by the organization to help you. You have performed well during this period. The organization will rescue you. Chapter 320 Division of Labor. Why is it so slow? Hearing the lawyer's words and his correct signal, Yamada's face also showed a hint of ferocity, with many bloodshot eyes, and the whole person looked full of a sense of hostility. People who can commit such crimes continuously are naturally very bad in character. You should know that you have committed too many crimes. If the organization hadn't helped you cover up in the early days, you would have been in trouble a long time ago. Later, you really couldn't suppress it. The attention it attracted was too great, and we couldn't do anything. The lawyer turned off the surveillance and said with a sigh, looking at the bloodshot in Yamada's eyes. He also felt a slight palpitation. This is the product of the organization's incomplete experiment. Although it has various advantages, the side effects are too obvious. It is obvious that this guy has a disorder of hormones in his body, which leads to his irritable personality. If it weren't for that damn kid, how could I be caught? She hired a top detective to investigate, and that detective found me. I had to cut the grass and root it out. As Yamada said this, He clenched his fists and kept beating the table in front of him. And his mood was extremely irritable. Although he was vulnerable in front of Wani, Yamada was a new human being strengthened in the experiment. His strengthening was not just pure recovery ability, but also strength and speed. With certain training, his single-person combat ability was among the best among special forces. His fighting ability was also at the top professional level. Although it was not beyond the scope of humans like recovery ability, Yamada always appeared as a predator in front of most ordinary people who had not received special training. He always appeared as a person at the top of the food chain. Even in his cognition, he was a new human being who surpassed humans and belonged to a higher species. That's why he escaped from the laboratory and was unwilling to be under the control of lower humans. After leaving, he completely let himself go and did whatever he wanted, relying on the various abilities learned in the organization and his outstanding anti-detection awareness. He has always been unscrupulous and did whatever he wanted. In fact, he killed far more people outside than those who were exposed. In the initial stage, he would take various means to destroy evidence after taking action, and even destroy the body to make it look like an accident or disappearance. The mediocre Japanese detectives didn't find any clues at all, and all of them succeeded in vain. It was later that he felt more and more uncomfortable after the side effects of the transformation and the disorder of hormones. So he started to expose serial murders from time to time. And the ones he chose were some girls he had targeted. After reaching the peak of the crime in the last round, he directly found a scapegoat. Then he started the second round, and it was still more and more presumptuous from the beginning. But what he didn't expect was that this time he fell into the hands of a little ghost and a detective. After fighting wits and courage with the detective for a long time and successfully solving the opponent, he followed the clues to the little ghost. But he didn't expect to fall. But then he thought of the nightmare-like figure and the end of the random blow that almost killed him. And Yamada's excitement calmed down a lot. The desire to survive stimulated by the brain when recalling the scene made him secrete some hormones that could calm himself down. Who was the person who sent me in? Was he also an experimental subject of the organization? How could he be so strong? Yamada asked calmly. He was confident that he could fight back and forth even against a fighting champion of the same weight class. But the guy who was obviously not one weight class higher than him. The sense of dominance he brought with him made him often wake up from nightmares even now. He almost died with one blow. He had never felt death so close. No. We are also investigating that person. Don't worry about him. He is a guest of Icy Shrine. He is a freak who has tempered his will through hard training. Don't make trouble. The lawyer was obviously well prepared. Wang, who was the pseudonym of Quan Yanjin, did not hide his whereabouts on weekdays. However, because of the relationship with Icy Shrine, at least his status in Japan is quite good. The atmosphere in Japan is like this. And there must be some understanding of some traditional customs and cultural heritage. It is normal for those guys who practiced hard to hone their will to have good fighting skills and excellent physical fitness. If someone is attacked first without checking, he will naturally end up like this. After all, although Yamada is a semi-successful product of the experiment and has been strengthened, except for his extraordinary recovery ability, he is still within the scope of human beings. The opportunity before the battle is very important for the victory or defeat of the battle between individuals. Just like in the fighting field, even if the strength of the two sides is very different, as long as they are careless and get choked, even the stronger side will die. I don't care. I want him to die. Yamada's calm hormone effect began to disappear after hearing this, and he began to get angry again. Not just him. That woman and her damn neighbor must die. Seeing this guy's uncontrollable attitude, the lawyer also seemed to have a headache. If one of the two experimental subjects in the laboratory had not died, now there is no control group. Many tests would be difficult to carry out, and they really didn't want to spend this effort. Others can, but that man can't. Okay. At this time, they were still in a state of imprisonment, and Yamada also needed to rely on the organization. He actually knew that although he had escaped from the laboratory, it seemed that the organization was still monitoring him from time to time. Although he would get rid of them every time he appeared, the organization could still find him in the vast crowd, which was enough to show the ability of the organization. Only they had a chance to save him, so it was okay to obey them temporarily. Besides, in fact, every time he thought of that man, he was more afraid than angry. And the previous loss of composure was also the same. He used anger to cover up his fear, and he didn't know why. Anyway, he didn't want to see that man again. His original purpose was to take revenge on that woman and that damn neighbor. In fact, When Wang Yi threw him, he just felt that he might be a retired special forces soldier. If he hadn't died in the last blow, he wouldn't even pay attention to him. Hurry up and obey the order. Hideaki held a paper man between his fingers and kept muttering with his eyes closed. The next moment, another grass-headed god flew out quickly and followed the lawyer. After squatting here for so long, someone worth following again finally appeared. Xiaoming is between Lin Shurqin and Tamaminomi. Although he cannot capture the grass-headed god, he has the ability to control the Shikigami with his previous abilities and Wang Yi's enhancement. It's easy to do the stalking work. After urging the new grass-headed god to start stalking, Xiaoming directly popped up the three-dimensional image of the bracelet, and then clicked on an app on it. Ms. Lin, a new target has appeared, and I have arranged for the Shikigami to follow. Good job. You have worked hard during this period. The boss is on the way here and may participate in person. You should pay more attention to the situation before the boss comes back, and you can act at your convenience when necessary. Lin Shurqin also nodded when she heard it. The boss just completed the upgrade of his own accessories in Mexico, and it will take some time to come here. Now Junichiro has negotiated various projects in Japan and left. At present, Yuriko and Xiaoming are the two tools in Japan. Xiaoming was in charge of surveillance for a long time, while Yuriko was responsible for knocking out the weakened version of Dihua in the newly built branch from time to time. The division of labor was clear. Chapter 321 Before Dawn. I'm a recluse, but I know so much about him. The power behind him is quite powerful. Wang Yi, who was waiting for his flight at Johor Malaysia Airport, couldn't help but smile after hearing Lin Shurqin's words. The Quan Yanjin vest is still useful, and he doesn't want to cause any trouble easily. Before going to Mexico, he chose to go to Southeast Asia first, and then change his identity. This time he returned to Southeast Asia and changed his identity. Although with the power of Umbrella now, the role of Lu Te, the century's liar, has become smaller and smaller. But it is undeniable that he still has a lot of influence in Southeast Asia and Johor, and some of the identities prepared by him are easier to cut off from Umbrella. At present, the Quan Yanjin vest has not shown any relationship with Umbrella. When a lawyer meets a prisoner of this level, he can turn off the surveillance. His power is naturally not small. From now on, it is likely that he will be able to get the person out. At present, according to this guy, several suspected companies have been locked. They have a great influence in Japan, and there is also the figure of Wall Street behind them. It can be confirmed that they are one of the members of that organization after getting clues from Xiaoming. Lin Shurqin can follow the clues to find a lot of relevant information. Even if the lawyer's work is just a public identity, the public identity will also have contacts and will leave traces. As long as there are traces, Lin Shurqin can continuously collect big data through the collection of clues. Now with the blessing of quantum computing, the identity of the lawyer has been thoroughly exposed, and several companies have been marked in red. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Kawasaki Heavy Industries, Ishikawa Heavy Industries, Komatsu Corporation, Military Industry. Hearing the information Lin Shurqin dug out, Wang Yi couldn't help but frown. I thought it was a biological or pharmaceutical company, but I didn't expect that the tales that Lin Shurqin pulled out based on the clues were all some industrial groups. If it is just one company, it is not a big deal. Umbrella has ordered ships from them. But if so many companies are involved, it will undoubtedly involve military industry, an alternative military-industrial complex. Neon is a castrated country, restricted by the United States. But even so, the production capacity and technology of these industrial groups are beyond doubt. Many of the machine tools that Junichiro took away from here before were from these companies. But if you think about it carefully, although Neon and South Korea are both dogs of the United States, there are still differences between dogs. The chaebols of South Korea were directly injected with funds by Wall Street, and they are more dependent. But the chaebols on the Neon side still have some say. Relying on the accumulation of technology, these chaebols and groups have gathered together and have been favored and absorbed by the organization. It is a natural behavior to see eye to eye. For the chaebols on the Neon side, they want to untie the shackles on their heads, and it is obviously impossible to resist forcefully to achieve this. So they can only join this influential organization and influence it from the side. Wang Yi was also able to confirm in the laboratory in Yemen that, in addition to the great influence of the organization itself, the major forces within it also had their own little calculations, and each had their own different demands and plans. They just formed a very scary monster interest group to cooperate and influence each other. Wang Yi closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, tapping his fingers on the armrest, then opened his eyes and asked Lin Shichin, okay. How is the approval of umbrella security in Japan? How many team members are here now? Although the last cooperation was very pleasant, Japan is still very wary of Umbrella's special warfare capabilities. Currently, only 3 teams have arrived in the name of protecting battery factories and wafer factories. And there are also many restrictions on weapons. Okay. That's it. Yuriko should keep an eye on Gu Qianqian recently. Hee. In fact, Yuriko will go to Gu Qianqian when she is free. I just need to give her a vacation for a while. Well, it doesn't matter if I activate it twice less. It's a long-term subtle process. Then, Wang Yi also stood up and walked towards the boarding gate. Mori Ryuichi walked lightly today, because today his idol Shine teacher will come to his rental house to shoot the Thanksgiving special. Since receiving the notice, Mao Longi has entered the ascetic mode, and has not rewarded himself for 45 days. But there is still a problem facing Mao Longi. That is, Xian Qianjiang next door is also on vacation at home today, which makes him very anxious. This lovely junior high school girl is a pure little angel, and he doesn't want her to know these things, so it's best to get her out of the way. Mao Longi has made many preparations for this. After going out nervously, he also knocked on the door next door. Who is it? The sound of slippers came. After the murderer's incident last time, this little angel also learned to be alert and knew to ask, which made Mao Longi feel very relieved. Qian. It's me. Creaky. The door was opened, and the small Gu Qianqian looked up curiously at Mao Longi. What's the matter? Neighbor uncle? Last time, this fat uncle reminded me, and Gu Qianqian still had a good impression of him. But the fat uncle was more introverted, and usually just smiled honestly when they met. This was the first time he took the initiative to come to me. Yes, it's like this. I want a one-day free pass to the video game city in the lottery, and I don't like to go to such places, so I gave it to you. Today happens to be the weekend. You can invite your classmates to play. Mao Longi took out a free pass, which can be used to take friends to the video game city to play, and he bought it with money. Isn't this the newly opened one? Uncle, you are so lucky. Thank you. Gu Qianqian stared at the card with wide eyes, and took it without any courtesy, because the fat uncle really didn't like to go out. Hee. Next time I will make some snacks for you. You can't refuse it. Gu Qianqian happily took the free play card, just in time to take Yuriko to play. This guy is cold and only knows how to stick to me. I need to cultivate some other hobbies. Mori Ryuichi returned to the room and sat cross-legged on the bed like a Buddha, with a kind face. The originally messy room has been tidied up by him. After checking the time displayed on the bracelet, he also touched his pocket and took out a well-packaged blue pill. I have only heard of your name. Please don't let me down. While muttering, he stuffed it directly into his mouth and swallowed it without drinking water. Teacher Cheyenne, the student is here. Dong dong dong. The knock on the door made Mao Ryuichi very excited. He arrived a little early. I wonder if he can delay until the effect of the medicine takes effect. After taking a look at the cat's eye in advance and finding that the cat's eye was still pressed, Mao Ryuichi couldn't help but smile knowingly. You are still playing mystery. But I knew it a long time ago. After opening the door, Mao Ryuichi saw the eyes in front of him that were impressive even though they were changed. They were the familiar eyes full of bloodshot. Chapter 322 Resentment. No way. How can you shoot so accurately? You won't even let me get a single shot. I didn't even hit a small monster. Gu Qianqian looked at the scene of the shooting game in front of her, but she didn't feel very happy. Yuriko was killing people all over the place, and she could only drink some soup and water, without any sense of accomplishment. This is a newly opened arcade. The dynamic music and the sound of the game consoles make the surrounding environment seem a little noisy, but it can inexplicably drive people's excitement. Oh, okay. Are you still playing? Yuriko said coldly. After all, she also received the combat experience said gift package. And although Yuriko is still worse than Lin Shichin and Cheng Shui, she is much stronger than ordinary resentful spirits, and has more power. No. Let's go play fighting games. I heard there are many masters here. You react so quickly. You must defeat them. But at this moment, Gu Qianqian's bracelet vibrated. She was a little confused when she saw the mobile phone number displayed on the bracelet. Because of meditation, her memory has improved a lot. She remembered this number. It was the agent who investigated last time. I don't know why she called herself at this time, but she still answered the phone. Moses. Student Gu. Where are you now? Please find the nearest public security office and wait for us to come. The voice on the phone was a little anxious. I'm in the video game city. What's wrong? The serial killer escaped last time. And just now. He killed your neighbor Mr. Maoli Ryuichi. What? Gu Qianqian felt a little unbelievable when she heard this. They just met today. And he gave her this free play card. Killed? Gu Qianqian was a little bit unacceptable to be told that he was gone when he was still a living neighbor before. Even though she had faced the murderer through the door at close range last time. The shock was far less than this time. I'll be back now. Gu Qianqian anxiously took Yuriko home. Although Yuriko's possession came with Junichiro. Her identity was innocent. She just took the same plane. She only needed to activate the magic circle regularly when she performed the Dihua technique. Her personality was not suitable for public speaking. It was quite normal for such a person to meet Gu Qianqian in Neon. So when Gu Qianqian went back, Yuriko, who had the task of protecting her, naturally followed. The two quickly returned to the apartment building. At this time, 2 agents were already standing at the door of the apartment building. After taking the elevator up, they found that a yellow tape was pulled nearby to separate the scene. At this time, many agents were still taking samples and investigating at the scene, holding evidence bags in their hands and collecting things at the scene. There was a white human figure painted on the floor at the door of Maori Ryuichi's room. And there were still traces of blood. There were also agents who took out a computer host, various publications, and discs from Ryuichi Mori's room. The body and the first batch of evidence collected at the scene have been taken away. Now these should be for a more detailed investigation to see why the murderer is so obsessed with him. Whether it is pure revenge or other reasons. In addition, on the other side of the yellow line, there are agents who are questioning several people and taking notes. One of them was a woman with a voluptuous appearance and a hot body, with heavy makeup on her face and revealing clothes. There were some photographic equipment placed next to the other 2 men, who might be photographers or something. At this time, the 3 people were terrified and kept talking about their experiences. Generally speaking, we can know from a few words that they were the first to discover the body. Gu Qianqian and Yuriko suddenly came up and attracted the attention of the detectives on the scene. Some of them had been here last time and still had an impression of Gu Qianqian. A little one. In addition, they had called to notify before. So a female detective came over quickly and blamed them. You are too brave. The murderer is now on the run. What if you meet him? How did the uncle get killed? Were they the first to find him? Who are they? Why did they come to this floor? Gu Qianqian also looked at the 3 people who didn't look like good people over there and asked questions continuously. A big fierce monster and 2 tattooed men. I'm afraid they didn't have good intentions here. Well, they agreed with Mr. Maori to come and take pictures. Their identities are fine. This case has nothing to do with them. They were the first to find the body and call the police. The female agent said vaguely. After learning from the phone that Maori Ryuichi specially gave Gu Qianqian a free play card to let her leave. The agents of course knew the general purpose, because they had already found out that the free play card was bought by Maori Ryuichi temporarily. Not a lottery. Gu Qianqian, who was about to say something, was suddenly stunned, because she saw Maori Ryuichi again, or Maori Ryuichi's soul. At this time, he was rushing out of the room, punching and kicking the evidence collectors, who moved away computers, publications and discs. But his actions obviously made these people walk faster. This place is weird. Yes, it's chilly. Why is it like this in broad daylight? That's right. It's daytime now. Although the corridor of this apartment building was mostly blocked by sunlight, only part of it shone in. But it was still lethal to spirits without a body. At least Maoli Ryuichi's spirit began to smoke in Gu Qianqian's eyes. I just don't know what hatred he has. Even if it smokes, he still bites those people tightly, as if he wants to take back his things. It feels like he was killed by them. Teacher said that ordinary natural spirits almost die when exposed to light. Even if the sunlight here is not strong, it may take a spirit of the level of resentful spirits to be able to move for a short time. Gu Qianqian thought of some knowledge taught by Wang Yi. Looking at Maoli Ryuichi's spirit also felt a little strange. Fat uncle, it's useless for you to do this. Go back to a place without sunlight first. You can tell me if there is anything. Gu Qianqian walked to Maoli Ryuichi's spirit and directly activated the disposable new accessories that Wang Yi left for her to protect herself. A magic rope shot out and tied up Maoli Longi badly, then dragged him back to his room, closed the curtains, and threw him in. We will leave 2 colleagues nearby to protect you in the next few days. We also hope that you don't wander around. We will also say H. Low to the school. A female agent told Gu Qianqian when she left. They originally needed to leave someone to continue to protect the scene. Gu Qianqian happened to live here. So naturally they protected her as well. The fugitive had just been out for 2 hours. And he almost came non-stop to kill Maori Ryuichi. I'm afraid he has a lot of resentment towards this place. So Gu Qianqian was also in danger in their eyes. I won't walk around, Gu Qianqian said obediently. After the female agent left, she smiled and greeted the 2 agents guarding the scene outside, and then closed the door, looking back at Maori Ryuichi, who was tied to the bed and staring at Yuriko. I don't know whether I should say that the uncle is lucky or unlucky. Gu Qianqian also felt a little strange at this time. If you say it's lucky, he was killed directly by others, and he still had a lot of grievances and obsessions, and he died with his eyes open. If you say it's unlucky, it's precisely because of this strong obsession. Otherwise, even if the soul has enough talent, it can't become a vengeful spirit and continue to live in another form. Chapter 323 Ambition. Qianqian, please, as long as you are willing to burn those things for me, I am willing to do anything. Maori Ryuichi floated in the air and cried bitterly. But he has become a spirit now and has no tears. Why? Aren't they just some bad publications and discs? Many people read them. It's no big deal. How can you have such a strong obsession? Gu Qianqian looked curious and seemed to be unable to understand. And her words also made Maori Ryuichi's expression stiff. And then he said weakly, do you know what it is? What's the matter? I also read it when I came here to study abroad. But it's boring. It's the same thing over and over again. Gu Qianqian blinked her big eyes, her face full of innocence. You are only a junior high school student. How can you read these things? Maori Ryuichi was shocked. How rude. Who is a junior high school student? I have passed the self-recruitment examination of the University of Tokyo, and will soon become an adult. Gu Qianqian's eyebrows jumped. You are a junior high school student. Your whole family is. Japanese universities usually recruit students independently in January and February. And Gu Qianqian has successfully passed it. She had good grades to begin with. And now the blessing she got after meditation is no problem for this kind of exam. When he heard Gu Qianqian say that she had been admitted to university, Maori Ryuichi also had a face full of people. And he was kidding. Oh, by the way, the actress I saw when I came in before seemed to be shooting these. Because she was interrupted, Gu Qianqian immediately made another association, knocked her palm with her little fist, and her dark eyes lit up slightly. This time, Maori Ryuichi's sad story was mentioned again, and his second obsession was mentioned. Oh my god! The Thanksgiving ceremony is about to be filmed. I have been waiting for this day with great effort and made so many preparations. But I was killed in the first few minutes. When he thought of this, Maoli Longi burst into tears again. He was so sad that anyone who saw him would cry. He threw all his bad belongings aside. You know it. It doesn't matter anymore. But if you want to kill me, at least wait until the filming is over. It's the only chance for him to get close to his idol. He even used that kind of medicine for this. When fighting with the gangster, he punched twice with a knife wound. But it was still useless. And Gu Qianqian didn't know why Maoli Longi was so sad, and didn't know how to comfort him for a while. But this counts as helping the teacher catch one. Right. Idiot. You are too anxious. And didn't you promise me that you would handle the scene? Do you know that you will waste the organization's resources like this? In a black Toyota car, the lawyer who was driving said angrily to Yamada in the back seat. The organization has great power. Even a criminal like Yamada can be easily fished out after the attention has dropped a little. They can get it out. But they can't cause too much sensation or attention. Just like many things that can happen in the dark are brought to the surface. No matter how powerful the organization is, it will suffer losses. Now some politicians they cooperate with have begun to curse. Although the response now is prison break. No matter how Buddhist and indifferent the Japanese people are, they almost rush them. This is a completely unnecessary waste of resources. At this time, Yamada, who had 2 dark circles under his eyes and a bruise on his cheek, also felt a little ashamed and annoyed, and said with gritted teeth, God knows what the fat guy is crazy about. He didn't know how to be afraid at all. After being stabbed several times, he fought back desperately. He doesn't look like a otaku at all. Even ordinary special forces don't have such will. And he is so strong. Thinking of the fat guy who used his fat belly to push a few times, and the punches that the frame gave him. If it weren't for his strong resistance to blows and recovery, he would have been almost killed by him there. Originally, he wanted to push him into the room, let him die in fear and pain, and then fake the scene. But who would have thought that he almost flipped over, and blood was spilled all over the corridor. Just when he was preparing to make up for it later, someone else came. And 3 people came at once. The situation was not good to begin with. And 2 men and 1 woman came up. The 2 men also showed their big flower arms. It might not be solved in a short time. Naturally, Yamada had no choice but to give up and then escape from the fire escape. Not handling the scene properly naturally exposed the news of his escape from prison, which caused the current turmoil. His face was also in great pain now, and it felt like his brow bone was broken. That fat guy was really strong. Damn it! Don't think about the rest. Now I will take you to the laboratory. You will cooperate with the experiment first. When the storm is over, I will give you a chance to go out and relax. The lawyer's words made Yamada very dissatisfied. But he did mess things up, and he fell silent at this time. Then, the car quickly entered an underground parking lot. This is a 3-story underground parking lot, which keeps turning towards the 3rd floor, because the parking lot is very wide. The first 2 floors are not full, and the cars on the 3rd floor seem to be very few. Go straight along the road to the most remote corner. The 2 got out of the car and entered the elevator. And then the lawyer quickly pressed the elevator button on the elevator, as if entering a password. After the first group quickly entered, the elevator stopped temporarily, followed by the second group and the third group. After the 3 groups confirmed that the elevator was completed, it continued to move downward on the 3rd underground floor. As the elevator door opened, a laboratory appeared in front of them. The smooth walls and floors looked full of brightness and high-tech feeling. Through the glass next to it, you can see a large number of precision instruments and experimenters. It is obvious that a series of changes of clothes and disinfection are required to enter the laboratory. It seems that it should be a biological laboratory of quite high standards. Finally here, there is no control group. Many things cannot be carried out. But he has been outside for so long, and his hormones should be very disordered now. He needs to do a full body examination first. A figure in protective clothing came over and looked up and down at Yamada with satisfaction. In fact, although Yamada has been running away, to some extent he is still one of the experimental groups. But he has become an ordinary control group for observation without any intervention. Overall, this transformation has side effects after success, but it is barely controllable for the time being. Hormone disorders can be alleviated by injecting some corresponding sedatives from the outside. With some simple training, it is easy to form an all-round soldier king with all aspects. Take the world's top Delta Special Forces as an example. The average cost of each member is more than $3 million. It can be said that they are carefully selected, and pensions and the like have not been calculated. But if their transformation and strengthening can be completed in mass production, the cost will undoubtedly be greatly reduced, and the ability of individual soldiers can be stronger and more comprehensive. You can also choose some cheap soldiers. The current difficulty is the irritability and difficulty in control caused by hormone disorders, which can only be alleviated by drugs for the time being. However, they have found that enkangding, a drug that can effectively treat depression, combined with some sedative psychotropic drugs, can make a more obvious correction to the emotions of the experimental subjects. And there are fewer side effects. It's a pity that a successful experimental subject died because of an improper operation. Now, after some more observation and debugging, we are almost ready to complete the second batch of more reliable manufacturing, and we are one step closer to mass production. Chapter 324, No Martial Ethics. The passenger plane from Southeast Asia landed at Tokyo International Airport with a roar that cut through the air. When Wang Yi walked out of the boarding gate, he saw Xiaoming, who came to take advantage of the opportunity. No matter how Wang Yi's SHL is, his status in Japan is not low, and it seems normal to pick him up at the airport. Xiaoming drove directly to the airport. Master, we have locked on to a laboratory location. According to observation, it should be a biological laboratory. It belongs to the Japanese branch of that organization. On the surface, it is an office building of Mitsubishi Electric. According to the perspective of the Shikigami, we can see the biochemical experiments carried out inside. And there are also those mutant infected bodies in the Seoul incident. I just don't know how many such laboratories there are. Well done, Wang Yi praised. It seems that his intuition is not wrong. The mutant K virus samples that leaked out of Seoul were partially stolen by this organization. According to what Lin Shichin investigated, in Japan, The influence of this organization branch may be superior to that of the Japanese official to a certain extent. Now that a laboratory has been found, Wang Yi is ready to learn more about it. After all, it can be regarded as a cutting-edge biological experiment organization in the world. And there should be some information that he is interested in. After squeezing it dry, it will be directly detonated and exposed to see how much information can be brought out. Lin Shurqin, who has been strengthened again, is enough to catch a lot more. Boss. Lin Shurqin's voice came. And it really couldn't stand the worry. I suggest that we don't come forward when exposing that organization. You said that? Then there must be something going on. Wang Yi leaned against the back of the car and smiled. Exposing this laboratory. In fact, even if it is done secretly, it is still easy to fall on Umbrella. Because Umbrella has indeed been working on these laboratories. And to deal with this kind of laboratory, it is easy for Umbrella, which is famous for its strong special warfare capabilities, to do it. Now Neon still has 3 teams of Umbrella. So if it is a normal exposure, it doesn't matter whether it is covered up or not. Some things don't need evidence. However, even if this kind of hat is put on, it is harmless to Umbrella. It is just that the establishment of the Umbrella security branch approved by Neon will be delayed or even terminated. But now that Lin Shurqin's words indicate that there are other possibilities, it is better not to be involved. By extending the clues I have found now, I have locked in a killer organization called Dark active in the Dark Web, which is a subordinate organization of this Neon branch. The Dark Web is actually not a very secretive thing. It is almost semi-public. There are all kinds of transactions on it. And it is also full of all kinds of deception. But some veterans can still easily find some useful channels and clues. For example, the mercenary organization Hyena and the spy organization Scorpion that wanted to kidnap Wang Yi and Siam are also of this kind. It is natural that there are killer organizations. It is not surprising that Neon's own violent gangs take orders here. Their killer organization has a wide range of business. And the business and scale are not small. There are directly managed killers in the organization and some plug-in killers who take orders. And their organization is very humane with a retirement mechanism. Some large companies in Japan still have relatively high employee loyalty. Although it has dropped a lot compared to the past because they are on the decline. They are still better than many European and American companies in general. I didn't expect that even the assassin organization still has this tradition. But since Lin Shurqin brought it up, it is naturally problematic. However, if some gold medal assassins who have begun to access the organization's information want to retire, they usually encounter various accidents. And recently there is such an assassin who has this idea. Lin Shurqin's words made Wang Yi nod his head. If ordinary assassins just retire and receive an ordinary pension subsidy or something, in order to appease the hearts of the assassins who are working, they will definitely not be stingy with this money. After all, for the organization, the benefits brought by the assassins are only secondary. They want to control such a channel in voice. This can provide great help for their real business war. The reason why Wang Yi didn't have much contact before is that he has been mostly active in China since the Siam incident. And Umbrella. Who is stupid enough to play this trick with Umbrella? The assassins will not accept the order. But for some top killers who know more secrets, they must live under the control of the organization even after retirement. Otherwise, many of the tasks they perform and succeed in can bring huge troubles. And the top gold medal killers are usually very capable and difficult to control. In this case, it is naturally more cost-effective to keep silent forever. Of course, they will not do it too obviously. If the information they have is not too sensitive, or the killers themselves are very quiet, they will definitely be accepted. But some more jumpy guys are completely different. The one Lin Shurqin is targeting at this time is the gold medal killer directly under the Dark Killer organization under the organization's Neon branch. He should have completed many sensitive tasks. And he seems to want to travel around the world after retirement. So he has been on the elimination list of the killer organization. Not bad. You have captured all this information. And they don't use the internet? Wang Yi raised his eyebrows and seemed a little surprised. After the quantum blessing, Lin Shurqin's decryption ability is extremely strong. But even so, at least he has to connect to the network cable. There must be a corresponding internal network in this place. Right? Just like Wall Street. Even if Wall Street is blown up, they actually have backed up stock market data. And the backed up part is completely disconnected from the internet. Banks also have similar defense systems. It was used. But the high difficulty retirement tasks they arranged for the other party were all completed by the other party. Now they can only outsource and invite other people to deal with him. These gold medal killers will arrange several high-difficulty tasks before retirement, which is also a challenge and test. If they pass, they can retire. This is acceptable to the killers. But if they complete it, they still arrange their own people to shoot? This is obviously too bad for reputation, and too much for morale. Once people's hearts are scattered, it will be troublesome. So they can only choose to outsource. They are looking for 4 idiots in Jiaoji. These 4 guys are used to saving money. It's too easy to leave traces when they grab discount tickets. I followed the clues through them, and found the relevant information online. Hearing this, Wang Yi was also a little speechless. No way. It's too stingy to hire such cheap stuff for such a case. The other party is a gold medal killer after all. At present, the mission success rate of these 4 idiots in Jiaoji is 100%. They are known as Jiaoji F4, and are the most efficient wild killers at present. Ordinary people may not trust them, and think they are cheating. But as a top killer organization, the people of Dark still know everything in their hearts. 100% mission completion rate? How many times? 473 times. Something. Even Wang Yi felt a little surprised. Even if these 4 guys may not be picky, and there may be many simple and cheap tasks, the 100% success rate under so many tasks is probably higher than most gold medal killers. No wonder they were chosen. In addition, the intelligence general informed all the information of the retired gold medal killer, so the possibility of success is probably really high. Send the information of the gold medal killer. I will go to meet him. It seems quite interesting that they expose the information of the laboratory due to their own internal strife. Chapter 325 Retired Assassin. Taku Sakaguchi is already 48 years old. This age is nothing in other industries, but it is definitely considered old among assassins. Having been in this industry since he was 15 years old, Taku Sakaguchi is definitely the most senior one in the dark, and has witnessed the rise and fall of Neon with his own eyes. In the bathhouse, Taku Sakaguchi, who was soaking in the water, still had a well-proportioned body of muscles, and his muscles looked quite normal without any hormone drugs. However, the various scars and wounds on his body gave him a fierce aura, and coupled with his expression of stay away from strangers, other people in the pool of this public bathhouse also chose to stay away from him as much as possible. Even those old bastards with tattoos all over their bodies were also far away at this time. Although I'm retired, I'm still a little uncomfortable. I still need to come to this kind of public places more often to adapt. Taku Sakaguchi looked at the empty surroundings and murmured in his heart for a while. When he was a killer before, he rarely came to such places. But now, he is going to retire and become a normal person. But at this moment, accompanied by a sound of water splashing, a figure came near Sakaguchi Taku and sat down. Let Sakaguchi Taku turned back and glanced at him calmly. Compared with the muscles full of various scars on Sakaguchi Taku's body, the newcomer has a nearly perfect granite body, and his appearance is ordinary. Not an ordinary person. What's the matter? Sakaguchi Taku's tone is flat. He doesn't know the new body that Wang Yi has temporarily replaced. But there is no doubt that a person with such a physique approaching him is likely to come directly to him. As an old hand in the killer world, he will not have any fluke mentality or carelessness. Otherwise he would not be alive until now. Wang Yi can also feel that although this guy looks plain, his muscles are ready to be tense at any time. One hand has approached the bath towel, and can attack at any time with the soap bath towel. Don't be nervous, Mr. Sakaguchi. I'm here to help you. Wang Yi was soaking in the bathhouse with a relaxed look on his face. Compared with Sakaguchi Taku's secret tension, Wang Yi showed a truly pure and natural relaxation. Help me? Sakaguchi Taku raised his lips slightly, as if he was smiling. He has been a gold medalist in the killer world for more than 30 years. Even the gold medalists, who appeared later in the organization, would respectfully call him senior when they saw him. He knew that he knew too much and would definitely encounter troubles in retirement. But he still made a confident decision and completed the 3 retirement tasks that others thought were impossible to complete, thus obtaining the qualification for retirement. He even held a farewell party for himself a few days ago. He knew that the organization would not trust him, but for their own reputation and to prevent other killers from being disappointed, it was impossible to deal with him openly. As for some possible small tricks, the organization also needs to consider its own rebound after failure, which would not be worth the loss. Yes. Have you heard of Jiaoji F4? Wang Yi's words made Sakaguchi Taku frown slightly. He was the gold medal of the organization, with high authority and a lot of information. He even had a certain understanding of the Neon branch of the organization above the Dark, and even the entire organization. He might not have detailed information, but he definitely knew what a terrifying behemoth it was. Therefore, with his authority, he is quite clear about Jiaoji F4. Although this wild stupid combination seems to have problems, the 100% success rate still fully demonstrates their ability. If the organization really invites these wild guys to deal with them, even if they succeed, the impact will probably be controllable. And if they are given enough intelligence support, the chance of success is really not low. It is normal for wild killers to step on me, the gold medal, to get to the top, isn't it? Besides, I have enemies for so many years. And it is also normal for enemies to deal with me after retirement. At that time, maybe the organization will come forward to carry out revenge actions to stabilize the morale of the army. Sakaguchi Taku has been in this industry for so long. Of course he is not a fool. Wang Yi just mentioned it. And he, who was originally full of confidence, immediately felt a burst of pressure. Yes, it is very unlikely that inviting a few cheap idiots will be associated with the organization, because it is not a match. Come with me. Sakaguchi Taku stood up from the bathhouse with a bath towel, and then walked to the sauna room next to it. The sauna room was originally occupied, but after Sakaguchi Taku walked in with scars all over his body, several tattooed men inside walked out dejectedly under his gaze, forming a secret room for a short time for a single communication. I'm old and can't work anymore. I don't think I have much use value worth this kind of investment. So, are you enemies of the organization? Sakaguchi Taku poured a spoonful of water on the stone, making a sizzling sound and emitting a lot of white high-temperature water mist. If this can make you feel at ease, then you can take it as yes. Hee hee. I didn't expect that the organization still has enemies. It's an eye-opener. Umbrella? Sakaguchi Taku smiled self-deprecatingly. But his acumen can be said to be worthy of being the trump card in this line. If you want to think so, what do you need me to do? Sakaguchi Taku is a killer, not someone who is easy to deal with. Even if Wang Yi did not produce any evidence in his contact with him, he could naturally make him make enough judgments through the organization's own interests and his own situation with just a light guide. It can be said that when the organization invited the Jiaoji F4 to deal with him, there was no possibility of compromise. Even if he turned back and said he would not retire now, the nail has been buried. And now it is the standard dark jungle law. Neither side will trust the other. And don't think about the possibility of peaceful coexistence in the future, because he knows the strength of the organization. Sakaguchi Taku knows that once the organization is determined to deal with him, he is afraid that there will be no way up to heaven and no way down to earth, only to find an organization that can resist for shelter. However, how strong the organization is, even if Sakaguchi Taku only knows a little, it is enough to understand the horror, the real meaning of black and white. As a proactive applicant for retirement, he must have considered the worst-case scenario. Among the considered backup plans, he only found two. One is to go to a city in a big country in the east and live a peaceful life. Another one is the umbrella company that has only emerged in the past 2 years. Maybe umbrella is not strong enough, but because of the reputation that has been killed, after he successfully takes shelter in it, the organization will most likely let go. Because at that time, I must have told you all the known information, and it would be meaningless to deal with me or not, unless umbrella was completely destroyed. After hearing Sakaguchi Taku directly say, "What do you need me to do?" Wang Yi was also very satisfied with this trip. As expected of an old hand who has been in the business for so many years, he is decisive in making choices and knows how to make trade-offs. The communication speed was unexpectedly smooth. It's very simple. We will provide you with enough intelligence and information support. If necessary, I can provide some military support alone, and you just break up with your organization, and then follow the route and information we arrange for you. Follow the clues to the designated location to complete the destruction. The retired gold medal killer was betrayed by the organization, and he started to fight back and fight in anger, and then learned about some important places of the organization during the fight and went to destroy them. Finally, the exposure was completed. This is a very reasonable order, and even the world company can buy it to make a movie at that time. Chapter 326 Revenge. Don't act like you haven't seen the world. It will be embarrassing. We are rich and successful now. Wanda, who had a gold chain around his neck, gold rings on his fingers, and a gold bracelet, scolded his 3 younger brothers, who were looking around behind him. Then the 4 of them walked out of the airport with their chests puffed out, turned on the smart bracelets on their hands, turned on the translation function, asked some questions in a chattering manner, and then went to the hotel where they were staying. But the four of them didn't see that there was a figure wearing a hat and sunglasses in the crowd, who was silently watching them go away. Sure enough, he was invited. They will go to the hotel to meet with the people from in to get your relevant information and all your habit information. But we will arrange for a swap and replacement. And then the four of them will become your helpers. The cold voice coming from the headset made Sakaguchi Taku nodded. I know. I'll go back to see my dear boss. Sakaguchi Taku seemed very calm. And after playing with the pen on the chest of his suit, he turned back and got into the car. This pen was the gift given to me by my boss at the farewell party after I retired. It really makes people sigh. And has many branches and is often replaced. The company used as a cover also goes bankrupt and changes from time to time. It has always looked like it is dying due to poor management. This time, the vest is also in an office building that looks very ordinary, occupying the first floor of the office building, and looks like a travel agency. After going upstairs, Taku Sakaguchi also received many warm greetings. Sakaguchi-senpai. Hello. Senior. Hee. Senior. Don't you enjoy your retirement life? Are you not used to it? It seems that all the people present are young people, including beautiful girls and energetic boys, who are very respectful to Taku Sakaguchi. I'm ready to start my global travel plan. Come and say goodbye to my old friend. Taku Sakaguchi said casually, and then took the initiative to come to a utility room next to him for inspection. Although it looks like a company that is about to go bankrupt, their internal management has always been very strict, even if only a very small number of people will work in the company. But those juniors who seem to be smiling and greeting, each of them occupies the best shooting position. Routine. Excuse me. A cute girl with small tiger teeth and dimples came in and cooperated with the instrument to check Taku Sakaguchi in a full range of ways. Although she apologized and was very fast, she was very careful during the inspection and did not miss anything. In this way, Sakaguchi Taku was put into the boss's office. At this time, a man in his 50s, who looked pot-bellied and had a kind smile on his face, was sitting in the boss's chair and looking through some documents. He was asked when Sakaguchi Taku came to the company, and he didn't feel strange after knowing that he was here to see him. He didn't come here every day, or it was rare when he came. But Sakaguchi Taku knew his habits. Counting that he had been friends with Sakaguchi Taku for decades since he joined the organization, he was considered an old friend, and it was quite normal for him to come to see him before leaving. At the same time, he also wanted to see this old friend for the last time. Maybe this meeting would be a farewell forever. Hey brother, you are preparing your global travel plan so soon? I thought you would play more in China first. The fat man stood up from the boss chair with a smile on his face. In the boss's room, there were actually two other expressionless men in suits standing behind the door. They were his bodyguards. I was not used to going to the public bath yesterday, so it's better to go on the road alone early. I came to see you before leaving. After all, we are old friends for decades. Sakaguchi Taku said with a smile. Haha. It's brother. The fat man smiled and came over to pat Sakaguchi Taku on the shoulder. But just when he stood up, causing Sakaguchi Taku's back to block the view of the two bodyguards, at the most exquisite angle and timing, Sakaguchi Taku's other hand had already pulled out the pen from his jacket pocket and casually flicked the pen cap and stabbed it into the fat man's throat. This made the fat man suddenly widen his eyes, full of disbelief. The fountain pen bypassed the main blood vessels and hit the cervical vertebra directly through the throat, depriving the opponent of all resistance with just one blow. It was as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Smooth and natural. The position in the room. The position of himself and the bodyguard. The blind spot of vision. The angle of movement. The movement of arm and arms and the shot. Everything was done in one go. And the target was killed directly in front of the two bodyguards without even being alerted. Yes, we have been friends for decades. Brothers. Taku Sakaguchi looked at the old man's wide eyes and sighed a little. Then he let go and let the fat body fall down. The sudden movement also attracted the attention of the two bodyguards. But at the moment when they were distracted, Taku Sakaguchi moved. About half an hour later, Taku Sakaguchi came out of the boss's office with a smile on his face and closed the door. Everyone, I'm leaving soon. I hope we'll meet again. Senior, please remember to visit us when you come back. I wish you a safe journey. A safe journey. Just like that, Sakaguchi Taku left the company openly and drove away without causing any commotion. On the other side, In front of the room of Jiaoji F4 Hotel was Wang Yi's new possession. He took out a thick stack of large denomination US dollars from his pocket and placed them directly on the table. The mission is very simple. Here are some relevant information about the mission target. In addition, we will arrange a helper to assist you. But you must cut off all contact with the outside world during the mission. Do you understand? Wang Yi's words made the Jiaoji F4, who looked full of rural flavor, pat their chests and guarantee, and answered okay with the help of the simultaneous translation software. No problem. Just leave it to us. However, when the boss looked at the information handed over, he still muttered with some doubts. Didn't you say before that it was to deal with traitors? Why does it look like a big boss? He is the traitor. I see. I knew that these people in suits were unreliable. Boss, please rest assured. He will definitely be in trouble. At this time, the second brother also saw Huadian and said, what if someone else tries to stop us? The person you accidentally hurt is one of yours. Right? You don't have to pay for it. Right? No. Many people who are close to him are traitors. Then your line of work is really dangerous. With so many traitors. Yes. I'll leave everything up to you. Now please turn off your phones. And the only phone number saved on this phone will be your next contact. Wang Yi handed over a phone with only Sakaguchi Taku's contact information. You are really particular. Don't worry. We are also professionals, with a strong sense of professional ethics. Seeing that he could get the latest Red Queen phone for free, Wan Lao Da's eyes lit up. And he naturally turned off his Xiaomi phone. One phone is not enough. Right? We have to keep in touch with each other when we are apart occasionally. Right? Wan Lao Er asked. And Lao San and Lao Si also nodded. It's better to have a bracelet. Otherwise it would be a bit out of place. All of them. As Wang Yi took out 3 more phones and corresponding bracelets, the 4 brothers felt very satisfied, and then smiled at each other proudly. We were smart. If we hadn't asked, we would have taken fewer phones. Chapter 327 Helper. Taku Sakaguchi suddenly killed his friend of several decades and defected, which caused a great shock in a certain circle. It is completely incomprehensible that a retired gold medal killer suddenly did such a thing. For the few insiders, of course they knew what happened directly. It must be Taku Sakaguchi who knew it and took the initiative. Stupid. If he kept yelling, it would really bring us some passiveness. Killing him directly. Now we can hunt him down openly. And no one can say anything. Humph. It's just a spokesperson who died. The role of personal bravery in this world is limited. The ability is indeed good. But it's a pity. With the orders, the direct killers, who originally belonged to the inn, and some killers, who were on the order also received the corresponding tasks. I want to see the person alive. And I want to see the body dead. Bonus. 100 million US dollars. The obvious act of buying a horse's bones, with a lot of money immediately caused a carnival for killers active in Tokyo. Some were in teams. And some were working alone. And they all swarmed out. In fact, for Sakaguchi Taku, this level of hunting was also quite stressful. But he still did it without hesitation. After 33 years of working, he was betrayed by his old friend. He couldn't swallow this breath in his heart. He served the organization with his life and death. But what he got in return was betrayal. I thought, at least I am different. You show up in Shibuya district now. Expose your position. And you can also order the coach in F4 to take action. A voice came from the headset, which made Sakaguchi Taku feel a little relieved from the pressure of being hunted. Is this umbrella? This intelligence collection ability, this kind of control and guidance to the details, made him completely unable to know how the other party did it. But he likes this feeling. It feels like he is in control of everything, without any facial disguise. Sakaguchi Taku arrived in Shibuya district according to the prompts. The commercial atmosphere here, and the huge number of pedestrians on the sidewalk all reveal the prosperity of Tokyo. Following the route and time prompted in the headset, I walked on the designated road. And soon a new prompt came. Your location has been locked. There are a total of 3 killers nearby. One is on the opposite side of the road and will cross the road after the red light of 17 seconds. The reminder was accurate to the second, which made Sakaguchi Taku feel a little numb. There are densely packed heads here. How can you find people accurately? This is impossible to do by human power. Face recognition? Synchronous monitoring? Master the surveillance video around the intersection? Although Sakaguchi Taku is 48 years old, he is not an antique. He has been studying new technologies. It is no surprise to see the three-dimensional projection box popping up from time to time on the road. After easily finding the killer, with a briefcase under the prompt of the headset, Sakaguchi Taku began to move in this dense crowd, relying on the advantage of knowing in advance. He shook away from the killer's sight. In the killer's eyes, both parties were waiting to cross the road. But when the green light appeared and the crowd began to surge, he lost sight of his target in the blink of an eye. This made him tighten his grip on the pistol in his briefcase. Found out? Impossible. A little Karami like him definitely doesn't have any information. As a result, when he looked around, a hand suddenly touched his shoulder. When he turned his head subconsciously, the sharp blade quickly wiped across his neck from the other side. Because the speed was too fast, the blood didn't come out immediately. It was not until he raised his hand to cover it that it gushed out and fell to the ground. This also made the nearby crowd scream and scatter. And Sakaguchi Taku had already taken the other party's silencer pistol. And they were fighting in the crowd, firing a shot every few steps, and firing a shot every few steps. Subsonic bullets combined with silencer pistols are still quite effective in such a chaotic environment. The other two killers also fell in a pool of blood with their eyes open. At the same time, Sakaguchi Takuya raised his bracelet and sent a message without opening the projection. It's time to act. On the other side, in Arakawa district, Gyoji F4 was squeezed in a taxi and kept complaining. It's a loss. Why are taxes so expensive here? Why don't we drive a taxi here? Stop arguing. The mission has begun. Is it that guy? He came out. The several people also looked at the figure walking out of the company building outside. This was one of their targets. Sure enough, he showed up on time. This mission was really simple. Make sure. Don't make a mistake. Yeah. It must be. He got in the car. The several people chattered in Gyoji language, and then said to the driver through the translator, "Uncle, that car. Follow it." The old driver, who was already gray-haired, felt a little scared when he saw these people. However, although the taxi drivers in Neon charged expensively, they still had a strong sense of service and followed closely as required, and just stopped at the side of the car in front of a red light. Then the driver watched in horror as these people took out their pistols and loaded them. After lowering the window and looking out again, he quickly raised his gun and shot at the inexplicably horrified eyes of the opposite side, killing all the people in the car. At this time, Wang Yi, who was standing on the roof of a building and looking down at the scene below, couldn't help but laugh. Did they complete the task so straightforwardly before? I didn't find out. The surveillance in Gyoji is not as popular as here. How is that Sakaguchi Taku? Although his body has begun to decline, he is more experienced. As long as the news reminder is in place, he can always solve the pursuers in a very efficient way. He passed the test and can be used as the first target. Is Zio-Yuzi nearby? Yes. Zio-Yuzi is walking the dog over there. If there is any problem, I can support you at any time. With perfect intelligence support capabilities, Gyoji F4 and Sakaguchi Taku are blooming in many aspects at the same time. Sakaguchi Taku attracted attention, while Gyoji F4 continued to hunt down some important members of the organization's Japanese branch. Both sides were extremely efficient, because Gyoji F4 targeted members of the organization's Japanese branch, while Sakaguchi Taku was just being hunted down and killed. So, caught off guard, they quickly made countermeasures and adjusted their strategies, focusing on the Arakawa area. Then, Taku Sakaguchi went to Shinjuku first, and then went straight to the Bay Area after being chased and killed all the way. That is, the area where the known laboratory is located. And Taku Sakaguchi seemed to be collecting puzzle pieces. He kept communicating with the F4 in Gyoji, and slowly got the clue of an important address. According to Lin Shurchin's request, he would take a short video from time to time and save it first, ready to expose it all at once when the time is right. The organization's manpower arrangement here is abnormal, and there should be an extremely important area. As a revenge, as long as he gets this area, it will be enough for the organization to bear unimaginable losses. Taku Sakaguchi probably knows that he is like a puppet, and he has been constantly putting together the puzzle pieces under the guidance of the secret. But his original intention is also to cause enough damage to the organization. At the same time, this experience of being manipulated has given him sufficient confidence in Umbrella. No wonder everyone says that Umbrella is the best in the world in special warfare. With this kind of information support, a group of puppets can play a huge role. That place must be heavily guarded. I'm afraid it's useless to call the coach an F4. Even if I call the coach an F4, It's probably meaningless. Wearing a peak cap and sunglasses, Sakaguchi Taku changed into a new set of clothes and arrived at the deserted alley opposite the office building belonging to Mitsubishi Electric. Then he asked for help by saying okay to the bracelet in his hand. It's okay. The helper has arrived and sent you something. The voice coming from the headset made Sakaguchi Taku look around. Is it the guy he met in the bathhouse before? But there is no point in having one more person. Look down. The voice in the headset came again. And Sakaguchi Taku looked down at a samoyed, who was sticking out his tongue and smiling at him. Haha. You wouldn't say this is a helper. Chapter 328 Pandora's Box. Taku Sakaguchi looked at the foxy smile of the samoyed in front of him. And the funny look of sticking out his tongue and showing him a husky's eyes. And his forehead was immediately blue. Could the helper be a dog? I am a fox. The sudden voice made Taku Sakaguchi, who was fearless, shrink immediately and cling to the wall behind him. Now he was in an empty alley, which gave him a sense of security. But at this time, he rarely felt that it would be better to go to a place with more people. The dog is talking. But as soon as the voice fell, the huge body of the samoyed stood up and clawed on the wall behind him, pitting him here. You can call me Fox Fairy. Feeling the cracked wall next to his ear, Taku Sakaguchi nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. I know. Fox Fairy. I'm just a killer. Why do I have to go through all this? Although the Fox Fairy is extremely powerful, it doesn't mean much to a place like this, unless you send out a special operations team. How can we solve this place with just the two of us? We can't even pass the gate outside. After hearing this, Tamamanomi rolled his eyes, like a husky again. And then he lay on the ground and yawned. I am only responsible for saving you in times of crisis. I won't go with you. How you operate is none of my business. Then, as if he thought of something, the dog head turned back and bit the bag hanging on his body and threw it at the feet of Sakaguchi Taku. Oh, this is what they asked me to send. It should be able to help you. Ask it. At this time, a voice came from Sakaguchi Taku's headset. As long as you find a way to destroy some of the power systems here, this place will be in chaos by itself. Hearing this, Sakaguchi Taku couldn't help but be slightly surprised. It will be in chaos by itself when the power goes out? What is going on here? But he still lowered his head and picked up the bag and began to search for things inside. The things are very simple. A USB flash drive, a portable computer for electronic warfare, and 2 remote controls whose uses are unknown. I have no idea what they are used for. If there is a real power outage, it will be chaotic. Then the backup power supply here must be very simple to switch. And there must be a contingency plan. According to the current clues, the importance of this place is quite high. In addition to the external power supply, the internal power supply and the internal backup power supply must be quite complete. Even if we can cut off the external power supply, it will be meaningless. While searching for things, Sakaguchi Taku continued. Yes. So you bought a computer virus on the dark web. This made Sakaguchi Taku a little confused. I didn't buy a computer virus. But then his eyes still looked at the USB flash drive and computer. Well, you said you bought it. So you bought it. Even dogs can talk. What else can't you do? Then rely on the bombs you installed in the substation in this area. You can seize the opportunity to switch the power inside. I didn't install a bomb. Sakaguchi Taku wanted to shout. But looking at the smiling face of the samoyed next to him, he could only laugh dryly. Well, I installed it. Now that the food is right in front of your mouth, you should just let it go. Just like the route he had taken when he started his escape. He was just a puppet. Then he followed the instructions, picked up the green remote control, and pressed the button. With a roar that could be heard in ears, all the circuits in charge of this substation area stopped working. The lights that had been on in the evening went out in a series of seconds. The explosion and the sudden power outage caused screams and commotion. Then the office building's own backup power supply started up. With the sound of the generator, this building became one of the few areas with lighting nearby. Sakaguchi Taku quickly walked towards the parking lot as instructed. The sudden explosion and power outage, coupled with his straightforward entry, immediately aroused vigilance. The 2 security guards of the office building just stepped forward and were shot dead by Sakaguchi Taku at the door of the security booth. Then, Sakaguchi Taku pressed another button in his hand. He had already installed a bomb in this office building. Boom! The 3 generators on the 3rd, 7th and 9th floors of the office building all exploded. And the entire office building fell into darkness. The violent vibration made Taku Sakaguchi in the basement feel the slight shaking of the ground. Why didn't I just go downstairs and blow up the backup power supply downstairs? Taku Sakaguchi complained speechlessly. How do we know what you think? The voice in the headset looked innocent. Really? I'm on your pirate ship. You can't just ignore me. You have been recognized for your ability. Of course. I am still a little confident about this. It's not a problem to help you until I'm 60. I hope I have the opportunity to really retire. Taku Sakaguchi sighed. The scars and old pains all over his body reminded him that he was old. So he thought of retirement. In the end, he didn't expect that he would still have to work hard in the end. If he had known, he would not retire. Regarding your body, maybe you can participate in our latest repair plan. I will tell you in detail after this mission is completed. When you see the things inside, you will naturally understand what it is. Sakaguchi Taku was quite moved by this kind of words. Umbrella's strongest point is biotechnology. Dogs can talk. If he can really repair his old injuries, then this deal is worth it. At his age, and with old injuries, he realized that only the body is the most important. Otherwise, what's the use of having hundreds of millions of US dollars in savings? This made him more motivated. After the substation was blown up, and then the generator of the building was blown up, there were only those fluorescent emergency lights flashing here, which looked extremely gloomy. But the two elevators in front of him still looked a little different, because the cameras on them were still working. At this time, the camera was also facing him. However, Sakaguchi Taku didn't care much about this. He took out a metal clip with a wire as required and clamped the data cable on the camera directly. Then the computer in his hand quickly displayed various garbled characters and various progress bars. Spinning frantically, Yamada pulled out the catheter from his body and felt that the violent emotions in his heart had obviously calmed down a lot. And the same was true for the monitoring equipment next to him. Heart rate, brain waves, and other aspects are approaching those of ordinary people. How do you feel? A figure in a chemical protective suit came over and asked while taking notes. Very good. The feeling of wanting to destroy everything is almost gone. A bit like sage time. But still responsive. Yamada was also very satisfied with this state. If a person has the ability to calmly control his emotions and not lose control, then he would definitely hope to be able to calm down in comparison. Well, as expected, the drug and Kangding is really excellent. It can solve your worries with a combination. After checking some options with satisfaction, the researcher was also very excited. They have been stuck in progress for a long time. Now that this kind of implant research can be suppressed by drugs, after the special culture medium is born, and after the new virus in Seoul is obtained, they can conduct more radical experiments, as long as the next batch of experimental subjects can still be controlled. Then, but at this moment, the power system of the laboratory flashed. They both looked up. Then a notice came from the radio that the power outage outside had been switched to the office power supply. This external power outage is suspected to be caused by an explosion. The alert is raised to level 2. As soon as the notice of raising the alert to level 2 was issued, they could all feel a slight earthquake, accompanied by the flashing of lights again. The generator in the office building has been blown up. The alert is raised to level 1. All combat teams are in place. All units control the experimental subjects and check the insurance. As the voice appeared, the red light in the laboratory began to flash. The shrill red light seemed to remind everyone. A suspicious target has arrived at exit 3. It has been confirmed that he is a defected killer under the organization. Taku Sakaguchi. Originally, the explosion and the sudden alarm red light made Itochio, a researcher in front of Yamada, a little panicked. But when he heard that it was just a defected killer, he was relieved. At the same time, he explained to Yamada in front of him, "Don't worry. I just happen to know this Sakaguchi Taku. He is a good killer. But no matter how strong a person is, he can't make any waves. He should want to retaliate against the organization. I don't know how he got the clues here by accident, but he doesn't know the alert level here at all as a result." Before he finished explaining, suddenly, the power of the laboratory was cut off, except for the red alarm that was still flashing. All the lights went out instantly. Only some chaotic electric current sounds came from the radio. Someone could vaguely hear holding a handheld loudspeaker shouting, "The system has been hacked. It is a very destructive computer virus. All units are on alert." The conventional lighting around was dark, leaving only the red alarm flashing continuously, and the atmosphere was quite gloomy. Itochio's fear resurfaced in her heart, but she still managed to force a smile and said to Yamada, "Don't worry. The safety here has a physical lock. Even if there is a power outage, it will automatically lock, and the uncontrolled experimental subjects cannot come out. Yamada was also a little scared at this time. He had seen some alternative experimental subjects in this laboratory, and they felt like the monsters in the game. But despite being disgusting, Yamada actually still has some yearning for it. He doesn't yearn to become a monster, but hopes to have the opportunity to be transformed and strengthened, to gain the power of those monsters while maintaining his own self. This should also be the experiment pursued by the laboratory. After the power outage, he was really worried that the monster would escape. But when he heard that it would be stuck even without power, he was relieved. That's good. Ziz. But just as he finished speaking, the door of their own laboratory began to open and close back and forth, closing and closing, in a continuous cycle. The two of them looked at each other in surprise. Didn't the computer virus invade and cause the power outage inside? What's going on? At this time, the urgent horn sounded again outside. Not good. The computer virus is not just destroying the power supply. All the programs are messed up. Hurry! Go and cut off the power supply manually. Pay attention to the escape of the experimental subject. But before the voice fell, all kinds of screams and roars were heard, followed by dense gunshots. Da-da-da. One after another. The two of them could even see the flashes and shadows of the guns firing outside through the door that kept opening and closing. The dark figure suddenly rushed towards the shadow that fired the gun, and the gunshots and the fire stopped together. Only a short scream and a creaking tearing sound came. Itochio swallowed her saliva, but was interrupted by Yamada before she finished her words. Shut up. While cursing, he quickly tried to close the door that kept opening and closing, hoping to block it. After finding that there was no way, he quickly moved all the movable equipment and tables and chairs inside and piled them towards the door. Want to die? Why don't you come to help? I can't beat that kind of thing. Itochio also quickly stepped forward to help after hearing this. Although he knew the habits of many experimental subjects and knew the various exits of this laboratory, it was really hard to say whether he could escape alive in this situation. He could only find a way to avoid the first wave of rampage first. Since all the access control systems are out of order, it is very likely that the laboratory's external interception is also out of order. When the easily accessible food in the laboratory disappears, they will definitely go out to find food. That will be their chance to escape. However, at this cost, the outbreak of a biochemical incident is probably inevitable. Chapter 329 Traditional Skills. Is this all done? Hearing the prompt in his ear, Sakaguchi Takuya was a little confused. So simple? Uncle, times have changed. Not everything depends on fighting and killing. Not relying on fighting and killing. Sakaguchi Takuya looked down at the two bomb remote controls still in the bag. What did this thing detonate before? Friendly reminder. It's best to leave here quickly and go to your bodyguard. Otherwise I'm not sure if you still have a chance to serve us. Lin Shurchin's slightly evil words also made Sakaguchi Takuya's heart tighten, and he subconsciously walked quickly outside. All the way here, this voice told him that it's best to listen to her. That kind of control over everything, the means to quickly find the killer in the vast crowd, is really a bit scary. But when Sakaguchi Takuya walked to the fire escape leading to the parking lot on the second floor below ground, ding! The sound of the elevator arriving came from behind. It was obvious that the virus damage itself was not a power outage, but just disrupted various internal controls. When the elevator arrived, there seemed to be a crash and a scream, which made Sakaguchi Taku look back. Then, as the elevator door opened, more piercing screams came out, and several staggering figures ran a few steps with blood all over their bodies and fell to the ground with blood marks, twitching constantly. At this time, there were several strange human bodies in the elevator, pounced on the ground and gnawed something. It seemed that they sensed Sakaguchi Taku's gaze and looked up at him. A stare across the entire parking lot directly made this group of infected bodies rush towards Sakaguchi Taku like crazy. The speed that could make Bolt cry directly made Sakaguchi Taku green. Immediately close the door of the fire escape. Then smash the fire cabinet next to it and take out the fire axe and stick it on the door handle. As a senior killer, he knew that at the speed of the other party rushing over, he couldn't outrun it with his physical strength at his age. If he didn't stop it, he would probably be stopped before he could get out. Zombies! It turned out that this was where the organization studied the zombie virus. Oh my god! Why study this thing? And why so fast? When the Yemen zombie incident happened, Sakaguchi Taku also noticed it and watched the video playback to understand the combat power of Umbrella. But the zombies in it were just a foil for Umbrella. It felt that ordinary people could deal with it as long as they overcame their fear. But the speed of rushing out before. Just when Sakaguchi Taku climbed to the second floor below while thinking, there was a sound of collision from the fire door below. Looking at the traces of the metal fire door concave inward, Sakaguchi Taku also understood how powerful these things were. The crazy collision sound, coupled with the dim emergency lights left after the power outage in the building, really made the environment here become very gloomy. You can post the short video you shot along the way on TT. A Killer's Revenge. Of course, after you post it, you will definitely be wanted by the whole world. So it's best to find an opportunity to fake your death here. Our plastic surgery skills are very powerful. When Sakaguchi Taku was madly fleeing towards the exit, Lin Shirchin's voice also reminded him again. As Sakaguchi Taku was chasing, he took some videos and made some self-narrations from time to time as required, explaining the cause and effect. At first, he thought that this was to expose the organization. But now, he realized that Umbrella wanted the organization to die. After being stabbed like this, even De Pyongyang had to declare the Neon branch behind it as a terrorist force and strike it, which was a real stab to the organization. I know. However, as the organization that betrayed him, Sakaguchi Taku also felt the extreme pleasure of revenge. He knew how strong the organization was, and if he wanted to retaliate, he would only kill a few people at most, which was harmless. But this time it was so fierce. It was definitely enough. My name is Sakaguchi Taku, a retired killer. Many people may laugh, but I am telling the truth. After Sakaguchi Taku's video was released, he directly spent tens of millions of US dollars to buy traffic. Spending money to buy traffic is also a new feature launched by Overseas TT, which can be used here. Tens of millions of US dollars were instantly spent. And it can be said that almost everyone who was playing Overseas TT popped up this screen at the first time. Many people laughed when they first saw this introduction. Some spoof comments appeared in the message immediately. Who doesn't have a side job? I'm actually a retired Ultraman. I'm a retired Superman. I'm a retired Hulk. But these teasing words slowly disappeared with the subsequent videos. Because there are really first-person videos of fighting and counter-killing the killers who are chasing them. And there are users who are in Tokyo. And there are also people who have witnessed it with their own eyes. Even some of the previous scattered activities have been posted on TT. But they are not as clear as the first-person perspective. After all, there were several times when they did fight in places with a lot of people. Good guy. It's real. Then the image of a killer who worked hard for the killer organization and wanted to retire, but was hunted down appeared. The strength of the organization is extremely strong. I chose the path of revenge and never thought I could survive. So I used all my savings to buy traffic. Just now, I came to an important base of the organization based on clues. I originally wanted to destroy it and cause losses to the organization. But I still underestimated the organization's madness. And I will become a sinner in history as he spoke. He used a shaking camera to shoot at the exit of the parking lot of the building. Now the sky has darkened. Because of the power outage, there are only some searchlights moved outside. And there are flames burning upstairs. At this time, there are still many firefighters outside who are putting out the fire of the generator he blew up before. And the ground is full of broken glass. With the dark power outage, the scene looks extremely chaotic. And many people are taking out their mobile phones to take pictures of something. It is precisely because of this chaos that Taku Sakaguchi can successfully get out by relying on his experience. At this time, there are already neon police cars coming to the scene. But this picture makes other people who watch it a little confused. You installed a bomb? Caused a fire? In fact, although what Taku Sakaguchi did was not right, many people will still understand his motives after he explains them. The killer has served for a lifetime. And if he doesn't get the promised retirement, then he will definitely be outraged. Even so, he won't become a historical sinner. Right. But as some infected bodies rushed out of the parking lot exit at extremely high speed, and some jumped down from the second floor, the people who saw the video immediately understood what was going on. Without any defense, the infected bodies first pounced on a group of people who were taking photos with their mobile phones at close range. Kazi. Blood spurted out. Screams emerged. The scene suddenly fell into chaos. And the camera lens began to shake. Hack! What is this? Zombies? How come it's so fast? Do you remember Umbrella's warning that a virus from Seoul has flowed into Tokyo? Is the virus in Seoul like this? Bolt would cry. Fortunately, I haven't finished eating the things I bought last time. Fortunately, I have the habit of hoarding supplies now. Fortunately, the place where it happened is in Tokyo. Yeah. What are we afraid of when it's so far away? Don't worry. You saw how fast Umbrella dealt with zombies last time. These things are useless in front of modern weapons. But it wasn't so fast last time. Was it? In addition, Neon seems to rely mainly on agents. Right? They don't seem to have many defense teams. Also, Tokyo seems to have a large population density. Humans have a strong ability to accept things. After witnessing the situation in Yemen with their own eyes, there have been many debates and discussions on the internet. The continuous bombardment of various news and information has already made us tired and accustomed to the information. Even the chaos in the West has disappeared a lot. Only some customs of regular $0 shopping have been retained. Now it suddenly broke out again. And the panic caused was obviously much less. But slowly as they discussed, they found that it seemed that this time it was not so simple. Given Tokyo's population density, the combat power that could form a barrier seemed insufficient. Can they withstand this sudden outbreak of infection inside? It should be no problem. Right? After all, after the last Yemen incident and the Seoul incident, didn't all countries have corresponding response mechanisms? If the response is fast enough, it should be fine. Then the emergency news began to appear. And several high-level executives in Japan who were responsible for rapid response bowed collectively and resigned to apologize. Chapter 330 Escape. Tokyo is an international city. It has one of the largest metropolitan areas in the world. It is also one of the most densely populated areas. The Bay Area is adjacent to Tokyo Bay. It is the area with the highest average income in Tokyo, and the area with the most companies. Tokyo Tower is also here. When the zombie incident in the Bay Area broke out, the scene of collective resignation and bowing really shocked the world. Right? That's it? That's it? Can bowing solve the problem? Can bowing make zombies polite or viruses polite? This moment directly caused panic in all of Japan. It's just night now, which is the most prosperous time. And it is also the time when information circulates the fastest. Panic spread rapidly, especially those who live in Tokyo. They went out and got in the car like crazy. Although there are constant earthquake broadcasts reminding people to stay at home and lock the doors and windows, there are still a large number of people who want to escape Tokyo. Under the neon lights, long convoys filled the streets and alleys. The parking lot exits were so crowded and filled with shrill honking. Some frightened people even took the sidewalks to hurry, which caused more congestion and was completely blocked. At this time, the whole network was full of abuse, especially the people in the Bay Area. They cried for their parents. Even if they hadn't seen the zombies yet, they began to notify each other frantically and fled. For a time, the whole of Tokyo, with the Bay Area as the center, fell into extreme chaos. Unlike Seoul, the situation in Tokyo this time had been exposed in advance and could not be concealed. So no network and communication blockade measures were continued. Otherwise, those who had relatives working in the Bay Area and therefore could not contact the last one would definitely burst directly. Even now, there are a lot of pressures for rescue. People in the Bay Area are constantly sending messages on major platforms, with TT being the most popular. Sakaguchi Taku's TT account was even more flooded. There were a lot of people cursing him. And there were also many people cursing the company doing virus research here. But all the curses fell on deaf ears, as if there was no response. Is he dead? He deserves it. Those zombies that rushed out before are different. Oh my god. Why would anyone study these and still be here? I can already see the zombies. What should I do? Help. Connect. Connecting through the user who said he could see the zombies. He could be seen trembling in front of the window taking pictures. It was obvious that he was not far from the scene of the incident. And the terrible chaos on the street could be clearly seen. The dark night had another power outage. And only some solar streetlights were on, which, together with the lights of the cars, made the dim streets visible. However, under the illumination of these lights, cars collided with each other. People trampled on. And there were screams and car alarms and sirens everywhere. The sparks caused by cars rushing into shops. The water jets from the broken fire hydrants. And the faint blood stains on the ground. From the video, you can hear occasional gunshots from the fire trucks and police cars. But the sound subsided at an alarming speed, leaving only screams. And a series of fast figures were constantly passing in front of the car lights, leaving behind many flashing black shadows, which looked extremely creepy. I finally know why the killer stopped broadcasting. It's impossible to escape at such a close distance. Oh my god. How is it different from Yemen? Really, there are no measures at all? There are measures. They blew up the road in the Bay Area. Connect? Following the indigenous point of the Bay Area again. I saw the fighter planes whizzing by and dropping aerial bombs mercilessly. The highway in the video was directly blown up. And a raging flame burned in the night. From the video, it can be seen that the power outage area is like two worlds. In the interval between explosions, one side is brightly lit, and the other side is dark and gloomy. And it's not just this place shot by this person. Through several other videos, you can see that fighter planes have been dispatched to multiple areas, bombing roads and bridges, regardless of whether there are people there. This is the preparation of Neon. Everyone in the Bay Area has closed their doors and windows. We have asked for help from the Pyongyang. We will enter to carry out rescue work soon. Please don't panic. Don't let more infections occur. After the ruthless bombing, the following warnings and reminders finally began to be responded to and implemented, so that most Japanese people in the Bay Area stayed in their houses honestly. Those who still wanted to leave the Bay Area with a fluke mentality have become a minority. Regarding the Mutant K virus that broke out in Seoul, various countries have actually made relevant analyses long ago. The speed of the mutated infected body is too fast. Amazingly fast. In addition, the virus can complete the hijacking quickly, and it will soon attack once bitten. At this speed, if there is no quick reaction force nearby in a densely populated area, it will be very difficult. In fact, some other major powers have slowly changed the structure of some armies. Some teams have been dispersed to towns to serve as quick reaction forces, and the detective team has also increased the weapons and ammunition reserves just in case, in order to deal with this situation. But although Neon is also taking the opportunity to modify some clauses, it is naturally unable to do so with the pressure from Piao's father, and only increases the armament of some agents. At this time, there is no other way except to call for help from Piao. And obviously, Piao will not let this obedient dog die on the spot. Of course, it will still provide support. Fortunately, Tokyo is only 28 kilometers away from Yokosuka, the largest military port in the far east of Piao, and only 45 kilometers away from the headquarters, especially for the fleet. As soon as it comes out of Yokosuka port, it is the exit of Tokyo Bay, and the speed of internal support is also very fast. With the mobilization order and some connection work, the fastest port can be reached within 1 hour. In addition, Piao also mobilized the 82nd Airborne Division and the 101st Airborne Division in advance to start the journey. However, no matter how fast these two famous airborne divisions are, no matter how fast the planes are, the speed of arrival will definitely be much slower than the Marine Corps in Yokosuka. Neon can only quickly mobilize all the armored vehicles and police armored vehicles that can be mobilized, and cooperate with the temporarily requisitioned buses to start continuous support in the direction of the Bay Area. Neon's massive team of detectives, all equipped with the strongest firepower they could, and carrying all the ammunition they could carry, also rushed over there quickly. They didn't seek to enter the rescue, but to control the situation first. If it spreads further north, it will almost reach the Imperial Palace. This is absolutely unacceptable. Fortunately, they still had some exercises and preparations after the Seoul incident, and there were also many earthquake drills, so they managed to improve their efficiency. When they were like ants on a hot pot in Neon, begging for help everywhere, and then gathering all the forces they could to deal with this sudden outbreak. Sakaguchi Taku had already thrown his original mobile phone next to a corpse that had been bitten beyond recognition, and he took advantage of the night to run quickly with the Samoyed in front. Yes, he didn't run as fast as those mutant-infected bodies, but he ran faster than others. Then, he quickly grabbed a motorcycle and started to rush towards Tokyo Bay. Going by land here is definitely a dead end. Tokyo Bay is the biggest chance, whether it is to escape by boat or encounter possible rescue. This is the best place. You'd better disguise yourself now. Tama Minomi completely caught up with Sakaguchi Taku's motorcycle, and ran quickly while grinning. The voice was distorted at high speed, but Sakaguchi Taku could still hear it. Even if you have plastic surgery skills, you can't go this fast. Right? Sakaguchi Taku kept turning the throttle and letting the strong wind blow on his face. Seeing that this Samoyed could completely keep up with the speed of 60 miles per hour, he was also scared. What kind of dog is this? The master gave me something corresponding. You are lucky. But at this moment, there was no road ahead. The motorcycles collided with each other, blocking the road tightly. The twisted and deformed vehicles also emitted flames. The ground was covered with broken glass. And there were 2 tires that flew off and fell. The collision without slowing down in the panic made many cars look the same as in the collision test. The original economic category of Japanese cars also made the scene more chaotic. And the cars seemed to be inlaid with each other. The side road was the same. The firelight added brightness to the night. But it did not bring warmth. You are not the only smart person. Many people want to run over there. So they naturally become fools. Tamaminomi looked at those people stuck in the car and cried for help, grinning with a sarcastic smile. And then when Sakaguchi Takuya was a little scared, he slapped Sakaguchi Takuya in the face with his paw. The intense pain made Sakaguchi Takuya feel that his face had lost a lot of flesh and his teeth were loose. Is this what you call plastic surgery? Covering his face in great pain. Sakaguchi Takuya did not expect that with his endurance. He would feel like crying. It was too painful. Look in the mirror. Tamaminomi's words made Sakaguchi Takuya stunned. He raised his hand and saw that there was no blood on his hand. Then he looked directly at the mirror of the motorcycle. His thin and sunken face and protruding eyeballs made him look extremely ugly. But at the same time, there was no trace of the past. It felt like some of the muscles and bones on his face had been melted away. What is this? Botox is not that exaggerated. Right? If you keep on being absent-minded, I will chase you. Since you can't run away, then find a place to hide. Well, someone is coming. I won't talk anymore. Tamaminomi stopped talking and started barking. And Sakaguchi Takuya saw another motorcycle coming nearby with 2 people on it. Looking at the blocked road ahead, Yamada, who was driving the motorcycle, started to curse and complain. Brother, what should we do? The monsters behind are coming. Sitting in the back seat with a helmet and looking very weak, Itochio asked Sakaguchi Taku in fear. Go into the bank. Sakaguchi Taku endured the pain on his face and locked onto the safest area at the moment. Because of the internal generator, the bank still had lights at this time, which seemed to represent hope. Chapter 331 Hell. In the central district of Tokyo, Gu Qianqian's eyes widened as she watched the news. Zombies? How could it be? It's so scary. It's in Tokyo. This made Gu Qianqian like a cat with its fur standing on end. And she began to pack up her belongings. It shouldn't come over. Don't worry. Yuriko seemed very calm. Zombies are good. But the world is still destroyed. The spirit of Maori Ryuichi, who looked miserable, seemed to have become a Buddha at this time, and looked at the news indifferently. But Gu Qianqian couldn't help but call Wangi and explain the situation in a rambling way. Wangi, who was standing on the Tokyo Tower, looked down at the chaos in the dark night below, and said calmly at this time, stay at home and lock the doors and windows. It's more dangerous to go out now. The great beauty has landed. The direction of Tokyo Bay was still brightly lit, and the traces of the great beauty amphibious ship could be seen. And some armed helicopters flew over the sky one after another. Even if neon is not strong, it can still control the situation in the Bay Area. Most of the time, the zombie virus breaks out too quickly and is too recognizable. This time, it was discovered early, so there is indeed no condition for it to spread out of the Bay Area. As long as most people can hide obediently, the number of people who can be infected will be limited. Fortunately, because earthquakes occur frequently in Neon, the early warning measures for earthquakes and tsunamis are quite complete, and everyone was notified to hide indoors at the first time. Ordinary houses, especially low-rise buildings, are difficult to prevent these mutant-infected bodies. But in this case, it takes a lot of time for them to break into the house, which greatly slows down the spread. Now we need to reduce the number of infected bodies as much as possible, reduce the trend of spread, and reduce the burden for subsequent cleaning work. The first batch of the 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force that arrived on the Pyongyang side will have about 17,000 people. It will be enough to control the situation by then. Then after the 82nd Airborne Division and the 101st Airborne Division arrive and cooperate together, it should not be a problem to complete the cleaning work. The aviation lights on Tokyo Tower flickered. The strong wind blew on his face, and Wang Yi's clothes kept making friction sounds. From time to time, helicopters passed by, which made him sigh. It only takes a moment for prosperity to become chaos. At this time, Lin Shurchin's voice also rang in his ears. Hee. Boss, if you count it, does this count as the virus we released together? We are accomplices. Lin Shurchin was completely fine, and seemed a little happy, talking about a very scary topic lightly. Really? Then count it as it. Wang Yi responded casually. He was a necromancer. It didn't matter to him that the incident happened in a place like Neon O. How can the boss admit it like this? It was obviously them who secretly intercepted the virus and secretly studied it first. We are innocent. And the organization is the culprit. Seeing that Wang Yi didn't react, Lin Shurqin couldn't help but complain again. As long as you are happy. How is the data? There are indeed a lot of good things. And there are a lot of experimental materials and information for our future individual strengthening. After the quantum blessing, Lin Shurqin is now defenseless against her as long as there is a physical connection port. After the experimental subject is released, no one can physically stop her. I found that Sakaguchi Taku and Yamada met. And there was another researcher. That researcher is a talent, with unique insights in DNA compilation and great potential. Lin Shurqin's words also made Wang Yi stunned. And then, he couldn't help but smile. Then I'll go there too. After saying that, he jumped down from the Tokyo Tower, letting the strong wind blow, and fell down quickly. Gu Qianqian has Yuriko, and Yuji and her son have Orochi, and they are not in the Bay Area, so there is nothing to worry about, since it is a talent that Lin Shurqin proposed alone. It is indeed possible to meet them. Close the door. After rushing into the bank, Yamada, wearing a helmet, grabbed the collar of a bank security guard next to him and roared at him. At this time, there were really many people hiding in the bank hall. And many people looked at the chaos outside through the glass wall and also urged, "You can't do this. There are still a few people running towards this side. Wait for them to come in first." A middle-aged woman holding a cat said sharply while shrinking at the back. This made Yamada's face turn grim. "Then I'll arrange for you to pick them up." As he spoke, he let go of the security guard and grabbed the woman's hair. "You can't do this. I won't go." But it was obvious that her resistance was meaningless. She was thrown to the street by Yamada, and she was knocked unconscious and couldn't get up for a long time. The cat in her arms was also frightened and ran away, and soon disappeared on the street. At this time, Yamada also looked back at the security guard. "Why don't you close the door quickly?" This made the security guard tremble and want to press the button. Yamada also found that it was a red button on the side. He couldn't wait for the slow security guard and pressed it himself. With a creaking sound, the railing outside the bank door began to slide down. At this time, the woman outside also got up in a panic, threw away her shoes, and wanted to run in. But at the door, she was kicked back by Yamada and spit on the ground. Looking back at the others with horrified faces, he asked, "Is it not too much for me to do this?" This tyrannical attitude made everyone nod like chickens pecking at rice, and then watched the door close, while the woman was frantically banging on the door outside. Although there was someone banging outside, the door closed and brought a sense of security and safety to everyone. Even though the walls of the bank hall looked like glass and could see outside directly, they were all high-strength tempered glass. Even if those mutant individuals unlocked the restrictions, they could not break through. The railings on the door side were the same. In addition, if there was really a problem, the bank still had the second layer of protection of the counter, which was more reliable than the first layer. It was obviously much safer than other stores on the first floor. At this time, the woman saw that the door was not open here, and she knew that there was no hope. So she could only walk upstairs along the fire escape next to her in a panic, trying to find a new shelter, which made everyone in the hall breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if she kept doing this, many people would still feel uncomfortable and guilty. Then Yamada began to dismantle some stools skillfully and piled them towards the door. "What are you standing there for? Come on!" While carrying things skillfully, he also shouted at the others beside him. From the beginning, when Yamada threw the man out to the present, when he dismantled the stools, the eyes of Sakaguchi Taku beside him were fixed. He was very strong, and it was completely impossible to tell that he was a person of this size. Moreover, there were traces of training, and some habits, such as footsteps and movements, could not be concealed. If it was a one-on-one head-on, he might not be his opponent. Sakaguchi Taku was still self-aware. He had many hidden injuries in his body, and was already 48 years old and on the decline. However, as a killer, he was not responsible for the frontal attack. So although he was a little surprised, he did not express anything. He was indifferent when Yamada embarrassed himself at the beginning. But now he followed and carried things. While they were carrying things, the group of survivors on the road that they had seen before ran to the front of the bank and began to frantically slap the door outside. "Don't open the door. There are those infected bodies behind us." We won't be able to open it fast enough. I will kill anyone who opens the door. Yamada yelled hysterically, his eyes red. Some people outside saw the infected bodies approaching from behind, and quickly chose to rush into the stairs next to them, trying to escape upwards. The remaining few people were already cursing madly through the door, constantly smashing the glass wall with things. But the next moment, those infected bodies that had been untied flew over continuously at a very fast speed. The flying pounces from a few meters away quickly pressed down all the people outside like a stack of arhats. It hit the glass wall with a bang, leaving a trail of blood marks. The bloody hand slid down on the glass, leaving only screams and chewing sounds. Many people inside screamed, "Shut up. I will kill anyone who screams again." Yamada turned around with a face full of anger, and slapped the woman who screamed the loudest. The beautiful face that had originally applied some delicate light makeup was instantly distorted, and it was visibly red and swollen. Thanks to Yamada's violence, the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone go to the counter. Don't show your face in front of them to provoke them. They will soon chase others after they can't see us. Yamada commanded very experiencedly. As a serial killer, a twisted pervert, although he used drugs to relieve symptoms, he was commanding now for his own sake. It is more likely to survive if you have the right to speak, and there are enough sandbags even if something really goes wrong. This is why he brought that stupid crow mouth with him all the way. Sure enough, when everyone squeezed into the counter and squatted down, the banging sound outside stopped not long after. I secretly looked and found that the infected bodies began to rush to other places. Some climbed directly to the second floor and smashed the glass to go in, and some rushed into the corridor. There were screams and screams everywhere. Looking outside through the glass wall, it was like hell on earth. It is totally unbelievable that this was once the most prosperous area in Tokyo. Chapter 332 Meeting. The location of Neon is indeed very strange. On the chaotic street, Wangi casually took away a fresh ghost, as if completely free from the chaos. The severely hit car, the burning flames, the pungent blood, the gushing fire hydrants, the tightly drawn curtains on both sides of the street, and the occasional sneaky eyes. The wounded who dared not make a sound in the deformed car. It is indeed a picture of H.L. Although the main painter of the painting is the laboratory of the organization, Wangi can also be regarded as embellishment on it. Then should we open the defense gap and spread it to the whole Tokyo? Lin Shurchin said with an eager and tempting speech. No need. Okay. The Marines of Pyongyang have landed, but they still have a lot of complaints and don't seem to want to take this kind of work. Lin Shurchin saw the team from Pyongyang, who came from the port to control the situation through the surveillance. Send more videos of them shooting the infected bodies at that time to see if there are still saints talking nonsense. Lin Shurchin said with some evil taste. When Umbrella was in Yemen, even now there are still saints saying that they were killing people. I just don't know how many people will be implicated in the organization after this incident. This time, it's not as easy to fool as the investigation team did at the beginning. The investigation team in Yemen is still dawdling. After all, no matter how many people die in a remote area of Yemen, no one cares. In terms of the number of casualties alone, there are much more than in Tokyo. But the impact that both sides can form is completely different. Tokyo's most prosperous Bay Area suffered a biochemical incident, which can be said to have a major impact on the global economy and even a heavy blow. Now the US stock market has plummeted and triggered the circuit breaker mechanism. The Nikkei has not opened yet, but it will definitely plummet tomorrow. All other stock markets, including the A-share market, will be hit by the same impact. If time continues here, and it is delayed for a few more days, a global financial crisis will immediately explode. Japanese bonds are originally a very dangerous bomb. In this way, Wangi came to the bank in this chaotic street, and saw the situation inside through the glass wall stained with sticky plasma. At this time, the bank seemed extremely quiet, but the breathing of many people at the counter could be heard. They seemed to have been hiding here, and at this position, some gunshots could be heard vaguely. From time to time, armed helicopters flew in the air to provide support. Was there a gunshot just now? Chio Ito asked cautiously, which made Yamada a little crazy. Shut up. You can't talk. Gunshots can save us. Chio Ito seemed a little aggrieved. But at this moment, there was a rhythmic knocking sound outside. I raised my head secretly, and found that there was a person outside the door knocking politely, against the background of the street full of gunpowder and blood behind the other party. This knocking seemed so inconsistent. Taku Sakaguchi also saw Wangi outside at this time. Wasn't this the guy in the bathhouse? How could he be here? This made him look back at Tamaminomi, who had been very honest beside him. And Tamaminomi also looked at him with innocent dog eyes, as if to say that I was just a dog. However, Lin Shurchin's command came from the headset at this time. He came to find that Iochio, who is a very outstanding researcher. Hearing this, Sakaguchi Takuya was surprised, and then looked at Yamada and Iochio. Did these two escape from the laboratory? No wonder. This can explain the combat power of Yamada. No wonder they seem to be quite familiar with the temperament of these infected bodies. And they know that hiding from sight can be effective. This made Sakaguchi Taku directly stand up, open the door of the counter and walk out. What are you doing? Yamada looked at Sakaguchi Taku vigilantly, and hurriedly followed him out, and said sternly, "This is my friend. Don't open the door." Yamada quickly went towards Sakaguchi Takuya, as if he wanted to subdue him. No matter speed or strength, he has an absolute advantage. However, Sakaguchi Taku, who was well prepared, just turned sideways, and then turned his wrist, and the fishing line that had been prepared long ago easily strangled Yamada's neck. A slight force directly made his face red and breathless. Even if Yamada's hardware conditions were superior in all aspects, he would be a fish on the chopping board if his vitals were restrained. Young man, don't be so impulsive. Think twice before acting. While wrapping his arm around Yamada's neck, Sakaguchi Taku came to the switch. At this time, the other people at the counter behind also shouted hurriedly, "Can't open the door. You're crazy. Go out and stop him." It's a pity that the sound couldn't stop him, and he had already pressed the button when he shouted. On the contrary, because of their exclamation, it seemed to attract the mutant infected body that was opening the can on the floor. Immediately, 2 or 3 infected bodies rushed out from the upstairs and the opposite house, and rushed towards this side quickly with extremely ghostly and twisted postures. This directly caused even louder screams. "It's over. How terrible this thing is. They have seen it many times on this street. Even if they were many, they might be able to deal with a few of them. But the problem is that there will definitely be injuries. This thing infects too quickly." Even Sakaguchi Taku, who opened the door, seemed a little nervous and urged Wangi, "Climb in quickly." I closed the door in advance. "It's okay." Wangi stood on his toes and directly bounced a baseball bat that the survivors had used for self-defense from the ground. Then he swung his hand and hit it directly in the air with a sharp whistling sound. He hit the head of an infected body, and it burst, and blood scattered in an arc. When the second one approached, he directly stabbed it into the other's mouth with a baseball bat. The third one turned around and kicked it very smoothly into a scrapped car behind, and directly dented it. After the baseball bat hit the ground and killed the one that was stabbed in, Wangi walked into the door that had been opened and pressed the button to close the door with his backhand. The previous smooth combo stunned everyone for a while, and even Sakaguchi Taku forgot to press the button for a while. "If you continue to strangle me, I'll strangle to death." Wangi watched Sakaguchi Taku unconsciously tighten the fishing line in his hand, and Yamada smiled after foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes. He knew this killer, and it seemed that he had killed Gu Qianqian's neighbor, and that neighbor had turned into a vengeful spirit. That was perfect. So he could use him as a possession, which could be regarded as a revenge for Maoli Ryuichi. And he could also use him as an experimental material for occasional testing. "Oh, sorry." Taku Sakaguchi put Yamada down and apologized perfunctorily. As a senior killer, he had a very clear judgment of strength. Just like when he was in the parking lot, he knew that he would not be able to escape that speed if he didn't block the door. And he could see at a glance that something was wrong with Yamada. He knew the strength of these mutants. It can be regarded as reaching the limit of human beings when they act without a gun. Even he was not sure that he could fight one without getting hurt, even if the opponent looked like he had no IQ. But now, this guy killed 3 of them with a baseball bat. It was really a bit scary. And the last kick was a bit foul, wasn't it? Could a human being kick it? For a moment, Taku Sakaguchi was a little scared. This might be the completion technology mentioned before. Umbrella's biological level is really terrible. Chapter 333 Marine Corps. Chio Ito. Wangi walked over and saw the timid guy. He was pretty handsome. A pretty boy. But he looked a little too cowardly. Lin Shurchin said that although Chio Ito's status in the laboratory was average, he was definitely a first-line researcher. And he had been studying Yamada, and some of his ideas were very interesting. He also specialized in gene optimization. So he was just absorbed into the current research group. Anyway, now that quantum computing has been added, The biological research group has entered a highly confidential state. No matter how much trouble Chiyo Ito has, just send her in, and it will be okay. The only difference is that other researchers symbolically asked for their consent. But Chiyo Ito obviously didn't need to ask. Yes, it's me. Next you have to work in another place. So, do you understand? After Wani said this, Chiyo Ito, who came to check on Yamada, immediately nodded with a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. I understand. This is the person sent by the organization to recover the researcher. After all, both he and Yamada are important assets to the organization. As for the fact that the current situation has caused such a big commotion, Ito Chiyo also believes that the organization can solve the problem. As a frontline researcher, he can still vaguely understand that in addition to Japan, there is a more powerful influence behind the organization. The incident in Yemen should also be caused by the organization, and it can be suppressed as long as some price is paid. At this time, Yamada, who got up from the ground, was still coughing and breathing heavily. Sakaguchi Taku's fishing line almost strangled him to death. Even with Yamada's relatively strengthened physique, he was still panting when he was restrained in the vitals. You should have said it earlier if it was one of us. Yamada's voice was hoarse. He still recognized Sakaguchi Taku, who could subdue him with one blow. If it was one of us, it would not be too embarrassing. Yeah. Sakaguchi Taku didn't know what the one-man method was, so he could only hum along. The people here were mumbling, and the people hiding in the counter didn't dare to come out. Then, in order to avoid irritating the infected bodies outside, they returned to the counter and continued to hide. However, the gunshots outside could be clearly heard getting closer and closer. Although these mutant infected bodies are much more difficult to deal with than ordinary infected bodies, it is difficult for ordinary people to escape the pursuit. But in front of the regular human army, it is meaningless. The beautiful Marine Corps' equipment can be directly exchanged for luxury cars. And the infected body itself is not dead. It still has infrared sensing. And it has nothing to hide under their visual enhancement system IVS equipment. To put it bluntly, if an ordinary soldier is really accidentally knocked down by the infected body, nothing will happen in a short time. Unless it is a modified individual like the Yemen liquor. It will take time for this kind of mutant-infected individual to break the defense with teeth alone. But after all, it is not an ordinary infected body like Yemen. So if there is no helper next to it, it will definitely be doomed if it is knocked down. After all, as long as it is scratched, it will be over. But these American soldiers are configured into combat teams. With more than 10,000 people entering the city, they can solve all problems if there are enough bullets. Although Tokyo's Bay Area is the richest area with the highest average income and the most companies, its population is not ranked high among Tokyo's 23 districts, with only more than 200,000 people. In addition, Sakaguchi Taku's previous live broadcast was timely, and the first batch of marginal residents who received the news must have escaped from the Bay Area. Later, the warning of bombing kept most people hiding indoors, in addition to the limitation of its own spread speed. The number of people who are actually infected may be about the same as the number of Marines who have entered. After all, although these mutant-infected bodies have the ability to break into ordinary rooms through windows, most people in the house will not be stupid enough to wait at the window. There will be more hiding places under the bed and in the toilet. So the efficiency of mutant individuals opening cans will not be high. The most troublesome thing about this infection incident is the impact on the economy and the panic it caused. The second is that after the main infected bodies on the streets are cleared, it is very troublesome to start cleaning door to door and start disinfection. It can be said that from now on, Tokyo's Bay Area will no longer be a rich area. Not long after, as the gunshots approached, through the glass wall of the bank, a tactical team of more than a dozen people could be seen outside, interspersed with each other and coming to the street. It was already late at night, but under the illumination of solar street lights, the tactical lights of the team members themselves, and the headlights of some broken-down cars, the scene was full of gunpowder. Is it the fire from the muzzle that is the embellishment of this picture? Under the absolute fire suppression, the mutant-infected body can't make any waves at all. Even if it doesn't hit the vitals, too many bullets entering the body and rolling and tearing are enough to make it lose its mobility and even life. This mutant-infected body is very fast. After unlocking the limit, ordinary people really can't compare. Even if a single person with a gun is attacked by a sneak attack, it is very dangerous. But at a certain distance, when there is more than one gun, the advantages of long-range thermal weapons are fully reflected. One person with a gun may be in a hurry to face 3 infected bodies. But 10 people can easily harvest even 30 infected bodies at the same time. Thermal weapons are not something that flesh and blood can resist. When the team entered the street, they opened fire several times. Each time they opened fire, it represented the cleaning of an infected body. The switching of magazines was also quite tacit. At the same time, they had a loudspeaker inside that was constantly playing, broadcasting Japanese in a loop. Please everyone stay inside. The outside is not clean yet. We will remind you when you can go out. If you come out now, you may be killed by mistake. This voice was broadcasting back and forth. In fact, it was not that they cared much about the lives of people here and worried about killing by mistake. After all, the soldiers of the Pyongyang only took money to do things. It was obviously impossible for them to care much about the natives of the colony of Neon. They were just worried that too many idiots would rush out and get infected. After an ordinary civilian was infected, they could have a strong ability to act. These voices calmed down the survivors, who were originally excited at the counter. And Wang Yi was also observing the Pyongyang tactical team outside through the wall. This was just the Pyongyang Marine Corps 3rd Expeditionary Force stationed here, with a total of 17,000 people. They can be considered elite, but they are still inferior to the first echelon. But even so, Wang Yi also recognized their ability to act. The standard textbook-like cooperation shows the intensity of their daily training. You can question the Pyongyang's character, but you can't question their strength. You can say that the Pyongyang is bad, but you can't say that the Pyongyang is a loser. A glimpse of the leopard. Just from this random combat unit, you can roughly understand their strength. As for the team in front of us, the special warfare ability is indeed inferior to Umbrella, and it is still far behind. But this kind of people, just this time, came in for rescue and landing. And there were nearly 20,000 people who arrived here in an hour. At present, the strength of Umbrella as a whole company, if it is directly benchmarked against the Pyongyang's military, the gap is indeed surprisingly large. And most of the time, when the Marines of the Pyongyang land, they have already been bombed by air, long-range artillery, cruise missiles, and drones. It can be said, what we see now is only the weakest link into Pyongyang's conventional military strength. Dong, dong, dong. Just as Wang Yi was observing their situation and making some judgments in his heart, a soldier with a gun quickly approached this side, then patted the door heavily with his hand and made a gesture to open the door. This is a bank with an internal power supply, so it is also one of the few places with light, and it is easy to find survivors here. It is extremely difficult to open the door in front, and there are all kinds of obstacles. But as soon as the beautiful soldier made a gesture, the staff of the Japanese bank rushed to open it. While pressing it, he kept smiling and bowing his body to rub his hands flatteringly. Excuse me. What do you want? The beautiful garrison in South Korea and Japan are all superior people. Neighbors have long been accustomed to this group of emperors above their heads. And even many people have become like some public intellectuals in China, thinking that this is natural. No. Or some public intellectuals in Japan are more spineless than those in China. For these soldiers, they have no right to deal with crimes, and they have long been accustomed to the obedience of Japanese people. So there was no surprise. Just nodded coldly and said, "You still have a lot of space here. Open the door. There are a group of survivors rescued on the road who are going to come in." The handsome soldier was very reluctant to say this. In fact, it is very troublesome for them to accommodate the survivors rescued on the road. It is really better to shoot them all together, because they don't know if there are latent infected people with skin scratches from time to time. It's just that Umbrella directly broadcast a live broadcast in Yemen. As soldiers of the #1 power, they can't be compared too much. Right? Yes. They didn't broadcast live themselves, but there were countless mobile phones in the houses on both sides of the road filming them. And there was a helicopter of Tokyo TV in the sky. So they had to be rescued. Fortunately, there is a good temporary resettlement point here, so they just stuffed them in first. Fortunately, these unarmed infected bodies are actually just that threatening, and they are not as dangerous as those places in Afghanistan. Chapter 334, Leaving the Infected Area. The Emperor has spoken. What else can the survivors here do? Even Yamada, who was the most opposed to this, fell silent at this time. He was mentally twisted, and he was irritable. But he was not stupid. It was impossible to resist at this time. Then a group of very embarrassed figures came over one after another, under the leadership of 2 beautiful soldiers. It seemed that there were more than a dozen people scattered here and there. In terms of clothing, they were obviously elite white-collar workers in the office. But they looked quite embarrassed at this time. Clothes stained with blood, unthreaded stockings, high heels carried by hand, and cracked gold-rimmed glasses. It was obvious that this group of survivors was in a bad state and seemed a little silent. After entering the bank hall, they did not feel relieved after being saved, and just stayed quietly aside. Then the soldiers left and continued to move forward to clean the streets. And the door was lowered again here, compared with the lucky group who had been hiding in the bank. The group who just came in from outside had really experienced H.L. Some of them hid in the car and escaped. And some met the group of soldiers before being caught. The kind of hiding in the car, covering their mouths tightly and lying down, letting the screams outside echo in their ears. The sound of the car hitting, and the movement of the infected body crawling on the car are enough to make people collapse. When the gate was closed, and the team continued to move forward, some people couldn't help crying. The crying seemed to have a linkage effect, causing many people to sob. Maybe they all have friends and relatives who died in this incident. Or maybe they are confused about the future. The Tokyo Bay Area suddenly came like this, and they are still struggling to survive outside until now. And they really have a sense of collapse. In such a short period of time, at least tens of thousands of people have been killed and injured, and it is still spreading. By the time it ends, the number will at least double. The infected body does not stop what it is doing when the soldiers enter the city. Now both sides are competing in speed to see whether the infected body infects faster or the big beautiful soldiers clean up faster. When the soldiers cleaned up a group, there would be another group of infected bodies, and then they would continue to clean up a group, and there would be another group. Although the number would be getting smaller and smaller, it would definitely not be completed in a short time, especially those infected bodies hiding in dark corners, attics, sewers, abandoned construction sites, and public toilets. It really takes time to deal with them. The final closing time will be much longer than the large-scale clearance at this time. Let's go. They have cleaned this place once, and there are not many left. Wang glanced at the group of people who came in, and then stood up directly. Go out now? Are you crazy? Yamada looked like he saw a ghost. Maybe there are latent infected people among them. And broken wounds and skin lesions can also be infected if they are infected with the virus. After hearing what Wang said, the original survivors were in an uproar. And the group of people who came in stopped crying and were terrified. And Yamada also shut up. He came from the laboratory. And of course he knew that what this guy said was true. Yes, this group of people are in such a mess. If they get scratched or stained accidentally, they may not even know it. A low dose of the virus will directly enter the incubation period and start to replicate, and then start hijacking. The specific time is determined by the number of viruses that enter the body. If someone suddenly breaks out here, it will be troublesome. Although this big guy has solved 3 people directly before, it is impossible for people to be highly vigilant all the time. Once they are scratched, it's game over. Then Wani ignored the gradually emerging atmosphere of opposition in the bank and left the bank with Sakaguchi Taku, Itochio, Yamada and Tamamanomi. Although the people in the bank quickly closed the door again, a sense of crisis of opposition has vaguely emerged here. It's hard to say whether this group of people can survive to the end. What should we do next? Find a place to continue hiding first? Yamada asked quickly. Wang Yi's 2 moves before still convinced him. Japanese people still admire the strong in their bones. This includes Sakaguchi Taku. They have already cleaned up the area nearby. Let's find a way to leave. I don't want to be trapped here for too long. Wang Yi led them to a building and walked directly into the stairwell. At this time, the emergency lights were flashing in the stairwell. Through the pale green emergency lights, bloodstains on the walls and handrails could be seen. Obviously, this is also an unsafe place. And at present, the soldiers are mainly cleaning up the streets and have not started indoor cleaning. Even if some infected bodies in the building will rush out because of the movement outside, it is still certain that there are still infected bodies in the building playing hide-and-seek with the survivors. Don't worry. I will take action. Wang Yi smiled with evil taste and walked directly to the roof with a few people. It doesn't matter. There are only these few people left. It doesn't matter if they show their cards directly. One is about to become the body of Maori Raiuchi. One is about to become a restricted researcher. And another is going to participate in the next batch of transformations. I saw it. So I saw it. Roar. The roar came from above, through the staircase in the middle of the stairs. You can see that under the flickering emergency lights above, several black shadows quickly rushed down. The speed was extremely fast. The movements were brutal, and they looked like deformed species. The dim environment The pungent blood, the roar and the sound of fast climbing in the ears, directly changed the faces of the other people except Wangi and Tamaminomi. Ito Chio squatted down with her head in her hands. Soon, the 3 mutant-infected bodies, with brutal speed appeared in front of several people. Then raised his hand. Boom! The highly compressed twisted air force field directly bounced several infected bodies, and squeezed them against the wall. Not only did the wall crack, but the bursting plasma seemed to be sprinkled all over the wall under the action of powerful force, splashing in only that direction. After witnessing all this, Sakaguchi Taku and Yamada were directly stunned. Nani? What is this? Alice? Let's go. There's someone on the roof. Wani continued to walk forward, and the 3 people behind him followed him, as if awakened from a dream after hearing the sound. When they passed by the 3 infected bodies, looking at the cracks on the wall and the blood that seeped in, they also felt that compared to the one in front of them, the fear of these infected bodies was nothing at all. Just like that, a group of 4 people and a dog came to the rooftop. The door of the rooftop was also open, and someone should have fled here, but the end should not be good. At this time, the rooftop was dead, and only the red light on the lightning rod was flashing, reminding the low-flying planes. The cold wind at night was more and more obvious on the high-altitude buildings. Is there a helicopter? Itochio asked carefully. He was so scared that he didn't see it before, and didn't know what happened. But the miserable corpse of the infected body still made him come back to his senses. This guy in front of him is not a human. Almost. It's coming. As Wangi said, several people inexplicably felt a strong wind rising out of thin air. There were no stars in the night sky of Tokyo, but they vaguely felt that something was coming from the sky. As the strong wind became stronger and stronger, the dust on the roof seemed to be rolled up. Indistinctly, everyone seemed to see a dragon-shaped outline in front of them. No way. What is this? Distortion. With the magic diamond crystal carried by the bone dragon, Wangi casually applied distortion to several people at the same time, and gradually hid. Then, under the distorted perspective, they also saw the ferocious bone dragon in front of them. Bagana? How did it become fantasy? Bone dragon. Undead wizard. Undead disaster. This. Several people were scared at the same time. This virus was not released by you, right? But now that things have come to this, they dare not say anything at all. They can only honestly climb up the bone dragon. And after Wani cast a spell to fix it, it will directly take off and fly out of the Bay Area, looking down at the dim streets below. The power system here was originally blown up by Sakaguchi Taku. Except for hospitals, banks and other places, most areas are dark, and only some solar street lights are flashing. You can only see the sparks flashing from the muzzles and the harsh gunshots. At this time, even screams are rare. Most of the survivors dared to hide quietly in the house, not daring to speak, waiting for the follow-up. At this time, Wangi on the bone dragon also turned his head and looked in one direction. A giant transport plane was breaking through the clouds and passing through the sky. And then a series of figures fell from the sky. The second batch of support from the Pyongyang has arrived. The Globemaster C-17 transport plane and the 82nd Airborne Division, the only airborne division of the Pyongyang Army. Parachute flowers spread out from the sky and slowly landed towards Tokyo, the only dim area surrounded by outer lights. Against the backdrop of the parachute flowers unfolding in the air, the bone dragon flapped its wings and broke through the blockade with everyone, and quickly flew towards the still brightly lit central area of Tokyo. Chapter 335 Aftermath. Sir, for your great cause, I am willing to give everything. I only hope to get stronger power. After the bone dragon put several people down in an uninhabited area of a night park, Yamada immediately knelt on the ground, his face full of excitement. He was able to survive this experiment, and his desire to survive was beyond words. Although the experiment affected his hormones, he still knew what he wanted overall. At this time, it was Iochio who stood aside and dared not speak, because as a researcher, he felt that the previous things were too magical. It was not scientific at all. Sakaguchi Taku was also a little scared at this time, and he thought more. As a veteran killer, he was considering whether he was qualified to know such a secret. He would not just shut up forever. Right? Oh, you are useful anyway. Don't worry. You have your job. Go through fire and water. And die, Yamada said in a literary Chinese proverb. You don't have to die. Or even die. Your body is a very good material, and you must save it. Hearing this, Yamada also showed a smile on his face. As expected, he knew that he was special. After doing so many things, the organization still wanted to protect him. Now this adult still needs him. Very good. Teacher, where are you? We are coming. But at this moment, Yamada seemed to hear a voice he had heard before. And then, he saw a small little guy and a tall beauty coming over. Here. Wow. Teacher, why do you change again? Why did you ask me to bring the fat uncle with you? Why are there so many people? Gu Qianqian was also a little surprised when she looked at the people in front of her. Because the teacher usually doesn't reveal magic. He also asked her to bring the fat uncle with her. At this time, Maoli Ryuichi, who was floating next to Gu Qianqian and had been muttering something, seemed to have discovered something and suddenly looked up at Yamada. This made Yamada feel cold all over, as if he was being stared at by something. Now, he also vaguely recognized Gu Qianqian's identity, although they haven't met formally yet. He has a photo of this woman. It's her, the culprit who caused him to be arrested last time. She just called me teacher? What happened? Oh, you can't see it yet. Here, you can see it now. Wang Yi thoughtfully released his spiritual vision to Yamada, allowing him to see the hideous and distorted face of Maori Ryuichi. Seeing the person he killed with his own hands reappear, even a murderer like Yamada felt completely unacceptable. Screaming and retreating. Sir, my body is still useful. I am willing to serve you. I am loyal to the organization. I have no second thoughts. I am not a member of the organization. You are too loyal. Wang Yi smiled casually and answered casually, making Yamada look confused. Not one of us. Did I say the wrong thing? Wait before Yamada could finish his words. Wang Yi raised his hand and gave Ryumori a buff, and printed the contract. This is your possession. Are you satisfied? Very satisfied. After 45 days of hard training, he was looking forward to his idol coming to film. And he would soon be able to get close to his idol. And even took a small blue pill. But he was killed just a few minutes before success. And all his collections were taken away. This is absolutely unforgivable. The resentment coming out of Maoli Ryuichi strengthened, making Wang Yi's eyes light up slightly. He had the corresponding soul talent to be able to turn into a resentful spirit. And with this obsession, he has good qualifications. Wang Yi had made some simple arrangements in Qianqian's room. And Maoli Ryuichi still died on the side. After he was revenged, he had a chance to be like Song Jinyan in South Korea. Very good. It was a pleasant surprise. At this time, Yamada's face was full of tears and snot. And he was shaking. Even if he was a perverted killer, he could not accept this phenomenon at this time. He could only watch Maoli Ryuichi floating over with a grim smile. And put his hands together to salute. Okay. Mr. Murderer. Are you ready? Young man. I'm coming in. Then, with the help of Wang Yi's buff, Maoli Ryuichi directly crashed into Yamada's body. It seemed that everyone heard Yamada's terrified scream in their minds. Don't come over. Then it stopped abruptly. Okay. Now let's talk about you. Wang Yi turned around and looked at Itochio and Sakaguchi Taku, showing a kind smile. Itochio fell to the ground and begged for mercy in fear. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. No. Or give me a quick death. Don't let me be eaten. I just remind you to do research well in the future and produce more results. Wang Yi looked at Itochio strangely. Why was she so scared? Then he looked back at Sakaguchi Taku and asked, Am I scary? What is he doing? Sakaguchi Taku really wanted to nod and say yes. But he shook his head with a dry laugh from the bottom of his heart. I don't know. But he is quite timid. How about it? Are you willing to work for us now? My honor. Sakaguchi Taku was relieved at this time. It seems that he doesn't have to die. But it's true. Even if he goes out and leaks the secret, it doesn't seem to be credible. It's like many people say that the boss of a certain book, Zack, is a lizard man. And he was able to leave completely invisible under the nose of the beautiful woman. Sakaguchi Taku didn't think he had any other options. The biochemical incident in the Tokyo Bay area of Japan broke out. It was caused by a retired killer of a killer organization. It was originally just revenge on the killer organization. But it accidentally caused an accident in a laboratory and released the mutant virus in Seoul. As a result, the infection was rampant in the Bay Area. Although Japan had made a certain degree of preparation in advance, it was obviously insufficient, which led to the fall of the entire Bay Area. Even though the Pyongyang garrison arrived at the first time to control the infection, there was also subsequent airborne support arriving soon. But there were still tens of thousands of casualties in the Bay Area. This is the wealthy area of Tokyo, which directly led to the global financial earthquake, especially after the Pyongyang army controlled the infection. The subsequent cleaning work was so troublesome and cumbersome that many people who watched the live broadcast throughout the whole process were numbed. Block and blow up the sewer connection. And then those soldiers need to enter the house to check one by one. This kind of investigation also led to the most casualties in this operation of the Great Beautiful Soldiers. And it was the most dangerous operation. 463 people. This is the number of deaths of the Great Beautiful Garrison. There were only 17 people when cleaning the streets in the early stage. But the number of casualties increased sharply after the subsequent work began. It is too easy to be attacked in the house. Some modified infected bodies in the laboratories suddenly appeared, which is also one of the important reasons. Although the soldiers are well equipped, a scratch means the end, which is indeed very challenging and stressful. It can be said that the entire internet has been full of various news about the Bay Area recently. Some private and official, some text, and a large number of videos. It is everywhere on YouTube, TT, a certain book, and a certain special. The impact caused is far greater than the Seoul incident that was suppressed at the beginning, and even more than the Yemen incident with more than 10 times the number of casualties. This is the first time in the true sense that it has been shown to the world that this kind of biochemical crisis may not be far away. Even the international metropolis of Tokyo can break out, and it is possible to appear anywhere next. Umbrella's live broadcast in Yemen can actually suppress panic to a certain extent, so that more people just watch from the sidelines, because the action is so smooth and flowing. It has always been Umbrella's perspective. After all, Yemen's own infrastructure is too backward, and there are few local videos. But this time is different. The footage recorded by a large number of survivors, even the footage before death, makes people change the perspective. Yes, what makes us have the illusion that we are Umbrella's special forces? We are all ordinary people. We are all the kind who hide in the car and shiver and dare not make a sound. The kind of scenes of sobbing in the car, unable to hold back and making a sound, and then being attacked by the infected body breaking through the window, are not just one or two. There are also the last scenes of hiding in the relatively light buildings in neon, hiding in the closet, and finally being opened by the infected body, hiding under the bed, and hearing the sound of the infected body coming in from the window, and then turning around to find that the other party is lying on the side with a hideous expression. Many scenes are as scary as they can be. These are not movies, but real. The impact caused by this is much greater than the horror caused by the artillery fire on the battlefield. However, although there are so many scenes, as the Marines entered and the paratroopers arrived, they quickly completed the frontal cleanup and controlled the situation. It still shows that this virus seems to be a real threat that can be controlled. However, no one wants to be one of those videos. And no one wants to be one of the tens of thousands of numbers in Tokyo. This Tokyo incident made more people understand that zombies may not be far away from them, and they may be mutant zombies that they can't run away from. It broke the false illusion that Yemen was watching the show. Chapter 336: The Helplessness of the Colony. In the Shudian villa, Wang Yi, who had just returned from the experiment, was chatting with Qian Yayan and Lu Xiuke about some recent situations. Hey, there are news about zombie viruses everywhere recently, which is scary. Qian Yayan, who was sweating all over and looked as slippery as if she had touched oil, stroked the ends of her hair stuck to her forehead by sweat, and muttered with a thick nasal tone. The World Company has domestic TT under its command, and now it can be said that it has a considerable influence on the guidance of traffic and public opinion. Wang Yi is not for traffic first, and he doesn't like to take advantage of others, so he still focuses on the algorithm. At least the large number of zombie-related videos released by Neon are censored. Not so bloody and disgusting. Yes, I heard that many zombie movies have been launched recently, and even the zombie movies in Hong Kong have been changed to zombies. Lu Xiuke was still lazily staying with Wang Yi, and occasionally trembling. I'm going to buy the story from Tokyo, and then film it for the world, Wang Yi said casually while sliding his palm. This time, he really intends to film what happened in Tokyo, and continue to ferment it later, urging them to expose the organization to the sun. In fact, Sakaguchi Taku has already said all the information about the organization he knows in the video. But the problem now is that when paying attention to the Tokyo incident, all the media are mainly paying attention to the zombies. The organization mentioned by Sakaguchi Taku is all downplaying and deliberately guiding. However, because there is no explanation in Yemen, This time there is an internal killer who broke the news. And there is also Umbrella's instigation. So this time it is not that it can be suppressed. At least the most damaged. Because of this heavy blow. Neon, which has fallen to the threshold of developed countries in the past few days, needs an explanation. Well, but it's a bit funny that although the explanation here is necessary, and the rhythm of public opinion is the rhythm of public opinion, the capital of the world is eyeing Neon. Wall Street has made continuous moves. And so is Umbrella, which has a lot of cash in hand. There have also been various channels that have revealed that the organization behind it may be related to Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Kawasaki Heavy Industries, and other companies. There are reasons and evidence. And there are also a lot of specious information. This also directly linked the organization itself and many other capitals, all of which chose Mitsubishi Heavy Industries and Kawasaki Heavy Industries as targets at the same time. That's right. The chaebols behind Mitsubishi Heavy Industries and Kawasaki Heavy Industries are all members of the organization. But the organization is not a monolithic entity. Now you have made such a big mess. Who to blame? Of course you have to pay the price. At least the weight of these two chaebols is large enough. Enough to be thrown out to complete the explanation. And you can also share a wave. Why not? The direct threat of this incident has almost been suppressed. But the third round of disinfection is still underway. As long as half a month is ensured. Even if there are still infected bodies left in the corner, they will starve to death due to the body's high-speed metabolism. And the K-virus outside the body has almost zero resistance to sunlight. So the entire aftermath work is now moving in a good direction. But even though the direct problem has been almost solved, the extended impact and earthquake are far from over. The pressure in Yemen was already great. But at least they could pass the buck and keep dragging it out. This time, Tokyo has caused a global financial accident. Tokyo Bay is one of the core areas of Asia. This time, it only affected the infection in the Bay Area. The death and injury of tens of thousands of people can be said to have ruthlessly handed over the status of the first city in Asia. Under this influence, it is impossible to continue to drag it out like Yemen. So the best result is to cut the Gordian knot. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries sacrificed the flag. The laboratories were built under the office building of your Mitsubishi Electric. You said you didn't know? This is absolutely impossible. So the Japanese branch of the organization mentioned by the killer is Mitsubishi Electric. And the headquarters of the organization is the Mitsubishi Zaibatsu. What global organization is also right? Mitsubishi Group is indeed global. And there are many assets in various countries. As for Kawasaki Heavy Industries, which was dragged out, there are too many subsequent revelations. If this is not thrown out, all the military industries in Japan may be exposed. And the effect of throwing it out is also quite successful. Whether it is Mitsubishi Group or Kawasaki Heavy Industries Limited, they are well known all over the world and are truly old-fashioned companies. Both are century-old groups that were founded in the 19th century. It seems that they can no longer compete with Toyota and other up-and-coming companies in daily commodities. But their foundation is really here. It can be said that the main force of Japan's current defense team is born by them. When Japan was restricted, it was equivalent to hiding these military capabilities among the people. And Mitsubishi and Kawasaki were the main carriers. Now the Japanese authorities are simply confused. Wait, I am a victim. Why do you look like you are going to give me a blow now? But obviously, when consensus begins to be reached, Japan's opinions are no longer important. It involves a biological and chemical incident. And it has caused such a large number of casualties, and even triggered a global financial disaster. Then naturally you have to compensate. The Pyongyang took the lead in following the familiar process. The House of Representatives submitted a bill on sanctions and compensation for biological and chemical incidents. It is obvious that they are going to start robbing directly now. It is to punish evil. Fines and compensation. Anyway, there will be some symbolic humanitarian aid. And there will also be punishment. Of course, the people who will be compensated by the Pyongyang are not the people who died in Japan, but the people who suffered losses due to this financial shock. To put it bluntly, Wall Street. However, Mitsubishi and Kawasaki are both large in size, and many of them involve entities. So it will take a long time to tinker with them. But it is clear that these two groups are doomed. Being split up and eaten up can be said to be the only outcome. Japan wants to refuse. But the Pyongyang soldiers are still doing the aftermath in the Bay Area. And the word no is really hard to say. But Japan still uses this as a condition and vaguely reaches another agreement with the Pyongyang. That is the Pyongyang's loosening of Japan. This incident has shown that Japan needs a larger team to guard against possible biochemical crisis. So some restrictions must be lifted directly. At the same time, Japan is also trying to keep Mitsubishi and Kawasaki's military products as much as possible during this incident. It is also a victim. Instead of letting others rob it, it is better to let itself share it. Even because of the relationship between Umbrella and Mitsubishi Heavy Industries and Kawasaki Heavy Industries shipbuilding orders, it also found an opportunity to intervene. You guys, you don't want to default on your debt, right? I paid a deposit at a premium. If you can't pay it back, then go bankrupt and liquidate. I want to buy these. Pay for them. Chapter 337 Ready to make a move. While Neon took on everything and was carrying out the long and tedious follow-up work, Wang Yi also showed up in China. He had been missing for too long before, although Lin Shurqin kept in touch with him on a daily basis. It was not good to disappear all the time. Now the delivery guys have almost completed the diversion, and a consensus has been formed on the internet. Although we did not actively promote it, it has been generally recognized. In the office, Qian Yayan also explained some of the current situations to Wang Yi. Although the delivery and online car hailing services have not been online for a long time. However, because of the unique welfare system and AI-assisted algorithm of the World Company, the delivery guys and online car hailing drivers have obviously been classified according to different personalities. Because Kangaroo Takeaway is continuously subsidized. If you keep grabbing orders, always take as many orders as possible, and rush to work, you can get a much higher income from Kangaroo Takeaway than from TT Takeaway. And because of the existence of the basic salary, social security, and AI push mechanism of TT, a large number of Buddhist delivery guys and salted fish guys have flocked to it. The number of delivery guys has surpassed Kangaroo Takeaway to some extent, but the number of orders received by both parties is not much different. Under the various hidden subsidies of Kangaroo Takeaway, the market share is about the same. But because of this, a comparison of the different styles of different delivery guys has been circulated on the internet at this time. Those delivery guys who stop on the road and are willing to help others, almost turning into omnipotent delivery guys, needless to say, must be TT. And those who run red lights crazily on the road, scratch various vehicles, and delay delivery are mostly Kangaroo. Even delivering food can be compared to this. It's worthy of being a world company. Indeed, only world companies can avoid being criticized among large companies. What do you mean by not being criticized? When will Starry Sky 2 be released? When will Starry Sky World be updated with the zombie version? Don't. I feel a little awkward talking about zombies now. Not awkward. I found that our township also has a quick response team. With 2 teams. 1 team trains and patrols, giving us a sense of security. Tokyo. Hey. Although it's a small life, I hope they can get out of it soon. It's okay. The Magic City is making a fortune in silence. Making a lot of money. What does it have to do with the Magic City? Many of Tokyo's businesses can be gradually replaced by our side. After all, there was a biochemical laboratory there. Who knows if there is a second one? Didn't the killer say there are other ones? No wonder they have been increasing investment promotion recently and have introduced many policies. It turns out that they are targeting Tokyo. Wang Yi also smiled after flipping through some comments. In fact, this is quite good. At present, World Company has only done some normal things according to the regulations. But even so, it can play a catfish effect and force other large companies. After all, they are used to comfort and have always lived under the protection of policies. By the way, Director Ningmu wants to apply for a support bonus. I think it is quite meaningful. Do you want to approve it? Then Qian Yayan handed out a report of Ningmu. The above probably says that the current entertainment industry is always thinking about making money. And there are many talented and capable young people who cannot get the trust of investors. So I want to apply for such a fund to invest in young directors who are willing to work hard and give them a chance. In fact, this is also Ningmu's own feeling. If it weren't for the appreciation of the old director Zhang Ming and pushing him to the benefactor Wang Yi, he would never have achieved what he has today. The big sales of the 2 movies Dying to Survive and Starry Sky directly gave him the title of famous director at a young age. In fact, there were many young people who were willing to work hard with him at the beginning. But they didn't get the opportunity to try and make mistakes. Just like Lin Xiang, the founder of Kangaroo Takeaway. If his father was not a cement tycoon, and he had failed 9 times before, he would not have achieved what he has today. It's better to do it once than to learn 100 times. This is something you can't learn in school. It's a very good suggestion. What can 30 million be enough to shoot? Just 300 million. 300 million per year. However, we have to do a good job of checking. We can deal with social relations, but we have to distinguish what is primary and what is secondary. Wang Yi glanced at it and threw it aside, then reached out and pulled Meijia over. People are definitely close to each other. This is human nature, and Wang Yi doesn't mind this. For example, he never minds Ma Dong and other people who have a good relationship with him hugging his thighs. Anyway, his thighs are thick enough. Just like when you, the current boss of Yuzhong Media. Some of the investments under his authority must also include relationship investments, which is nothing. But the premise of these investments is that they are indeed good projects. At least there should be no obvious gap with the benchmark competitors. As long as this can be achieved. Social relations are social relations. With Lin Shurqin's control and knocking, it is also very stable. Even the uncle of the small broken station is obedient. In terms of internal control, those bloated big companies can't compare with world companies at all. Little ancestor, you are really Qian Yayan was pulled into Wang Yi's arms and hummed with a trembling nasal voice. But the next moment the bracelet vibrated, interrupting the two people's actions. After opening the message, she said to Wang Yi in a strange way, Chen Mi wants to make an appointment with you to report on her work alone. Has she signed with us? Wang Yi's mind flashed with the figure he had seen at that time. Yes, after her own contract expired. She asked the eldest wife to intercede for her. But she is still quite dedicated and does not have the temper of a big star. TSK. Okay, Wang Yi pondered for a while and wanted to hear what she wanted to report. If she heard some rumors about herself and had misunderstandings, it would not be impossible to have a beauty treatment. After all, she is also an artist under his command. And it would be more photogenic if she is prettier. Wang Yi's activities in China are also mainly responsible for calming people's hearts and relaxing after the experiment. He was rehearsing the script in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. And taking the South Korean succubi to Cheongjo to catch whales was also in an orderly manner. However, when Wang Yi was on vacation at the Cheongjo villa, he received an invitation from Hong Kong. It was from Li Hao, the prince of the Li group. At the beginning, Wang Yi helped Li Hao solve a big problem. And he also got Cheng Shui, a diligent and good employee. It can be said to be a win-win situation. There are some holiday greetings on weekdays. But that's all. All said by Lin Shurqin. At present, World Company and Li Group have no direct business contact. If there is, it is Li Group unilaterally buying traffic on TT. The Li Group has a great influence on the Hong Kong entertainment circle. But they rarely go out in person. A large cruise ship is going out to sea, inviting you to play. There are many programs. And there are many top stars in Hong Kong. Well, as the boss wishes, you have some reputation now. And it is widely circulated in a small circle. Lin Shurqin said the content of Li Hao inviting Wang Yi to go. It should be that they heard that Wang Yi is now relaxing after finishing the experiment. And they just happen to have a good place over there. So they tentatively sent an invitation to come over to build relations. Hey, in order to maintain my image, I can only smear myself a little, leaving a flaw for others to see. Wang Yi looked at the invitation email and sighed. It's not impossible to go for a while with such a kind invitation. Right? By the way, boss, with the help of the Tokyo incident, De Pyongyang started to ask us to release the culture medium, saying that even if it only has the function of early prevention, soldiers can be protected by injecting it before taking action in the event of an emergency. Hearing this, Wang Yi couldn't help but smile. They are indeed powerful. It is obviously an exposure of them. But they directly pulled Mitsubishi to sacrifice the flag. But they are eating a mouthful of oil. Now they are going back to knock umbrella. In fact, due to the special nature of the K virus, the production process of immunoglobulin is indeed quite troublesome. And it is difficult to increase the output. This point must have been verified by the test institutions that have purchased special culture media. But De Pyongyang just bullies ordinary people who can't understand some parameters, and forcibly comes out to engage in moral kidnapping. It's really good at playing. In fact, this is because they feel that the last chip sanctions were made in vain and feel embarrassed. And they want to regain some face. Chapter 338 Reverse Kidnapping. 463 soldiers died because of the lack of immunoglobulin. They could have survived. Most of them were just scratched and had wounds. This is what immunoglobulin can do. Let us mourn for them, the beautiful spokesperson said righteously, her face full of grief. And her words were quickly published by major Western mainstream media. It didn't have to be so many deaths. Tens of thousands of people died because of this. Umbrella may be the murderer. Life-saving technology should not be monopolized. Calling on Umbrella to loosen control over life-saving culture medium. Various headlines came out. And the anti-umbrella trend that had just faded last time emerged again. Because the neon virus this time is obviously more terrifying. And it happened in Tokyo. Where else can dare to say that it will definitely not happen? The last sanctions against Umbrella were actually suppressed by Umbrella's new bracelet and the self-developed chip later. It was a lot of thunder and little rain. And it was useless. And this time, it started to use moral kidnapping purely. On the other hand, Umbrella made a great comeback after the last sanctions. Now the smart bracelets are shipped like crazy. And a new ecological chain has been completely formed. The software developed around the smart bracelets has sprung up like mushrooms after rain, which can be said to support a large number of people. Umbrella itself has eaten the fattest piece of cake, almost eating it alone. It can even be foreseen that there will be a lot of room for expansion in the field of holographic display in the future. Screens, TVs, shadows, etc. Although it cannot replace the screen. Many places can indeed be more convenient and look more high-tech. Although the call this time is for the culture medium. It is probably more deeply aimed at the big business of the trillion-level market. But this time, Umbrella did not fight back directly, but directly announced that it is of course no problem for us to disclose the culture medium. We are also happy to save more people. But let's do a calculation first. Then Umbrella listed the number of people saved by various drugs from major pharmaceutical companies, as well as the data on how many people died because they could not afford the medicine. It is obvious that the global pharmaceutical industry has entered a morbid cycle. As a company with a little reputation in the current biological field, we call on everyone to directly abandon pharmaceutical patents and processes. And everyone should publish them honestly. If major pharmaceutical companies agree, Umbrella will definitely be the first to disclose all the production processes and processes of the culture medium, including all the drugs under its command. If they can be imitated, they can be imitated. As soon as these high-sounding words came out, the entire pharmaceutical industry was shocked. Oh my god! You are eating and smashing the pot! Walter sent. Yes. Umbrella has found a new holographic track, with a potential market of trillions of US dollars. Add to that the patent fees for mobile phones, as well as batteries and screens. And its ability to attract money is definitely top-notch. To put it bluntly, the biological field has a significant impact on Umbrella. But they can really abandon it if they give it up. And it will not affect their life and death. But for other pharmaceutical companies, it is completely different. This is simply two people swearing at each other outside. And suddenly the other party takes out a dagger and stabs you a few times. And then says that it will be your turn after you stab him. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. Originally, I just wanted to force the other party to share some of the profits, so that everyone can share. But in the end, he smashed the pot. How to deal with this? Pharmaceutical companies can be said to be one of the traditional capitals in the West. Whether it is profits or investments, they are all here. And the potential influence is huge. It is so big that the person in charge can help advertise. It is so big that some serious stains can be whitewashed or reconciled. The Great Beautiful Pharmacist Association can lobby to suppress many bills, making Great Beautiful drugs more expensive than those sold in neighboring Mexico. It is so big that after favorable bills are suppressed or passed, a large number of Great Beautiful congressmen will directly resign and seamlessly join pharmaceutical companies to receive high salaries. Receive them openly. It is so big that the person in charge of the Great Beautiful will have many difficulties in promoting medical reforms, and may even be shot by a psychopath. It is not just the Sackler family who want to live forever. As soon as Umbrella's words came out, everyone was silent. Then the media came out to smooth things over. Drug R&D needs motivation. R&D investment continues to increase, with an investment of tens of billions of dollars every year. Failure means losing all the money. Everyone only saw the R&D investment of tens of billions of dollars, but did not see the revenue that was several times more. If it really doesn't make money, why invest? Where does the money come from? But because of this, it is really impossible to stop Umbrella. If this is to be exposed, it will directly break the rules set by the West itself. Umbrella is clearly here to mess up. Come on. Not only do I not want the culture medium, I don't want the profits from all the drugs. I will let them go. Let everyone imitate them together. Then, in order to show its sincerity, Umbrella first announced all the patents and production processes of the hepatitis B immunoglobulin that had already attracted tens of billions of dollars, indicating that everyone can use it and imitate it at will. Of course, you can buy the special culture medium required for hepatitis B immunoglobulin. Don't worry. The immunoglobulin of this DNA virus is very simple to cultivate. It can be diluted and cultivated, and the yield is very high. However, after seeing Umbrella's move, all parties in the know secretly spitted, because Umbrella's drug was priced very low at the beginning. It can be said that almost all the hepatitis B virus patients detected in the world have used it. It is almost like eradicating the hepatitis B virus directly. Umbrella itself has stopped production. And now you tell me to announce it? If it is just the beginning, you can still refer to this unique method for viruses. But now that the culture medium is open for sale, major biological laboratories more or less know the principle. But if they buy the culture medium to make and sell it, the cost is not comparable to Umbrella, and there is no competitive advantage. In this situation where they are destined to lose, they are naturally too lazy to invest. So they have been clamoring to disclose the culture medium. But no matter what, this is indeed a business worth tens of billions of US dollars announced, which is the first to show sincerity while gagging and forcing the palace. It forced major pharmaceutical companies to stand up to support Umbrella and say that the United States cannot officially interfere in the market economy. Now one of the big Eastern countries is giving them a headache. If the other big Eastern country starts to respond with the help of Umbrella's words, then it will be really troublesome. Subsequently, papers published by research teams of major pharmaceutical companies appeared in top journals such as Nature, Cell, Science, and The Lancet. They wrote in depth about some information about their research on the K virus, including the immunoglobulin replica that Umbrella had originally published. So we can see that it is too difficult to cultivate immunoglobulins because of the K virus's own activity. If any step is not handled properly, it may cause the life-saving immunoglobulins to become a source of infection. Therefore, Umbrella is right not to release the culture medium. What else can be done? Moral kidnapping here. Others directly start to kidnap themselves with explosives tied to them. There is no other way except to obey him. At this amazing reversal speed, the domestic spirit of Pyongyang, who has not yet reacted to the whitewashing behavior, also appears to be extremely embarrassing. They originally followed the trend at the beginning and did not expect the changes of the pharmaceutical companies later. It's different. All the major pharmaceutical companies have invested money. A pharmaceutical company can make tens of billions of dollars a year. Umbrella is different. They don't invest so much. They have other ways to make money. It's just obvious that these specious double-standard rhetoric, in addition to affecting some 250, has made more people feel disgusted. It attracted a lot of ridicule and sarcasm. Because of the time difference and the difference in transportation time, they finished their own words and were slapped in the face by the pharmaceutical company they praised. Love from my father. This is another backstab. And this group of spirited beauties, who have long been trained to be thick-skinned, quickly opened the skilled operation of locking comments and blacklisting. But the key is that some of their comments were not deleted by themselves. But some negative comments were deleted and continued to hang there. But in fact, this is not because they are stupid. But it is also very similar to some anti-intellectual remarks in Western media. The target is not people with reading ability and logical thinking, but those who really read less and are easily led by the rhythm. This is one of the reasons why short videos with low thresholds are very popular. The initial internet required at least the ability to read, organize, and understand text and basic logical thinking skills. But short videos have completely crossed this threshold. They are easy to understand and can be easily used by older people, even those who can't recognize all the characters. The average user of short video platforms has less than junior high school education. And there are too many people who really can't distinguish themselves. They will follow the trend without thinking if they feel that it is reasonable and powerful. Some remarks may even be considered as reverse dressing black. But in fact, they are really serious about black. And some people really recognize it. And some netizens who deliberately reverse or joke will be taken seriously by some netizens with some differences in discernment. It's just like some ridiculous information forwarded by many elders. For propaganda, there is always one that is suitable according to the target group. And not everyone has a certain thinking mode. If you think the message is childish and funny, it's just that you are not within the scope of this target. And the publisher doesn't want to affect you at all. Chapter 339 Artificial Organs. While Umbrella was buying up some high-quality related assets of Mitsubishi and Kawasaki, it was also actively stirring up a storm of abandoning drug patents in public opinion. It even gave up a business worth tens of billions of US dollars and directly put it out to the public. Everyone should also express their opinions. However, in response to this, All parties began to suppress the heat and wash it frantically. The spokesperson of Pyongyang slapped herself in the face, saying that Pyongyang respected the market economy and would not intervene excessively. But she was slapped in the face by Umbrella's resubmitted chip unblocking application. In the past, there would be hype every time that Umbrella was in trouble and could not hold on. But now Umbrella is producing chips by itself. And major wafer factories have also shown that Umbrella's lithography machine has higher production efficiency. At this time, it is more like a mockery. But in order to maintain its own face, Pyongyang can't lift the ban immediately. So it just wastes it. It just shifts the focus of attention. The filming of Star World and Star 2, as well as the application prospects of smart bracelets, are all part of the purpose of diversion. Well, inexplicably, the recent hot spots are all related to Wang Yi. In the luxuriously decorated private plane, Wang Yi was lying on the bed, enjoying the massage of the beautiful flight attendant, while listening to Lin Shurqin's report in the headphones. Boss, the approval of artificial organs has been passed. Wang Yi hummed to continue. And Lin Shurqin continued. Originally, we were stuck for a while and wanted to pinch it. But the boss's previous operation made them unbearable. So they quickly let it go and let us pass. As if they wanted us to stop making trouble on the public medical patents. Lin Shurqin's voice was a little gloating. At present, Umbrella has produced two types of artificial organs with high-precision instruments. The design of Wang Yi and the R&D team. And Lin Shurqin's simulation control. One is an artificial heart, and the other is an artificial kidney. In fact, these two organs, or the corresponding instruments, have already come out. Extracorporeal ECMO can even directly replace heart and lung functions. And dialysis machines can also prolong the lives of patients with renal failure. Cardiovascular and renal diseases can be said to have a very important impact on direct human death. Many patients with other diseases may die of multiple organ failure in the end. Not to mention the heart, the main cause of sudden death. There are too many cases of cardiovascular death. So many that it can be said that everyone has seen it around them. Because of the high differentiation of the myocardium. The current treatment of the heart is usually a combination of drugs and surgery. And usually once you take the medicine, it is almost a lifelong system. There are also many people who use interventional treatments such as heart bypass and heart stents. But no matter which method is used, in theory, it is to prolong the patient's life as much as possible. The reason why there are few heart replacement surgeries is because of the difficulty of the operation, the effect of the operation, and various comprehensive problems such as matching heart sources. Similarly, there are 850 million kidney disease patients worldwide, 1 in 10 people. But because the kidneys have strong compensatory functions, there is usually no manifestation and reaction in the early stages, which seems normal. But once obvious symptoms begin to appear, it is mostly too late. Similarly, kidney damage can be considered difficult to reverse. And most of the time, it will slowly deteriorate. If you take good care of yourself and have good habits, you may not feel it for your whole life. But if you are stimulated by your living habits, diet and drugs, you may reach the stage of renal failure or even uremia within a year. Therefore, you need to rely on dialysis to continue your life and wait for a matching kidney source. Although organ transplantation can prolong the patient's life, there are some subsequent problems with lifelong medication, which makes the effect of the solid organ transplantation far less than that of hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. Many patients grit their teeth and spend their money to complete organ transplantation, but they cannot afford the continuous drug costs later, which leads to rejection of transplanted organs and even systemic problems. It can be said that these patients are a silent group that is rarely paid attention to on weekdays. But they are a very difficult group. Wang Yi originally wanted to use the mechanism of stem cell cultivation and repair, combined with magic culture medium to complete the repair of myocardial cells. After all, his own innate organs are the best. But in the end, he found the difficulty of this. It is not that it cannot be done, but that it takes too much time and energy. If it really comes out, it can only serve a very small number of rich people, and it is impossible to popularize it. So after he completed the strengthening of his own heart, he did not go deeper and turned to the direction of artificial organs, combining the many principles of artificial organs now, as well as some mechanisms of the human body itself. He finally adopted a compromise implantable compensatory artificial organ. For ordinary patients, they can enter the two organs through the blood vessels and ureters of the wrist with thoracoscopes and laparoscopes, and then begin to release the compressed artificial organs themselves, and finally expand them. Both organs are specially made into a net-like structure, relying on the memory characteristics of AgNit alloy. They restore after reaching the target, and then start to operate. The motor is miniaturized. The battery is stripped, and a dual battery mode is adopted. A metal patch will be connected to the chest and abdomen respectively, relying on the ultra-large capacity of the battery. It is okay to ensure regular charging. The impact on life is reduced as much as possible. Because of the influence of the magic structure of silver, it can also form a hydrophobic coating, thereby greatly reducing the body's reaction to implanted organs. Moreover, this type of artificial organ is still divided into components, such as separate heart valve components, glomerular components, etc., for various patients with different severity of the situation. Because of the memory characteristics of AgNit metal, if there is any situation or failure, it can be recycled in the original path. The superwear resistance caused by the magic of the alloy can also greatly extend the service life and break through the current difficulties. The theoretical service life even exceeds that of a normal heart. This is absolutely amazing in the field of materials. The use of this material alone on other special instruments can be said to be a pioneering innovation. It can be said that this is also one of the answers that Umbrella has come up with, by constantly swallowing up high-end machine tools and various instruments. With the help of the momentum of this clamor to release the patent, and in cooperation with the original friends of Purdue Pharmaceuticals, it finally succeeded in passing various tests when it began to be hostile to Umbrella. It was approved simultaneously, and it also has domestic approval. However, unlike the in vitro hematopoietic stem cell culture based on the mature autologous stem cell transplantation, this is a new type of surgery, so it is impossible to roll out quickly and needs to be done slowly. Fortunately, cardiac stents, laparoscopy, ureteroscopy and other surgeries are still relatively mature technologies, so the problem of stable promotion is not big. Just listening to this news, Wang Yi's plane has successfully arrived at Xiangjiang Airport. The whole flight is just a massage. It must be said that the two beautiful flight attendants have a strong massage in their hands. And because Lu Xiuke is already a well-known star, it may be a bit troublesome to come to this place where paparazzi are prevalent. So she went directly to the crew to report and film, leaving only Qian Yayan to follow. Qian Yayan came last time and was familiar with the place. Compared with the last time, the status of the world company is completely different now. It can be said that the entirely group will be eclipsed by the world company now. Qian Yayan, who can call the shots in the world's companies, now sets foot in Hong Kong again. Seeing Li Hao, the eldest son of the Li family, and his wife who came to pick her up in person, her mentality has completely changed. The last time she came, Qian Yayan was impressed by Wang Yi's ability and attracted the attention of the Li group. This time, she felt that the Li group was not bad and was very polite. These are what she pursues. Now she feels very much. She can't help but tighten her arms around Wang Yi. Chapter 340 Matchmaking. Professor Wang, it's my honor that you can accept the invitation. Li Hao's attitude towards Wang Yi at this time was obviously different from the last time they met. Looking at the young Wang Yi and the radiant Qian Yayan next to him, Li Hao's heart was full of emotion. When they first met, he was a master who came to help save his life. He attached great importance to him because he could save his life, and he really helped with his real skills. So he was quite generous to give a check. But even at that time, he only regarded it as an employment relationship. And he was the party A who paid? Just because the other party had strong ability in related business. Even if he saved his life, he just looked up to him. But soon after, his father also wanted to get in touch with this kind of person, and set up a family dinner to entertain him. At the family dinner, he learned from his younger brother Li Vida, who had just returned, that this person was actually Master Yi, the boss of the world company, the top mathematician. But at that time, although he looked up to him, he felt the potential of the other party. But Li Hao didn't think that the foundation accumulated by his family over the years would be bad, and he even still had a slight sense of looking down on them. At the family dinner, some family members had proposed some topics about wanting to invest and cooperate. At that time, it was just said that this person was the boss of a unicorn company, and because he was a great mathematician, he had an indestructible golden body, so he needed to be treated with caution. However, after only 1 year of development, the glory of the world company was completely different. This company, which started from the internet and still took root in the entertainment industry, evolved into a behemoth in a very short time. In particular, Star World took out half of its profits to help patients. This charitable act created a new halo for his already indestructible golden body. It can be said that Professor Wang is now at the level of invincible in China. And no one can shake his position. Although because of some scandals about this professor, his hobby can be understood in a niche circle. But when the status reaches a certain level, this hobby is not a big deal at all. Even if it is exposed, it doesn't matter. At most, he will be teased. It's normal for an outstanding young man who is not married. No, it's hard for you to think of me. Wang Yi shook hands with Li Hao casually. Originally, he came out to look around. Since there is fun here, it's okay to come here. He has experienced the chaebol life in South Korea and the hospitality in Japan. Hong Kong also has its own characteristics. Li Hao took a look at Qian Yayan, who was charming and attractive next to Wang Yi, and had to admit that Professor Wang had a good eye. Even with his eyes, he was amazed. And I always think she is more beautiful than last time, because Professor Wang has always been relatively low-key. I didn't tell anyone about your coming this time. I don't know what the professor thinks. I can make some arrangements. Wang Yi nodded at Li Hao's words. Well, that's good. I don't want to end up like you. As he spoke, the group got into Li Hao's car, which was an extended model with a partition at the back from the driver's cab. Only Wang Yi, Qian Yayan, and Li Hao and his wife were in the back. Mrs. Li's complexion has recovered a lot now, and she looks more beautiful than the last time they met. At this time, she was pulling Qian Yayan to ask her how to maintain her skin and why her skin is so tender. Wang Yi was sitting on the side with Li Hao, and said to him casually, "Oh, by the way, Umbrella just asked me if I have any familiar Hong Kong businessmen. I wonder if Mr. Li has any ideas." Wang Yi's words shocked Li Hao. Umbrella. This is now the world's most worthy technology company. Although it is not listed, there is no doubt that its current popularity has completely suppressed Fruit and a certain song. Even though it is being sanctioned by Pyongyang, it has overcome the difficulties because of its own technical relationship. While Pyongyang has some difficulty in starting, to be honest, it is very dangerous to contact such a company, because it may be implicated and affected. But if you can get in touch with it, it is definitely a completely different opportunity. Just look at Connie. Because of the support from Umbrella, there is a trend of counterpressure against Carl Zeiss. The lens field has received a large number of orders from around the world. 4-Star, LG, Panasonic, and Toshiba also have cooperation with Umbrella. The new Liegi battery has directly subverted the entire battery industry, and even started to roll back the energy industry. The reorganized Purdue Pharmaceuticals is even more of a money-making tool. A.N. Kangding has made people jealous. The world's strongest in the field of artificial intelligence. The Red Queen bracelet has opened up a holographic technology innovation, and opened up a new market of trillions of US dollars. This terrifying money-making machine is here. Not to mention that the sanctions on Dengai failed. Even if there are sanctions in the future, there will still be a large number of capitalists who will want to take risks. Wang Yi's words made Li Hao's face change continuously. To be honest, this has exceeded his authority, and he must ask his father. So after taking a breath, he said solemnly in a deep voice, "I need to go back and ask my father about this. And I will definitely give Professor Wang an answer today. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I just asked casually." Wang Yi had an indifferent attitude, and it seemed normal for him to do this. Now Wang Yi can walk sideways in the World Company in China. But similarly, because the World Company is a domestic company, and its technical level is too high, it will definitely be suppressed if it goes out. For example, TT was like this at the beginning. The global promotion of Star World is all thanks to this game. And his cooperation with Umbrella has always been a clear card. Red Queen has used a lot of Wang Yi's technology. This year's Turing Award winner. So it's normal for him to help convey the message, but not to get involved too much. As for why, he would look for cooperation with Hong Kong companies. Li Hao, who has been trained as an heir, immediately smelled the reason. It must be related to the changes in Japan. Now international capital is preparing to enjoy the feast of dividing Mitsubishi and Kawasaki, and has begun to enter the market. They might even want to stir up the Japanese economy. Currently, Japan is releasing a lot of money, and it can be said that the Li Group is also eyeing that side to make a fortune. The Li family has always been a typical fence-sitter, a typical speculator. However, they also know the limitations of their own identity. If there is a chance to fully integrate into the West, it can be said that the Li Group will most likely not hesitate. But they understand that no matter how well they do, they have been dogs at most in the past. It is better to stay in Hong Kong and call the shots. With this innate limitation, It seems that it is not impossible to take the risk of getting involved with Umbrella to a certain extent. Wani actually did it after coming here, helping to make connections. Anyway, he often introduces some business to Umbrella occasionally, and the relationship is clear. The reason why they are interested in Hong Kong capital is that it is a special feature of Hong Kong capital. The capital here is easier to integrate into international capital, and it will also bring some characteristics of the East. For example, the purchase of some sensitive things, even the purchase of aircraft carriers, was all covered with the skin of this side. Therefore, if there is Hong Kong capital here to divide up some sensitive materials of Mitsubishi and Kawasaki, and then Umbrella intercepts it in turn, it is a more acceptable thing. Yes, it costs more to raise your own price, but Umbrella is not short of money. What needs to be guarded against is being forced to stop some acquisitions. If the problem can be solved with money, then it is not a problem. If you can't buy what you want, then the money is just waste paper.